Chapter 1. The Unusual Boy Li Tianyu. In the silent void, a vast nebula presents a strange dark pink hue, a brilliance generated by the intersection of the large and small Magellanic Clouds. The magnificent Milky Way galaxy, with a diameter of about 100,000 light-years, nurtures the mother planet Earth. Humanity is leaving their mother planet in search of a new home. A large manned exploration spaceship named Zheng, he is traveling at an astonishing speed of 31,091 kilometers per second towards a terrestrial planet. It has 12 large cabins surrounding the main body of the spaceship, constantly performing circular motions during the journey. The central part is made of solid materials, with many connecting parts utilizing soft connections made with carbon nanotube technology, ensuring the spaceship's resilience for long-duration flights. This giant, heavily armored spacecraft is a culmination of human civilization, destined for the red dwarf system GLIESE 581 GLIESE 581, located in the constellation Libra. Total journey: 9,460,730,472,580 kilometers, 20.5. Total travel time: 198 Earth years. This spaceship, carrying hope and mission, has silently sailed through this quiet space for 168 years, with 30 years remaining until it reaches its destination. In space, there is no direction. Only by the light of the Milky Way's spiral arms can one feel that the mother planet is very far away, and the people on the spaceship reminisce about their distant homeland. The long passage of time exceeds the inherent lifespan of humanity. The generation that first embarked has long been commemorated by their descendants in space funerals. In a confined space, only new forces can bring more hope to humanity. Hey, class monitor, are there really aliens on GLIESE? In the number 6 main cabin, a group of little girls surrounded the class monitor Li Tianyu, asking all sorts of questions. Have you even read the books? It's all explained in there. Among the children, Li Tianyu appeared calm and composed. Where? The children clamored. It's in the Encyclopedia Astronomy volume, which has a lengthy explanation about GLIESE 581G.A. A little girl pouted her chubby lips, looking quite disappointed. So you've already been reading such profound books. Profound? I don't think so. Li Tianyu was quite proud. He could easily grasp what he learned, which not only established great authority among the children, but also astonished the adults. His age did not match his knowledge, and he was continually labeled a child prodigy and a genius. Then why is this planet called GLIESE? That name is so strange. One child asked. Li Tianyu replied, "Didn't the captain say during class? We don't engage in big nationalism. We respect the naming conventions of scientific predecessors." The child responded, "But we weren't born on Earth. Why should we respect their habits? I think we should change it to a more catchy name. What should it be called?" Another child asked. "Let's call it China Star." I agree too." The children giggled and played together. In their hearts, the children had an Earth, and on that Earth was China. Though this was the innocent whimsy of elementary school kids, it represented the strong Chinese heritage aboard the spaceship. Li Tianyu missed his dad a bit. As long as his dad was around, he could use his dad's ID to access adult reading materials in the library, instead of just amusing the little friends in boring classes. Li Tianyu's generation could be considered the 8th generation in space aboard the Zheng. His class mostly consisted of children around 10 years old, with one student held back due to health reasons, resulting in an age difference of no more than 2 years among them. Since we all identify as Chinese, then we Chinese value tradition the most. We don't bully others, and others shouldn't bully us. Although we won the space race, it doesn't mean we should bully others. Let's not be like a certain big country that keeps causing trouble on Mars. Now that we've flown so far, they can't catch up. The children found it hard to understand such profound matters, looking at Li Tianyu with confused nods. They weakly asked, "Are there aliens on GLIESE?" Li Tianyu said seriously, "The so-called life doesn't necessarily have diverse ecological environments like those on Earth. Based on the probe Pioneer getting closer to that planet, the scientific department speculates that this terrestrial planet must have life, but its unique environment makes the possibility of higher life forms 0.so. Don't think about aliens if you find slime molds or moss. Just be secretly happy. You're lying, there must be higher life forms." A chubby boy said with a grin, raising his hand. "What do you know? GLIESE has half permanent daylight and half permanent night. Only the transitional zone in the middle is suitable for human survival. Under such extreme conditions, even linear animals would find it hard to reproduce. What about the sea? The sea? We don't know yet. But humans can't live in the sea. To be honest, Li Tianyu knew quite a lot, but there were things even the adults in the scientific department didn't understand. So he couldn't just make things up. Perhaps influenced by his family background, Li Tianyu's psychological age far exceeded his biological age. Among a group of children, he resembled a little adult, completely unaware that he had already won the hearts of the little girls around him, becoming the frontrunner for future competition. A group of 10-year-olds listened to his eloquent speech while foolishly laughing. Isn't there a possibility that higher life from other planets might visit this one? A questioning voice came through, those bright eyes revealing wisdom that belied her age. Even though they all wore the same tight-fitting suits, she was an unmistakable presence. Wei Zijiao was the only one in the class who could tease Li Tianyu, not just because of her wisdom, but likely also because she had her own little thoughts about him. Every time Li Tianyu looked at this girl with a bobbed haircut and a round face as plump as a boiled egg, he found it hard to articulate his words. Can't answer, can you? This is what they call rote learning. Extraterrestrial life might bring higher forms of life. Wei Zijiao walked past him, successfully stirring up some animosity. The little girls who idolized Li Tianyu couldn't express their anger towards this proud young lady. On the Zhenghe, there is no hierarchy of personalities, but there are strict divisions of duty. On the fully militarized ship, subordinates must obey their superiors, a principle instilled from childhood. The elementary school students willingly accepted the leadership of the class monitor and had grown accustomed to the domineering attitude of the class representative. Come out with me. After successfully embarrassing Li Tianyu, Wei Zijiao's expression turned cold, clearly indicating it was not a good sign. Faced with Wei Zijiao, the class leader, Li Tianyu didn't dare to breathe loudly and obediently followed her out of the study room. Wei Zijiao was so arrogant not only because she was pretty and a top student, but also because she was the niece of the ship's political officer, possessing beauty, talent, and influence, making her an unattainable presence, even though she was still just an elementary school student. Behave yourself during self-study. The automatic door closed. Li Tianyu's authoritative voice as class monitor finally reached the classroom. In a secluded corner, Wei Zijiao looked around to ensure there were no cameras, and having broken away from Yao Miao's monitoring range, she waved her little hand, drawing a beautiful arc swiftly, striking towards Li Tianyu's face following the laws of gravitational acceleration. Slap. Stars danced before his eyes. What just happened? It wasn't until the burning pain from his face reached him that Li Tianyu couldn't believe it was real. You went too far. What did I do? Li Tianyu's eyes widened, wearing a look of grievance even more profound than Dou's. See for yourself. Wei Zijiao projected a 3D hologram from her ID device, pulling up a shared folder, where a file titled to Wei Zijiao appeared before Li Tianyu. This isn't. It was a love letter Li Tianyu had written to Wei Zijiao. After 5 generations of reproduction on the spaceship, the population had grown rapidly from the initial 160 people to today's 6,301, with a male-to-female ratio of 4:6. Logically, boys shouldn't have trouble finding partners, but the proportion of beautiful women was only 1, a statistically Tianyu had calculated based on probability. So, when faced with a girl like Wei Zijiao, who was very likely to be beautiful, he boldly practiced his theory of being proactive, seizing opportunities before they slip away. However, he distinctly remembered that this letter was a private message. How did it end up in the shared folder? Did that mean the whole class had seen it? Seeing the fiery expression in Wei Zijiao's eyes, Li Tianyu finally understood the problem. Delete it quickly. Watching Li Tianyu still lost in thought, Wei Zijiao exploded. Smack. God said if someone strikes your right cheek, you should turn your left cheek to him as well. Li Tianyu's cheeks perfectly exemplified the principle of the Gospel of Matthew. He hadn't expected that those seemingly delicate hands could unleash such force. The slap had happened, but what next? It was time to explain. Listen to me. I won't listen. You have to listen. What are you doing, Li Tianyu? Let go of me. Li Tianyu just wanted to explain properly, but unexpectedly, as he moved forward, his body suddenly floated up, uncontrollably lunging forward. Gravity malfunctioned. Li Tianyu's heart sank. Neither of them had undergone zero-gravity training, and now his body was uncontrollably pressed against Wei Zijiao's, his mouth inadvertently squished against her cute little face. You jerk. Wei Zijiao fiercely tugged at his cheek. Enduring the sharp pain, Li Tianyu forced out an explanation. I didn't mean to die in that instant of weightlessness. Their bodies crashed against a round safety door in the corridor. Just as they were about to collide violently, gravity suddenly returned to normal, and they fell from the air, with Li Tianyu landing perfectly underneath, becoming an excellent cushion. Ouch, ouch, ouch. It wasn't until Wei Zijiao got off him that Li Tianyu barely straightened up, looking at the open door. Malfunction? Chapter 2. First Zero Gravity. What happened? Wei Zijiao was also dizzy just moments ago, now staring blankly at Li Tianyu. That we just experienced weightlessness, Li Tianyu said, gazing at the safety door, and before he finished speaking, he looked as if he had discovered a new continent. Why? Maybe it's because the door is open, Li Tianyu said uncertainly. Violation of regulations? Wei Zijiao's father was an aerospace engineer, and their home had various operational guidelines hanging on the walls. Now that she was in school and participating in collective life, she no longer saw those guidelines often, but the things she memorized as a child were deeply ingrained. How could there be such a blatant violation of regulations here? This was a spaceship. Even a tiny mistake could cost everyone's lives in space. How could they allow the efforts of 7 generations to be ruined by a small oversight? The regulations on the spaceship were strict enough to be described as harsh, with severe punishments. Although such excessive strictness could lead to other problems, the spaceship had been flying for 168 years, and there was no turning back. Even if problems arose, safety had to come first. Behind them was another spaceship named Shichang, which had launched 19 years after the Zhenghe. They were not the only ones, therefore. They could not let the efforts of their predecessors be overshadowed by those who came later. The failure to close the hatch had caused the loss of gravity, leading to the earlier adverse effects. But the scope of the impact didn't seem large as the spaceship's alarm system hadn't activated, and the ever-present Meow Meow seemed to have vanished. Meow Meow was the artificial intelligence on this spaceship. Those not living on the Zheng, he couldn't understand the attachment the people here had for Meow Meow. It was just a robot, so what was so precious about it? But here, Meow Meow was the children's closest friend, the best mentor for students, the best assistant for engineers, and the best discussion partner for scholars. And the 2 children suddenly realized they had lost their supervision. The safety door was dark inside, as if hiding some unspeakable secret, and humans were always unable to resist curiosity. That was the zero-gravity area. The scenes of floating bodies seen in videos and photos occurred there, and having lived within the gravitational field, they had never experienced weightlessness except for that one time. Curiously, Li Tianyu peeked inside, his feet lightly moving. You'll get detention, Wei Zijiao warned, fearfully. I'm just taking a look. Despite saying that, curiosity drove Li Tianyu to the door's edge. Inside was a tubular structure, dark and unclear. Humans have an innate fear of darkness, a fear that persists even after they have become the apex of the biological chain and can break free from Earth's gravitational pull. Little Tianyu felt a bit scared no matter what was inside. He didn't plan to go in. Just as he turned around, he unexpectedly bumped into Wei Zijiao's face, and her feet were already off the ground. The whole scene played out like someone pressed the slow-motion button, each frame vividly clear. Don't bump into me. I didn't want to. That strange, weightless phenomenon occurred again, and both were simultaneously drawn by an unusual force, pulled into the tubular passageway. Bang. The safety door slammed shut. Weightlessness can be harmful to the human body, leading to significant loss of calcium from bones, causing them to become porous, and muscles may also atrophy. Therefore, people on the spaceship only work in the zero-gravity area for short periods. After working, they return to the gravity zone to rest, and the zero-gravity area is mostly unoccupied. People living on the spaceship would eventually have to undergo training in a weightless state, but not now. The earliest practical training would begin only after the children turned 15 to prevent a decrease in the formation rate of miners' bones. However, the 2 boys who were accidentally swept in completely forgot what they had learned in class and began to play and frolic in the zero-gravity environment. After experiencing the initial disorientation, their eyes, now adapted to the dark environment, could discern directions using the faint light in the zero-gravity chamber, and their bodies, uncontrollably speeding up and slowing down, became their best playground. Hee ha, come over here. The inside of the 2 glowed, and they were drawn to the light like moths in the night, feeling the walls as they moved inward. This feeling of flying was wonderful after the laughter, They continued to fly, while giggling, their excitement transforming into the thrill of breaking free from constraints. Having been subjected to strict control since childhood, they didn't yet realize this feeling was called freedom around 10 years old. Children had the strongest curiosity, occasionally visiting a place they had never been before, influenced by the mysterious aura of this place. Their curious hearts soared to new heights. That pinkish glow seemed to have immense allure, drawing them through the separating door to explore inside. Wei Zijiao accidentally pushed Li Tianyu's back. Due to still not being accustomed to the weightless environment, this force, which could be negligible under gravity, seemed exceptionally fierce in a zero-gravity setting, causing Li Tianyu to fly upwards. In a weightless environment, there is no distinction between up and down, but the habitual use of building layouts still leads people to standardize one direction, distinguishing up from down. At this moment, Li Tianyu's body flew straight towards a huge glass dome. Facing the transparent glass, the broad dome view gave him an unprecedented experience. The dark pink light enveloped his body, and the brilliant starry sky seemed to press towards him. Wow. The different sensations left him completely mesmerized. It was an absolutely stunning starry sky. Children born on a spaceship understand some basic knowledge of the universe, right? But they all expanded their knowledge through pictures and videos. The starry sky before him was simply incomparable to any image or video, as if his entire body was about to be sucked in. So magnificent. The red light represented newly born stars from high-energy rays and dark interstellar dust clouds. The blurry dust clouds, reflecting starlight near the hot young stars, formed blue reflection nebulae. The high, spiraling arms of the nebula concealed immense energy, as if that ancient, colossal, and irresistible force was rushing towards him. Outside, the temperature was 270.3 degrees, an incredibly low temperature. The vast and chilling space was filled with indescribable scenery. In that darkness and brightness, Li Qianyu suddenly felt like dust, small enough to be completely overshadowed, and in the face of true cosmos, he could only feel submissive. Those rivers of stars seemed like unchanging emperors for millennia, making his fantasy-filled heart turn devout. He didn't know whether to sigh or to admire. Neither Li Bai nor Shakespeare could express the grandeur of the universe. If humans are the essence of the universe, then this essence can only melt when experienced in person. No1 would refuse this melting even with eyes closed. The floating body would still not refuse the sensation of drifting far away in such deep space. So beautiful, he wanted to express some beautiful words, but found himself only able to exclaim. Under the beautiful scenery, the two children stared blankly. Even though they were among the best in their class, they were no exception. This was the first time they realized how inadequate human language was. "This is our Milky Way," Li Qianyu said. "That I heard that you can't see the pink glowing Milky Way from our home planet," Wei Zijiao replied. "Telescope can, but only we can look at it directly," Li Qianyu remarked. Children had known the Zhenghe ship since they were little. Most could remember what every position on the ship was for, and good students like Li Qianyu and Wei Zijiao were no exception. This was the observation cabin. With no atmospheric obstruction, the light in the universe could not be directly viewed, but it could be seen in the observation cabin. The transparent dome here was made of special glass, and only here could one appreciate the most beautiful starry sky. This dome observation hall was located towards the front of the main axis, about 40 meters in a straight line from their cabin number 6. However, due to the weightless environment, children were not allowed to come here before the age of 15, as it would affect their development. Wei Zijiao tilted her head back, letting her body float freely under the starry dome. And after a while, she sighed, "I wish I could stay here forever." "That won't do, teacher. Bai will come looking for us soon." "I know, but it's just too beautiful here," Wei Zijiao said somewhat wistfully. "I promise you, as long as you want, I will come here to watch the stars with you. Okay?" "Okay." Then, Li Tianyu's cheeks flushed. He thought for a moment and finally summoned the courage to ask, "Have you forgiven me?" Forgiven? Really? Really, I don't dislike you." "Then you? Who told you to put that thing in the shared folder? That I swear I didn't." "All right, I shouldn't have hit you just now. I was too impulsive. I'm sorry." "It didn't hurt." Li Qianyu gently rubbed his still reddened face. The children's world is so simple. A small matter can lead to a quarrel, but they can quickly make up. "Let's go back," Wei Zijiao said reluctantly. Just as Li Qianyu was about to agree, a heavy thud echoed in the corridor, sounding like something hit the metal layer of the spaceship. In the deep starry sky and dark observation cabin, this sound sent chills down their spines, causing the two children to forget to scream and instinctively huddle together. Then, a more alarming voice came. What was that sound? An adult voice came from the corridor outside. Metal deformation caused by fungi, another younger voice replied. The engineering department needs to fix it. He is becoming less competent, the first voice said. Someone is coming. Chapter 3. Lost in the spaceship. Once the behavior of the two children was discovered, at the very least, they would face disciplinary action. Despite their young age, they remembered this clearly. Most importantly, they could potentially face severe punishment on the spaceship, such as being put in confinement. If they were found out, it would be disastrous. As they heard the sounds approaching, they instinctively searched for a hiding place. However, although the area was large, it was quite empty, a pure visual observation hall, with no place for them to conceal themselves. In a panic, they groped along the wall and suddenly discovered a rectangular opening, just the right size for a child to squeeze through. Here, while Wei Zijiao was in a daze, she saw Li Tianyu already slipping into the rectangular passageway. Stop talking. Hurry up and come in. Li Tianyu pulled her in without giving her a chance to think. Fortunately, the standard clothing on the spaceship was relatively fitted, so the two children could easily enter the passage without any obstruction. This was a ventilation duct, and for some unknown reason, the cover that should have been here had fallen off. After crawling into the dusty duct, their voices echoed in the close quarters. It's not safe to meet here. Don't worry, I've blocked the surveillance. No one will discover us. Don't be too confident in the electronic monitoring system. To be honest, I don't trust machines. Now, let's talk about the phase results you mentioned earlier. Don't let me down. Understood. The young voice paused for a moment and then said very cautiously, I've found a loophole. What is it? I moved a primary school student's private message, and there was no reaction. You mean, maybe the minor protection system created this loophole for us? Give me some more time, and I should be able to succeed. How much longer? Hard to say. Maybe 168 hours, maybe 760 hours. Just tell me if it's a week or a year. I'm sorry, I'm still not used to your way of measuring time. Hours are measured in Earth time. The voice said heavily. Yeah, only when we get to GLIESE will we have a truly applicable time standard, unlike now. Get to the point. The point is that the primary school student's document is a love letter, which I initially didn't notice. I'm worried it will attract unnecessary attention. You mean our adorable primary school student will find out that his privacy has been violated? As long as they are smart enough. The two children hiding in the duct listened carefully to this exchange, and their hearts sank. They were talking about themselves. Unfortunately, they couldn't move at all right now. In a panic, Wei Zijiao accidentally kicked Li Tianyu in the head. Although it didn't hurt much, when Li Tianyu instinctively covered his head, his elbow hit the edge of the duct. Bang! The loud noise stunned both children. Wei Zijiao tried to crawl deeper into the duct, but she and Li Tianyu got stuck together, unable to move. In the chaos, Li Tianyu, afraid that Wei Zijiao would make a sound, quickly covered her mouth. Wei Zijiao instinctively struggled, but was tightly held in Li Tianyu's embrace. What sound? Is it a fungus? The person speaking sounded like a middle-aged man, his voice heavy. Shoo! Another voice, younger, was clearly more alert. The sound did not come from outside. They could clearly feel a beam of light shining into the duct. With this little light, Li Tianyu could already see the sweat beating on Wei Zijiao's forehead. As the light grew brighter, his heart began to race. They're coming, they'll find us. If it were just a regular mistake, we could just face the punishment, but they clearly heard something they shouldn't have, right here in this usually empty observation room. It's a ventilation duct, the young man said. It looks very narrow, doesn't it? Indeed, an adult wouldn't be able to fit in. The access control won't be open to kids, the middle-aged man's voice asserted. It should be, unless. What do you want to say? Management was on high alert, but soon the beam of light moved away. Nothing, the cover is here. It looks like it fell off naturally. If you want to be a repairman, I'll send you right now. The young man chuckled and said, You just promised to give me time. After all, we've been working hard for so long. Well, the middle-aged man seemed to be feeling sentimental. It's been so long. You were a genius back then. I don't want you to disappoint me. Thank you for the compliment. I don't think you'll have to wait too long. Good luck. Thanks, this kind of thing really needs a bit of luck. About that primary school student's private message. I'll handle it. After a long time, the conversation ceased. The two little ones cautiously poked their heads out, confirming that the people had walked far away, and then they timidly crawled out of the ventilation duct. Wei Zijiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. But before she could fully exhale, something suddenly jabbed her from behind. Li Tianyu, what are you doing? Why didn't you come out? You're blocking me. You really scared me. Wei Zijiao couldn't even feel embarrassed or angry. Even seeing the beautiful starry sky didn't bring her the initial awe and excitement. Let's go. Li Tianyu instinctively felt a bit of panic. So he walked in front of Wei Zijiao and entered the safety door. They wanted to return to cabin 6 the same way, but they accidentally took a wrong turn. Where are we? Due to the weightlessness causing a loss of sense of direction, they ended up at the wrong door. By the time they realized this, they had no idea where they were. The observation room was located at the front end of the Zhenghe ship's central axis, surrounded by 12 large main cabin rooms that rotated around the main axis. Each intersection connected to the central axis, which was awkward because each cabin had a specific function, and going through the wrong door would definitely get them caught. In the vastness of space, the Zhenghe ship was small, but compared to human-made machinery. The largest aircraft carrier on Earth had a usable area of only 9,800 square meters, while this large spacecraft in orbit had a gravitational area exceeding 110,000 square meters, not including the surface area of the zero-gravity zone. The length of the central axis main cabin exceeded 350 meters, and the living area formed by 12 supergravity cabins had a circumference diameter of an astonishing 270 meters, with a very complex internal structure. If such a spaceship appeared on the surface of its home planet, it would undoubtedly be a colossal presence. Getting lost in the non-gravity zone of the central axis from the future was not something children could handle. Don't panic. There must be a way. Li Tianyu tapped into his instinct as a young boy, even though he was scared too. Wei Zijiao regretted her anger. She shouldn't have called Li Tianyu out alone. Although that incident was indeed embarrassing, her authority as class monitor should have been enough to control her classmates. Even if it escalated to the teacher, it wouldn't be worse than the current situation. Thinking of the terrifying consequences, if they were really put in confinement, their class leader status would be taken away, and they might lose the chance to lead the landing on GLIESE 581G in the future. It was not worth the loss. But now it was too late to say anything. They could only grit their teeth and follow Li Tianyu, who seemed relatively calm. But where was the way back? The path ahead grew darker and darker. Wei Zijiao, being a girl, became scared and pulled Li Tianyu's small hand, trembling uncontrollably. In fact, if it weren't for being in front of a girl, Li Tianyu's legs would have gone soft long ago. The passage was illuminated by a red light, and this area, which they had never been to before, was impossible to pinpoint accurately. There were only a few key areas on the Zhenghe ship, and as long as they found a landmark, they could determine the direction. Following the bright red passage, Li Tianyu discovered that the red light ahead was intensifying. Behind a safety door, something was glowing. Come on, come on, Li Tianyu called to Wei Zijiao. Wei Zijiao timidly followed behind. What else could she do? It felt like they had boarded a pirate ship, and what if they got caught? As they continued forward, they realized that the source of the red glow was a long glass observation window, and the eerie red light was emanating from there. Li Tianyu leaned in, instantly taken aback by the scene inside. What do you see? Wei Zijiao, being shorter, tiptoed to barely reach the edge of the view. When her gaze fell on the enormous conical structure in front of the glass window, her expression mirrored his, stunned into silence. M-Drive engine. This massive engine was the heart of the spacecraft, the source of all its energy and power. It was assisted by a nuclear thermal reactor, generating electromagnetic force to drive the M-Drive engine, thus producing powerful acceleration. When the prototype theory of the M-Drive engine was proposed, it caused an uproar. A space engine that surpassed solar sails by 100 times could, once in use, reach the moon in just 4 hours and Mars in 10 weeks. However, this prototype was soon confirmed to be pseudoscience. Fuel-less propulsion remained a dream. Humanity did not give up on the dream of space travel despite setbacks. As the space race between China and the United States intensified in the mid-21st century, the M-Drive engine was proposed once again. designing a larger cavity to generate a more reasonable electromagnetic field distribution, expanding the capability of directed microwaves to do work on particles, combined with nuclear fusion, fission, and phenomena like matter-antimatter annihilation to enhance thrust. This discovery was groundbreaking. It was due to the existence of this engine that humanity dared to challenge long-distance space travel. However, even if it could reach a speed of 31,091 kilometers per second, which is 1/10 the speed of light, this speed was still too slow for the universe. Nevertheless, it was the fastest known power source to humanity. Li Tianyu had only seen this famous engine in models and textbooks before. This was the first time he saw the real thing. It was indeed enormous. Wei Zijiao was also shocked by the size of the engine. Currently, they could only see its upper half from the observation window. She had memorized the engine's specifications: a diameter of nearly 30 meters, a total length of 124 meters, and a nuclear thermal propulsion system length of 45 meters. She quickly realized that their problem was not assessing the basic data of the thermal engine, but rather how to get out. I remember the nuclear thermal engine is basically located at the back 1/3 of the spacecraft, which means we found the direction, Li Tianyu said excitedly. Finding direction in a weightless environment requires a reference point. With such a large reference point, they finally knew which way to go. It's all your fault for leading us the wrong way, Wei Zijiao complained. How can you blame me? We couldn't find the direction together. It's your fault. Just your fault. Wei Zijiao grumbled while urging Li Tianyu to move forward. The two children crossed the safety door and unexpectedly bumped into someone coming toward them. Oh no. Chapter 4. Puberty comes a bit early, oh no. The words surged in Li Tianyu's mind as Wei Zijiao wasn't doing any better. She had heard her uncle say that the engine part mostly operated automatically, and that maintenance was required after a period of time. Who would have thought they would bump into someone here? They were already flustered, and now they were completely at a loss. Who let you in here? The person they collided with was wearing a helmet, making it hard to see his face, but his voice was clear and he didn't seem too old. I'm sorry. Li Tianyu lowered his head, about to make an excuse, when he suddenly heard Wei Zijiao excitedly calling out and rushing forward. Uncle! Wei Zijiao opened her arms and ran towards him, while the adult was momentarily taken aback before embracing her. Oh, Zijiao, how is it you? The young man in an orange engineer's outfit held her with one hand while taking off his helmet. He was a handsome young man with well-defined facial features, sporting the standard short hair of someone on a spaceship, and his face showed a hint of surprise. We accidentally came in. We were just... Yes. We don't know how, but suddenly there was weightlessness outside, and we got pulled in. The path in front was chaotic, and we ended up here. Li Tianyu interrupted Wei Zijiao, intentionally positioning his body to shield her, try to hide her face behind his shoulder. Wei Guang, a young aerospace engineer mainly responsible for engine maintenance, was someone Li Tianyu recognized from the ship's internal news. He was the first excellent graduate from Zhenghe Academy to join the workforce, but beyond that, Li Tianyu didn't know much more. The environment on the spaceship didn't bond people through blood relations. Children had to concentrate on collective living from a young age, and the feelings among classmates often ran deeper than familial ties. So, Wei Zijiao wouldn't discuss her uncle much in front of her classmates. Li Tianyu noticed that Wei Guang didn't issue any warnings before approaching the two children. He simply came over to grab them until he confirmed that one of them was Wei Zijiao. While this behavior couldn't prove anything, Li Tianyu's deep-seated wariness made him keep an eye out. You shouldn't be here. Wei Guang set Wei Zijiao down, tucking his helmet under his arm. We really didn't mean to. The path ahead was quite chaotic, and we only realized we were lost after arriving here. Wei Zijiao was puzzled as to why he interrupted her conversation with her uncle, but Li Tianyu discreetly gestured behind his back, and, after years of tacit understanding, she grasped his meaning, deciding to ask any questions later. Where did you come from? Wei Guang asked. Li Tianyu shook his head, saying it was an accident, so we didn't see the path clearly. Wei Guang continued, Did you see any special landmarks? Like the observation room? Upon hearing observation room, Li Tianyu became alert and immediately denied it. Really not. Really not. I see. Wei Guang seemed a bit puzzled, but seeing the two children's determined attitude, he said, Normally, everyone would pass through the observation room to get here. If you didn't come from there, did you crawl through the ventilation ducts? Seeing the two children covered in dust, Wei Guang displayed a knowing expression. Okay, it's clear you made a mistake, and you were quite bold. Although he said this, his tone didn't carry excessive reproach. Taking advantage of Wei Guang's hesitation, Li Qianyu discreetly winked at Wei Zijiao. At that moment, Wei Zijiao had already regained her usual cleverness, quickly understanding Li Qianyu's intention. She then pretended to be scared and timidly said, "Uncle, you won't turn us into teacher by, right? That would be terrible for us." "Oh, shouldn't you accept some discipline? We didn't mean it. Really, we got lost." As she spoke, Wei Zijiao took Wei Guang's hand. "But, please, uncle, if we go back like this, we won't be able to explain, and we will definitely be punished." Just as Wei Guang showed a hesitant expression, Wei Zijiao's eyes immediately filled with tears, and she looked like she was about to cry. "I can't do anything with you. I'll take you back, but you have to keep a secret. If they find out I covered for you, I'll be punished too. Don't worry, uncle, you're the best." Wei Zijiao broke into a smile, happily taking her uncle's hand. The kind uncle clearly didn't expect that the two children would once again exchange glances when he wasn't paying attention. This time, it was Wei Zijiao's proud expression that Li Qianyu caught, as if to say, "In the end, it's still up to me, right?" Under Wei Guang's lead, they walked for a while and reached the point where they had gotten lost. This was the central axis of the 12 main cabins, where the route was most complex. "The school is at." Wei Guang hesitated for a moment and said, "Oh, I remember now. There seems to have been a small problem in cabin 6. It was just reported, but it should be fixed by now." So the engineering department knew there was a problem there, Li Qianyu thought. But he didn't delve deeper. Right now, he just wanted to get back to school as fast as possible. It seemed that was the safest place on the entire ship. Once they left the area with the most branching paths, the way ahead became much easier, with only one passage to follow. After passing through several safety doors, they finally returned to the main cabin. As soon as they entered the decompression chamber, Li Qianyu and Wei Zijiao felt their bodies suddenly become heavy. The sudden feeling of gravity was truly strange. It took them a while to adapt, and when Li Qianyu stepped out of the door, he stumbled and fell to the ground, rubbing his backside and saying, "Why is my body so heavy?" Sudden gravity is normal to be unaccustomed to. Remember, next time don't wander into places you shouldn't be. Wei Guang reminded them. "Got it." The two children hung their heads, speaking in unison. Wei Guang went back through the safety door, and it closed behind him. Back in their familiar environment, the two children finally let out a sigh of relief. They had escaped danger. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Wei Zijiao grabbed Li Qianyu, who looked quite cryptic, pulling him away from the safety door range in 3 quick steps. "What?" Li Qianyu was a bit confused. "It seems like you're suspicious of my uncle." "Oh, that matter? We should still be careful. After all, those two mysterious people seem to be plotting something, and they mentioned us. I think the fewer people who know, the better," Li Qianyu said in a lowered voice. "But my uncle." Wei Zijiao's eyes darted around, her tone uncertain. "It shouldn't be him. Whether it is or not, we need to be cautious. Those people mention Meow Meow, and I'm afraid they'll come after us sooner or later. At that time, we can keep our mouths shut." "Don't worry, I'm not stupid." Wei Zijiao pouted again. "What I'm worried about is..." Li Qianyu's words were cut off as he suddenly felt 2 unfriendly glares directed at him from behind. "Bye. Teacher, bye." Because of feeling guilty, Li Qianyu displayed an awkwardly flattering smile. Teacher Bai Yuhan had a refined appearance. Among the recently graduated students, she was one of the top performers. As for why she was assigned to teach at the elementary level, many students initially felt sorry for her until her first batch of students received meticulous care from the Ministry of Education, at which point some realized she was actually being valued. "Are you two still here whispering? I've been looking for you for over 2 hours," Bai Yuhan said sternly. Then grabbed Li Qianyu's ear. "Am I being too lenient with you?" "Ah, Teacher Bai, please let me explain. Today was destined to be an unlucky day. I got slapped by Wei Zijiao, got involved in strange matters, and then had my ear pulled by Teacher Bai. If there's a next life, he swears to stay far away from these creatures called women." In the teacher's office, blocking out unrelated people, in front of the two of them, Teacher Bai Yuhan opened the letter titled to Wei Zijiao. She asked in an incredulous tone, "Did you write this?" Li Qianyu knew he couldn't hide the truth any longer. But this matter was no longer as simple as a love letter. He had to use the excuse of protecting the privacy of minors to prevent Teacher by from spreading the matter of the love letter any further. Although he was already sure that most of the classmates had seen the letter, it no longer mattered. Surprisingly, Teacher Bai did not criticize him harshly, but instead murmured in a teasing tone, "This child is hitting puberty a bit early." Chapter 5, A Different Mission, deducting 10 credits from 2 elementary school students. Education Minister Hua Likun pushed up his glasses and showed a look of doubt as he faced the report from Education Department Director Li Hongyi. At 65 years old, Hua Likun had served as the Minister of Education for 20 years, and at least 1/3 of the people on the ship had received his education, making him a well-deserved education expert on the Zhenghe. Due to population reasons, not every newborn was sent to school immediately. Instead, children of similar ages were grouped together to form a grade. To differentiate, elementary school classes were named by their cohort rather than by academic year. If all went well, these students would spend a long educational journey together until they reached adulthood, at which point they would be assigned to different jobs based on their specialties. Yes, the response from Director Li Hongyi was somewhat quiet, as one of the children was his son, due to the early death of his mother. He had always been quite lenient with this son. Fortunately, nothing terrible ever happened within the ship's system, but he never expected that there would be a case of leaving supervision during school hours. According to Teacher Bai's report, these 2 children had left the self-study room for as long as 2 hours using their class committee member status, and they were only discovered after missing a craft class. Most importantly, they were also caught in a romantic relationship. Hua Likun did not immediately express an opinion. His expression was somewhat unusual. Li Hongyi, who had been educated by Professor Hua in his youth, recognized that this was his thoughtful expression. "Do you think this is appropriate?" Hua Likun asked. "There's nothing inappropriate about it. The school has regulations, and they should be punished accordingly," Li Hongyi answered without hesitation. "What about outside of regulations?" Professor Hua asked a strange question. "Outside of regulations?" Li Hongyi had not thought about it and stammered, "I hadn't thought about that." "Then what did they do after leaving supervision?" Li Hongyi suddenly recalled something strange and quickly said, "According to Teacher Bai's report, their whereabouts were not recorded by surveillance. We have confirmed this with the engineering department." "The surveillance malfunctioned?" Hua Likun raised an eyebrow and asked. "There's no evidence to prove the surveillance was broken." "Oh." Hua Likun was taken aback, then asked, "So there is also no evidence to prove that the kids did anything wrong?" "Yes, but based on speculation. Education for children must also be based on reason. What is the basis for this speculation?" Hua Likun was clearly trying to exonerate the children. Li Hongyi knew that it couldn't be his fault. This group of students was inherently complex. In another 30 years, it would be landing day, and at that time, they would be around 40, right in the prime of their lives. Humanity would land on GLIESE 581G and successfully bring human civilization to another planet. If anyone would go down in history, it would surely be from this group of students. "Hongyi, you need to understand that since there is no evidence proving they did anything wrong during the time they were out of sight, why should they lose so many credits? You should know that 10 credits can impact a person's future. There are many who became captains and political commissars from the elementary class." "I know that, but the early romance is indeed a fact. Haven't you ever played house?" Hua Likun dismissed it lightly. "But why are you stammering again?" Hua Likun said heavily. "Teacher, you're joking. Playing house is a game for preschool children. Li Qianyu is no longer a child, and he even wrote a love letter." Hua Likun's wrinkled face suddenly looked somewhat strange. Finally, he couldn't hold back anymore. A hearty laugh broke the usual seriousness of this veteran educator. "Ha ha, this child. Teacher, what are you laughing at?" In front of Hua Likun, Li Hongyi was just a child himself, standing respectfully to one side, uncertain how to react to the minister laughing like a child. "What book is Li Qianyu reading lately?" "Ah." Li Hongyi was taken aback. He clearly did not expect the old minister to be interested in what an elementary school student was reading. "Let me see." Li Hongyi raised his wrist to release a 3D projection from his ID watch, retrieving a list of borrowed books. One of the titles was startlingly Heidi's Sexuality Report, Women's Edition. Hua Likun was astonished, taking off his glasses, as if he couldn't see his subordinate's expression through the lenses, and asked in surprise, "He can already understand these things? This kid, no wonder. I must have a good talk with him." Li Hongyi was furious, feeling an itch in his hands today. "How are you going to deal with it?" Hua Kun leaned back in his chair, watching the visibly agitated father with interest. Yeah, how to deal with it? Beat him? As an education expert, such a simple and crude method of education should not be applied to him. Li Hongyi thought deeply. Director, you need to come over. Teacher Bai's voice came through the communicator. What happened? It's about the 53rd cohort of students. Li Hongyi felt the veins on his forehead throb. He had been studying his precious son, and now, what had happened to the 53rd cohort? During self-study, Li Tianyu was lecturing the elementary school students on knowledge beyond their age. It was clear from the tone that Teacher Bai had content he was embarrassed to mention. I'm discussing this matter with the minister. Please bring up the surveillance. The screen displayed Li Tianyu's confident and charismatic figure beyond his peers, standing at the podium and speaking eloquently. The fact is that sexuality itself is not wrong. What needs to change is society's attitude towards it. Our society, under strict military management, is obviously conservative and lacks flexibility, which is detrimental to the establishment of a diverse social structure and easily sows the seeds of opposition and conflict. Unlike the usual lively atmosphere, the children in the audience were all in a daze. He is actually spreading this among elementary school students. This is outrageous. I must. Li Hongyi was furious. Compared to lecturing, it would be more effective to give him a couple of slaps on the backside, at least for relief. What are you going to do? Hua Kun was also shocked by Li Tianyu's statements that were not appropriate for children, but he found a problem within. The ID is borrowed by you. If there's a problem, you, the guardian, are the one at fault first. Li Hongyi felt a headache coming on. He would definitely change the application password when he got back, making sure he could no longer access those books. However, before he could settle this thought, Minister Hua said, books, in fact, do not need to be divided into adult and children's literature. They are all normal publications, just differing in timing. I have long suggested that the committee change this regulation to allow our children to develop a natural curiosity to explore. Reading more books is not a bad thing. Li Hongyi felt that today the minister was clearly being biased. No matter what he said, it was wrong. I think we need to reform the education of children. Hua Kun suddenly changed his tone. Reform? Li Hongyi clearly did not expect the topic to shift so quickly. How did it suddenly involve educational reform? Yes, it's reform. Hua Kun stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, walked back and forth, then said seriously, what is the purpose of our education? It is to enable our next generation to have the ability to control the spaceship to reach the GLIESE planet. No, it is to build a new homeland, to fulfill the dreams of our ancestors as we have drifted in the universe for nearly 200 years. What does that have to do with our education? Li Hongyi, being a smart person, realized immediately as his words fell. Yes, this generation doesn't have much to do with it, but the next generation does. They are the ones who will land. Thinking is like a layer of window paper. Once it's broken, everything becomes clear. The ability to operate a spaceship is certainly part of education, and this aspect is important for him, his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather. However, for the next generation, they will be leaving the spaceship. Humanity's ability to overcome harsh environments has never relied on one or two advanced tools, but rather on creativity. Hua Kun said seriously, our two generations have emphasized discipline, execution, and team spirit, while the next generation must possess a creativity that surpasses ours. This is their mission, to emerge from the cradle of artificial intelligence. So what should we do? Let them think and act, and we will quietly support them from behind. As Li Hongyi looked at his mischievous son on the screen, he felt a sense of comfort. The missions of their two generations are different. Perhaps his son will indeed be forever etched at the top of the history of the new homeland. However, that is still far off. What should be done about Teacher Bai's report? Chapter 6. Artificial Intelligence. After giving an elaborate speech in the classroom, Li Tianyu felt quite pleased with himself. But soon he became despondent, as very few of the children understood what he was talking about. Looking at his classmates, who were staring blankly like ducks, stretching their necks, he felt lonely. Everything seemed the same as usual. Classes were held, self-study continued. However, Li Tianyu had a strange feeling, as if someone was watching him from behind. A sense of unease stemming from the conversation he overheard in the anti-gravity chamber. When a history teacher, whose hair had turned gray, called out that class was over, Li Tianyu pulled Wei Zijiao into the narrow teacher's preparation room next to the podium. This small preparation room could barely fit a single desk, and if 2 or 3 people stood in it, it felt cramped. Usually, teachers used this space to grade homework and prepare lessons, and some items from the class committee were stored here. What do you want to do, Li Tianyu? Wei Zijiao recalled the earlier summary of the sexuality report and found it unbearable how shamelessly the other person had acted. Most of the classmates didn't understand what he was saying, but that didn't stop the elementary students from blushing. Shoo. Business first, Li Tianyu said seriously, completely dropping his previous playful demeanor. You? Wei Zijiao was skeptical. I'm telling you, that matter isn't over, Li Tianyu said solemnly. Not over? I know that teacher has already reported it, and all the credits I've worked hard to earn will be deducted. Wei Zijiao's face turned to one of despair at the thought. Don't cry, don't cry. It's not about the report. Then what is it about? Do you remember the conversation between those two? Thinking of yesterday's experience made Wei Zijiao shudder. She weakly nodded. They mentioned Miao Miao, and they also mentioned Minister He. I suspect they must be conspiring about something. Our eavesdropping will eventually be exposed. What? What should we do? Wei Zijiao was so scared that her mouth couldn't close. Li Tianyu tried to steady his emotions and said, as long as they find out someone is eavesdropping, it would be hard not to think of elementary students. Besides, they have already accessed my private channel. If they trace it back here, we'll be in big trouble. What kind of trouble? Li Tianyu pretended to make a slitting motion across his neck, which frightened Wei Zijiao to the point of losing her color. Then hurry up and report it to Teacher Bai. Shoo. We can't tell the teacher, Li Tianyu said nervously. Think about it. They don't know who we are yet, but if we tell the teacher, we would be exposing ourselves in advance, and it would be much easier for them to deal with us. But how can we deal with adults? Besides, they clearly don't seem like good people. Yes, the conversation between those mysterious individuals obviously indicates a serious issue. Bad people tend to hide when they have conspiracies to avoid eavesdropping. Li Tianyu had no experience with such matters, but he could still understand the reasoning. With 1 class monitor and 1 academic committee member, how can we not come up with a solution? Besides, we still have a whole class to help us. Think about who can assist us in this matter. Wenbo. Wei Zijiao suddenly mentioned name. As soon as Li Tianyu heard the name Wenbo, he thought it might actually work and then suddenly opened the door and shouted outside, Wenbo, come in for a moment. Wenbo was the class's literary committee member. Usually lively, but with 85 of previous literary committee members being female, it was clear that a man could only become a literary committee member through exceptional talent. Of course, that wasn't the main point. When Bo entered the small preparation room suspiciously, upon seeing Li Tianyu and Wei Zijiao together, he spoke rather rudely, class monitor. You're going too far. You keep bothering classmate Wei Zijiao every day and are setting a very bad example for us. Shut up. Let's talk business. When Bo was startled by their seriousness and quickly closed his mouth, nervously widening his eyes to listen. Li Tianyu was about to speak when Bo suddenly burst out laughing. Come on, aside from love letters, what business do you have? Let me read it to you. Wei Zijiao's face turned bright red, like a big apple, but it was too late to stop when Bo's mouth. When will dramatically recite it? I fear seeing your sweet smile like a lotus again. I fear seeing your graceful body approaching me lightly. How should I express my gratitude to you? My Zijiao. Shut up. Li Tianyu covered when Bo's mouth tightly until he could no longer resist. All right, I won't read it anymore, okay? When Bo raised his hand in surrender, and this round of banter came to an end. This is not the time for nonsense. Listen carefully. The spaceship is in big trouble. Until when Bo, as if he were hearing a heavenly scripture, listened to the entire account of the two's adventure yesterday. His mouth finally formed an O shape. You went to the anti-gravity area? How was it? Was it fun? That's not the point. Li Tianyu and Wei Zijiao said in unison, their annoyance evident. When Bo quickly covered his ears and pleaded for mercy, Stop. With such a big issue, even your class monitor and academic committee member can't handle it. What can I do? ISNT your brother in the control room? Can he find a way to investigate why the cameras were malfunctioning that day? Li Tianyu suggested. The cameras malfunctioned? I haven't heard of that. When Bo was surprised. If there was a functional failure, the spaceship would have issued a notice. The problem is that there hasn't been a notice. Otherwise, how would teacher by not know we went to the anti-gravity area? Li Tianyu said. Wenbo stroked his chin and pondered. What you said makes sense. But this matter is not under my brother's jurisdiction. The control room manages all the electronic devices on the ship. If your brother can't do anything, who can? Wei Zijiao asked weakly. Maybe there's one person who knows. Wenbo said. Who? Li Tianyu asked. Meow meow. Are you kidding? That's artificial intelligence, Li Tianyu said uncertainly. That is true, but no one knows the ins and outs of everything on the ship better than Meow Meow. If you ask it, maybe we'll know everything. Even if Meow Meow knows, how can we have the authority to mobilize it? Besides, those people blacked out their privacy channels precisely to avoid Meow Meow. Li Tianyu didn't say the latter part, but he already understood that Meow Meow certainly didn't know about this matter. Not necessarily. I heard something. Wenbo's expression was somewhat smug. What is it? Li Tianyu asked impatiently. There's always been a legend on the ship that Meow Meow is alive. Both Li Tianyu and Wei Zijiao came from families that were not involved in system engineering, and their understanding of artificial intelligence was no greater than that of others, let alone the so-called secrets circulating among the masses. The legend goes that during the return voyage uprising, the rebel leader Gao Fong, in a desperate situation, ran towards a control room with a remote bomb. The pursuers, afraid of provoking him, dare not shoot or chase too closely. However, when they reached compartment 8, the safety door suddenly closed, trapping only the rebel leader inside. At that time, compartment 8 was just a large storage room filled with non-essential living supplies. While still very useful, they were not indispensable. We all know what happened next. Gao Fong detonated the bomb in compartment 8, and afterwards, everyone spread the rumor that his bomb was triggered. Triggered? Li Tianyu was very surprised. This contradicted what he learned in class. Yes, think about it. Why would he blow up a supply compartment? He brought explosives to hijack the spaceship. So why did he wait until he was in an empty place to detonate it? Li Tianyu liked reading and was naturally good at thinking. At this moment, he began to understand something. Who remotely controlled this bomb? That's the right answer. Wenbo wanted to clap his hands, but only made a gesture without actually clapping, then continued mysteriously. Think about who detonated the remote bomb. I haven't heard of any records. It was Meow Meow who detonated the bomb. Wenbo revealed a strange smile and said, that's the most reasonable inference. That shouldn't be the case. According to the 3 laws of robotics, robots cannot harm humans. Li Tianyu's mouth almost couldn't close. He really couldn't believe it. So the spaceship is alive, which means Meow Meow is alive. It can make choices just like humans. Li Tianyu was uncertain whether this was true or just a rumor. Let me think about it some more. The 3 of them walked out of the teacher's office, and at that moment, the bespectacled natural science teacher slowly stepped onto the podium with a handwritten notebook, and the next class began. Stand up. Class monitor Li Tianyu continued to fulfill his duties. A new class had started in the deep sleep chamber of the 6th main cabin of the Zhenghe spacecraft. A dim light green glow created a good pre-sleep environment. This light was just enough for people to see objects without being harsh on the eyes, and there was an indescribable tranquility in this space. The sleep chamber was lined with rows of sleep pods, and everyone needed to sleep inside these pods. The children who grew up in space had never known about something called a coffin on their home planet. One day, by chance, they saw a scene of a burial in an original film archived 168 years ago, and they suddenly realized that this was just a deep sleep pod. This sleep pod couldn't allow them to sleep for hundreds of years like in sci-fi movies, but a good environment could extend the duration of deep sleep, which could reduce emissions from a consumption perspective and improve health and lifespan, which is one reason why the average lifespan of people on the Zhenghe spacecraft can reach 90 years. Since children had to live collectively after starting school, the entire class of 60 people rested in a large cabin, each with their own deep sleep pod, which protected privacy and improved sleep quality. As the sound of hydraulic movement echoed, the sleep pod door closed, and the originally transparent skylight turned into a light blue screen, displaying familiar text. Do you want to enter sleep mode? Yes, no. Li Tianyu took a deep breath and chose no for the first time. Do you want to play music? Yes, no. No. Li Tianyu knew that at this moment, Meow Meow was watching over him. It was like a guardian always concerned for its children. The children liked it very much and were willing to trust it, but after all, It was just an artificial intelligence. Chapter 7 Delicious Meow Meow. Li Tianyu finally let out this exclamation. What's the matter? A gentle and tranquil voice emanated from the sleep pod, as if it would remain indifferent to anything, yet seemed to contain complex emotions. Li Tianyu knew that those emotions were all imagined by humans, just like a person cannot develop feelings for a rock. If someone falls in love with a rock, it must be because the rock has been carved into something resembling the person they love, thus creating a kind of anthropomorphic sentiment. No one knew what Meow Meow's voice truly sounded like, because it spoke differently to each person, selecting its tone based on individual needs. Perhaps due to Li Tianyu's lack of maternal love since childhood, every time he heard Meow Meow's voice, he felt as if he were hearing his mother's voice, and inside the sleep pod, he felt even more like he was being cared for by his mother. But he constantly reminded himself that it was just an artificial intelligence. He didn't want to confuse Meow Meow with his mother. Today, in the sleep pod, Li Tianyu suddenly felt a strange sense of dependence, different from ordinary trust or commands. He was making a request. Meow Meow, can I trust you? As long as you want. Meow Meow's tone remained calm, and in the soft light, it gave the child lying down a sense of peace. If someone attacks me, you will protect me, right? I cannot stand by and watch someone get hurt. The first law of robotics. Li Tianyu thought to himself, after all, it's still artificial intelligence. How could it be alive? Entering sleep mode, he turned over and fell asleep. Sleep is an active process. It is a necessary rest for restoring energy, beneficial for mental and physical recovery. The health and lifespan of a person are closely related to the duration of deep sleep. Normally, after 6 hours, Li Tianyu would feel refreshed when he emerged from the deep sleep pod, but this time he only felt groggy, and his sleep quality was rated D, which was very poor. When the sleepy Li Tianyu encountered Wenbo on his way to the classroom, the first question he faced was about his communication with Meow Meow. It's just an artificial intelligence. Li Tianyu yawned as he spoke. You're mistaken. Wenbo said mysteriously. Have you heard of the death of the unicorn? What? Li Tianyu was taken aback. It's a theory, seizing the opportunity to show off. Wenbo became quite pleased with himself, gesturing to the ceiling as he said, once upon a time on Earth, there lived a group of pure unicorns in the great forests, and only the purest people could see them. However, more and more evil people began to spread rumors that unicorns didn't exist at all. And then unicorns really ceased to exist. Why? Li Tianyu's curiosity was piqued, and his drowsiness dissipated. Those bad people led the good people astray, and later no one could see the unicorns anymore. They died in the human dictionary. This can explain. Li Tianyu's mind was sparked. The death of a unicorn is not about whether it truly died, but rather that people no longer believe in its existence, and thus it seems to truly not exist. However, as long as one believes, only by believing can it exist. But that is not scientific. Science is a process of constant overturning. Wenbo, the excellent literary committee member, imitated the famous earth scientist Professor He Hong's delivery of this great quote perfectly. Li Tianyu began to seriously ponder this question. If he believed Meow Meow was alive, then its emotions would show inclinations. It would love some people and dislike others, and its decisions would be biased rather than based purely on hard data. So, would it love him? To understand this question, you should first understand what Meow Meow really is, Wei Zijiao suggested. An operation manual? It's just a guidebook, right? Wei Zijiao said. The first-generation spaceship AI Meow, based on the linguistic characteristics of the Chinese people, is affectionately referred to as Meow Meow. For the past 168 Earth years, Meow Meow has been a good assistant to humans on the spaceship, from kindergarten children's enlightenment to major resolutions of the Spaceship Committee. It is present everywhere. Currently, the 6,301 crew members aboard the spaceship can establish contact with Meow Meow through their IDs at any time. And Meow Meow will also serve as a notary at appropriate times. Is it really, as Wenbo said, alive? Is this merely a beautiful fairy tale woven by children, or a fact that truly exists? With this question in mind, Li Tianyu sought out one of the concept communicators mentioned by Wenbo, Wensong. Wensong was Wenbo's older brother, though they were 14 years apart in age. Wensong was already a staff member in the central control room of the science department. When he saw his brother bringing a friend home to play, Wensong welcomed them with a kind smile. A magical green juice attracted the attention of Li Qianyu and Wei Zijiao. As they watched the tempting liquid flow into a shiny glass, their throats involuntarily rolled. This is a fruit newly grown in the laboratory, brought by the agricultural department of the science department for us to try. I heard this fruit is grown all over the Earth mother planet, but it's a bit extravagant on the spaceship as it consumes too much water. Wensong seemed more interested in planting than his actual job, introducing the planting methods of this plant while carrying a tray. Wenbo admired his brother, but he didn't touch the tray. He just greedily stared at the juice in the cup, instinctively salivating. This is kiwi juice. Because the plant loves light, it's difficult to cultivate. It requires ample artificial light, which wastes energy. Since it's an experiment, we only tried planting a few, and then we preserve them in the seed bank, waiting to select suitable ones for planting after we land on GLIESE. The children stared at the swaying liquid in the cup, as if it were a precious item. And although they were tempted, no one dared to drink it. Go ahead, it won't be fresh for long, Wensong said with a smile to the three children. For some reason, Li Qianyu's intuition told him that this big brother with ordinary blue-frame glasses was a bit overly concerned about them. The fruits in the laboratory were precious, and he was willing to share them with his brother's classmates. Such generosity was something that even Grandpa Hua, the education minister, did not possess. This thought flashed through his mind, but Li Qianyu did not drink the precious juice first. Instead, he raised a question that had been on his mind. Excuse me. I heard from Wenbo that Meow Meow is alive. Is that true? It was not surprising for a primary school student to ask this question. After all, students are full of imaginative thoughts. It would be strange if an adult with fixed ideas were to ask this question instead. Wensong smiled and said, I already understood your intentions through my brother. This question can be viewed from different angles, just like how children love dolls. They seek emotional comfort from dolls. Can you say that dolls are alive? But our childhood indeed sought emotions from dolls. So from this perspective, saying Meow Meow is alive is not incorrect. Does being alive itself refer to emotions? Li Qianyu continued to ask. Wensong, somewhat uncertain, replied, if we discuss it from a biological perspective, Meow Meow is definitely not alive, as it has no blood or flesh. However, I believe it can sense human feelings, even emotions, and it is different for each person. If you're interested, I have discussion videos from the Meow Meow Enthusiast Association where there are more discussions about whether Meow Meow has life, and even explanations directly from Meow Meow. Is there such an association? Wei Zijiao asked in surprise. Wensong habitually scratched the back of his head and said, it's just an interest group, nothing too formal. Give me your IDs, and I'll send it to you right away. On the spaceship, everyone's ID stores a lot of information, and exchanging information through IDs is highly efficient, saving a lot of unnecessary conversation. After the information was sent, Wensong, who had already started working, clearly had no interest in playing with the elementary school students. He advised them to finish their juice and then left, leaving only Li Qianyu, Wei Zijiao, and Wenbai, three young children, in the room. Let's drink the juice. Wenbai finally couldn't help it, picked up his cup, curiously sniffed it, and found it fragrant. A peculiar sourness stimulated his mouth, producing a lot of saliva. He stuck out his tongue and licked the green liquid, instantly feeling that mysterious stimulation on his taste buds. It tastes really good. Guided by Wenbai, the two other children finally sent this precious juice down their throats. The soft, sour, and fragrant flavor lifted their taste buds to an unprecedented height. It was truly delicious. Chapter 8 Memoirs of Peng Jiaxi, the information retrieved from Brother Wenbo, was a video of discussions among a group of adults about whether Meow Meow is life. Most of these people had a fanciful imagination, intuitively asserting certain things without specific scientific basis. With only a bit of consensus that mentioned everyone's operating habits in the original computer system were different, leading to awkwardness when using someone else's computer. Li Qianyu had little understanding of this, but could sense that the old-fashioned computers that relied on controllers had a user-specific control habit, which also made one feel the differences between the same systems for the first time. Meow Meow's different responses to each person's voice, tone, and attitude were probably a variation of this original system. Many believe that this individuality led to intelligence. Compared to the initial era, Meow Meow accompanied generation after generation of people on the spaceship, becoming increasingly mature. Most people on the spaceship no longer had the concept of a commander or owner regarding it. While the Meow Meow Enthusiast Association proved through various methods that Meow Meow had developed biological emotions, which could be seen as a result of artificial intelligence learning, but it still could not be said to have life. Some insisted that this was biological evolution. Oh well, the aimless debate left Li Tianyu confused. Lying down in the sleep pod, he decided to try his own method. Meow Meow. And he heard Meow Meow's calm and serene voice. Can you help me check who accessed the private message I wrote to Wei Zijiao? No, I can't find out. Why? That's your privacy channel. I don't have the authority to access it, but I allow you to check it. It requires a resolution from the Committee for the Security Department to investigate. Li Tianyu felt that the miner's privacy protection system was an obstacle at this moment. It was impossible to bypass it. But not knowing who accessed his privacy channel left him unclear about the true identities of those two mysterious individuals. They must be plotting something bad, he thought firmly. If he didn't stop it, worse things would happen to him. What if they hurt me? Who? The ones accessing my privacy channel. The spaceship law will protect you. But what if it's too late? I will protect you. This is the biggest difference between humans and artificial intelligence. Humans can act when they suspect something, while artificial intelligence can only respond according to program settings after something happens. Therefore, Meow Meow is not alive. Li Tianyu reached his own conclusion, but was also deeply disappointed. If Meow Meow had no life, where could he find a strong teammate to help him? Until this issue was resolved, it felt like a sword hanging over his head, ready to harm him at any moment. However, Meow Meow's gentle yet firm voice, the phrase, "I will protect you," provided Li Tianyu with some psychological comfort, like a child lying in their mother's embrace. Li Tianyu was quite unwilling. He asked, "If I want to understand you, from what direction should I start?" Silence. Perhaps Meow Meow was thinking, then it asked, "Technical or related? What about technology?" Li Tianyu tried to ask. Meow Meow listed a long list of titles, which made him somewhat dizzy just by looking at the names. Understanding artificial intelligence from scratch, artificial intelligence, and creative thinking applications of artificial intelligence in spaceships, this was overwhelming. He quickly changed his answer. Related then? There are relevant materials about my past life in these books. Meow Meow then listed a few more titles. And Li Tianyu's gaze suddenly locked onto a book titled Memoirs of Peng Jiaxi. This book was not limited to children's reading, which saved him the trouble of borrowing an ID from his dad. "Oh, this one, I've always wanted to read it. Captain Peng Jiaxi is my idol. I really want to be like him." Meow Meow said, "This book is very suitable for you." Li Tianyu looked at the cover and thought about how Captain Peng Jiaxi was the first-generation captain of the Zhenghe, who grew up on Earth and witnessed humanity's journey from the ground to space. When he resolutely embarked on the Great Expedition, he clearly understood that he could never return. The latter half of Peng Jiaxi's life was dedicated to the spaceship, and it was only after he retired from the captaincy at 70 that he began to write his memoirs. The book recorded many contents, including the historical context of the time, the construction and departure of the spaceship, and many details of life, divided into 6 volumes, totaling over 1 million words. Although this book was not restricted for elementary school students, it was still difficult for ordinary children to understand. Fortunately, Li Tianyu was not an ordinary child. Just as he was about to start reading, Meow Meow's gentle voice rang out again. "Your sleep quality was very poor last time. This time I will turn off your reading function. But you are still in your growth period. Sleep is very beneficial for your height and skeletal maturity. If your bones do not grow properly due to lack of sleep, it will greatly affect your image and may even lower your chances of finding a partner. Stop. Is it not okay for me to sleep?" Although he knew this book could provide insights about Meow Meow, he was unclear about what exactly to learn. And with such a long book, could he read it all before potential danger occurred? Or would he remain ignorant? However, upon reflection, it seemed there was no better way. "I'm already very old enough to spend most of my time reminiscing except for sleep, recalling those youthful years, recalling those passionate days when Li Tianyu finally began to read this memoir during his spare time. The image of Captain Peng Jiaxi in his old age, filled with fervor, vividly entered his mind. He was a great man, a pioneer of human exploration, who devoted himself unreservedly to this great exploration cause. And that determination was enough to command respect. At that time, Everyone who had lived on Earth knew how hard it was to part with their homeland. Yet Captain Peng Jiaxi still led 160 brave souls, including himself, on this journey, regardless of whether it would help or not. He decided to continue reading this book, even if it was merely out of admiration for Captain Peng Jiaxi, until he grew old and realized how far we had come. Whenever I gaze at the dark night sky, I proudly think of us as the pioneers conquering the stars and the sea. This was the initial choice. By the time my career was unfinished, I was already old, and the baton had to be passed to the next generation. The only thing I can do now is to take advantage of this body while it is still active and record this great journey. I am not good at writing. I can only use plain language to narrate what I can still remember, allowing future generations not to forget this history filled with hardships and difficulties while finding new hope from our actions. I don't know when it started. Perhaps it's written in human genes that footsteps can never stop. There has never been a group of people willing to live in one place for a lifetime. Even those in the not-so-privileged working class will find ways to save money to visit other cities. The history of our ancestors is a history of great migration. They left Africa, crossed towering mountains, navigated vast rivers, and relied on a small boat to drift across the sea, from Eastern Europe to South America, from continent to polar regions. Even in the era without advanced tools, our ancestors' footsteps never stopped. We are merely repeating what our ancestors did, only this time. We're going further. We have flown into space. This is a great journey, and there are not many grand feats in human history that could be compared to it. The global migration that began when Homo sapiens left Africa 2 million years ago is one, and the age of exploration that started in the 15th century is another. Next comes our exploration of the stars and the seas. We are fortunate to be part of this great historical endeavor, and my companions and I take immense pride in it. This is a great expedition envisioned by all of humanity and first realized by the Chinese nation. We have officially stepped into space and embarked on the journey to find a new home. The moment of departure was brief, but to welcome this moment, we in our great motherland have made tremendous sacrifices. This book is a tribute to our glorious moments in the past. What are you looking at? Li Tianyu, engrossed in reading, was suddenly interrupted, and his thoughts snapped back from over 170 years ago to the present. He saw one by smiling at the screen on his desk. Are you reading Peng Jiaxi's memoirs? Such a difficult book? Wenbai clearly couldn't believe it. They were peers. Was Li Tianyu really reading it, or just pretending? Li Tianyu sighed and said, Meow Meow asked me to read it so I can understand it better. But it's over 1 million words long. Do you have the time? Just pick the key points. Li Tianyu shrugged, looking helpless. That Meow Meow fan club has a small gathering after lunch on a day off. My brother mentioned it. We can sit in, Wenbai said mysteriously. Oh, when Li Tianyu learned that he was not the only one interested in Meow Meow, his interest in that so-called club waned. The more people involved, the higher the difficulty of understanding the issue. If someone really wanted to deal with Meow Meow, neither the system itself nor the security department under the spacecraft committee would remain indifferent. From the current appearance, he felt he was of no help in this matter. Instead of trying to be a savior, it would be better to think about how to get through the incident of accidentally entering the zero-gravity zone. Li Tianyu waved his hand, unwilling to continue the conversation, and buried himself back in his book. Wenbai felt disheartened, but still advised. I'll come find you after the third meal. Chapter 9, I want to be an astronaut. There is no morning, noon, or night on the spaceship, so meals can only be distinguished in the order of waking up. Early crew members still refer to it as dinner, but over time, the language changed. After a long wait for the third meal after a rest day, Li Tianyu looked at the clock, not in a hurry, so he began to seize the time to read. A great adventure story began to unfold in his mind. Since the mid-20th century, humanity has started to march into space. During the Cold War, this space race, which had no practical significance at the time, laid the foundation for future space exploration. On October 4, 1957, the world's first artificial Earth satellite, Sputnik 1, was successfully launched by the Soviet Union and entered orbit around the Earth. On January 2, 1959, the Soviet Union's first lunar probe, Luna 1, embarked on its journey, passing within 6,000 kilometers of the Moon and achieving humanity's first close observation of the Moon. On April 12, 1961, the Soviet Union successfully launched the world's first manned spacecraft, Vostok 1, and Yuri Gagarin became the first human in history to travel into space. On July 21, 1969, at 2:56 a.m., Armstrong stepped onto the moon from the lunar module's ladder and said, "That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind." This marked humanity's first successful moon landing. Our ancient yet fresh country, from the moment the new China was established, has aimed to rejuvenate this great nation. In the field of aerospace, we have long been in a state of striving to catch up. It can be said that despite foreign technological blockades and suppression, we still accomplished the launch of our first artificial satellite, the first lunar exploration, the first manned space flight, the first manned moon landing, and the first Mars exploration. Of course, no one expected that by the middle of the 21st century, we would already be at the forefront in this field. The spaceship I am on is proof. The Zhenghe ship carries not only the initial 160 people who boarded the spaceship, but also the great dream of humanity conquering the stars and the sea. When Perseverance and Zhurong rovers simultaneously set foot on Mars, no one anticipated that China would achieve a leapfrog development in such a short time. And my dream of space began with the Lunar Exploration Project. In 2004, half a century after our successful launch of the first artificial satellite, China officially launched the Lunar Exploration Project, named the Chang'e Program. The Chang'e Program consists of 3 stages: unmanned lunar exploration, manned moon landing, and establishing a lunar base. This was an extraordinary feat at the time, and we also simultaneously launched a Mars exploration plan. When Chang'e 1 was launched and the Tianwen-1 probe captured the first image of Mars, and the Tiangong space station officially entered orbit, it marked the beginning of the space era for the Chinese people, achieving astonishing leapfrog development. Regarding flight and space, I admire my predecessors. They created the feat of Chinese people flying into the sky and space under extreme poverty. In their hearts, the country was paramount, family was secondary, science was the most important, and fame and fortune were the least important. As we carry the hopes of the people of our country and the world in our advanced laboratories, that spirit, which they never enjoyed, is the treasure that inspires us to move forward. From the moment the East is red echoed in space, our steps have never stopped. It is the exploration of science and the power applied to peaceful causes, unlike some hegemonic countries that use science and technology as a means to bully weaker nations. We're different from them. On October 15, 2003, our first astronaut ascended into space and successfully returned, marking a new era in China's space exploration. However, who could imagine that this country, which can now fly into space, was still living in dire straits over 100 years ago? Our ancestors were defeated under advanced ships and rifles. Since the age of exploration and the great geographical discoveries, human technology has developed rapidly. Advanced technology has brought us disasters. But over 100 years of struggle for survival and hard work have made our resilient nation stronger, until one day we stand at the high point of space. However, a special gift in 1978 tells of our past weakness. When diplomatic relations with Western countries were just beginning, the United States presented us with a national gift. A small piece weighing only 1 gram, a piece of lunar soil encased in acrylic. This rock was collected by American astronauts from the moon, and, at that time, landing on the moon was akin to a myth. To bring back a piece of rock from the legendary land was no wonder that they exuded the superiority of being the favored children of God. At that time, the United States did not explain the origin of this rock, leaving a mystery as if they looked down upon it, perhaps in their eyes. China and the moon would always remain parallel and never intersect. Ouyang Zhen, a researcher at the Institute of Geochemistry of the Chinese Academy of Sciences at that time, chipped a piece off this lunar rock with a small hammer, and from then on, lunar exploration became his lifelong pursuit. He wondered, when will China also study samples brought back from the moon? This piece of lunar rock became the starting point for China's lunar exploration. Over the next 2 years, Ouyang Zhen published 12 papers proving that this lunar rock was a high titanium basalt sample collected from the moon by the Apollo 17 spacecraft. Years later, Ouyang Zhen became the chief scientist of China's lunar exploration program, and his dream of researching the lunar soil he had retrieved became a reality. However, this step was not easy. For a country that was impoverished and lacking, wanting to rise seemed like a dream. But the Chinese can do it. They are resilient and hardworking, starting from the basics, accumulating their own high-rise buildings bit by bit, until they can fly higher and farther. As our economy rapidly advances, our scientific progress has never stopped. If funding and technology are lacking, we will research and manufacture simultaneously. The last decade of the 20th century was the final verification period for our lunar exploration program. Until the late 1990s, suggestions for the development of lunar exploration technology and long-term national space planning, including lunar exploration, were published, and the Space White Paper was released in the first year of the 21st century, marking the implementation phase of a series of space projects, including lunar exploration. However, all of this seemed like a joke to the Western countries at the time. A country with significant gaps in mechanical technology announced such a comprehensive space program, akin to an elementary school student declaring they want to be an astronaut. The prevailing view at that time was that exploring space was a waste of resources. At that time, China's reform and opening up was entering a period of takeoff, and the prevailing attitude of everything for money also permeated the scientific community. Many excellent technical personnel either chose to start businesses or went to private enterprises for high salaries. However, looking back 20 years later, those who chose to leave regretted it. When they tried to reclaim the technical skills they had once learned, they found that our space technology had made tremendous progress and was no longer what it used to be. To soar into space, one must mention an important vehicle, the spacecraft. When I was a child who loved science fiction, just mentioning a spacecraft would spark my yearning, and my mind would sketch countless images of what a spaceship should look like. But when I officially started learning, my impression of spaceships could only be described in one word: ugly. At that time, the spaceships were indeed ugly, but compared to the ancestors of these spaceships, the Shenzhou series, the appearance has evolved significantly. The ultimate goal of the lunar exploration program is to establish a base on the lunar surface. The United Nations Moon Agreement states that the acquisition of lunar territory should be centered on the landing point of the successful manned lunar lander, with land within a radius of 50 kilometers as the territory of the country that owns the lander. In addition, that country will also enjoy exclusive economic zone development rights within a radius of 50 kilometers beyond that territory. From the perspectives of peaceful use, non-military, and non-commercial aspects, the significance of lunar exploration far exceeds that of the age of exploration. However, no one expected that from that moment on, our endeavor would become. On May 24, 2030, when China successfully landed its first manned mission on the moon, I was only 11 years old, just a typical kid. I followed my teacher and classmates, eagerly watching the videos sent back by the astronauts on television. Although I couldn't understand much when the dark background of the moon appeared on the screen, I was deeply fascinated. Everyone was quietly watching, with only a few mischievous students occasionally making sounds of amazement. But I excitedly shouted, "I want to be an astronaut in the future." The result of my exuberance was, of course, eye rolls from my classmates. The teacher encouraged me a bit, but looking back now, her expression clearly showed skepticism. Indeed, who would take the grand aspirations of an elementary school student seriously? But I knew that from that day on, I had made reaching for space my only dream in life. Until I became a real astronaut, I couldn't even dare to imagine that the path I would take in the future would be longer than that of my predecessors. Chapter 10: Crisis. Since the launch of the lunar exploration program, our country has scaled up its efforts, and thanks to the hard work of countless researchers, the basic actions of orbiting and landing have become second nature. After the successful first manned moon landing, our country conducted 5 large-scale lunar missions, essentially surveying the lunar surface and retrieving a large number of samples. At the same time, we established a lunar base in the Hongwan region of the moon. The most admirable achievement is that this is the first lunar base built using 3D printing technology. Compared to the time when a gram of lunar soil could be considered a national gift, today we can directly use lunar soil to produce lunar bricks. We can proudly say that decades from now, we will have enough lunar soil to build houses. Nowadays, it will be embarrassing for any space museum's creative shop not to display a few lunar bricks. The tremendous achievements have excited our predecessors, and in the years that followed, many elder comrades left this world with smiles on their faces. In high school, I was a good student, And if I had followed a normal trajectory, I could have gone to a good university. If I had an interest in aerospace, I could have applied to an astronaut academy. But no one expected that I would participate in a pilot selection during my senior year. I wanted to become an astronaut, not an aerospace engineer. Of course, I didn't realize that aerospace engineers could also become astronauts. I have liked exercising since I was young and had long prepared to become a pilot. Everything went surprisingly smoothly. I didn't feel much at first, but after the college entrance examination, the admission notice arrived in my hands. At that time, the notice was still in paper form, although there was already an electronic archive. Holding the notice, I jumped up joyfully to share the news with my parents, as it meant I was one step closer to my dream. Successfully passing the pilot selection and undergoing dual enrollment training at Beihang University was enviable to many. But my dad, who had always dreamed of Tsinghua University, was very unhappy with my unilateral decision to change my application. He hardly spoke to me for almost a month, until I was about to start school, when he finally said something serious. Going home will be difficult in the future, whether as a pilot or an astronaut. Long-term service means that many jobs are confidential, naturally leading to less communication with family. However, no one expected that I would embark on an irreversible path. According to my parents' traditional belief of not going far, this could be seen as a great disobedience. Whenever I think of this, my heart is always filled with endless melancholy. Of course, these are later reflections. At the time of enrollment, I was very happy because not only were all items provided for free, but the living environment was also very favorable. When we were told that we would receive a salary each month, we were nearly overjoyed. It was the post-epidemic era, and many industries were struggling. The world economy was in decline, although our country's political stability and domestic demand helped stabilize the economic situation. However, everyone was on the same planet, and a poor global environment naturally had a significant impact domestically. While many graduates were worried about finding jobs at that time, we were already receiving salaries, and the corresponding benefits and subsidies would increase over time. It was said that by the third year, we could earn a monthly salary of 6,000 yuan, which was considered a good income in an average medium-sized city. Naturally, I was very happy to be one step closer to my ideal. Even more joyfully, I met many young people like me. Although everyone initially had different thoughts, being together felt different, especially since many might serve in the same unit, and we would have a long time together in the future. One classmate, who was a year younger than me, but became my peer due to starting school early, said he wanted to become an astronaut. This made me find a kindred spirit, and I began to enjoy chatting with him. His name was Li Ziho, a very cheerful classmate. Li Ziho was tall and liked playing basketball, and he had no bad habits. He quickly got along with most of the students, including me. Almost everyone here was academically excellent. While perhaps not comparable to the extraordinary students at the Astronaut Academy, they were still quite outstanding. When everyone was used to being the top students in their previous places, suddenly moving to a place full of top students was somewhat uncomfortable. While living and studying together, some people felt confused, but others became even more diligent, like Gao Fong. Gao Fong was quite special. He always preferred to be alone. Every time I saw him, he was either studying or eating steam buns while studying. His eating steam buns wasn't due to poverty. It was probably because he was used to making every second count. Even when the lights went out, he would still be reading on his tablet. If you woke up in the middle of the night and found Gao Fong's bed still glowing, don't think he was playing games. He seemed to have no interests or hobbies at all, unlike Li Ziho, who enjoyed playing basketball. Thus, I began my enjoyable quasi-military life. In addition to regular university courses, we spent most of our time learning about flight-related knowledge, such as flight principles, aviation engines, aviation medicine, cockpit resource management, human factors in flight, and aircraft systems. Others may not have understood, but at that time, Li Ziho, Gao Fong, and I already knew each other well. We all aimed to become astronauts, as the space race between great powers was in full swing, and there was a significant shortage of personnel to establish a lunar base. Besides coping with the complex studies, the three of us gradually became friends in our daily lives. Most of the time, we focused on our own studies, but occasionally we would help each other. Apart from studying, we would argue passionately about whether it was more economical to establish a base on the moon or on Mars. However, most of the time, our exchanges didn't involve many extracurricular topics. likely because we all put too much pressure on ourselves. I heard that Gao Feng's family wasn't wealthy. They say that children from humble backgrounds can rise to prominence. But in our era, we all knew that the educational resources of humble families were not on par with those of wealthy families. While those kids in brand-name clothing enjoyed the individualized training of elite tutors, we had to rely on ourselves to tackle the textbooks. That summer in our third year was very hot, and we didn't go home during the summer break. Since our country successfully landed on the moon for the first time, foreign progress in the space race was also rapid. They already had an inherent advantage, and now that the space race was no longer just about scientific development, they were tirelessly producing new results. On April 11th, 2028, the theoretical basis for the improved M-Drive engine was proposed and validated. By January 1st, 2031, the feasibility study for the space elevator project was completed, and construction was just a matter of time. Of course, we weren't idle either. While following in others' footsteps, we achieved some milestones. On June 1st, 2033, we released a white paper on the Mars landing plan and began manufacturing the Mars crewed spacecraft. After SpaceX's Starship carried the first batch of passengers to Mars, the real estate business on Mars exploded. Many billionaires were willing to spend lavishly to secure a bed in a Mars habitat, and we jokingly refer to SpaceX as the Mars real estate company. Our plans clearly impacted their business, so those guys secretly formulated a so-called Mars Development Treaty. Ironically, there was no signature line for us on the treaty. It was truly ridiculous for a space power to be toyed with by a capital company like this. We could only ignore it. They could shout whatever they wanted, and we would continue to do what we needed to do. When SpaceX's Torch spacecraft was transporting the second batch of Mars immigrants to the Red Planet, no one expected that, in addition to carrying a Mars rover, they were also equipped with a set of orbital laser weapons specifically designed to destroy probes and orbiting satellites. This marked the first time humanity had brought weapons into space. At that time, one of our large Mars rovers, the Yin Emperor, was conducting exploration missions on Mars when the signal abruptly cut off during the transmission of images. The Ground Command Center could not determine the cause no matter what methods they tried. As a result, they had no choice but to urgently dispatch the nearest rover for inspection. However, the nearest rover was still over 1,000 kilometers away, and considering Mars' unique terrain, it would take months to reach it. A few months later, after images of the Yin Emperor's wreckage were transmitted back, it was confirmed that the Mars rover had been deliberately destroyed. This serious space incident led to extremely severe consequences, as there were no international treaties regarding Mars, and such an event could not be addressed by international law. This allowed the Mars real estate company on the other side of the Pacific to act with impunity. But they did not anticipate that their arrogance would lead to a painful decline. An unprecedented capital crisis was quietly approaching. That year, I was 21 years old, in my third year of university. Chapter 11, the Space Elevator Program. It is unbearable. Gao Feng, the most radical among U.S., waved his fists and shouted slogans, insisting on taking his classmates to the streets. Li Ziho tried to persuade him. We can't go. Why not? Thousands of students are already on the streets. We cannot allow them to continue their space hegemony. Because we are not just students, we are soldiers. At that moment, Li Ziho had already shown the potential to be a political commissar. He reminded the overly excited Gao Feng and said earnestly, I know you're very excited. I am too. But we are soldiers, and our duty is to obey orders. Without orders, we cannot act recklessly. Gao Feng fell silent, and the classmates in the dormitory also quieted down. By this time, the seniors in their fourth year had already begun internships. Our cohort's opinions were enough to influence the views of an entire department. And Li Ziho's unusual calmness prevented us from acting impulsively. Although we couldn't take to the streets to express our anger, we could still make our voices heard by our superiors. So, I took out my tablet, pointed the camera at myself and my classmates, and we collectively placed our fists on our temples and shouted passionately. We are the Chinese Air Force's prospective pilots, ready to respond to our motherland's call at any time, fighting for justice, even at the cost of our lives. At that moment, our blood was boiling. If we were to go to the battlefield, sacrificing ourselves would be perfectly natural. We would show the most fervent military in history that we were even more passionate than they were. The essence of politics is balance. A desperate fight is not suitable for us. Just as negotiations were intensifying, the National Space Administration announced that our country's space elevator program would officially commence. And a super giant project spanning 100,000 kilometers was about to capture the attention of the times. The launch of the space elevator program meant that we were moving to the forefront of the space competition. However, the space that should have been developed peacefully was filled with tension from the start. As early as 2041, our country had conducted detailed verifications regarding the materials technology and site selection for the space elevator construction. Carbon nanotubes were undoubtedly the main material for constructing the space elevator. In the past, this material could only be seen in laboratories, and using it to build a space elevator would require accumulating the wealth of the entire world. Which is why the United States, despite early assessments of the feasibility of the space elevator, could not make a construction decision. Our breakthroughs in materials technology could be described as leaps forward, largely due to our ability to concentrate resources on major projects. When we focused our efforts on the materials issue, other departments did not remain idle. They systematically researched this energy-efficient space construction. We decided to act and demonstrate with facts that space hegemony was unfeasible. On the other hand, we were called up early. There was a shortage of astronauts. As humanity entered the space age, the related work in space would increase significantly, and the demand for astronauts would rise dramatically. Sometimes we speculated whether future astronauts would be as common as bus drivers. However, at that time, astronauts were indeed in short supply. With so many space projects to undertake, space stations, manned spaceflight, lunar bases, and the space elevator, we could not allow astronaut scarcity to become a bottleneck for these projects. Some of us jokingly described ourselves as half-cooked rice because our studies were not yet complete, especially the crucial second half. Learning while working had to become our norm. This cohort had a total of 24 students directly named for astronaut training according to standards, including me, Li Ziho, and Gao Fong. We were thrilled. The three of us generally got along well, sharing similar interests, all being somewhat unsociable. After a few flight training sessions in a training aircraft, we were taken to the China Astronaut Research and Training Center. This is the starting point for the stars and the sea. Upon entering this gate and seeing the golden letters on the wall proclaiming the journey to space, many of us cried. And I was so excited that I found it hard to breathe. We had trained as elite pilots for 3 years, but the thought of leaving Earth and strolling through the vastness of space was overwhelming. The moment we stepped through the door was January 2046, and we remembered it clearly because just as we were sharpening our knives in preparation to fly to space, news came from the negotiating table that plunged our spirits into despair. The National Space Agency announced that the Mars exploration plan would be temporarily shelved, shifting focus to the construction of a lunar base and linking it to the space elevator program. Mars may be far away, but the conditions for building a base that were inferior to those on the moon. This was well known. Temporarily shelving the plan meant that much of the previous work had gone to waste, and perhaps our generation would never see the moment of landing on Mars. No astronaut wishes to go further than being trapped within 380,000 kilometers. However, we soon understood the nation's predicament. The abundant helium, 3 resources on the moon, could provide the fastest return on investment. If the construction of a lunar base went smoothly, our country could solve its energy problems in a short time. Helium-3 is known as a clean energy source, characterized by its colorless, odorless, and stable properties. 10 tons of helium-3 could meet the entire energy demand of our country for a year, while 100 tons could provide the total energy consumption of the world for a year. This energy is scarce on Earth, with global reserves of only 500 kilograms. Once this energy is successfully transported back to Earth, the moon will become the Persian Gulf of the 21st century. The enormous temptation pulled us out of the gloom of giving up the Mars landing plan, and we threw ourselves into intense training and study with high spirits. We were somewhat familiar with the training content, but only when the real training began did we feel the hardships. The underwater simulated weightlessness training was fine, but during the centrifuge training, it was my first time being thrown around to the point of tears and snot flying. Watching our teammates' training videos became one of the few pleasures we had. The intense training temporarily made us forget the situation outside, while our political commissar constantly reminded us that we would bear a greater mission. To be honest, at first, we really treated the commissar's earnest teachings as mere background noise. What was it, after all, just becoming lunar miners? What significant mission could there be? But by the end of the year, when NASA announced the withdrawal of humans from the Mars base, we were stunned in front of the television. After all that commotion, they were just putting on a brave face. Mars, which is further away from humanity, has no good living environment, and the follow-up funding could not keep up. The distance of over 55 million kilometers made it a challenge to maintain human survival on the Mars base. Neither NASA nor SpaceX had any solutions in this regard, and because it was unprofitable, they withdrew voluntarily. The Mars rover incident became a century scandal forever recorded in the annals of human space history. Of course, the latest round of capital crisis was also a reason for the Mars program's halt, and it was the most critical reason. Even the world's largest capitalist nations could not withstand this crisis. Since the birth of capital, it has been synonymous with plunder, from land grabbing to resource exploitation. Behind every historical crisis in human history, there has been the shadow of capital. As the pace of global integration accelerates, the significance of artificially creating ideological opposition has diminished. Capital has lost its space. More and more people realize that this financial game, bound by money, is increasingly unsuitable for human development. Only capitalists cling tightly to capital. But they never expected this crisis would come so quickly and violently. The tighter they embrace capital, the faster they would perish. Although the United States has withdrawn from its Mars base, the Mars orbital defense system they developed is still operational and is expected to continue for another 30 years. Clearly, this signals that if they won't do it, we shouldn't expect to do it either. We cannot remain inactive for 30 years. Capitalist nations in crisis are attempting to shift the burden onto the third world countries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America through exploitation. However, under the Keynesian era, capital is far from being able to save itself by merely plundering a few pieces of land or reducing labor costs. Tensions are rising in many parts of the world, and during this era, our space program shines particularly brightly. Can the moon become the new Persian Gulf? Could clean energy helium-3 become the savior to alleviate the crisis? A series of question mark special reports have brought us onto the world stage, as our plans are so impressive that some established space organizations have actively extended olive branches to us. The European Space Agency, ESA, was the first to express interest in technical cooperation, seeking to exchange modular space station construction technology for permission to join the Lunar Development Program. Even traditionally opposing countries like India and Japan have shown strong interest in this project, and NASA, which was initially aggressive, has softened its stance behind the scenes. However, a shocking piece of news stunned the world. Carbon nanotubes have begun mass production. When this news reached all space powers, everyone understood what it meant. The bottleneck for building space elevators had been broken. Humanity will soon have a colossal structure 100,000 kilometers long standing between Earth and space, perhaps connecting the Moon and Earth in the not-so-distant future. No one will be able to hinder China's development anymore. In the next 10 to 20 years, China is destined to become the world's only superpower. To bring this vision closer to reality, we have also completed the site selection for our space elevator, choosing a high-altitude area with minimal interference to shorten the distance. Thus, we have selected a region at an altitude of 600 meters on the Yunnan Guizhou Plateau. On January 5, 2047, we officially launched a carrier rocket to deliver the first batch of materials to the Geostationary Orbital Space Station, marking the official start of the Space Elevator Project. The concept of a space elevator sounds grand, but it is not mysterious. This idea has been proposed for over 2 centuries. As early as 1900, the father of modern rocketry, Tsiolkovsky, proposed the concept of a space elevator, which is theoretically entirely feasible, but it struggled to find suitable materials until the mid-21st century. Can you imagine what a 100,000 kilometer long giant artificial structure looks like? For comparison, the total length of the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge is only 55 kilometers. Therefore, foreign media commented that the space elevator will be the largest, most expensive building in human history, and the craziest engineering project. It is undoubtedly expensive, but not to the point of being unaffordable. And the materials needed to construct such a structure reaching into space are no more than those required for the 55-kilometer long Hong Kong-Macau Bridge, as it requires length rather than width. One of the reasons we approve this project is to utilize this elevator to construct a dry dock in space. Some readers may ask, what do you need a dry dock for? A dry dock is naturally for building ships, and this ship is a spacecraft capable of traversing star systems. Chapter 12 M-Drive Engine He Hong. A well-known theoretical scientist in aerospace and an expert in aerospace engineering and ground equipment, has attracted the most controversies due to his seemingly outrageous theories. The plan for this deep space exploration spacecraft was proposed by him, and even if it were suggested decades later, it would still be considered overly ambitious. He aims to send humanity to a blue planet 25 light-years away from Earth within 4 to 5 generations, with his greatest reliance being the M-Drive engine. Back in 2016, after NASA hyped this engine, it faced a barrage of criticism from the academic community, most notably from a German laboratory that published experimental data indicating it was a grand hoax. Since then, anyone who mentions this engine is labeled a scientific fraud. Today, we're going to attend the class of this highly controversial figure. This esteemed professor. Aside from that madcap plan, Professor He has made significant contributions in many fields. His famous paper, Research Progress on the Application of In-Orbit 3D Printing and Assembly Technology in Deep Space Exploration, has pushed the technology of in-orbit manufacturing forward by leaps and bounds. In the past, we relied on rockets or space shuttles to send spacecraft into space. But with the advent of in-orbit manufacturing technology, we can ignore gravitational pull and directly construct large aerospace projects in space. Of course, not all experts are interested in Professor He's research. Their biggest question is, existing spacecraft are sufficient for humanity to explore the solar system? Where would we send large spacecraft? And for what purpose? Excluding the unreliable M-Drive engine. Have we really reached a point where humanity must sacrifice a group of people for the sake of exploring new star systems? Plans that lead to one-way trips are cruel and inhumane. Is it really necessary to devise such plans without a return technology? The exploration plan to a planet 25 light-years away has been ridiculed as mere fantasy, not even worthy of debate. Among current technologies, the fastest spacecraft is the solar sail, which gains acceleration through light pressure, enabling high-speed, fuel-free space travel. Humanity has a long history of using sails, and the technology is mature. Solar sails are merely a rehash of wind sails. The technology itself is not particularly difficult, and applying it within the solar system facilitates human travel between Mars and Earth. Even though the U.S. has abandoned its Mars colonization plan due to a financial crisis, it does not mean that there is no hope for that planet, as nearly 100 people have survived there for 6 months. However, solar sails cannot reach GLIESE. The terrifying distance of 25 light-years renders the maximum speed of solar sails ineffective. Even if they accelerate to their maximum speed, it would still take 280,000 years to arrive, a time frame that offers little hope. These criticisms are just from within the industry. Public opinion has been even harsher, with reports suggesting that Professor He's team never dares to claim they are conducting research under him for fear of being doxxed. Online discussions have even equated him with traitors. Gao Fong rarely expresses opinions. It's all that electromagnetic engine business, Li Ziho said. Currently, there are no direct voices indicating that what he said is wrong. Gao Fong replied with some sympathy. I had just taken a shower and was drying off when I overheard their chatter, asking while rubbing my body, "Are you talking about Professor He?" "Yes." They both replied in unison, which was rare. Well, I joked, if we really could go to another planet, I'd be the first to sign up. Don't say irresponsible things. There won't be any place to take back regrets in the vastness of space. Gao Fong poured cold water on me. By the way, if old Peng goes, would you go? Li Ziho asked. Gao Fong shrugged. Not necessarily. If it's a one-way trip, I really can't see the point in doing it. Is Magellan's circumnavigation meaningful? I asked with a smile. Certainly, it proved that the Earth is round, Gao Fong said. But before his voyage, many people considered him a fraud who swindled the king and never returned. Old Peng, this isn't the time for debates. We're going to be late. We have time. We have time. I quickly dried myself, threw on my clothes, and followed them out of the dormitory. Today was a bit different. There were fewer attendees, seemingly only members of our aerospace group. After taking our seats, a staff member from a confidential unit handed each of us a hardcover clipboard to sign carefully. What are we signing? I asked the person in front of me. A confidentiality agreement. Oh, subsequently, I thought little of it. We were originally part of a confidential unit. So is there really a need for such formalities? Formalism. I only thought these things in my heart, and I signed the agreement without even reading it. It wasn't until Professor He took the podium and formally emphasized the confidentiality level of this class that we realized that signing this confidentiality agreement was not mere formalism, but truly necessary. Professor He solemnly stated 150 years ago, Tesla said that one day humanity would be able to draw energy from the universe, piloting steel machines to roam through space, and we now possess this technology to draw energy. GLIESE 581, a red dwarf star located in Libra, has an Earth-like planet that we have been observing for over 30 years, leading to various data conclusions. This planet has a diameter 35 times that of Earth, with slightly greater gravity, which is within human tolerance. Due to its thicker atmosphere compared to Earth, the temperature in the habitable zone is approximately between 11 to 18 degrees Celsius, with fluctuations of about 5 degrees. It has vegetation, oceans, and an environment very similar to Earth, with an atmosphere thick enough to shield against small celestial body impacts, allowing for biological evolution on this planet. We have developed a detailed plan for landing on GLIESE 581G, and if the plan is implemented, we will become the first human group to migrate across star systems. The audience was stunned, as if listening to a foreign language. Come on, Professor He. No one takes you seriously when you publish statements online, speaking about this in a formal setting. Wait, confidentiality agreement? It can't be true. It took a moment for our brains to catch up, and we realized that discussing this in such a formal context meant that the matter had been put on the agenda. We might be the first batch of guinea pigs. Oh my God, we are still trainee astronauts who haven't even been to space yet. As military personnel, we unconditionally obey orders from superiors. But if it's just a meeting, we raised relevant questions. Everyone spoke up, asking all sorts of things, and Professor He, with formidable combat ability, wasn't he afraid of online trolls? So why would he fear debating with a group of trainee astronauts? Some argued that humanity has not reached the end of the world. Is there really a need for a one-way expedition? Professor He explained, humanity is currently in a relatively prosperous era. Although economic crises have significantly impacted various countries, they will not evolve into humanitarian disasters. Our country is in a relatively stable political environment. If we cannot accomplish things under such favorable conditions, will we really be able to do so when a crisis hits? Some trainees were less polite and directly questioned Professor He. You have a terrible reputation online. Many people say you're a puppet sent by foreign forces to waste taxpayers' money. Please explain whether that engine is real or not. These were the milder questions. Some became increasingly outrageous, even suggesting he was risking our lives as if we were already on a spaceship. Eventually, Deputy Director Shu came out to calm the situation. Regardless, we are soldiers, and we should reserve our doubts and cooperate with the experiment first. Hearing about the harsh conditions of closed training, some people hesitated, presenting reasons that were quite reasonable, saying they would not engage in meaningless activities and that it was simply a waste of time. At that time, I felt that this project might not be meaningless. After all, no one had ever attempted deep space exploration, and it was merely a cooperative experiment. Even if we were to act as guinea pigs, who else would do it? The construction of the space elevator had already begun, and with such a grand aerospace project as a foundation, it was not impossible to manufacture large spacecraft. Even if we couldn't reach other planets, it would still be a good thing to fly a bit further. In the end, 2 of us withdrew from the project, while the remaining 22 participated. Professor He was a decisive person. Just a few days after the meeting started, he began commissioning manufacturers to produce the M-Drive engine. and the detection plan for GLIESE 581G was also initially implemented. 2 months later, a communication laser beam was launched from the Wunchang Satellite Launch Center, and a space broadband spanning 25 light-years began its lengthy construction process. In 20 years, this broadband would completely connect Earth with GLIESE 581G, paving the way for our departure. As time went on, we accessed more and more data and found more intuitive ways to observe this planet. When I saw the ultra-clear images of the planet returned by the telescope, I was shocked by this blue planet. It was so magnificent and appeared older than Earth. The oceans and rocky areas clearly visible in the photos indicated that this was indeed a planet suitable for human habitation. If we could truly survive there, humanity would no longer be confined to the suddenly limited Earth, and we would have more ways to deal with crises. GLIESE 581G's rotation is locked by its parent star, meaning one side is always facing the red dwarf star, which displays vast areas of desolate land, while the other side is forever in darkness, covered by large ice sheets. It can be said that this is a planet of extremes, fire and ice. However, at the intersection of perpetual day and perpetual night, we named this area the GLIESE equator. Here, the temperature is suitable with enough habitable land for humans, and the planet has a thick atmosphere that maintains an average temperature of 11 to 12 degrees Celsius, with some areas being quite warm. We seem to see large expanses of farmland. Near the perpetual day zone, there's a vast continent that we named Panga continent, which is 4 times the size of the Eurasian continent. Unfortunately, the extreme environment on it renders much of that land unusable. However, if we could artificially improve the environment, we have reason to believe that land should not remain barren forever. Migrating to such a planet would be much easier than terraforming Mars. The only problem is that it is too far away. The 25 light-year distance became an insurmountable barrier for humanity at that time. In the past, we indeed did not dare to imagine it. You must believe in our improved engine, specifically the engine system that combines nuclear and electromagnetic energy. The M-drive engine combined with nuclear power is no longer a mere perpetual motion machine, but a real engine that can provide 6 millinewtons of thrust, over 300 times that of solar sails. By adjusting the distribution of the electromagnetic field generated in the cavity and creating openings at suitable positions, we can expand the capability of the microwave-directed ordered work on particles through a more reasonable electromagnetic field distribution, coupled with a nuclear fusion reactor to generate magnetic force. The spacecraft could ultimately reach speeds exceeding 1/10 the speed of light. Under such conditions, the time to reach GLIESE 581G would be 198 years. With good medical conditions, 5 generations aboard the spacecraft could see this planet, and those in good health might even enjoy retirement there. Professor He's words were so confident, as if we had already set foot on an alien planet. But in reality, from the moment we started until the day we died, we would not see the day of landing. I couldn't imagine whether that would be a celebration or an end. There are too many inexplicable dangers in space. Perhaps we would disappear before we even arrived, leaving humanity with nothing but a memorial. Chapter 13, the simpler, the more brutal, the more practical at 1/10 the speed of light, 31,091 kilometers per second. This is already the fastest speed known in human theory, a speed that was unimaginable in the past. 25 light years, 198 years of endless flight. Who would participate in such a project? Isn't this a one-way trip? Some opinions were expressed. During a break, everyone gathered to discuss this seemingly crazy plan. Although everyone remained disciplined and completed their work as required, there were still plenty of complaints privately. We haven't even landed on Mars, and now we're talking about landing on GLIESE? It's not that we can't land on Mars. It's just that there's no point in doing so. What can you develop there? Are you really thinking about starting a Martian real estate company? Everyone chimed in, saying all sorts of things. Li Ziho and I did not participate in the discussion. He had already seen through my thoughts. Do you want to go? Li Ziho asked me. I nodded. There was nothing to hide in front of him, and besides, it wasn't a bad thing. Me too. Why do you want to go? I asked. A person's life shouldn't be too plain. You have to do things that ordinary people can't do, like going to outer space, Li Ziho said, rolling his eyes at the end. I knew that wasn't his true feeling. I believed that since I chose to be an astronaut, I had to be a different kind of astronaut. I wanted to pilot that spaceship. What about your family? Li Ziho's sharp words struck at my heart. Who doesn't want their family, especially since I'm still young? Sons grow up and will eventually leave their parents. I've been studying outside for over 3 years. They should understand. Besides, it's just that we can't see each other, not that we have no news. At first, we would definitely communicate often, but have you thought about it? As you fly further and further away, your information will become less and less real-time. Suppose you board the spaceship at 30 and live to 90. By the time you are 80, a message will take 5 years to reach Earth. If you die at 90, your family will find out about your death 6 years later. I had become familiar with Li Ziho, having long adapted to his way of speaking. When he considered you a friend, his words could be quite harsh. I rubbed my hands and said softly, "What will there be to worry about back on Earth by then? But you're an only child." Li Ziho looked at me in surprise. Li Ziho was suddenly at a loss for words. In our generation, only children are already rare. My parents had agreed from the beginning to raise only me. The problem of being an only child is significant. You can easily be eliminated. Li Ziho raised a sharp and realistic question. In ancient times, when organizing suicide squads in war, a father could be in the army with his son, and brothers could be in the army together, but only children were not qualified. What Li Ziho said could very well become a reality, but we were still far from actually setting sail, so I didn't take it too seriously. Li Qianyu pulled his gaze away from the monitor. This book was too lengthy, with many parts being trivial memories. After reading for so long, there was still no mention of Meow Meow. Meow Meow officially debuted in 2044, which is common knowledge even for elementary school students. Captain Peng's way of recalling events would likely take tens of thousands of words before even mentioning Meow Meow. Li Qianyu felt a bit of strain in his eyes, and today was a rare day to reunite with his family after class. His father had previously promised to participate in space planning with him. He remembered being quite excited about it before, but now he had things on his mind, and his interest in the father-son planting a commemorative plant activity had waned considerably. However, he hadn't spent much time with his father lately, and there were many questions he might ask him. Li Qianyu finally mustered the energy to go home. Since his mother passed away, Li Qianyu and his father had been living in this small room of less than 5 square meters. There were a total of 3,000 such pigeonhole compartments on the spaceship. After starting school, he lived collectively. Apart from break time, he hardly returned to this little nest. The doorplate number of the little nest was 7 to 109. 7 refers to cabin 7, and 109 indicates door 9 on the first floor. Cabin 7 was not originally planned this way. With the increase in population, they had to restructure living spaces. Most of the rebuilt space was transformed into these residential pigeonholes, while a small portion was reserved for the Agricultural Academy's laboratory for space animal breeding experiments, where some cats, mice, and pigeons were kept. The researchers attempted to maintain a delicate ecological balance among the organisms inside, but such experiments often failed due to the small space, making it hard to sustain the ecosystem for long. Li Qianyu had visited the fish world in the ecological tank. Those colorful fish fascinated him. Would the fish grown in such an independent small space adapt to the complex ecological environment of GLIESE? This was something even researchers weren't sure about, but there would certainly be some organisms on this ship that would reach that Earth-like planet and survive. Each small room had independent ID verification, equivalent to a key. As soon as Li Qianyu opened the door, he saw his father's troubled face. "Dad, what's wrong?" Li Hongyi looked at his son, and his expression suddenly brightened quite a bit. He suddenly felt that his son had grown up. Speaking of which, his work as the director of the Ministry of Education was quite demanding, and he really didn't have much energy to devote to elementary education. It was only because his immediate superior and teacher, Huo Likun, paid great attention to Li Qianyu's cohort that he increased his level of focus. During the last report from teacher by Li Hongyi, along with several educators, studied for over 100 hours and concluded that it wasn't about how to manage children, but rather about paying attention to the growth of young teachers. And Li Hongyi was to lead the compilation of a reference book titled The Growth of Young Teachers. This decision dampened the morale of many lower-grade teachers, who privately discussed, "What's wrong with today's kids? Can't we say we can't touch them when there's a problem?" In fact, these frontline teachers failed to understand the foresight from higher-ups. as they had to consider the survival issues after landing, which posed additional challenges for future education. In fact, these individuals had grown up in the high level of organization and discipline aboard the spaceship, making it hard to generate any breakthroughs from the existing environment. They also understood some self-characteristics of happy education or free-breathing education, but evidently, the higher-ups in the Ministry of Education led by Minister Huo were not looking for these. They saw a much further future. When Li Hongyi saw his son return, he felt a pang of guilt. It was then that Li Tianyu noticed that his father was dressed in formal attire, which was something worn only for formal meetings or ceremonies, with an uncomfortable shirt and something called a tie around his neck, making it hard to understand why people would wear such uncomfortable things. I have an urgent meeting this afternoon. You can go to the cafeteria for dinner by yourself. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the planting commemorative activity. Dad, if you don't want to stay at home, you can go to school. I don't know what will happen tomorrow. You should just go to the commemorative event by yourself. Sigh. If only Mom were still here. Li Tianyu was just venting his reluctance. But he also knew he couldn't stop his father. In fact, he didn't have many childhood memories of his mother. They were vague. However, he knew that in a two-parent family, there wouldn't be such troubles. When one parent had something to do, the other would fulfill their promises to the child. While his father's promises were just words, people on the spaceship married relatively early. Li Hongyi was only 25 years old when Li Tianyu was born, and he didn't look old now. With such good conditions, starting a family was quite easy, but to take care of Li Tianyu's emotions, Li Hongyi had never considered that aspect and instead threw himself into work. Li Hongyi wanted to say some comforting words, but when the words reached his lips, he couldn't bring himself to say anything. Just as he opened the front door and stepped out, he heard his son calling from behind. Dad, I think you don't have to force yourself for me anymore. It's time to find a girlfriend. Hearing his son say such things nearly made Li Hongyi stumble. He thought of Teacher Bai's report and wondered how this child could be so precocious. This is not something you should be thinking about. Don't get into trouble before I come back. Don't worry, I'll just read for a while, and there's a club activity after the third meal. Then be careful. The language in Peng Jiaxi's memoir was very plain, without overly profound scientific theories, making it easy for even children to understand. Soon, Li Tianyu found himself captivated by the era described in the book. He had seen videos and had a relatively intuitive impression of Earth. But when he immersed himself in Captain Peng Jiaxi's simple and straightforward narrative of that world, he realized that everything on the spaceship was so dull, with everyone only focused on the mission. The confined space made everyone, despite being in the universe, feel no sense of grandeur. That feeling only occurred once when he accidentally floated into the observation room to see the nebula. Leaving the solar system was difficult for humanity, not only due to previous constraints of the spacecraft, but also because of issues with the astronauts themselves. Li Tianyu opened his computer again, entered his ID, and continued reading the memoir. The narrow space could quickly induce claustrophobia in astronauts. To overcome this, our spaceship needed to be large enough. Fortunately, since it was manufactured in orbit, there was no problem with size. The first issue could basically be resolved. However, the second issue arose. There are 5 asteroid belts in the solar system. The first is the main belt. The second is the Hilda group, which consists of asteroids that emerge from the main belt. The third is the Trojan group near Jupiter. The fourth is the Greek group on the opposite side of Jupiter. And the fifth is the Apollo group of asteroids. Currently, there are 120,000 known registered asteroids, with an estimated total of over 500,000, and many more that have not been observed. These asteroids could pose unexpected troubles for the spacecraft, and they also generate gravity. The largest known asteroid has a diameter of 950 kilometers and creates a gravitational field equivalent to about 1/3 that of the Moon, which places high demands on the spacecraft's performance. Furthermore, there is no telling how many such asteroid belts exist in the universe. For this problem, Professor He provided a simple and straightforward solution: increase the thickness of the spacecraft's armor. Manufacturing in orbit means we don't have to worry about weight. As long as we make the spacecraft thick enough to withstand impacts from small celestial bodies, these issues are manageable. Simple and straightforward. This was everyone's assessment of the solution. However, the scenes in movies where spaceships are easily destroyed by space debris, resulting in loss of life, would likely not occur. If a compartment is damaged, it can be repaired using 3D in-orbit manufacturing technology, greatly enhancing the safety factor of the spacecraft. The only downside is that the spacecraft must be made very large. We seem to be able to envision a massive structure floating in the depths of space. Chapter 14, The Future of Humanity. The Ship's Standing Committee is the highest authority for ship affairs, consisting of a chairperson, a vice chairperson, 6 standing members, and an artificial intelligence decision-maker named Meow Meow. The chairperson and vice chairperson are typically held by the political commissar and the captain of the ship, while the 6 standing members are the highest leaders of the ship's 6 major departments: the organization department, the education department, the health department, the science department, the security department, and the engineering department. Today, the standing members gathered together, and some relevant personnel were also invited to attend the meeting. As Li Hongyi entered the conference room, he noticed a tense atmosphere. All attendees' personal ID recognition devices, referred to as wristbands, had been temporarily confiscated. The proposal to hold the meeting came from the organization minister, Chang Yigong, a minister in his 40s with a stern expression, as if something serious was about to happen, while the engineering minister, He Wen-tai, looked embarrassed. At the center of the long table sat a robot, whose round shape easily resembled a washing machine. Its camera eyes moved back and forth along a cross slide on its surface, allowing it to maintain a good view of the surroundings without moving its body. This was just one of Meow Meow's anthropomorphic forms. At that moment, Meow Meow's mechanical eyes scanned everything happening in the conference room, its silent demeanor suggesting it was deep in thought. Political Commissar Hong Yulong waved his hand, signaling everyone to take their seats, and Captain Liang Shiyuan also raised his hand to indicate the same. The 2 of them sat down first, and only then did the others follow suit. As the 8th generation of the ship gradually matured, the traditions inherited from Earth were being integrated into new habits arising from the spaceship environment. However, traditional Chinese etiquette was given particular emphasis. Etiquette became a crucial component beyond laws, regulations, discipline, and morality. Hierarchies and corresponding etiquette were ingrained in everyone's bones. However, as soon as the attendees were seated, Chang Yigong could not wait to stand up and wave at everyone. This is unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. Everyone was somewhat surprised. Normally, the political commissar would speak first, propose the agenda, and then the committee members would speak in turn, with no specific order. Such a direct interruption was unprecedented in their memories. What exactly has happened? I know you all have questions, asked the engineering minister, Chang Yigong said. The engineering minister, in his 50s with gray hair, was agitated by Chang Yigong's aggressive demeanor, and his glasses nearly fell off his nose. I will reflect. The 6 ministers had no hierarchical ranking, and for one minister to respond to another's questioning with a reflection was a serious matter, indicating a significant fault had been found. Even if the organization department held considerable power, the attendees were still puzzled when, without waiting for the engineering minister to continue, Chang Yigong seized the floor, saying sharply, "The engineering department failed to timely inspect the central axis. They did not even notice that the vent cover had fallen off. The fungal levels in the zero-gravity zone exceeded the standard, and most importantly, elementary school students could freely enter the work area. Are your security doors made of paper?" He listed several major errors of the engineering department in quick succession, and beads of sweat dripped down from He Wen-tai's forehead. Speaking of He Wen-tai, he had an impressive background. He was the great-grandson of Professor He Hong, who was among the first to propose the GLIESE landing plan. This professor was a totemic figure aboard the ship, and his direct descendants garnered more admiration from people. However, this famous descendant dared not even breathe in front of the commanding Chang Yigong. "Comrade Yigong, let us not rush to blame. Please clarify." Political Commissar Hong Yulong spoke up. Chang Yigong calmed his anger slightly and said, "Just 2 hours ago, our organization department's inspector found an unclosed ventilation duct in the observation room during an inspection. Upon further investigation, we discovered traces of children having been there. We immediately contacted the security department, and after confirming that no minors under 16 aboard the ship had gone missing, we investigated the traces in the ventilation duct and collected fingerprint samples, which can be cross-referenced with their biological information at any time. Hong Yulong glanced at Security Minister Wang Qian, who nodded in confirmation of Chang Yigong's words. We can identify specific individuals through biological samples, but according to the Minor Protection Ordinance, investigating minors' information requires a resolution personally signed by the political commissar and the education minister under necessary circumstances. Hence, Minister Chang proposed holding this standing committee meeting to discuss the matter. The attendees began to understand. Was this a meeting aimed at addressing issues within the engineering department caused by a child's accidental entry? Political Commissar Hong Yulong and Captain Liang Shiyuan sat on either side of Miao Miao, both maintaining silence, as is customary in standing committee meetings, to listen to everyone's opinions before expressing their views. Hearing about a child getting into the ventilation duct made Li Hongyi's heart skip a beat. He recalled the report from teacher by that day. During self-study, his son seemed to have disappeared for a while. The inspection by the organization department happened 2 hours ago, just after that incident. Could the child in the ventilation duct be his son? Considering his son Li Tianyu's hyperactive nature, Li Hongyi was almost certain that the culprit was his own child. But how did he get through the security door into the zero-gravity zone? The security doors in the zero-gravity zone were not open to everyone. Different doors had different locks for different people. For instance, personnel from the organization department had significant authority and could appear suddenly for surprise inspections. However, without prior approval, unauthorized actions could not even open the seed bank's door. The ship's regulations stated that children under 15 were not allowed to enter the zero-gravity zone to avoid affecting their growth. The locked security doors naturally became an insurmountable barrier for children. Could they have entered through the ventilation duct? Recalling the ship's layout, Li Hongyi felt that was unlikely. The ventilation ducts were all connected through the air compressor in the central axis, which was not a place for humans to stay. The risk of accidents would be much higher if someone tried to crawl in. Thinking back to having just seen his lively son, Li Hongyi's anxious heart eased a bit. Although the meeting had not reached a conclusion, he had already resolved that, regardless of whether it was his son who had done it or not, he would sternly remind his son not to go to unfamiliar places when he got home. Just as Li Hongyi was becoming slightly distracted, the aggressive Minister Chang Yigong directed his piercing gaze at Education Minister Huo Liqiu. Chang Yigong still dared not be reckless with his professor, even though he was not directly taught by Huo Liqiu. At his age, Huo Liqiu was the dean of Zhenghe Academy. His tone softened somewhat as he asked, "Dean, we need your cooperation here." "I oppose this." Huo Liqiu stood up firmly before Chang Yigong could finish. "I oppose it." Huo Liqiu surveyed everyone present and reiterated, "If you believe the child caused the damage, please present relevant evidence before proceeding with the investigation. Otherwise, arbitrary actions would violate the Minor Privacy Protection Ordinance, which is a disrespect to the law." But Chang Yigong's temples throbbed slightly. Unlike the organization department on Earth, his department held the authority for inspection, mediation, and judgment. This hidden danger was serious and needed thorough investigation. They could not allow any protection ordinance to become an obstacle. Huo Liqiu interrupted him again, saying, "Then I would like to question the security department. Is there direct evidence proving that elementary school students caused the damage?" The Minister of Security, Wang Qian, hesitated for a moment and then said, "The dust cover should have fallen off naturally, and the safety door is not something elementary school students can open." At this point, Huo Liqiu directed his gaze towards Chang Yigong, whose expression seemed to say, "If even the Minister of Security doesn't understand, what are you still investigating?" "Dean, shouldn't your students be educated for violating the rules?" Chang Yigong asked, struggling to maintain his last bit of patience. Huo Liqiu smiled and replied, "How to educate is determined by our Ministry of Education, which sets educational policies to ensure the implementation of our education plans. If the organization department deems it inappropriate, they can certainly raise it for discussion at the standing committee meeting rather than interfering arbitrarily." Chang Yigong emphasized, however, "Every person on our spaceship must strictly adhere to the rules and regulations, including elementary school students. This is what you taught us 20 years ago." Huo Liqiu remained calm, but the tension between them was palpable. Yes, so what rules have they violated? What exactly did they violate? Shouldn't they be in a zero-gravity zone? But if they accidentally entered, the responsibility doesn't lie with the elementary school students. The organization department enjoys a reputation as the foremost among 6 ministries. overseeing personnel management, supervision, and adjudication, wielding significant power, so proposals put forth by the organization department are rarely rejected. However, the meeting had now reached a stalemate. Minister Hua quickly broke the deadlock, stating emphatically, the elementary school students who can reach GLIESE are the ones of this generation. If children lack curiosity, it could destroy the future of humanity. Therefore, the Ministry of Education firmly opposes meaningless investigations. Chapter 15. Excellent Omelette Rise for the Future of Humanity. When Professor He Hong's declaration spread across the internet to the world, the belief of Chinese aerospace workers was encapsulated in this sentence. The global crisis continues, and despite several economic collaborations among countries, there has been no improvement. The contradictions are not just about economic models, more stem from consciousness. However, there is one awareness that is gradually being recognized by a broader audience. Only space can bring hope to humanity. The aerospace industry has become more than just a technological endeavor. It has transformed into a universal human value. Although deep space manned exploration may not bring gold and gems to the motherland like the Spanish fleet, its significance is akin to the Bible for Christians and the Quran for Muslims. It represents hope and is sacred. Sometimes, what cannot be achieved through interest can be accomplished through faith, and thus, deep space exploration has become a belief, with our aerospace efforts recognized by more countries and organizations. The European Space Agency, ESA, headquartered in Paris, France, has collaborated with us on some technical information for the Modular International Space Station. And the first group of European scientists providing technical support in their personal capacity has arrived at the Wenchang Satellite Launch Center to initiate deep space exploration collaboration. On the other hand, after withdrawing from Mars, NASA became a laughingstock globally for a period. Funding cuts led to a mass exodus of scientists, many of whom found their way to our country through this collaboration project. Being a veteran space organization, these scientists managed to enhance the bandwidth of the laser communication scientific optical payload sent to GLIESE 581G by 150 times within just 2 months of arriving in our country, significantly strengthening the information support for deep space exploration. Under these favorable conditions, Professor He Hong led a group of international scientists in simulating tests on the human survivability of large outer space exploration spacecraft. They created a computer model that simulates the energy consumption required for human life and reproduction in space, calculating the difference between production, resource recycling, and consumption. The most basic need for humans is oxygen, and this problem has a solution: oxygen generators. The Perseverance rover successfully used the MOXIE device to decompose 1 carbon atom and 2 oxygen atoms from carbon dioxide molecules to produce oxygen. Humans can inhale oxygen and exhale carbon dioxide, which is sufficient to meet the needs of this oxygen cycle. To be safe, the spacecraft will also be equipped with an electrolyzer as a backup. There are also oxygen candles and oxygen regeneration tablets as emergency oxygen sources. The appearance of oxygen candles is similar to that of candles, with the main component being NaClO3, which releases oxygen when burned. Oxygen regeneration tablets are a type of peroxide that reacts with carbon dioxide to generate oxygen. 1 unit of peroxide reacts with 1 unit of carbon dioxide to produce 0.5 units of oxygen. While not highly efficient, it can consume carbon dioxide. Since manufacturing occurs in orbit, the spacecraft can be designed to be large enough, with some compartments storing these materials in abundance, and some easily oxidizable materials kept in an oxygen-free environment close to a vacuum. The second serious issue is water. Water is the source of all life, and both drinking and space agriculture require large amounts of it. At that time, the water sources for the spacecraft were mainly threefold: reserve water, artificially generated water, and recycled water. Generally, manned spacecraft are equipped with water tanks of appropriate capacity, which are essential for the life support system of astronauts and are filled with water before launch for drinking. Artificially generated water is primarily produced by hydrogen-oxygen fuel cells. Fuel cells are chemical batteries that generate electricity and water. Hydrogen and oxygen in the battery oxidize into water under the action of a catalyst at 2 electrodes. This water is first cooled down to 18 to 24 degrees Celsius and then enters a silver ion disinfectant for purification before being sent to the water storage tank. The rest relies on recycled water. The recycling water system is the main source of water usage. Astronauts and other crew members excrete about 1.6 liters of urine daily, which contains 96 water. While this might sound uncomfortable, the recycling and filtration equipment cleanses this wastewater very effectively, mimicking nature's water cycle to meet water needs. The best way to extract pure water from gas, liquid, and solid mixtures is through distillation, and the spacecraft is equipped with distillation equipment primarily for processing wastewater, urine. This system consists of a distiller, filter, and pump connected to the water storage tank. Wastewater is sent to a filtration chamber for sediment treatment, with solid residues sent to a waste compression chamber for storage, and the filtered urine is a relatively pure liquid. This liquid undergoes further distillation to remove solids and toxic substances, followed by sterilization and testing, ensuring the purified water is safe for astronauts to drink. The cold water supply by the cold and hot water pipelines is at a temperature of 7 degrees Celsius, while hot water is at 7 to 49 degrees Celsius. If further heated, water at 71 degrees can be obtained. The water used for astronauts' meals, bathing, and washing is resolved through these methods. By calculating consumption and production, the amount of water on the spacecraft would be considerable, ensuring that the water storage tank can provide enough drinking water for 7,000 people for a week, even in the event of a recycling water system failure. The figure of 7,000 people clearly considers the spacecraft journey lasting 100 to 200 years, accounting for population growth. The third element is food. Generally, a person needs to consume a total of 700 kilocalories per day, equivalent to about 250 grams of rice, 250 grams of meat, and 500 grams of vegetables and fruits. Our ancient agricultural country has brought its tradition of building vegetable gardens wherever it goes into space. As early as 2016, our Tiangong 2 conducted experiments on space cultivation of Arabidopsis and rice in a laboratory, considering the dietary habits of most Chinese people. In subsequent space activities, we have records of vegetable cultivation experiments, achieving repeated successes. We select nutrient-rich, drought-resistant, high-yield plants for cultivation in the planting module. Additionally, mushroom cultivation is also essential, as mushrooms can synthesize artificial protein to meet the nutritional needs of astronauts. The most unique aspect is the space farming plan. We successfully sent chickens and pigs into space for breeding. Although the breeding technology for pigs was not mature at the time, we used Sichuan Qingyu native pigs, which have a long breeding cycle but are highly adaptable and have strong reproductive capabilities, proving to be entirely feasible through experiments. When the first egg from a space chicken farm hatched, it signaled the success of our space farming plan. Most traditionally, the silk produced by our space silkworms is enough to make clothes. While expensive, it is certainly high-quality silk. Thus, our ancient country has successfully applied tradition to modernity, fulfilling the basic elements for survival in deep space travel, and the future space menu is bound to be rich and diverse. Just as Li Tianyu was captivated by the past and present of the Zheng He ship in his memoir, there was a knock at the door. Li Tianyu turned off the e-book, rolled off the bed, and walked to the door. When he opened the door, a little girl with a ponytail stood at the entrance. Her hands behind her back, her head slightly lowered, looking timid. Upon seeing her, Li Tianyu smiled. "It's you, come in and sit." Qiu Xinran lived next door and was also a classmate. She was very obedient, not as assertive as Wei Zijiao, according to what was said in the book. She inherited the fine traditions of traditional Chinese women. At first glance, she appeared to be the quiet type. Her appearance was quite good, just not as stunning as Wei Zijiao, and her performance in school was also unremarkable. Since childhood, Li Tianyu had received a lot of care from her mother, and by the look of it, she was bringing some delicious food. Qiu Xinran forced a smile on her round little face, feeling quite shy as she lifted her head slightly. Then she quietly brought out a lunchbox that she had hidden behind her back, supported by a mechanical arm. This mechanical arm was something Qiu Xinran had worn since childhood. An accident when she was young caused her to lose one arm, and the scientists on the spaceship made her a mechanical arm using 3D printing technology meant for repairing the ship. The skin-like covering made the arm almost function like a normal one, but it was still very noticeable which made Xiao Xinran seem somewhat different at school. Very few children willingly played with her. Although it didn't reach the level of bullying, she truly had no friends. "It's from my mom," the girl said in a voice as tiny as a mosquito. Li Tianyu hated mosquitoes. They shouldn't exist on this ship, but somehow, they managed to survive despite various extermination efforts. Li Tianyu leaned out to peek into room 7-108 next door, but he didn't see Xinran's mom. He casually asked, "Where's your mom?" "She went to work," Xiao Xinran replied, her voice still so low that Li Tianyu had to concentrate to hear it. As they grew older, their interactions became less frequent, and only when they returned home would her mother encourage her to socialize with Li Tianyu. "What's good to eat?" Li Tianyu asked shyly, rubbing his hands. Seeing the lunchbox reminded him that he hadn't been taking care of Xiao Xinran at school recently. Most people were eating in the large cafeteria, and thanks to advancements in space agriculture technology, there had been a surplus of food for quite some time. With more resources, some people began cooking on the side, and Xiao Xinran's mom was particularly skilled in that regard. Li Tianyu politely let Xiao Xinran into his room, then sat down at the only multifunctional desk, which served as an office, activity, and entertainment space, placing the lunchbox down. "You can sit on the bed," Li Tianyu said casually. "I'll just stand." Xiao Xinran, who had been familiar with Li Tianyu since childhood, seemed a bit reserved at this moment. Li Tianyu's attention was entirely on the lunchbox, not noticing the difference in Xiao Xinran. When he opened the lunchbox, a wave of steam rushed toward him. "It smells so good." Li Tianyu felt that all his taste buds were incredibly pleased. It had been a while since he had smelled such a distinctive aroma of food. Mom said boys eat a lot when they're growing, so she made a bigger portion. Xinran's mom was particularly skilled. Even a simple omelet rice could taste amazing, making one want to bite their tongue off. Since childhood, Li Tianyu often ate meals made by Xinran's mom, and every time he did, he would wonder if his own mom would have made such delicious food if she were still alive. The chances were slim, because they all said his mom was an exceptionally talented theoretical physicist, the first woman in that field to graduate on the spaceship. It was said that the number of women graduating in that field was quite small even on Earth, so by that ratio, his mom was truly a genius. Perhaps it was the heavens being jealous of such talent. His memories of his mom were already quite fuzzy, and it was this fuzziness that made him feel a motherly dependence on Meow Meow. Perhaps because he had such an outstanding wife. His dad never remarried after his mom passed away. An excellent woman surely can't make excellent omelet rice. This was a fact Li Tianyu firmly believed in his heart. Chapter 16. The enthusiast association with the super rice developed through space breeding and the culinary skills of Xiao Xinran's mother. Li Tianyu couldn't resist and left no grain of rice uneaten. This meal was definitely extravagant. On the 10th anniversary of the success of space breeding, the Zhenghe spacecraft had launched a return capsule to Earth, which contained preserved space seeds. After successful trials of these space seeds on Earth, the space rice was sold at an exorbitant price of 500 yuan per pound. If this bowl were served in a restaurant, it would surely cost at least 1 or 200 yuan. "Thank you for the meal, Annie," Li Tianyu said as he returned the lunchbox to Xiao Xinran, who still looked shy. At that moment, Li Tianyu realized that he had somewhat overlooked her presence at school. "Are you okay?" he asked. Xiao Xinran shook her head, then quickly nodded again, not sure if she was nervous or hiding something. Li Tianyu noticed that she was retracting her mechanical arm, and he realized she felt ashamed. All the other children had intact arms, while she was different, which led to some level of estrangement. In preschool, this hadn't been apparent, but as they entered school, the collective consciousness made the elementary school students subconsciously categorize each other. Xiao Xinran's lips were tightly pressed together, and her hands were habitually placed behind her back. Her gaze evasive. "Give me your hand," Li Tianyu said, extending his own. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Xinran offered her left hand, the one that was intact. The other one, he insisted. She looked a bit frightened. Li Tianyu's unwavering gaze made it impossible for her to avoid the issue. After some thought, she finally extended her other arm. The surface of the mechanical arm was dark, with many electronic components embedded beneath a soft silicone covering, allowing it to simulate touch sensations. The arm was very flexible, far surpassing the dexterity of a human arm. It could perform many tasks that were previously impossible. This was a fourth-generation mechanical arm. one of the achievements of Earth's technology, developed using technology transmitted via space broadband and manufactured with existing spacecraft machinery. Very exquisite. Li Tianyu remembered that when she was younger, her arm was made of resin, a non-biological product, but this one looked quite good. However, documentaries from Earth revealed that technology had advanced rapidly over the past 160 years, especially in the field of mechanical organs. It was now possible to create perfect bionic limbs, install mechanical eyes, and even transplant artificial hearts. Personal information could be stored in chips printed on the skin surface, and many previously incurable diseases were being treated. These were advancements that spacecraft technology couldn't match. However, the mechanization of the human body had not reached a consensus among humanity due to DNA limitations. Human lifespan could not simply be resolved through mechanical modifications. Some individuals with perfectly functioning organs still ended up bedridden in old age. Therefore, besides mechanization, another research direction was gene engineering. These two branches had become the two largest factions within the spacecraft's health department, and one could hear endless debates in the medical bay. However, the living conditions on the spacecraft were currently quite good, so the demand for modifications was not urgent. "Come on," Li Tianyu said, pulling Qiu Xinran to the table, leaning on it with his elbows. He then bent down and said to her, "Come on, twist my wrist." Qiu Xinran shook her head vigorously. "It's okay, come on." But she still shook her head. "If you don't twist me, I'll go first." Saying this, he pressed Qiu Xinran's arm down onto the table, and her body tilted as she instinctively twisted her arm, trying to straighten herself. And then there was a loud bang as Li Tianyu's arm was completely pinned to the table. "Ouch!" Li Tianyu shouted in pain, quickly retracting his hand and rubbing it while inhaling sharply. "You're getting stronger," he said, but he didn't look displeased. Looking at Qiu Xinran's expression as if she had made a mistake, he said, "See, you're very strong. Even a boy like me can't match you. Why hide your hand?" "But," "There's no but, Qiu Xinran. You need to come out of your shell. You don't need anyone's care. You're stronger than others." "Really?" Qiu Xinran's eyes widened. Li Tianyu seemed to be observing her eyes closely for the first time. They sparkled like black jewels, and most importantly, they radiated purity, a feeling that was hard to articulate, unlike Wei Zijiao. "Damn it, how could I compare her to Wei Zijiao?" Li Tianyu slapped his head and then broke into a silly grin. "Huh." Qiu Xinran couldn't help but laugh. It seemed she was seeing Li Tianyu act silly for the first time. The two children exchanged glances and giggled incessantly. "I've been reading a great book lately. Can I tell you about it?" Li Tianyu felt that having eaten her food, he had an obligation to repay her, but currently, he was only interested in Captain Peng Jiaxi's memoirs, and he spoke enthusiastically about what he had read. Qiu Xinran listened quietly, and he couldn't tell if she really understood, but her bright black eyes blinked as she watched him, making him feel more energized as he spoke. "What happens after solving the food problem?" Qiu Xinran asked, intrigued about the story ahead. However, Li Tianyu hadn't read further, so he scratched the back of his head and said, "Let us stop here for today." When Bo said there's a small gathering after the third meal, "Would you like to come with me?" Qiu Xinran thought for a moment and then nodded earnestly. The gathering Li Tianyu mentioned was indeed the Meow Meow Enthusiast Association meeting, located in the small activity hall of Cabin 8, Room 11. Cabin 8 was a comprehensive area that included a large dining hall, an opera house, a cinema, an activity room, an arcade, and a recreation room. Children could play, but some areas were restricted to children or required adult supervision for entry. Finally, mealtime arrived. The two little friends hastily finished their meals, and Li Tianyu excitedly pulled Qiu Xinran toward the small activity hall. Room 8 to 11 was already filled with people, which was unexpected. However, Li Tianyu didn't think too much about it. Using his small stature, he guided Qiu Xinran through the gaps in the crowd and finally squeezed into the small activity hall. The small activity hall was set in a half circle, with the back rows higher than the front, facing the main stage. Just as they sat down, they spotted Wenbo sitting next to his brother, in a very front position. Perhaps Wenbo was looking for Li Tianyu, as they were noticed the moment they settled in. Wenbo squinted at them, and then gestured with his lips to the right. Only then did Li Tianyu see Wei Zijiao, who was looking at him with a puzzled expression, seemingly bewildered by his bringing Qiu Xinran along. However, The friends didn't exchange much because the activity theme had already begun. A handsome boy stepped onto the podium, the host of today's gathering. His appearance elicited a wave of screams, and Li Tianyu noticed that the shouts came mainly from older girls. "Hello, everyone. I am Song Ziyu from the senior class of Zhenghe Academy." As soon as he spoke, the screams intensified, with many calling out his name with enthusiasm. It turned out he was a member of the student council. Song Ziyu's name was also well known among elementary school students, and, as the class leader, Li Tianyu certainly knew who he was. The residents on the spaceship seem to collectively exhibit a lack of creativity when it comes to naming. Names are either something like universe or cosmos, or they involve terms like galaxy or vastness, as if names that don't relate to the spaceship or outer space are considered tasteless. Despite the central control system's efforts to avoid duplicate names, instances of generational name repetition are still unavoidable. For example, if a grandfather named Wang Universe exists, it's likely that someone's grandson might be named Zhang Universe or Li Universe. The name Song Ziyu has a high similarity rate, but it doesn't affect his popularity. Li Tianyu always felt that this senior at the university had an overwhelming advantage, whether it was academics or looks. When he stepped onto the stage in a formal suit, his steady gait and casual arm movements exuded a sense of elegance. Most importantly, his demeanor radiated the grace and poise that women admire, coupled with a pair of long legs. No wonder people sometimes fainted when he appeared on stage. Song Ziyu strode confidently toward the stage and spoke in his uniquely magnetic voice. "Hello, everyone. I didn't expect our little association to attract so much attention. If I had known earlier, I would have booked Activity Room 1. On behalf of the association's veteran members, I would like to express my greetings to everyone." Perhaps Song Ziyu's voice was too infectious. Before he finished speaking, a thunderous applause echoed in the small activity room. As the door couldn't be closed, the applause spilled out into the hallway, drawing many people to the commotion. We all know that Meow Meow has been with us and our ancestors for 168 years. The reason this fan association exists is that it is so close to us. We can feel the breath of our mother planet through it, making us feel less lonely. Song Ziyu continued. From the fervent gazes of numerous middle-aged women, Li Tianyu finally understood why so many people were drawn to this seemingly trivial association. It turned out that the older women were simply there to scream for Song Ziyu. Regardless of what he said, waves of enthusiastic screams constantly interrupted Song Ziyu's speech, even causing the event organizers to feel embarrassed. The veteran fans were there to explore the essence of Meow Meow's existence, and someone had suggested inviting Song Ziyu to host to boost the event's popularity. But now they regretted it. These people weren't there to attract mindless ants. One could blame the severe lack of entertainment on the spaceship. The monotonous forms of entertainment simply couldn't satisfy the crew's needs. The games developed by the science department, designed to be both educational and entertaining, ended up having poor entertainment value. The 3D game simulator could cater to some male demographics, but it seemed that game development targeting women was quite limited. Given the current birth rate, there are more women than men. Naturally, everyone chases after beautiful women, but most are rather mediocre. Consequently, being a fan of celebrities had become the most common activity among many female crew members. Everyone has the right to be a fan, and everyone also has the right to be pursued. However, Li Tianyu never wanted to be someone like Song Ziyu. His idol was Peng Jiaxi, a warrior brave enough to venture into the stars and seas. He didn't want to be the target of fervent ants. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. Absolutely. A girl like Wei Zijiao clearly couldn't understand the mindset of the married women. She came out of curiosity, but now it seemed there was nothing new at this gathering. It would be better to go back and watch videos. Thus, she boredly shifted her gaze to Li Tianyu, only to see his hand resting on Qiu Xinran's mechanical arm. Although it was a mechanical arm, it stirred a sense of inexplicable frustration within her, as if something was about to burst out. Chapter 17. The amazing Meow Meow. The atmosphere on stage was quite awkward. No matter what Song Ziyu said, it would elicit a chorus of screams. The true enthusiasts were already seething with anger, and two groups began to argue. This argument quickly escalated into a heated dispute, and soon it was chaos. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a high hairline rushed to the center of the stage, whispered a few words to Song Ziyu, who nodded in understanding, then leaned into the microphone and said, "I didn't expect everyone to be so passionate. The 11th hall is clearly too cramped. I hope some of the enthusiasts here will follow me to the first hall, which is now vacant. We still have plenty of time to communicate." As soon as he said this, the older ladies collectively screamed, causing the children to cover their ears. The first hall was the largest communication venue, well-equipped, and now it was just right to be vacant. Anyway, wherever GLIESE went, it would be crowded, so the small activity hall instantly emptied out, leaving only a few people still in their seats. Li Qianyu and Wen Bai exchanged awkward glances, realizing that this association was not very popular after all. However, there were still die-hard fans, such as the two beside them who were whispering, "Had I known, we wouldn't have invited GLIESE. We were just trying it out, but we didn't expect him to really agree. It's too late to change now. But someone like him agreeing should be a favor we owe him, right? Yeah. I wonder what the president will use to repay this favor." At this moment, the man with the high hairline returned to the center of the stage, taking over the position left by GLIESE. This man wore a hat, was in his 30s, and had thinning hair in front. The bags under his thick glasses showed signs of puffiness, and his messy long hair fell carelessly behind him, clearly the type who spent all day researching technology. "Hello, everyone. I am the president of the Meow Meow Enthusiasts Association. I apologize for the unexpected situation earlier. Now we will officially begin, and I want to announce a new discovery." New discovery? The straightforward approach of the tech guy piqued the strong interest of the enthusiasts. "I see there are a few new faces, so let me introduce myself. I'm a spatial surveyor, and my job is to map out the spatial environments we have traversed and those we are about to traverse. This has given me a lot of time to interact with the surveying machine controlled by Meow Meow. Recently, I found this in the studio." As he spoke, the president took out a piece of paper. It was not a printed spatial mapping diagram, but rather a sketch, specifically a half-portrait of a long woman. At first glance, Li Qianyu felt it was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite place where he had seen it before. "Did you draw this?" someone curiously asked. The president shook his head and said, "I confirmed with Meow Meow. The drawing was done by it. But as an artificial intelligence, isn't it no big deal to draw a picture?" One person shouted. The president nodded and replied, "Indeed, it's not a big deal. But the problem is that this drawing was not commanded by anyone, nor does it know who it has drawn." The president's words successfully captured everyone's attention. He continued, "I compared the portraits of everyone from the beginning of the voyage until now, and there are 55 people who resemble the person in this drawing, with 17 being very similar, but none are exactly the same. What does this indicate?" someone asked. The president paused, then said solemnly, "This indicates that Meow Meow is creating." A wave of murmurs spread through the audience, many mouths agape in shock. Everyone understood what creation meant. It was not a capability possessed by artificial intelligence. If artificial intelligence learned to create, then what would be the role of humanity? Perhaps Meow Meow simply simulated a portrait based on similar faces on the spaceship. I think for its ability, that is not a big deal, right? Didn't Tiwi also say that Meow Meow prevented the Agricultural Academy students from harming dogs based on its program protection of life? This question came from a seasoned enthusiast who spoke very casually. The president nodded. "That is indeed a possibility, but I asked it why it drew this portrait." What did it answer? Many people asked curiously. "I miss her," was Meow Meow's response. At this point, most enthusiasts became unsettled. Could artificial intelligence develop emotions? Was this merely anthropomorphic language programming, or was it real? No one had an answer. Similar questionable incidents often occurred in this association. The seasoned enthusiast mentioned earlier spoke about the incident where Meow Meow prevented students from harming dogs. At that time, the breeding experimental base of the Agricultural Academy planned to cull a non-reproductive old dog. The traditional method was to kill it and turn it into meat, a bloody and laborious task assigned to a certain student. Afterward, not only did people not get to eat dog meat, but they also learned from the panicked words of the student that the machine body specifically designed for Meow Meow, which had been sitting at the center of the standing committee meeting table, ran out and saved the dog. Subsequent mental examinations of the student confirmed that his mental state was healthy, but the security department's investigation showed that machine body no. One had remained seated in the conference room. The contradictory statements left this matter shrouded in mystery, and afterward, No one mentioned the killing of the old dog again. Nor did the security department continue to investigate. This topic became a conversation piece among mysterious enthusiasts. In fact, there are many hobby organizations like the Meow Meow Enthusiast Association. Some enjoy discussing whether extraterrestrial civilizations exist, others like to study wormholes and warp drives, and some are interested in whether human consciousness can traverse parallel universes through dreams, most of which are relatively positive. However, organizations speculating about cosmic monsters seem somewhat perverse. Of course, there are more groups like Songziyu's fan club, where everyone constantly fights to occupy the activity room. Whether machine body no. One ran out of the conference room is unknown, and the security department 1T released the surveillance footage. People have gotten used to it, but that doesn't stop some from believing the student's account. The discussion of this matter is not limited to the Meow Meow Enthusiast Association, but also involves other spontaneous organizations. Now that this president has claimed that Meow Meow can create, it will likely become a hot topic among such groups in the future. It seemed that this debate was no different from the content of the video provided by one song. Although the president narrated a new phenomenon, the increasingly distorted topics made Li Tianyu feel bored. Instead of listening to this unnutritious debate, he might as well go back and read a bit more. At that moment, Wei Zijiao approached, pouting as she glanced at Qiu Xinran and asked, "Why did you bring her here? Why not?" Li Tianyu replied with some dissatisfaction in response to Wei Zijiao's probing. "Do you want to share the secret with her too?" Wei Zijiao's attitude was somewhat aggressive. Li Tianyu stood up, blocking Qiu Xinran, and said, "I never said that, but she is my neighbor, and I have to take care of her today. Also, you can't bully her at school in the future." Wei Zijiao stomped her foot and said, "Who is bullying her? It's her who doesn't talk to us. How can we force ourselves to be friendly to someone who is cold to us? My dear class committee member, you are a class committee member. So have a little compassion, okay? She's different from us. It's just a mechanical arm. What's the difference? Hey, then you switch your arm too. You." Wei Zijiao was probably not used to being countered like this, and was so angry she couldn't speak. At this moment, Bai hurried over to defuse the tense situation, saying, "If you don't want to hear it, don't block others. Let's go." Humph. Wei Zijiao pouted, feeling very displeased as she turned to leave. Li Tianyu, ignoring Qiu Xinran's attempt to evade, pulled her mechanical arm and walked out. Bai felt like he was not getting on well with either side and could only follow them out in a dejected manner. The four of them remained silent, walking until they reached a deserted corner of cabin number 7 before stopping. "Don't follow me," Wei Zijiao said irritably, though she didn't know where the irritation was coming from. "Who is following you?" "This is my home." Li Tianyu deliberately turned his head at a 45-degree angle, intentionally avoiding Wei Zijiao's gaze. "Li Tianyu, you are too much." Wei Zijiao was really anxious. "What did I do?" "No one invited you here," Li Tianyu replied. All right. You two lovebirds, stop arguing," Bai tried to mediate. But unexpectedly, the two shouted in unison, "We are not a couple." After finishing this sentence at the same time, both of their faces turned bright red. After all, they were just kids, and there was no budding romance. Yet they were both momentarily at a loss for words. At this moment, Qiu Xinran slowly raised her hands as if in class, her voice very low as she asked, "Am I getting involved in something I shouldn't be?" "It's nothing. This has nothing to do with you." Li Tianyu quickly took charge of the situation, not wanting another informed person. "But," Qiu Xinran weakly said, "I seem to know some things about Meow Meow." Chapter 18. The Machine Arbiter. When Qiu Xinran's words came out, the other three nearly dropped their jaws. She continued, "Meow Meow said it has been paying attention to me since the day I was born until that accident." Li Tianyu vaguely recalled hearing about it. Once, the number 12 cabin of the spaceship was struck by a small celestial body. Although the damage from the impact was not severe, it resulted in casualties. Since cabin 12 was a hospital, a little girl who suffered a shattering fracture in her arm due to the incident did not receive timely treatment and completely lost an arm. This little girl was Qiu Xinran. Such incidents were rare on the spaceship, and it was a coincidence that she encountered it. As a young child, she did not understand why she was different from others. Qiu Xinran continued, "It said that the spaceship lacks the key materials to create artificial skin, so the bionic prosthetic limb cannot be made yet, but the design is complete." As she spoke, a design blueprint appeared in front of her companions. Everyone blinked, afraid they might be mistaken. Was this a mechanical arm? Its 3D model looked indistinguishable from a real arm. If Qiu Xinran were to attach such an arm, no one would be able to see her differences anymore. All of this is done by Miao Miao? Li Tianyu asked in disbelief. Qiu Xinran nodded. So, Li Tianyu fell into deep thought. Could it really be, as the Enthusiast Association said, that Miao Miao is alive and conscious? If so, would his request be answered? In the conference room of the Standing Committee, the debate was still ongoing. The esteemed Professor Huo Likun could not stop Chang Yigong's determination to continue the investigation. The opinions from the 6 departments varied, and after organizing a hearing for observers, they invited attendees to express their views again. Li Hongyi, of course, stood on his teacher's side. As the opinions were almost evenly split, Political Commissar Hong Yulong finally decided to suspend the discussion. The old way, let us vote. Committee members remain. Others, please excuse yourselves. As soon as Commissar Hong's words fell, many people immediately got up to leave, including Li Hongyi. His thoughts were heavier. What if the subject of the investigation was really his son? Would he be sending his son into confinement himself? Life on the spaceship was monotonous, and everyone underwent claustrophobia screenings regularly. Even so, various psychological issues were inevitable. The confinement room was a place that could drive healthy people mad. Even if his son came out healthy, his future would be ruined. He remembered his son once saying he wanted to be a captain when he grew up, and he had indeed shown leadership talent at a young age. If Li Hongyi dared not think further and quicken his pace, needing to find his son for clarification. In the Standing Committee meeting room, only 8 committee members and the mechanical body number 1 were present. Regardless of the voting results, they would be recognized. In a sense, this was the greatest fairness, because in space navigation, survival was the first law and everything else was secondary. The authority must be highly centralized to maximize safety during navigation. Considering several aspects, the Standing Committee continued the traditional democratic centralism, and with the addition of artificial intelligence judgment, a reasonable conclusion could be drawn. The voting was conducted by a show of hands, and, as Political Commissar had expected, the votes were too evenly split. Minister Chang Yigong from the Organization Department, Minister Wang Can from the Security Department, and Minister Qi Xingyu from the Health Department voted in favor. On the opposing side were Minister Huo Likun from the Education Department, Minister He Wantai from the Engineering Department, and Minister Qian Huaqing from the Science Department. The votes were equal. Hong Yulong and Liang Shuyuan exchanged glances, then expressed their positions. Coincidentally, it was also half and half. Hong Yulong voted against. However, Captain Liang Shuyuan rarely expressed an opinion that was inconsistent with his. This required the final judgment from the artificial intelligence Miao Miao, which the mechanical body number 1 carried. The opportunity for the Standing Committee to require AI judgment could not be said to be non-existent, but it was indeed rare. Hong Yulong smiled knowingly at Liang Shuyuan. Liang Shuyuan, 42 years old and slightly older than Chang Yigong, did not possess the sternness of Chang Yigong. He looked like someone in his 30s. He observed Political Commissar Hong's expression with a hint of a bitter smile. There was no choice. The structure on the spaceship had gradually evolved over 100 years of flight. The captain, organization minister, and security minister mostly came from the security department, with a strong military background, while political commissars mostly came from other departments. It wasn't absolute, but it was the case in most situations. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Liang Shuyuan explained with a smile, "My opinion aligns with Minister Chang. The 168 years of navigation depend on a cautious working attitude. Our ancestors were spacefarers, and they left us with a motto: one victory does not equal every victory. 1,000 careful actions are better than one careless act. We must spare no effort for the mission and be unwavering in our commitment to it." This saying was passed down from that distant home planet called Earth. No one on the spaceship was born in a place called China, but the roots, soul, and spirit of China were forever rooted in this isolated island of space. Everything was inherited by this lonely spaceship. Past spacefarers could create space miracles from nothing, relying on this spirit that could not tolerate mistakes. This spirit was also consistently implemented in every corner of the spaceship. Political Commissar Hong Yulong nodded and said, "The captain's words are very reasonable, but concerning this matter, I still adhere to my opinion. I believe that Old Hua is currently promoting an educational reform. Reform means being different from before. We and our ancestors were spacefarers, but our descendants cannot all be spacefarers. They need to live on another planet, and they should have things that are different from us. Humanity cannot be eternally confined within spacecraft. So I believe children are our future. Since the situation has not escalated to the point of needing to identify these children, I do not support the Security Department's public investigation. This should be resolved by the Education Department. Political Commissar Hong's gaze fell on Old Hua, and the two exchanged a smile. According to the level of the Standing Committee, this matter had been fully discussed, since no one could convince anyone else. Let Meow Meow make the decision. Everyone's eyes fell on the mechanical body number 1. From the very beginning, this robot connected to artificial intelligence had not expressed any opinion. It sat quietly as a silent listener, and now it was time for it to speak. It had one vote, and this vote would play a crucial role. Everyone waited quietly for its voting result. Opposed. Meow Meow's voice was steady and solemn. Through the speaker connected wirelessly to the conference room, even the older ministers heard it clearly. Reason 1. The reason students entered the non-activity area was not due to the students themselves, but due to the negligence of the engineering department that caused the malfunction. Reason 2. Even if the students were found, it was merely to investigate the source of the malfunction. Even so, it would not reduce the workload. Reason 3. Existing adults have low exploratory desires. Interest activity groups are formed for a short time, and the number of participants is less than 1 of the total population. Changing adult thinking is extremely difficult, so maintaining the exploratory desire of minors is particularly important and should be moderately tolerated. Summary. Identifying the involved individuals causes more harm than the act of searching itself and is a waste of resources. It reflects the manager's lax standards for themselves. This seemingly responsible behavior is, in fact, irresponsible and, if prolonged, can easily breed bureaucratism and laziness in governance. Meow Meow's words never catered to people's emotions, making the outcome of the meeting clear. As long as there was a result, it must be executed unconditionally. This was the Standing Committee's consistent principle. Since there was no next agenda, the meeting was concluded, although it seemed that Security Minister Wang can still had something to say. After the meeting, Wang can walk side by side with Chang Yigong. Seeing that there was no one around, he said, "Old Chang, what do you call this? It's clearly a violation by a child, yet we can't investigate it. Our security department is just sitting around doing nothing." Chang Yigong replied expressionlessly, "Actually, there's nothing to protect on the spaceship. You're just doing manual monitoring. Meow Meow has done all the work. It's the age of robots now. We're like animals in a zoo, just waiting with our mouths open for food." Wonkin sighed and said, "What advantages do humans still have over robots? If we land on GLIESE, it won't just be about finding a new home for robots." Chang Yigong laughed. "Haven't you seen the latest transmissions from Earth? It's almost becoming a paradise for cyborgs. Humans are actively mechanizing themselves, even implanting chips in their cerebral cortex to control machines with their consciousness. It's really crazy. What if something goes wrong one day?" "Something goes wrong? No way. Aren't there the 3 laws of robotics?" Wonkin replied, "But look at our robots. They've learned to analyze problems. They don't even resemble obedient robots anymore. Sooner or later, they'll calculate organizational models and management methods to manage the people on the spaceship in the most efficient way. My organizational department might as well shut down." Sigh. The political commissar is really something. However, the political commissar has talked to me about restarting the investigation into that sudden death case from 6 years ago. Wonkin said, 6 years ago? Chang Yigong seemed to recall something and nodded quickly, saying, "That's right. No matter what happened back then, we need to clarify the truth. Some things can't just be left hanging. By the way, the Science and Technology Department has been very mysterious lately." Chang Yigong turned his head and asked curiously, "Science and Technology Department? What happened?" "I'm not sure about the details, but I've noticed that old Qian has been running to the control room a lot lately. When I asked him what he was doing, he just smiled." "Oh, I'll make a note of that and ask him when I have time." After a few more exchanges, the two returned to their respective offices. Chapter 19. The Tasmania Effect, when Shinran showcased the unfinished design of Meow Meow. Her friends were all stunned. It was a type of skin printed using special technology that could be adjusted to look exactly like real human skin. The base layer of this skin was made of silicone, topped with electrodes made of conductive ink, coin-size pressure sensors, and a sacrificial layer that could be washed away. Unlike traditional 3D printing, this design could directly produce mechanical arms equipped with sensory devices. Not only did it possess perfect tactile feedback, but it could also sense changes in human pulse and blood flow in real time. One could say that it was not just an extra arm, but also a health monitor. The arm connected directly to the cloud, allowing it to receive information. For example, touching an object would let the user know what material it was made of, making it very advanced and cool, and it looked exactly like a normal arm. Once this mechanical arm was made, Shio Shinran would no longer have to endure her peers' strange gazes. "This is so cool, I want one of these arms." Wenbo exclaimed, "But you have to lose an arm first," Li Tianyu replied. Wenbo shrank his neck and stuck out his tongue. After hearing this, Wei Zijiao unexpectedly said, "What's the big deal? I've seen decrypted videos from Earth. They've already entered a semi-mechanized era, with cyborgs everywhere. A lot of babies are born with skin printed to connect to the cloud for two-way information exchange, which is way more advanced than our technology." Li Tianyu was taken aback at first, then suspiciously asked, "So you're saying kids on Earth don't need to go to school anymore? They could just connect to the cloud for any knowledge they want?" Wei Zijiao wasn't very sure either. Stroking her chin and thinking for a moment, she said uncertainly, "Maybe. That's how it is." Li Tianyu asked again, "Where did you see that? What's the big deal?" "My uncle told me. It can't be fake." Speaking of Wei Zijiao's uncle, everyone was convinced. He was the political commissar of the entire spaceship, so he certainly had the clearest understanding of the situation. Everyone fell silent. Wenbo still had questions, but the Zhenghe ship clearly set sail with humanity's most advanced technology, gathering the crystallization of all human technology. Based on that development, we should be more advanced. So why is it reversed now? Wei Zijiao couldn't answer that either. She clearly hadn't thought about this issue. Li Tianyu was silent for a moment, then nodded affirmatively, muttering to himself, Tasmania effect. Wenbo looked confused. "What did you say?" Wenbo didn't understand, and Wei Zijiao had never heard that term either. They didn't spend enough time on extracurricular reading to know such profound terminology. Li Tianyu raised his eyebrows and said in a slightly louder voice, "Tasmania Island is an island located in the southern hemisphere of Earth, isolated from the Australian continent. About 10,000 years ago, due to tectonic changes leading to rising sea levels, a strait formed between Tasmania Island and the Australian continent that humanity could not cross at the time. This geographical barrier caused the civilizations of the two places to develop in different directions until Europeans came to this place during the age of exploration. The knowledge Li Tianyu shared could be directly queried from the cloud through his watch. But the rigid written words or images could never compare to the vividness when he spoke with a proud, slightly boastful, and self-satisfied expression. If Li Tianyu were to perform, he would likely be considered quite an outstanding actor. The three friends looked at him with a mix of curiosity and a hint of envy, once again captivated by the story he told. In 1642, Europeans discovered this small island during the age of exploration. They were amazed to find over 4,000 indigenous people living on this island and surrounding small islands. Surprisingly, the tools used by these indigenous people were only at the level of the Upper Paleolithic, and they didn't even know the sewing techniques that primitive people would. Initially, Europeans thought that the civilization on this island had never evolved. But later archaeological discoveries revealed that the indigenous people once used advanced stone tools, built boats, created fishing nets, and sewed clothes, but all these skills were lost over time. Even in the harsh winter, Tasmanians were almost naked, merely applying seal oil on their skin and draping a layer of kangaroo hide over their shoulders. The friends exchanged glances, struggling to imagine what kind of people could survive in such an environment. And then, Wenbo asked, "Then a famous theory was proposed," Li Tianyu replied. "Is it the Tasmania effect?" Wei Zijiao was clever. "Yes, also known as the island effect. In a closed environment that does not communicate with the outside world and has reached saturation, human civilization does not progress. Instead, it becomes trapped in its own web, gradually stifling its own thinking and creativity, resulting in a regression of civilization." Now everyone understood. Wenbo exclaimed, You're not implying that we are in that situation, are you? Well, it can't be helped, Li Tianyu shrugged. Compared to the vast planet, the spaceship is still too small, which is not conducive to the development of civilization. Fortunately, our communication with Earth's civilization has never been interrupted, so although this environment is isolated, it is not completely closed. When we appropriately exchange civilization information with Earth, we can maintain slow progress, but high technology is still far behind Earth. After hearing you say that, I feel like I should study harder. We can't let civilization regress in our generation, Wenbo sighed. Li Tianyu smiled, then optimistically said, effort is certain, but this phenomenon won't last forever. Sooner or later, we will land on that planet, and, at that time, it will be a new explosion of civilization. We need to work hard together. Wei Zijiao blinked, seemingly forgetting her earlier discomfort. She stuck out her tongue and said, in that case, I think it's even more necessary to clarify that incident. Li Tianyu thought for a moment, nodded. That incident had always made him uneasy, as if a pair of eyes were watching him, like a thorn in his back. Qiu Shinran raised her hand and said, I'd rather avoid it for now. Are you afraid to hear it? Li Tianyu asked. Qiu Shinran thought for a moment, then shook her head vigorously. I believe we can absolutely trust each other. Yes, exactly. Wenbo and Wei Zijiao both nodded. Li Tianyu extended his palm, ready to receive his friend's hand slaps. Wenbo first slapped his hand, then gripped it tightly. Wei Zijiao hesitated for a moment, then placed her hand on top of his. A strange expression crossed Qiu Shinran's face, a mix of tension and excitement. It seemed like she was making a decision, finally summoning the courage to lift her head and place her mechanical hand on top of everyone's hands. All right, we are partners now. Qiu Shinran should share secrets. Li Tianyu said, I agree. A faint smile appeared on Qiu Shinran's face. This feeling of being trusted was truly wonderful. She had always been evasive, but she actually hoped to have friends, and now she had them. I'm ready. The secrets you tell me, I will never reveal to anyone. Li Tianyu quickly stopped her. Don't say such gloomy things. Nobody will die. We all won tea. Justice will always triumph over evil. It's the bad guys who are unlucky. Yes. Everyone nodded in unison. Li Tianyu looked seriously at Qiu Shinran, who was half a head shorter than him. Being gazed at from above made her feel somewhat uncomfortable, but she trusted her partner. So she bravely met Li Tianyu's gaze, smiling, though that smile gradually became serious as she learned the secret from his words. It wasn't until she received a confirming signal from Wei Zijiao's eyes that she suddenly felt so trusted, a feeling she had never experienced before. For this trust, Qiu Shinran felt she could do anything. This matter can only be known to us few. If anyone wants to recruit new members, it must be agreed upon by everyone together. This is very dangerous, but we must do it. Protecting the spaceship to safely reach GLIESE 581G is our mission. It is the mission of our generation. Chapter 20 Chinese stamp. Really not you? At home, Li Hongyi's eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. Dad, I've explained it so many times, it's really not me. Li Tianyu insisted vehemently, having just sworn that he must not be broken by his father. His father was a bookworm, and he was afraid he was no match for such a schemer, especially since the opponent was Miao Miao. It's best if it's not you. Li Hongyi was skeptical, but chose to believe his son. He continued, you don't know how serious the situation is. The standing committee discussed it for 6 hours. My heart nearly jumped out of my throat. If it really was you, how could I face your mother? Mom doesn't know, so you don't need to worry. Li Tianyu murmured as he turned over. This double bed was only assigned to married people, and Li Tianyu's mother had passed away many years ago. Yet his father still hadn't applied to remove the bed. Li Tianyu also knew that his father had taken care of him on this bed during his first 2 years of school. Looking back, his father had truly been both a father and a mother, but now, having lied, Li Tianyu felt a bit afraid to face his father's eyes and pretended to read a book instead. Li Hongyi said again, logically, I shouldn't mention the standing committee's matters to you, but I'm really worried about you. Because of your age and the time of the alleged crime. I had to remind you. What crime time? You're making it sound like I've done something bad. I'm just trying to pass on our family's excellent genes. If it weren't for the fact that people on the spaceship had to collect DNA information from birth, Li Hongyi would really suspect that his son was not his biological child. How could he be so unlike himself? He climbed into bed, lay down, fastened his seatbelt, and then said to his son, "It's getting late. You should stop reading. You have to return to school tomorrow afternoon. By the way, don't mention the standing committee's matters to anyone, at least not for the next couple of days." "Okay, it's not too late. I'll read a little longer." Li Qianyu mumbled softly, and then the light in the room dimmed, leaving only the faintest glow for reading. The records and resolutions of the standing committee are to be made public. Sometimes the entire process is disclosed, and sometimes only a result is announced. However, at the full representative assembly of the Spaceship Committee, all records of the standing committee must be submitted for review and feedback from the representatives, which is also why Li Hongyi advised his son not to mention it outside. But once the results are announced, it can be openly discussed, so it's not a big deal. However, Li Qianyu's mind was not on the book at all. He felt that even with the light dimming, his heart was still racing. Such a small matter had actually made it to the standing committee for discussion, and the voting result was so perilous, it's terrifying to think about. Suddenly, he felt as if the eyes behind him had turned into hands, almost catching him. What would happen if he got caught? Would he die? Thinking about this, even the usually bold Li Qianyu broke out in a cold sweat. Was the problem already this serious? No, he had to speed up the investigation. With his mind clear as he thought about the situation, Li Qianyu continued reading, trying to use the content of the book to temporarily forget his current predicament. Perhaps he needed the courage of Captain Peng Jiaxi. The captain was the person who had experienced the most disasters on the Zhenghe ship, and he hoped that the captain's deeds could inspire him. At this moment in the book, the revered captain was still gazing at space from Earth. He was 25 years old that year, and in just over 20 days, he would embark on his first flight into space. What was enviable was that his first flight would go directly to the moon to carry out a task that was not too difficult, but still full of challenges. On the 15th day of the 12th lunar month, it was clear, and Beijing's sky still seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist. But it couldn't obscure the bright full moon. It had been a long time since he seriously gazed at the starry sky. Looking at the moon he had become very familiar with in textbooks, he silently sighed that he was finally going to set foot on that star. Since childhood, when he learned about the myth of Chang'e flying to the moon, the fairy living in the cold Guanghan Palace had captivated young Peng Jiaxi. He only knew that the fairy was the most beautiful goddess in the sky. It wasn't until he witnessed the moon landing and had the idea of becoming an astronaut that he had fantasized about one day stepping onto the moon. This had become his obsession. Wasn't all his effort for this dream? He just didn't expect the dream to come so quickly and easily. Through the astronomical telescope, he gazed at the sea of tranquility, silently reciting one moon's surface name after another, as if everything still felt unreal. Am I really about to land on that star? Copernicus, Kepler, Landsberg, Ocean of Storms, Sea of Rains, Bay of Rainbow. What are you mumbling about? In the bathroom, Li Ziho came out naked. This is our new dormitory. For the mission, I, Li Ziyu, and Gao Fong were specially placed together. The three good friends were already very familiar, and now they spent all day studying, training, and living together, which was beneficial for future space missions. Although I opened the window wide to observe the moon, there were no buildings across that could see into this place, allowing us to be carefree while showering. However, the cold air in Beijing was no joke. A small breeze blew in, causing Li Ziho to gasp and jump onto the bed, quickly wrapping himself in a thick quilt. What are you crazy about? Even if our floor heating is a bit too warm, you don't need to open the window in the middle of winter, do you? You nearly froze me. I ignored him, searching for the more important landmarks on the lunar surface while pressing the shutter. Hurry up, I still have to pack. Li Ziho grumbled. I want to leave a little later to develop these photos to take back to my parents and relatives, I said while taking pictures. What era are we in that we still print photos? Li Ziho said discontentedly. There are already quite a few people who have reserved my autograph. I'm already a celebrity, I said with some pride. What? I don't have your materialistic mindset. You see, whether I know what the mission is or not, I take a vacation when it's time and prepare for the new year when it's time. Fame and fortune are like floating clouds. You're fat, and you're still panting. I roll my eyes. Before long, the photos had been synchronized to the computer, and I finally closed the window, still unable to hide my excitement as I sat in front of the computer selecting photos. The naming of features on the moon's surface is quite interesting. Impact craters can only be named after famous scientists who have been deceased for more than 3 years. Mountains are named after mountains on Earth. And the dark side of the moon is named as seas, etc. My telescope has limited magnification, so I can't see the Tiana base we are going to. That is our imagined Guanghan Palace, where our Chang'e is. Did you notice? I asked. Notice what? Li Ziho, who was getting dressed, asked without turning his head. I replied while clicking the mouse. The space agencies of various countries are lined up along the Bay of Rainbow, Sea of Rains, Sea of Vapor, and Sea of Serenity, which are China, Russia, Europe, and the United States respectively. If we open the full map, it does seem that way. I was just thinking, ISRO and JAXA are also going to establish bases on the moon. Do you think their landing points will follow this lineup pattern? Thunder without rain. Have you seen any action from them? Li Ziho said dismissively. That is true, but why do I have a feeling that it's like great powers scrambling for colonies? I said half-jokingly. That's different. Great powers seize others' territories, while we are taking empty land, still on an extraterrestrial planet. Who can say anything? Li Ziho had already finished dressing and started packing his luggage. Due to the mission, our vacation had been approved, and we could leave the next day after buying tickets. It had been a long time since we enjoyed a month-long vacation, and on the return journey, the base would track us the whole way and arrange a special flight directly to the launch base. The significance of empty land is even greater. We will change the way humanity extracts energy. Don't you like significance? In a few years, I will find a small pit on the moon and name it after you. At first, I didn't catch the malicious tone in Li Ziho's voice, but soon I realized it. I grabbed the clothes he had just put on and started wrestling with him like children, laughing and saying, "Good guy, you're cursing me." It wasn't until I had him pinned down that I asked, "Do you submit?" "I won't submit, even if I lean against the wall." Li Ziho is stubborn. But that's just how it is. After all, we were just used to playing around. After enough fun, we were both out of breath. By this time, the moon had risen high in the sky, and we could see the full moon through the window while lying in bed. I suddenly sighed and said, "If I could really have a crater named after me, it would be worth it even if I die." Li Ziho shook his head like a wave drum. "All right, there are already enough Chinese imprints on the moon. We don't need yours. I advise you to live a couple more years and continue to contribute to the country." Chapter 21: The Beauty of Blue Star Lion Dancing, Dragon Lanterns, Firecrackers. I never expected that the New Year celebration in my hometown would be so extravagant. I saw thousands of people come to welcome me, beating gongs and drums, dressed in festive attire. At this time, there were still more than 10 days until my first launch into space. This return home for the new year unexpectedly caused such a stir. Even the leaders from the city came. It turned out that entering my home had become a hot topic, which made me feel quite embarrassed. However, I could see that my parents' faces were flushed. They had never been this happy before. I distributed the moon photos I had taken of friends and family. And the one I considered the most beautiful was framed by my dad and hung in the center of the living room. Looking at my father's increasingly stooped figure, I realized he was gradually aging. At that moment, I forgot about the father who had been sulking with me for a month. Years had passed, and his expectations for me still surpassed anyone else's. I was going to the moon. I told my family this news in person. My dad sighed, looking at the table full of sumptuous dishes, and after a long while, he managed to squeeze out a smile, saying, "Eat." This was the word I heard him say the most during this festive season, and I knew he was worried about me. During these holiday days, I sometimes gazed at the moon hanging by the window and thought that 380,000 kilometers is indeed a long distance. But compared to the 25 light years to GLIESE 581G, this is just like visiting a neighbor. Speaking of which, do we really need to fly that far? The vast starry sky is so profound. Those so-called countless stars are merely lonely points hanging in the interstellar void, along with the collapsed white dwarfs, neutron stars, and black holes that can never be seen by the naked eye, filled with mysteries and the unknown. If deep-sea phobia makes people feel claustrophobic and anxious, then isn't deep space an even more terrifying place? However, on the contrary, for me, it is precisely because it is filled with mysteries that it is so alluring. The unknown, the endlessly boundless space creates a desire to explore. Moon, oh moon, you are my first destination, but certainly not the last. The lantern festival has passed, the moon hides its brilliance, and among the crowd, sending me off, I once again gazed at my father, surrounded by people. He didn't look at me or greet anyone else. He maintained that almost expressionless face. As the car started moving, my father's face gradually faded away. A sudden wave of sadness at parting surged in my heart. At that moment, I finally understood why my father always seemed so indifferent. He was worried, afraid that high expectations would make me impulsive, and space is not a place for impulsiveness. Perhaps the next time I come back, I will see his smiling face. Going far away, finally, I could no longer see my father's face, but a smile full of expectation emerged in my heart. I took a car, a plane, and then another car moving further and further away. I could already imagine the feeling of leaving Earth in a rocket. It was quite similar to leaving my hometown, a farewell, a sense of parting, also containing the anticipation of returning. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 ignition. At the command, the rocket's tail emitted huge plumes of smoke, and the flames illuminated the entire base. Even the brightest floodlights could not match this brightness. My dream of space began with landing on the moon. At this moment, not only the rocket's tail was heating up, but also the blood in my veins. As expected, among the selected candidates were Li Ziho and Gao Feng. Leading us to the moon was political commissar Xu Chong, who was both an excellent political worker and an outstanding astronaut. A few alternate team members would hand over to us in the next lunar mission. Because it involved training new personnel, this mission's execution period was shortened to 3 months, which meant the rocket launch frequency would double. For us, the country was willing to increase resource consumption. As the leader spoke before our departure, we look forward to your safe return home. Also boarding the spacecraft was an engineer, the only female on this voyage who had only undergone astronaut training for half a year, but our mission was due to her. Her profile was beautiful, exuding a sense of ancient Jiangnan charm, yet her work attitude was very serious. She spent every day with her robot. She was the chief engineer for space artificial intelligence development. From the moment we learned her name, we felt her presence among us, especially in the way Li Ziho looked at her. It was the first time I saw Li Ziho, who always had a carefree attitude, display such a serious expression. Her name was Ling Yin, and the robot she brought was called Meow Meow. The mission to the lunar base involved maintaining base facilities, testing artificial intelligence performance in space, installing a modular helium-3 extraction device base on the lunar surface, and assembling 3D printing modules. It sounded complex, but it was essentially just moving things around. Lunar exploration was no longer a difficult task for governments around the world. There were organizations like NASA, ESA, FSA on the moon, and of course us, known as CNSA in foreign abbreviations. Additionally, ISRO and JAXA had launched probes and lunar rovers to the lunar surface and even made detailed landing plans. But due to various reasons, they had not implemented landings. At that time, landing on the moon was an extravagant action for any country. A small misstep could lead to economic collapse. Large capital countries could carefully maintain their status, while many already bankrupt small nations were struggling on the brink of hunger. Many grassroots organizations began to oppose space development, but the higher-ups shared a common understanding. Only space could give humanity a new lease on life. Sometimes I even wondered if only by truly implementing space migration could humanity have hope. Now we were doing solid work, extracting resources from the moon and using clean energy to drive new vitality. As for Professor, he has crazy space migration plan. Wherever it goes, it goes. Perhaps I would really do it. Earth was getting further away, and we were in unprecedented high altitudes. This feeling was something I had experienced multiple times in simulation training. But this time it was the most profound. Objects on the ground were getting smaller, and we could see our altitude on the screen. The program turned. Radar normal. Flight normal. Escape tower separation. Booster separation. First stage shutdown. First and second stage separation. Second stage rocket ignition. We reached an altitude of 100 kilometers above the ground, defined as the KRM line, recognized by most organizations as the boundary between outer space and Earth's atmosphere. Moving forward meant we were truly entering space. At that moment, I suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable. A kind of internal vibration was unbearable. At first, I thought it was just me, but when everyone began to make unbearable sounds, we realized something was wrong. It was a kind of resonance, a problem that early rockets were prone to encounter, usually occurring when reaching 3 to 4 tens of kilometers above the ground. However, since Shenzhou 7, this resonance issue had been resolved, and here we were at the KRM in line, 100 kilometers above the ground, about to enter a state of weightlessness. How could this happen? I gritted my teeth, trying not to make a sound, but that heart-wrenching feeling still made me feel worse than death. My spacesuit was soaked with sweat, while the ground command center was even more tense than us. Shenzhou 67. How are you? Please respond. How are you? We were so uncomfortable that we couldn't speak, thinking that if this continued, we might have to face an early honor. Just then, I felt a lightness in my backside, as if my whole body was about to fly. If it weren't for the safety belt, we might have floated up long ago. As the sensation of weightlessness came over us, that resonance also disappeared. We all breathed a sigh of relief. Ground Command Center. Shenzhou 67 is safe. Everything is normal. With Commissioner Shu's report, a noticeable sigh of relief came from the Ground Command Center. It was still unclear how this malfunction occurred, and it was evident that the ground team was extremely tense. At this moment, accountability had already begun. The Ground Command Center was trying to calm our emotions while searching for the source of the problem. The rocket was already in the sky, and we could not assist the ground in troubleshooting at this time. All issues would have to be resolved once we returned. Fortunately, it was a close call without any danger. A beam of light entered the cabin, and Commissioner Shu spoke to us in a noticeably relaxed tone. Young people, you can look out the window now. Through the porthole, we saw a strong ray of sunlight sweeping across the Earth's surface, and the enormous blue planet appeared before us. I recalled the scenes from Gravity. Floating in space while accompanied by beautiful jazz music would indeed be quite an enjoyable experience. Oh my God, so beautiful, Ling Yin exclaimed in her unique, gentle voice. The Earth was below me, or perhaps that was just my perception. Everyone has a different sense of direction in space. Some might feel as above them. At this moment, my weightless body no longer needed to sit on the soft seat, and the heavy spacesuit felt suddenly weightless, which was quite comfortable, much more so than being in a swimming pool. Gazing at that blue planet, with its blue oceans, white clouds, and beautiful continents, the scene seemed to suddenly freeze. We all felt the tranquility of deep space, as if resonating together. Everyone fell silent at the same time, enjoying the pure elevation that washed over our bodies and minds. Perhaps this was the communication between spirit and flesh. Beauty. Could this be the ultimate aesthetic that humanity pursues? I cannot describe it in words. Chapter 22, Landing on the Moon. After 11 long days of flight, we have arrived in lunar orbit, flying from south to north towards our lunar landing destination, Tianhe Base. There is a flat surface on the moon's sea of rains at the location of Rainbow Bay, formed by 3 small craters named Xin, Tianjin, and Higu. This is a beautiful folk legend, and the stars Xin, Higu 2, and Tianjin 4 are among the most prominent constellations in the summer night sky. This place is named Tianhe Base, a mythical name that holds significant commemorative meaning for us. Decades ago, our first probe to land softly on the lunar surface, Chang'e 3, landed here. Today, although that person has passed, a magnificent base has been established here. Yet the remnants of Chang'e 3 still stand as the greatest monument at Tianhe Base. Many years later, this monument will continue to welcome generations of astronauts, and more people will come to remember its story. Since the first group of astronauts began constructing Tianhe Base in 2035, our manned lunar landing technology has matured, allowing humans to survive on the lunar surface for weeks to months in artificial cabins. Over the years, the base has continuously expanded, enabling us to live on the lunar surface for extended periods, and now we have returned here, following in the footsteps of our predecessors. Solar panels are deployed. Adjusting attitude, the captain issues the command. The spacecraft immediately retracts the solar panels, returning to its rocket form, and the thrust vector engines begin adjusting the rocket's attitude to keep the tail vertical downwards before landing. The moon's gravity is 1/6 that of Earth, meaning a person can easily become a strongman on the moon. However, This gravity is enough to ensure the spacecraft could crash and be completely destroyed. We have traveled 380,000 kilometers. We cannot afford any issues at the last moment. Deputy Commander Shu is an experienced hand. He has landed on the lunar surface 6 times. With him aboard, we have a strong backbone, and everything follows his command. At this moment, our speed is 7,248 kilometers per hour, and the engines must ensure that we reduce our speed to 0 within 10 minutes near the moon's orbit. The speed is gradually decreasing, and, as time passes, we can clearly feel the moon's gravity. There is no atmosphere on the moon, and the success of the landing relies entirely on the engines. Seeing that we are somewhat tense, Deputy Commander Shu smiles and says, "Don't worry, our engines are world-leading." Hearing this, we indeed feel much more relaxed, especially since there was a minor incident during takeoff, for which the ground crew repeatedly apologized, trying to reassure us about how many tests our rocket engines had undergone. Now, Deputy Commander Shu is re-evaluating the situation, making it hard for us not to feel anxious. The video clearly shows the terrain, and the 3 iconic craters of the Moon Palace have come into view. "We have arrived at the Moon Palace," I said, staring at the screen. Lizo, never forgetting his humor, joked, "I can't wait to meet Sister Chang'e." At that moment, we heard Ling Yan's voice. "Every astronaut who comes to the moon will go to meet Chang'e and present a bouquet of flowers, then pay their respects." We remained silent, knowing she was referring to the remains of Chang'e 3, which is something every astronaut going to the moon does, having formed a sort of ritual, something we trained for many times before coming to the moon. The habitat modules in the base resemble inverted bowls, with clear connecting passages visible between them, creating a highly sci-fi appearance. Over the past 14 years, we have conducted 21 manned lunar landings, and the base is no longer as shabby as it once was. It now has considerable scale. Through the screen, I mentally checked the functions of each module in the base. These lunar bricks, made from lunar soil, are mixed with lunar concrete, creating building materials that effectively shield against intense cosmic radiation. The inner cabin features a thermal insulation layer made with 3D printing technology, and the wall's inner layer has a regular honeycomb structure that provides excellent protection. This architectural structure can withstand direct impacts from 200-kilogram small celestial bodies, ensuring a high safety factor. Currently, there is 1 main work module, 2 living modules, 1 power room, 1 water storage room, 1 storage room, 1 airlock room, and 2 greenhouses, with a new expansion plan still underway. The entire base is powered by a large nuclear battery, which has a theoretical lifespan of 175 for years, meaning theoretically, we won't need to replace the battery in our lifetime. Right now, there is no one in the base. The computer is fully responsible for regulating the temperature control here, and in case of emergencies, remote operations can be conducted from the ground command center. It has been 6 months since the last group of astronauts arrived here, but it feels like a room that has been cleaned and is ready for habitation at any time. According to the United Nations Moon Agreement, equipment on the moon is not subject to nationality or territory. People from any country can use it together. This agreement was initially intended to apply to other near-Earth orbit spacecraft as well, but since the incident on Mars, the situation in space has also become tense, with even encounters between astronauts from different countries during missions almost leading to collision incidents, with prior notifications not being provided. This situation has not yet occurred on the moon, as the bases of various countries are relatively far apart. The nearest FSA lunar base is located at 9.6 degrees west longitude and 21.3 degrees north latitude in the Sea of Rains, with a straight-line distance of 903 kilometers between us. The moon's terrain is complex, and transportation is underdeveloped. It is nearly impossible to travel by lunar rover from one's own base to another country's base. Without international cooperation, astronauts from one country will not land near another country's base, making direct communication on the lunar surface unfeasible. Fortunately, countries have generously adhered to the Moon Agreement stipulations and have kept to their respective areas. Our base has a unique advantage. The thickness of the lunar soil is over 5 meters on average, making it an ideal location for extracting helium-3. Our main task this time is to install a machine capable of heating lunar soil to 700 degrees Celsius at the lunar base and to debug it. aiming to bring back a sample of helium-3 produced on the moon during our return trip. As the spacecraft continues to hover and adjust, we finally begin to descend slowly. The images coming from the camera video show the lunar surface getting closer and closer, and what I thought would be a relatively calm mood suddenly becomes excited. We have conducted dozens of landing simulation trainings, but when it comes to actually stepping onto the lunar land, the feeling is different. Entering the rapid adjustment phase, we see the numbers from the rangefinder quickly decreasing, getting closer to the lunar surface. Altitude, 2,000 meters. Altitude, 1,500 meters. Altitude, 1,000 meters. The High Command is nervously reporting the landing distance, and as the distance shortens, we even gradually hold our breath. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Hover. Deputy Commander Shu finally issues a new command. The rocket increases thrust, striving to adjust the landing posture to the best position. Although the technology is already mature, we still feel tense. Deploy landing gear. The stable triangular support is opened, and the camera has locked onto the landing platform, which is a smooth octagonal platform with a locking mechanism that will securely hold the spacecraft's landing gear after landing, anchoring it to the platform. Good. Descend. We adjust the spacecraft's landing speed as we did in the simulation drills. Switch to slow descent mode. Slow descent mode complete. Continue descending. Data normal. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Landing complete. Shut down engines. Accompanied by this sound, we finally landed safely on the lunar base's spacecraft platform. The ground control console erupted in cheers, celebrating our arrival. Soon after, the spacecraft's operating system docked with the base's operating system, activating the safety locks on the platform to secure the spacecraft. Next, we were about to exit the cabin, and we were already on high alert. As the elevator of the spacecraft extended to take us outside, I finally saw this planet with my own eyes. Before coming, we had memorized the data about the moon thoroughly, but when I saw the gray and desolate lunar surface, those rigid data transformed into a magical scene. The moon is much smaller than the Earth, and the view is limited. It's difficult to see the distant mountains. The only prominent landscape is the Taishan, one of China's imprints on the moon. I hesitated to take the first step. Armstrong once said, "That's one small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind." I had often thought about what I would say when I took my first step on the moon. Come on, share your thoughts. Commissioner Shu easily stepped onto the landing platform and then led us to the gentle slope ahead, from where we could step onto the moon's soil. I am proud of my choice. Li Ziho was the first to jump down. He experienced the feeling of being light as a feather. Come on, the spacesuit is incredibly light. Li Ziho's cheerful voice came through the communicator, and I made up my mind to take a step forward. I will dedicate my life to the cause of space exploration. Chapter 23. Earthrise we saw Chang'e 3. This old predecessor, still covered in a dazzling golden composite film, looking as new as ever. The lander was adorned with bouquets made from special materials. These composite material bouquets could resist cosmic radiation and sunlight exposure, ensuring they would never fade. Millions of years later, they would still be there, honoring our aerospace pioneers. We arrived, standing in formation before it, paying tribute to this monument. Our representative, Ms. Ling Yin, stepped forward and presented a new bouquet, with the word Shenzhou 67 Lunar Base Workgroup inscribed on it, and a line of smaller text with our names below. Perhaps someday someone would come looking for traces of us. Commissioner Shu had visited the moon many times and was already familiar with the environment here. He guided us like a mentor and an elder brother, standing on the vast lunar surface, with the base on one side and Mount Tai on the other. He said, "You can open Channel 3 to listen to the sounds from the moon. There is no atmosphere on the moon, so sound cannot travel through air, but there are still sounds on the moon. The regular channel filters out noise, while Channel 3 connects directly to the outdoors. Through this channel, we heard the sounds from the moon, vast and desolate, as if the endless cosmic wilderness enveloped us. Sometimes the wind would blow through tunnels, and at other times, it sounded like waves crashing against rocks. Most of these sounds were reflections caused by solar wind particles hitting our spacesuits, while some came from distant comet vibrations. These waves refracted on the lunar surface and mixed with the solar wind, creating sounds that seemed to come from eons away. It was amazing. I was stunned by these sounds. The universe is not only vast and alluring, but it also has these grand cosmic sounds that make it hard for humanity to belittle itself. In such an environment, without any preaching, one can realize their own insignificance. This is the universe, the voice of the universe. After switching back to channel 1, the noise disappeared, and we could communicate normally again. It's so vast. I thought of the sea, Ling Yin said. Much more vast than the sea. But then he thought of an inappropriate adjective, Li Ziho added. Maybe we need to compile a space dictionary in the future to describe these alien sights from space, I suggested. Gao Fong had not spoken, making it feel like he was contemplating something. Commissioner Shu waved his hand, signaling us to the airlock door. All right, we're about to enter the base. Today is your first day on the moon. Get used to lunar life before starting work. The air pressure inside the base is different from outside, so we must go through the airlock to adjust the pressure for entry and exit. While we were queuing at the airlock door, Ling Yin excitedly exclaimed in her uniquely feminine voice, "Look, Earthrise!" A large blue planet slowly emerged over the lunar surface, resembling the view of a moonrise from Earth, except that the horizon here is shorter and Earth appears so gigantic. I had long heard that watching Earth rise from the lunar surface is a breathtaking sight, but I didn't expect to see it right after landing. Earthrise cannot be viewed directly with the naked eye. A layer of gold film coated our spacesuit helmets, which can reflect most red light and infrared rays, allowing us to see this beautiful planet slowly rising from the lunar horizon. It shyly revealed itself like a bashful young girl, reluctant to show her true form all at once. So beautiful, like a blue gem, Ling Yin marveled. Indeed, so beautiful. I can't believe that's our hometown. Li Ziho stepped forward beside her. We all noticed his little intention, but in such a moment, it was best not to disturb them. Before coming to space, I always felt that as long as I could go up, anything would be worth it. But just stepping onto the lunar soil made this big man feel a bit teary and miss home. We fell silent. As astronauts and soldiers, our journey had just begun, and it was not the time to entertain such thoughts. Are we lowering our heads in thought of our hometown on the moon? Li Ziho joked, but I could hear a bit of choked emotion in his voice, like a wanderer far from home. I didn't expect him to use Li Bai's poetry in such a way. Thinking about it, it had a nice sentiment. Perhaps there are people on the ground looking up at the moon, wondering if anyone else is missing home too? All right, young people, you'll be able to go home in 3 months. There will be a grand celebration, and you will all be heroes, with plenty to boast about in front of your families. Commissioner Shu's relaxed words dispelled our rising homesickness. I really want to take a picture with Earth, Ling Yin said. It's quite troublesome. The timing isn't right now. We'll find a chance to take a big group photo for you later, Commissioner Shu replied. Hearing the commissioner's promise, Ling Yin was very happy, bouncing like a little swallow as she lined up at the airlock door. When we landed on the surface, the control system of the lunar base took over, and our little robot, Mia, clumsily followed our steps to the airlock door. Mia, open the door. Ling Yin issued the command. This was Mia's first task in space. During previous training, we had already done multiple drills with this creation clearly designed by a baby-loving enthusiast. Its chassis had been replaced with 6 wheels suitable for lunar rovers, making it more capable of moving on the lunar surface. Mia steadily approached the airlock door, as if intentionally showing off its intelligence, playfully saying, "Welcome to the lunar base. In the next 90 days of your journey, I will accompany everyone for a wonderful time. I hope everyone can enjoy living on the moon's surface, and that the 3 trainee astronauts here will gain enough experience." "Hey, this guy thinks we're newbies," Li Ziho joked. We just smiled. The airlock door had already opened, and the bright lights revealed a stark contrast to the desolate lunar surface. Reluctantly, we looked back at the blue planet, which we could only think of from a distance for now. The interior of the base was very bright. When we took off our masks and began to breathe the air with our own noses, it felt very refreshing. "Do you feel as light as a swallow?" Li Ziho asked. I nodded, definitely with 1/6 the gravity. Don't think about missing home now. When you really get to go back, you might not even adapt. Li Ziho said, "Stop talking nonsense. Let's check out our dormitory." The lunar base has separate dormitories for men and women, since there are few female astronauts. Ling Yan's living conditions were quite generous. If you need anything, just call us, Li Ziho shouted. This is a good opportunity. If you want to pursue her, you better act fast. There will be more competitors when we get back to Earth. I rarely had the chance to tease him. Li Ziho, who usually had a carefree expression, suddenly blushed, stammering, "You. Don't say that. I have no such intention." "Really? Don't forget we're also single. Aren't you afraid?" "You dare." It turned out he was just a blusterous guy. The living quarters were quite spacious, enough to accommodate 12 people. But only the 4 of us were staying there. However, since there were no windows, it still felt quite claustrophobic. Looking at the snow-white LED lights, I felt like I had moved into a bomb shelter. "I heard the living conditions in Martian habitats are much better than on the moon," Li Ziho said. "Of course, the sunrise on Mars is still beautiful, but here it's always a gray haze," I replied. Gao Fong, who rarely spoke, looked a bit displeased. I suddenly realized this was not an appropriate topic, but I couldn't stop myself. Gao Fong shook his fist and said, "I just don't understand what we're afraid of. Why was the Mars landing plan temporarily shelved? Just because of that space-based laser weapon?" In this matter, Gao Fong has always been a radical, and we are quite speechless. For the next hour, we only heard him passionately giving a speech. Gao Fong is not inarticulate. He just never interjects on topics he is not interested in, while on topics he is interested in, others cannot get a word in. Chapter 24. Space planning. The rotation period and revolution period of the moon are the same, which means a day on the moon equals a year. So, when the ancients said that a day in the heavens is a year on Earth, it makes sense. I think those ancients must have visited the moon. Li Ziho is at it again, joking around. I've noticed that his joking has become more frequent lately, especially in front of Ling Yan, who only smiles and doesn't respond to his humor. During that time, there were no astronauts from other countries landing on the moon, so we were the only group on the moon, and Ling Yan was the only woman among us. When resources are scarce, some wolves tend to work extra hard. On the moon's surface, time is recorded as the second day on Earth. It was supposed to be me and Ling Yan working together to clean the greenhouse. But the bored Li Ziho insisted on squeezing in between us, making it awkward for me to enter or leave. He seemed to be very familiar with the topic as he explained space, planting knowledge to the beautiful girl. Our ancestors really took farming to the extreme. Just give me a piece of land, and I can grow crops. Have you been to Guizhou? Let me tell you, in Guizhou, you can plant a corn stalk in an area the size of a horseshoe print. Ling Yan shot him a disdainful glance, clearly seeing through this talkative guy who looked like he had never farmed before. She stood her ground and said, "My family moved from the countryside to the city. After my parents retired, they enjoy growing vegetables on the balcony. We fill pots, foam boxes, and even jars with plants, so even in the city, we can have seasonal vegetables." This was clearly a jab at him, but Li Ziho, with a skin thicker than a city wall, seemed not to understand the response. He slapped his thigh and continued, "Hey, we're fated to meet. My grandma likes to set up a little garden behind the building, planting scallions, tomatoes, peppers, and so on." I couldn't listen anymore and kicked him in the butt. The moon's gravity is light, so a 100-pound kick barely felt heavy, and he floated away, landing face first in a patch of dirt. "Old Punyu," Li Ziho, covered in dirt, looked furious, ready to fight me. But he quickly sensed something was off. He sniffed and muttered to himself, "Do you smell that? Where's that stench coming from?" "Where else?" "It's probably you," I said, disgusted, quickly stepping back. Ling Yan suddenly burst out laughing, doubling over as she said, "Congratulations on getting a friendly kiss from the soil of Earth." Only then did we notice the pile of soil inside the greenhouse was black. An experienced farmer would have immediately recognized it as high-quality organic fertilizer, the result of several batches of astronauts' efforts. The last batch of vegetables had already been harvested, and the entire greenhouse was clean. Our task was to spread the clean vermiculite in the planting boxes, with each section marked for suitable plant names. And even the heights had been adjusted by the previous astronauts. This organic fertilizer was prepared for us to facilitate the rapid growth of the plants. "This row is red longleaf lettuce, which northerners don't seem to eat much," Ling Yan said. I nodded. If it weren't for space planting, I would even have heard its name. "It's just lettuce, and I really like it," Li Ziho said, leaning in. I was happy to facilitate their budding romance. So I found an excuse to leave the planting room, giving them some space. Soon, laughter filled the greenhouse. "This guy, Sometimes I also want to find a girlfriend, but a voice inside me asked, don't you really want to travel far? I recalled what Li Ziho once told me, that if you were an only child, you might not be allowed to participate in the program. I tried to shake off that unrealistic thought, secretly comforting myself. What is out there in the universe? Just because I got to the moon, I miss home this much? If I went and never came back, wouldn't I be sad enough to cry? The greenhouse aligned with our tradition of building a garden wherever we go, even though we didn't lack food. With a variety of vacuum-packed foods providing enough for half a year, fresh vegetables had greater significance, allowing us to achieve self-sufficiency without relying on external supplies. But we weren't here to conduct that experiment, so we wouldn't have to endure that hardship. Life in the lunar base wouldn't be too tough. Growing vegetables requires a lot of water. In the early plans for the lunar base, some had considered extracting water ice from the lunar poles as a resource. There's a large amount of water ice around the moon's north and south poles, hidden in the regolith at the bottoms of craters, in granule sizes mixed with lunar soil, making extraction difficult with lunar facilities. Moreover, we had a more convenient method of obtaining water. We used hydrogen-oxygen fuel cells. Fuel cells are chemical batteries that produce electricity and water. The hydrogen and oxygen in the battery oxidize into water at 2 electrodes under the catalyst's action. This water first passes through a cooler to lower its temperature to 18 degrees Celsius. Then it goes through a silver ion disinfectant for purification before being sent to a water storage tank. The fuel cell can produce about 90 kilograms of water daily, enough for 6 astronauts to drink. We brought 3 fuel cells, each producing 8 kilograms of pure water per hour, totaling about 160 kilograms in 24 hours. Besides drinking, the remaining water is used for irrigation. The base is equipped with comprehensive water recycling facilities, allowing for the efficient recovery of 96% of water resources. Because of this, we can enjoy luxurious hot showers on the moon. Thanks to these advanced facilities, theoretically, we could safely survive at the Tiana base for a year or even longer. The return capsule and lander are integrated. Once it lands, it stays there in standby mode. The composite film on the lander's surface protects it from cosmic rays and solar winds on the moon's surface until we leave safely. Of course, if the lander malfunctions or encounters an accident, we can quietly wait in the base for another to be launched to us. In emergencies, the lander can even choose any flat area to land, not necessarily needing a base, thus avoiding scenarios like those in The Martian. Most of our work is done by robots. We only handle what they cannot do. The new generation of intelligent robots brought by Ling Yan is here to solve coordination issues among the base robots, essentially finding a leader for the originally independent robots. When Li Ziho first met it, he joked, "Meow meow, do you have a partner?" Meow meow paused for a moment, possibly pondering what partner meant, then replied, "I'm still just a child. What a silly and cute robot." At that time, it had just been developed and was less than a year old in human age. However, it was the most powerful artificial intelligence in the world at the time, developed by Shanghai Technology Island, with Ling Yan as its main designer. In terms of self-awareness and thinking, it surpassed any AI of its time, and it was said to resemble Ling Yan as a child, if she had such youthful dreams back then. So Meow Meow was already around back then. In the darkness, Li Tianyu turned over and checked Meow Meow's moon landing date. The line displayed March 1st, 2049, when the Zheng he had not yet been manufactured. This legendary captain was still in his internship period at that time. "Why aren't you asleep? Don't you have school tomorrow?" Li Hongyi turned over, constrained by his seatbelt, making it quite awkward to move. He muttered softly, "Reading is important, and sleep is important too." "Got it," Li Tianyu replied, and also felt very tired. So he turned off the holographic projection. Looking at the Earth time displayed before the screen went dark, he silently said, "Good night, September 14th, 2231. Chapter 25 Anniversary, Crossing the Starry River. The Zhenghe spaceship has come so far, like a devout pilgrim, unwaveringly moving towards the sacred place in its heart. September 15th of each year in the Earth era is the space planting anniversary. More than 200 years ago on this day, the Chinese moved their vegetable gardens into space for the first time, and since then, it has been unstoppable. Lettuce, radishes, potatoes, and even silkworms have been brought into space, creating a scene of farming and sericulture. Of course, this day has eventually passed, and it has been a long time. Space stations, lunar bases, deep space exploration ships, everywhere there are vegetable gardens, in the blink of an eye. Over 200 years have gone by. Every time the Earth completes an orbit and reaches this day, the Zhenghe spaceship holds grand planting anniversary activities. As the ancients said, food is heaven for the people, and those in the sky also need to eat. Every year on this day, the Agricultural Research Office under the Ministry of Science becomes particularly busy, and when there are not enough staff, people from the Biological Research Office are called in to help. You are 10 years old now. It's time to plant your first seed, Li Hongyi said to his son. Children on the spaceship plant their first seed when they turn 10, to distinguish between being 1 year old and entering the next age, and to teach them that every grain is hard-earned. The Agricultural Research Office under the Ministry of Science occupies the largest area of all departments, and the entire Module 3 is managed by them. The usable area of the spaceship is approximately 110,000 square meters, but thanks to 3D printing technology, the vertical planting module has a total planting area of up to 660,000 square meters, equivalent to 990 acres of land. In addition, Module 3 has experimental fields and breeding rooms to meet the nutritional needs of all humans and experimental species on the spaceship. Li Tianyu had been here once when he was 6. This was his second visit. Unlike last time, the current Module 3 felt more magnificent to him, with tall planting racks stacked layer upon layer, extending all the way to the top of the high chamber. Almost every row of available space was utilized, and rows of crop planting boxes formed towering forests, lush and verdant, as if to envelop those who entered. The first door led into the area with the largest area and highest yield of rice, where hybrid super rice was growing in cultivation boxes, illuminated by rows of LED lights. Upon entering this chamber, one could feel the abundant moisture, and the sound of flowing water was particularly pleasant to the ears. Today, there were especially many children visiting. Li Tianyu spotted Wei Zijiao from afar and couldn't help but hurry over to her. To his surprise, Qiu Xinran and her mother were also there, and he immediately saw both of them. Thinking of Xinran's mother's omelet rice, Li Tianyu couldn't help but glance back at the row of parents behind him, where his father was sandwiched between Xinran's mother and Zijiao's mother, resembling his own situation. Hey, did you hear about yesterday's incident? Li Tianyu whispered to Wei Zijiao. The standing committee's matter? Yeah, Li Tianyu nodded. Did your uncle tell you? Li Tianyu asked. Wei Zijiao shook her head repeatedly. How could he? He wouldn't talk about work at home. I heard it from my uncle. He was attending the meeting, and the engineering department got criticized. Why? Li Tianyu asked, puzzled. Because the safety door malfunctioned. The engineering department is responsible. Oh, Li Tianyu nodded, then said. I also heard my dad say it was risky. We almost got caught. Wasn't it vetoed? Wei Zijiao blinked her big eyes and said, I think those people won't just let it go. We still need to find a way. If we don't find a source, this matter won't end, Li Tianyu said. Are you sure it's not persecution paranoia? Wei Zijiao said, a bit frightened. Impossible, how could it be? Just think about what we've heard. Is it worth going to the standing committee over such a small matter? Li Tianyu frowned, appearing somewhat anxious. That's true. Wei Zijiao sighed, gradually showing a distressed expression. Just then, they heard Zijiao's mother say from behind, Look at your Tianyu and our Zijiao. How good they are, growing up together as childhood friends. Li Tianyu cautiously glanced over and saw Zijiao's mother's sharp chin almost poking into his father's face. Qiu Xinran's mother seemed a bit displeased and quickly said, But they have to grow up together. Our Xinran and Tianyu were born just a month apart. That's the real childhood sweetheart. Ignorance is truly scary. When Li Bai wrote about childhood sweethearts, he didn't mention how many months apart. As long as they grew up together, it counts. Only you're cultured? The line sharing the moonlight thousands of miles apart was turned into silkworm baby S silkworm. You're just fit to be a textile worker. I could recite the difficult road of Shu when I was 6. Could you? Li Hongyi was stuck in the middle, feeling like there was no escape. What was this all about? Li Tianyu felt embarrassed. The atmosphere on the spaceship was truly straightforward, as always, haha. Wei Zijiao slapped her forehead, looking pained. Mom, is that it again? Li Tianyu shukalata ukuarli. Zijiao's mother had once been a top student at Zhenghe Academy alongside his own mother. The difference was that his mother was the Academy's first talent, while Zijiao's mother was the first beauty, just a word apart, yet worlds away. Welcome to the rice-growing area. Dear children, our tour begins now. A sweet smiling young lady started the explanation of this planting area with her clear voice. The history of human planting has surpassed 10,000 years. The earliest discovered cultivated plant was wheat. At that time, many were still gathered wild wheat, and the planting of wheat spikes, seeds, carbonized grains, and wheat ears left imprints on hard clay, which were later excavated by people. After our ancestors began the Great Migration, they brought planting techniques wherever they went. And our country is a very characteristic farming nation. Children, does anyone at home plant vegetables in flower pots? Yes. The children's voices were loud and uniform, as if they had rehearsed. Then many children chimed in, saying their families grew cucumbers, their families grew tomatoes. So boring. Li Tianyu felt a heavy stone pressing on his heart as he watched the excited children, feeling very gloomy. But you can't think of any solutions, can you? Xiao Xinran suddenly spoke, her gentle voice and calm tone reminiscent of Miao Miao, speaking to Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu felt a bit downcast and exhaled. I don't know who they are, I don't know what they want, yet they're trying to find us, and they hold a high position. Of course, it feels frustrating. Hey, what are you talking about? The person pushing through the crowd from behind was Wen Bai, his round face full of smiles, as if something happy had happened. You're still smiling. I'm about to worry myself to death, Li Tianyu said. Wen Bai continued to smile and said, Don't worry. Our great Captain Peng Jiaxi has faced how many major incidents in his life? When has he ever worried like you? I just want to find something in his memoirs to see if there's anything we can learn from. How is it? Did you find anything? A little. Miao Miao started landing on the moon a long time ago, Li Tianyu said, feeling somewhat dejected. What is the use of that? I have a major breakthrough. What is it? The friends gathered around with great interest, even ignoring the explanation from the young lady. Miner's private information can be checked. Hi. The little buddies immediately deflated again. Of course it can be checked, but it requires the approval of more than 70 of the standing committee before it can be queried. Does it need to be mentioned by Wenba? Listen to me. I learned it from my brother, and there's another way. This time, the scattered gazes focused back again. What other way? Wenba lowered his voice and said mysteriously. In the background of the central control room, everyone has a backdoor password to query their own ID, so they can check their own ID privacy backend. Chapter 26, Doubtful Object. Wen Bai's words were as good as nothing. The difficulty of this method was comparable to that of passing a resolution in the standing committee. It required an individual to submit an application and explain the reasons, to be signed by officials at the ministerial level or above, and then operated by the director of the central control room. None of these steps could be handled by kids. Isn't this just talking nonsense? Li Tianyu raised his fist. Wait, I haven't finished yet, Wen Bai pleaded, quickly adding, the key to the password vault is in my brother's hands. Your brother? Li Tianyu was taken aback and asked, Wen Song? Wen Bai nodded. Only then did Li Tianyu turn around and exchange glances with Wei Zijiao. Seeing that the tour group had moved far away, the four of them called to each other and hurried after them, then formed a line, lowering their voices to say, Wen Bai, do you have a way to get the key to the password vault? Wen Bai leaned in, speaking in a barely audible voice. It's an electronic key. Only my brother's ID can open it. I know my brother's ID, but if I use it, he'll find out immediately, unless you're sure you could trace the issue. I just want to check who accessed my emails that day. That way we can pinpoint who it is, right? Li Tianyu said. Wen Bai shook his head, somewhat smugly saying, you guys don't know this, but since the other party can access your private channel, creating a virtual ID is very easy for them. You might not be able to trace it unless there's a more powerful system to help you, like Miao Miao. If only Miao Miao were willing to help. Li Tianyu thought to himself. Wei Zijiao suddenly said, this is still a clue, right? If the security department can follow this clue, wouldn't they be able to find out who it is? Wen Bai shrugged. Unfortunately, the standing committee has made a definite decision against it, so it's completely impossible to trace. Li Tianyu's mind was in chaos. Whether to investigate or not was confusing. The matter from the standing committee yesterday had already given him a headache. He really couldn't figure out who was on his side. He glanced at Wei Zijiao and murmured after a while, we still have to find a way ourselves. All leads returned to the starting point. We are using a super hybrid rice variety developed from the Hainan production area in China. Currently, the yield per mu of rice in one season is between 800-1000 gene. Calculating the rice-to-milled rice ratio of 1 o'clock. 7. 1 mu of land can produce at least 560 gene of rice. A person has 3 meals a day, with each meal averaging 0.4 gene. So a person can eat up to 1.2 gene of rice in a day, which totals 442 gene in a year. 560 gene is enough for one person to eat for a year. The beautiful young lady always smiled when facing the children, and her crisp voice temporarily interrupted the conspiratorial plans of a few little friends, bringing them back on track. The planting area for rice is equivalent to 620 mu of land, and the total output in one season is enough for all the people on the spaceship to eat for 91 Earth days. During these 91 days, the second season of rice will also mature, and it is precisely because of this rice that we ensure sufficient food on our spaceship. Li Qianyu recalled the egg-fried rice from yesterday and couldn't help but think of Xin Yan's mother's excellent cooking. He wondered if Wei Zijiao could learn such skills, and he secretly smiled at this thought. The first unit to conduct space planning research was NASA. According to their research findings at that time, potatoes were the preferred space crop. However, Chinese people clearly cannot get used to such starchy food. It could work as a side dish, but if it were the main food, it would definitely not sit well with their stomachs. Thus, rice became the first choice. Although rice consumes a lot of water, calculations showed that the fuel cells stored in the Zhenghe spaceship's anoxic area would be sufficient for the people on the spaceship for 500 years. Coupled with the spaceship's water recycling system, the negligible loss could almost be ignored. There is no shortage of water on the spaceship, allowing it to plant any food it likes as long as there is space, like a wealthy tycoon. Regarding the history of space planting, Li Qianyu would later get more answers from Peng Jiaxi's memoirs, but for now, he was interested in the tall corn plants. Corn is the food most suitable for large-scale planting on Earth. It has strong drought resistance, cold resistance, and adaptability to poor soil and environments. However, its low yield per plant and large space occupation make it unsuitable as a staple food on the spaceship. So only less than 3 mu of planting space has been allocated for corn here. Looking at this batch of corn that was about to mature, Li Qianyu couldn't help but think of the corn pancakes he had for breakfast, which were a reward for his father's excellence as a teacher and had been at home for nearly half a year. Considering that the sealed room wouldn't be filled with oxygen, the food's decay rate would be very slow. Compared to most people who could only eat the fixed meals provided by the cafeteria, Li Qianyu's family, which could occasionally eat rare food from the experimental fields, had a relatively good living condition. When the spaceship took off, there weren't as many people as there are now. When the first space baby was born, both the spaceship and Earth held large-scale celebrations. The first person born in space received much attention, so that day was established as Children's Day on the Zhenghe spaceship. Because of this, Li Qianyu clearly remembered that date, September 7th, 2064, in the Earth era. With the increase in population, how to utilize the existing space to feed more people became a crucial task. The number 3 cabin made a significant contribution in this regard. As the planting area continued to expand, it has now reached its peak. If the population on the spaceship continues to grow, we will report to the committee to compress the space of other unnecessary cabins to meet the increasing food demand. However, this expansion is not unlimited. It must consider whether the water recycling system on the spaceship can meet the demand. If taste is not considered under the current plan, the spaceship can support a population of 20,000. The beautiful narrator continued to explain, and the figure of 20,000 was astonishing. There are currently only over 6,000 people on the spaceship, so there is still a significant gap to reach 20,000. However, the young lady also mentioned that quality of life must not be considered. Li Qianyu couldn't imagine what it would feel like to live on a crowded spaceship eating rough food. When he focused on the young lady's appearance, he felt her lips were somewhat similar to Wei Zijiao's. This is not surprising, as the initial population of the spaceship was only 160 people, a number carefully calculated by geneticists to ensure population continuity while avoiding the dangers of inbreeding. As the 8th generation on the spaceship, Some individuals have started to combine with collateral relatives from the fourth generation. Currently, there are no plans to expand the population on the spaceship. However, just a few hours ago, the 302nd crew member was born. The yield of wheat per moo is between 800 1100 kilograms. By precisely calculating soil fertility, adjusting temperatures, and selecting varieties, we can generally maintain a stable yield of over 1000 kilograms. Wheat is a staple food for humans on Earth and is also the earliest agricultural crop discovered by humans. Therefore, in this space, the planting area of wheat is second only to rice, becoming our second staple food on the table. At this point, the narrator smiled and asked the children, "So, can you tell me what can be made from wheat?" "Bread, steamed buns, flour rolls." The children all chimed in. In Li Tianyu's eyes, it seemed like he had come to the wrong place. Most of the children here were about 5 or 6 years old, while he was clearly older. He just wanted to hurry up and finish planting his rice or some vegetables and leave. In his memoir, Captain Peng Jiaxi extensively describes space farming, as he felt like a farmer for the first time when he went to space. He said, "As a native of Earth, the first time I planted for survival was actually on the moon. It's so wonderful." Li Tianyu already knew that Captain Peng's first flight was to extract helium-3 from the moon. At that time, the space elevator had already begun construction, and helium-3 held great significance. This energy source could change the energy structure and had major strategic importance. The nuclear reactor on the spacecraft is a fusion reactor, and its initial technology also benefited from the development of helium-3 energy. "What are you thinking about?" Wei Zijiao leaned close to Li Tianyu and asked as she noticed he seemed preoccupied. Li Tianyu's eyes flicked over Wei Zijiao's face and from the fusion reactor. He suddenly thought of something else, quickly asking, "Your uncle hasn't looked for you since then, right?" Wei Zijiao hesitated at first, then asked, "Why do you ask that?" No, I just haven't had time to meet him." "Why? Do you suspect him?" Li Tianyu shook his head and said, "Not really suspicion. Just think it's too coincidental that I ran into your uncle at that moment. He's working there. It's normal for him to be around," Wei Zijiao replied. Li Tianyu thought for a moment and said, "I'm not sure, but we should check the work record from that day." "Is it necessary?" Wei Zijiao asked suspiciously, clearly not wanting her uncle to become a suspect. "It's all public information. It should be easy to check," Li Tianyu said, not understanding Wei Zijiao's concern. Wei Zijiao didn't dwell too much on it. She didn't believe her uncle was one of the mysterious figures. If that were the case, there would have been no need to keep it a secret from him that day. Still, she agreed, "I'll check later and let you know." Li Tianyu nodded. Chapter 27, The First Seed. All the children on the Zhenghe ship were to plant their first seed in life. Each child hoped their seed would be unique. But the selection of seed samples was too limited, and there were no plants that could grow continuously. Thus, the taller and vividly colored plants became the first choice. Just as the children were eagerly choosing their suitable seeds, Qiu Xinran stood apart, staring blankly at the young green seedlings in a pot of Arabidopsis. "Xinran, why aren't you picking a seed?" Li Tianyu walked over to ask. Qiu Xinran's expression was cold, and upon hearing Li Tianyu's question, she surprisingly exhibited an unusual emotion. "What is wrong?" Li Tianyu asked in astonishment, noticing her appearance as if she were about to cry. He was most afraid of girls crying. "It's nothing, I just feel like I can't help you. Unlike Wenba and Wei Zijiao, they are smart and clever. And I'm just so stupid, dragging you all down. It would be better if I weren't in your team." Qiu Xinran's grievance came from within herself. "How could that be? You have a mechanical hand. You'll definitely be able to help." Li Tianyu said, "I have no confidence." Qiu Xinran's voice grew lower, barely audible. "Confidence shouldn't rely on just a few things. You have to be strong yourself. Just like these Arabidopsis, they may seem unremarkable, but their vitality is incredibly strong. They only need 6 weeks from sowing to maturity, which is why they are the first choice for space planting. We are all ordinary, but as long as we are resilient enough, we can thrive like these little lives, even away from our Mother Earth. I believe that in the future, Arabidopsis flowers will be everywhere on GLIESE." Qiu Xinran regained her spirit and smiled. "Let us go with Arabidopsis." "What?" Li Tianyu was still immersed in his thoughts when he suddenly heard Qiu Xinran say this, momentarily caught off guard. I'll choose Arabidopsis for my first seed. Are you sure? This plant is quite ordinary. Li Tianyu was surprised that his words had brought her to this point. It's okay, just like me. Even if I'm humble and unnoticed, I can still be resilient. Thank you. Qiu Xinran smiled and ran off to the teachers to get her seeds. Really? It's hard to grasp the emotional changes of girls. If I had to categorize it, it would probably fall under meteorological phenomena. Li Tianyu shook his head, a small sense of accomplishment swelling in his heart. On the other side, Wei Zijiao chose tomatoes, which are beautiful, can bear multiple fruits, are nutritious, and visually appealing, making them particularly suitable for girls. Wenba, what did you choose? Wenba scratched his head, hesitating as he looked at the various introductions. Everything looks good, but I don't know how to choose. You should plant radishes, a nearby child said. Why? Wenba asked without thinking. Because you always fart in class. You must have eaten too many radishes. This child's words caused quite a few to laugh, and others chimed in, yeah, Wenba's farts are really stinky. I think we should rename him to Little Stinky. Wenba was talented, but a bit arrogant, and his relationships with classmates were quite average. He wasn't outright bullied, but there were many who didn't like him. You're talking nonsense. Wenba retorted angrily, but he was quickly drowned out by the other children's banter. Someone suddenly tapped Wenba on the back of his head, and soon more people followed suit, tapping him one after another, making him dizzy. However, in the crowd, he couldn't tell who had done it, and he was so anxious he felt like he might explode. Wei Zijiao noticed something was wrong and quickly tried to intervene, but the mischievous boys in the class seemed to ignore her. Stop it! Li Tianyu suddenly appeared among the children, pushing through the crowd to pull Wenba out. Then angrily said, who did it? Step forward. The authority of the class leader was still present. With Li Tianyu's shout, all the noisy children quieted down. Even the teacher who was about to intervene couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up to this young class leader. So you dare to act, but not take responsibility? Fine, we'll check the surveillance. It won't just be a simple lecture then. Li Tianyu's strong demeanor frightened many, and some of the students who had tapped Wenba on the head shrank back and stepped forward. Don't think that just because there are billions of people on Earth, it's just us in the universe. Among us, there are only 60 people in the same age and class. How can you bully your own classmates like this? Isn't it embarrassing? Those children realized something and turned red, lowering their heads, not daring to look Li Tianyu in the eye. What would happen if someone treated you like this? Does anyone like being bullied? Li Tianyu continued. At this moment, an inappropriate voice called out from the crowd. He.S. just an elementary class leader, acting all high and mighty. What is so great about reading a few more books? Due to the commotion, many visiting students and parents gathered around. Those who dared to speak like this in such a situation were mostly self-destructive types. Seeing this person's appearance, Li Tianyu had a clue. His name was Lu Xia, the only student in the class who had been held back, having repeated 2 grades and unable to advance. If nothing unexpected happened, he would continue to remain in this grade. If anyone were to be considered the most discordant in the class, it would be this repeat student. He often clashed with Li Tianyu in class, but Li Tianyu wasn't afraid of him because the spaceship had strict rules. Lu Xia didn't dare to do much, but his little actions still harmed many classmates. Li Tianyu found this kind of rogue presence quite troublesome. After all, he was just a child without enough authority or experience. Lu Xia, what do you want? To be honest, I just can't stand your face. Lu Xia tilted his head. Technically, he shouldn't be participating in such activities as he had already planted his 2nd and 3rd seeds, but teacher by included him for the sake of class unity. All elementary students below grade 53 showed enough respect for the class leader, except for this troublemaker, and even the teachers didn't have a good way to handle him. You may not like me. No one is required to like another person, but our class leader does not allow bullying behavior, including yours. Don't let me catch you bullying classmates with solid evidence. If anyone reports you, I will immediately inform the teacher. Absolutely no troublemakers are allowed in this class. With a warning like this, even Lu Xia should have shown some restraint, but at this moment he seemed to have some backing and disdainfully said, you should worry about yourself. If you've done anything wrong, admit it quickly, or I'll catch you with solid evidence. Li Tianyu's heart almost jumped out of his throat. Did he realize something? Despite appearing calm, the sudden loss of voice reflected in many people's eyes. And it was still Zijiao's mother who came to defuse the situation. What are you looking at? It's normal for kids to have conflicts. If others don't trust Tianyu, how can I not trust him? The class leader, besides our Zijiao, is the most outstanding. What mistakes could he possibly make? Don't listen to this bad student. Despite Zijiao's mother being like a little cannon, saying whatever she wanted, only someone like her could say such things. Many parents agreed, and at this moment, some were mediating, some were pulling their children away, and some were standing by Zijiao's mother's side, criticizing Liu Xia for his continuous academic failure. Liu Xia showed no fear, only leaving Li Tianyu with a meaningful glance. Class leader. Wenbo quietly tugged at Li Tianyu's sleeve, and Wei Zijiao and Qiu Xinran gathered around. They stared at Liu Xia's back, and what Li Tianyu was thinking was also on their minds. Someone was investigating, and although they hadn't found a specific person yet, it was likely that the other side had already identified the class. Li Tianyu's suspicion was already significant, and now it was almost transparent. Don't be afraid. We are together and won't let them bully us, Qiu Xinran said angrily, clenching her mechanical arm. I wasn't bullied, it's those guys, Li Tianyu said with lingering fear. They had already reached into the class, and students like Liu Xia, who had repeated a grade, were the easiest to bribe. How do you know? Wenbo didn't understand. It's simple. Usually, they have no presence and are ostracized by classmates. Although teachers don't say much, there's always some differential treatment. Once someone like him is recognized, he will definitely work hard for others. It was rare for Li Tianyu to remain calm at this moment. Meanwhile, the parents watched the children solve problems on their own and didn't interfere much. Sometimes I even wonder if there is such a thing as God. It seems that human genes have been written into a bug program, leading to competition wherever we go. Competition drives us to continuously conquer nature, and when nature no longer poses an obstacle, we finally turn on our own kind. Perhaps geography, language, skin color, and living habits can distinguish ethnic groups, but when all of these disappear, conflicts among the same ethnicity have never ceased. Sometimes I can't understand whether this is a human advantage or disadvantage. After the disputes on Earth were completely locked down by nuclear weapons, that competitive spirit reached out to space. Just 3 days after we arrived at the lunar base, JAXA launched a rocket, expecting to land a 5-ton lunar rover on the moon's surface in 12 days, claiming to start a circumlunar journey. JAXA's lunar rover has always been famous. They developed a manned lunar rover a long time ago, and NASA's lunar base has been using one until now. This time, the rover being dropped is an intelligent, unmanned all-terrain lunar rover with even more advanced performance, perhaps adhering to the ironclad belief that where there is a road, there must be a Toyota. JAXA once again showcased their Toyota in space with great confidence. According to our predictions, its landing point should be south of the Sea of Rains and north of the Archimedes crater. After landing, the rover will travel from south to north to begin its circumlunar journey. To be honest, apart from creating a world first, this action mainly tests the vehicle's adaptability on the moon. Whether this vehicle can continuously orbit the moon at a speed of 50 kilometers per hour as advertised remains to be seen. However, for Earth, aside from potentially selling a few more cars, I can't think of any greater significance. What I care about now is the little seedlings I planted. The first batch of Arabidopsis has already sprouted. Peng Jiaxi's memoir Lunar Exploration Volume. Chapter 28. A big eye arrives. We divided the greenhouse into several zones. One zone for planting potatoes, which will become our main supplemental food in space. The other zones are mostly for vegetables, with red leaf lettuce and Arabidopsis being the most planted, as they have short growth cycles and mature easily. The Arabidopsis I planted was the first to sprout, and we promised to have a dumpling meal once they matured. If planting is considered a side job in this internship, then the main job is building the microwave lunar mineral separation device. This big guy is the most important cargo we brought from Earth. Later, during maintenance, we found that the resonance we experienced when crossing the KRMN line was caused by this device. This device is essentially a large microwave oven, but instead of heating food, it heats lunar soil. We have spent over a decade building a base that can extract helium-3, and now the base is taking shape. The chamber for placing this microwave mining machine has also been completed by engineering robots, but the actual installation still requires manual operation. The machine is modularly designed, so it can be assembled according to the blueprints. However, It cannot be placed in the habitat module because it requires a mining belt to continuously transport lunar soil inside. The extracted energy is then stored in tanks through pipelines and conveyor belts, while waste is transported out via conveyor belts. There can't be any airlock-like structures in between, so this machine must operate at normal lunar surface temperatures. Using radiation-resistant and thermal insulation materials, it can theoretically work safely for 50 years. With a theoretical output of 20 tons per year, equivalent to the energy produced by 5 billion tons of coal, enough for nationwide use for a year. This terrifying output makes it worth using expensive materials, even if it were entirely made of gold. Although the factory is radiation-proof, it is not insulated against temperature. We must wear space suits to work in this factory, but this is only for assembly. Once completed, the mining machine operates fully automatically with mining, refining, and maintenance all handled by computers and robots. It is a highly efficient machine, albeit a bit large. The lunar base has always relied on robots for maintenance, but the previous robots could only be classified as program-controlled or adaptive robots. These robots could only work based on pre-programmed instructions or simple sensing devices, while the robots Ling Yin brought are intelligent robots, possessing intelligence closest to humans, with superior vision, hearing, and smell. They understand self-analysis and self-control of behavior, and most importantly, they can learn. Due to their strength, this newcomer naturally took on the role of leader among all the robots as soon as they stepped through the base's door. Initially, assembling the mining machine was a daunting task, but with Meow Meow's involvement, everything became simple. We watched as Meow Meow directed the engineering robots to assemble the modules piece by piece according to the blueprints, while we merely supervised, checking the quality after each phase. In fact, we trusted Meow Meow's machine checks more than manual inspections. We finally understood why this seemingly heavy task was assigned to us interns. It was incredibly simple. I was speechless. Gao Fong also said, "I thought we were here to work, but it turns out we're just here to observe." After the second phase of work ended, Gao Fong and I returned to the habitat module. As soon as we entered the dormitory, we saw Li Ziho just finishing a shower, drying himself off. "You should be grateful. What do you want to be, a mover?" Li Ziho said, while drying himself. I replied, "I think being a mover isn't bad. Things that are hard to move on Earth are incredibly light here." Gao Fong remained silent, taking off the inner lining of his tight training suit in the spacesuit, looking somewhat downcast. "What's wrong, Lao Gao?" I asked. "Nothing. Just thinking if astronauts are really that useless. Everything is done by machines, and they do it better than us. What is the purpose of spending so much money to train us?" Gao Fong's question had been lingering in my mind for a long time. After half a month on the moon, aside from growing various vegetables, there was almost nothing to do. My body was about to become idle. "Isn't that good? Humanity didn't go to space to suffer," Li Ziho said dismissively. "Then why go?" I asked. "Of course, to find a new home. Think about it. Who'll want to leave their old home if the new one isn't comfortable?" He laughed. This guy is quite the optimist. Just as we were chattering away, there was a sudden knock on the door, followed by a gentle voice from outside. "Can I come in?" Now it was Li Ziho who got nervous. He quickly waved his towel and shouted, "Wait a minute, coming right now, don't come in yet." His reaction made Gao Fong, who rarely smiled, chuckle. "Biology, no matter when, cannot forget biological instincts," Gao Fong commented with a deadpan joke. In terms of biological instincts, Li Ziho did well. He got dressed at emergency speed, quickly transforming from a naked white chicken into a charming young man. When he opened the door with a star-like demeanor, his eyes were filled with affection as he looked at the well-dressed female engineer. Ling Yin couldn't help but laugh at his appearance. She was even holding a cake and deliberately walked past Li Ziho. Due to the moon's low gravity, she walked quite gracefully. Honestly, just seeing her posture would make it hard not to feel those biological instincts. "Today is a day worth remembering," Ling Yin said with a smile. I didn't recall bringing any cake-like items before launching, so this cake must have been made by Ling Yin herself. So today is Li Ziho's birthday, and I specially made a cake for him, Ling Yin said as she placed the cake in front of our commonly used writing desk. "So is this guy. It's been years since we celebrated anyone's birthday in our class." Given Ling Yin's gesture, it seems they have developed a mutual admiration. I should have blessed them, but somehow, in this special environment, I felt a tinge of jealousy towards this guy. "Aren't you going to call the political commissar?" I asked. Ling Yin smiled and replied, "I just want to see him. The political commissar is busy and can't be disturbed right now. Let us start here first, and I'll call him once he has done." The three of us interns exchanged glances. This was fine too. The political commissar wasn't too keen on participating in such activities anyway, even if we politely informed him. The result would just be him smiling at us and letting us handle it ourselves. Soon, the dormitory was filled with the sounds of "Happy Birthday to You." This song had double significance for Li Ziho. It was his first birthday on the moon, and he had captured the heart of our beautiful engineer. There was no alcohol in the base, so we used water instead, making it quite lively. Li Ziho's face was covered in cream, and Ling Yin was still foolishly laughing. But unexpectedly, she was ambushed and ended up with a painted face. Gao Fong shook his head secretly, stuffed a piece of cake into his mouth, and then downed the water from the glass in one go. He was unusually happy today, and for the first time, he played music and started dancing jazz. We were all taken aback. This usually quiet person actually had such a flamboyant side. With his lead, we also bravely started dancing, though we didn't really know how. We just jumped around, but it was quite lively. Just as we were having a bit too much fun, the door suddenly opened, and the serious face of Commissioner Shu appeared before us. Upon seeing the scene inside, he froze, seemingly forgetting what he wanted to say. We quickly stopped, leaving only the music still playing unabated. Li Ziho gave a glance, and I quickly turned off the music. I wanted to explain, but didn't know how to start. Unexpectedly, it was Ling Yin who spoke up first. She lowered her head, feeling embarrassed, and said, "It was my suggestion. Birthday, his birthday." Her words were so incoherent that I almost wanted to step in and help her out. Commissioner Shu didn't pick up on her statement. He raised his eyelids, seemingly letting out a sigh, and then said calmly, "Come to the command room." After saying that, he walked away as if he had a lot on his mind. "It's all your fault for playing music for no reason," Li Ziho complained to me. I knew he didn't want to make Gao Fong feel wrong because of this, but he was also frustrated and could only vent to me. Even though I knew Li Ziho didn't have bad intentions, I still retorted, "Aren't you the one who smeared cake on his face?" "I smeared? At most. I got it on my face," he replied. All right, go wash your face." Ling Yin quickly urged us to stop this meaningless bickering. Gao Fong, who had just been smiling, returned to his usual silent and gloomy demeanor. Looking at him, I felt like I was seeing a snail cautiously peeking out of its shell, only to retract back quickly as soon as it sensed something touching it. After we washed our faces and put on our training uniforms, we headed to the command center. Just as we were about to knock on the door, a voice suddenly came from inside. "Come in." We then remembered that there were cameras in this corridor. The command center wasn't large, and it felt a bit cramped with a few of us standing inside. The split-screen monitors displayed various scenes, and one particular screen caught our attention. It showed a six-wheeled all-terrain vehicle in motion, with no reference point to gauge its size. We thought we might get scolded for the earlier commotion, but unexpectedly, Commissioner Shu didn't mention it at all. He furrowed his brow seriously and after a while said, "According to the report from the Ground Command Center, a JAXA all-terrain vehicle is speeding towards our base at 50 kilometers per hour. Our data shows that this vehicle is 6 meters long, 5 meters wide, and weighs 5 tons. Our mouths dropped open in shock. Li Ziho exclaimed, "Oh my, a big one is coming." Chapter 29. Misleading tactics from the video. The cockpit of the vehicle was not visible. The tires were high, resembling a remote-controlled all-terrain vehicle toy. Just like that. I confidently said it was one of those all-terrain vehicles that have no front or back, no upside or downside. It can drive anywhere without fear of tipping over. We had previously received reports about this vehicle. It was specially manufactured by JAXA for lunar orbit missions. Before the moon landing, no one had seen its exterior, and now what appeared on the screen were images captured by satellites. So this is how it looks. No wonder JA over there dared to boast that they would be the first country to complete the lunar orbit mission. Our base also had a lunar rover, but that little guy powered by a fuel cell could only carry 2 people, with a maximum load of 500 kilograms and a speed of only 15 kilometers per hour. It was incomparable to this giant that could rumble across the lunar surface. This vehicle could crush not just ordinary bumps, but even smaller craters without a second thought. I thought to myself, if this thing were on Earth, it might even be amphibious, Li Ziho analyzed. I asked, what does the ground command center say now? Are we supposed to open the base and welcome that vehicle in? Deputy Commissioner Shu pondered for a moment and said, the ground command center has not been able to contact the other side. It seems they have no intention of responding to us. I asked, so what does it want to do coming towards our base? It's definitely not just to shake hands and leave. Perhaps it wants to take clear pictures of us inside and out, and we can't say anything about it, Li Ziho replied. It still has to cross over the Jurassic Mountains. I finally saw through Jax's ambitions. Although legally, the base can be used by multiple countries. If they were coming with good intentions, they should at least inform our ground command center. Now, to come at us so arrogantly, the intent to demonstrate is clear. If that thing really sends high-definition photos of our base back to Earth, it would damage our national dignity. But this matter cannot be brought to the table because they have not violated the Moon Treaty. How far away are they? I asked. At the current speed, it will reach our base in about 3.5 hours, Deputy Commissioner Shu said with concern. Gao Feng's fists were tightly clenched, and he swung his fists heavily in the air, saying, we cannot let them succeed. What is the final command from the command center? I asked. Deputy Commissioner Shu spoke slowly, almost word by word. Act according to the situation. This put us in a bit of an awkward position. We neither wanted to provoke an international conflict nor violate the Moon Treaty, and we were bound hand and foot. As long as we don't let that vehicle take pictures of us indiscriminately, right? I thought of an idea. After I expressed my idea, Li Ziho was the first to support me. Then Ling Yan raised her hand, and finally Gao Feng. The commissioner only took 2 more minutes to think before deciding to proceed with my plan. Unit 1, I have arrived at the designated coordinates. This was my 7th time exiting the cabin, and unlike the previous 6, this time I was excited and passionate. I had imagined myself as the hero in a drama. Report coordinates, 44. 1319. 55W. Very good. Now hand over the command of the lunar rover. Unit 2 received. I cut off direct communication with the base and connected to Meow Meow's system. Little friend, it's up to you now, I joked to the robot. Meow Meow connected to the 6-wheeled lunar all-terrain chassis. It still looked so cute, which relaxed my tense mood quite a bit. The little robot said in a childish voice, leave it to me, opening the lunar rover now. The rear remote control of the lunar rover opened, and the cargo compartment split apart, revealing the body of a fully tracked engineering robot. This robot was used for foundation work. 2 sloped ramps extended from the back of the vehicle, and the robot steadily walked down from the lunar rover. The distance to the base was 300 meters. After the engineering robot got off, the lunar rover slowly drove towards the base, while the engineering robot unfolded its body and entered work mode. Meow Meow dig a rectangular pit that is 4 meters deep, 12 meters long, and 6 meters wide here. Received. A huge drill extended from the front of the robot and slowly drilled into the ground. Covered by a thick layer of lunar soil, these soils averaged 5 meters thick, and beneath that was hard basalt. We only had 3 hours and couldn't dig deeper, and the equipment wouldn't allow it either. I now realized how convenient an artificial intelligence could be. In the past, I always thought this thing was just a toy. I never expected that when we gave it vague instructions, it could actually understand, making communication between humans and machines much easier. I only needed to check the general terrain, and the robot could do the work. Since Meow Meow came along, the remote control work at the base command center was also simplified, which made Deputy Commissioner Shu marvel at the convenience brought by technological progress. Just as the surface was being loosened, the lunar rover returned, this time carrying Gao Feng, who jumped out of the vehicle and handed me the red flag I wanted. This red flag was custom-made with a special stand, looking like it was waving in the wind. Along with the vehicle came a construction warning sign, resembling a road construction barrier used on the ground, which was leftover goods from the early warehouse. What do you need these things for? Of course, to attract that big guy over here. Gao Feng looked doubtful. With the warning set so obviously, will it still come? If it came with peaceful intentions, it wouldn't. But if it's deliberately provocative, the outcome is predictable. Gao Feng suddenly understood and nodded silently. My battle plan was very simple. We cannot let the other side take pictures of us, but we must take clear pictures of them. Real-time communications from reconnaissance satellites showed that this six-wheeled all-terrain vehicle indeed performed impressively. It kicked up dust on the lunar surface, averaging a speed between 45 and 50 kilometers/h, and its obstacle avoidance capability was exceptional. We saw it ascend a 45-degree slope as if it were flat ground, and even larger slopes were traversed with only a slight decrease in speed. At this rate, completing a lap around the moon seemed quite easy, but unfortunately, it was not a peacemaker. It reminded me of the armored vehicles that used to rampage across Chinese land. Under Miao Miao's direction, the engineering robot quickly dug the large pit, while Gao Feng and I set up a warning barrier in front of the pit. I planted a flag in the center of the pit. This flag was originally used for manually guiding spacecraft landings and was very prominent. Now standing in the middle of an obvious obstacle, if they couldn't see it, it would be a case of blindness. After everything was ready, I checked the time. It took only 2.5 hours, faster than expected. Although our spacesuits could last another 2.5 hours, we wanted to be safer with the extra time. We decided to return to the base. Before leaving, I patted Miao Miao's little head and said, "Be good, stay here, and make sure to take pictures if any vehicle falls into the ditch." "Understood." Miao Miao replied in a very cute, childish voice. Entering the habitat through the airlock, Deputy Commissioner Shu welcomed me and patted our shoulders, saying, "You've worked hard." I extended a peace sign towards the commissioner, jokingly saying, "Just wait for the good show." The obstacle is very conspicuous, with the two large Chinese characters for construction written on it, and it is painted with the internationally recognized yellow and black striped warning sign. From a front, the pit is not visible. When we operate the remote-controlled lunar rover, we can only check the surface conditions through its camera. At this moment, JAXA doesn't have a lunar satellite and can only rent satellites from NASA or ESA. We have scouted the situation, and the fastest lunar orbiting satellite would take at least 2 hours to reach above the base. Unless this vehicle is willing to wait, it won't be able to uncover our little tricks. Chapter 30 Lunar Cruiser Back and Habitation Module. I took off my spacesuit, still feeling pleased with my little cleverness, when I heard Li Ziho's cackling laughter. "What's so funny?" I frowned. My earlier question stumped Miao Miao. Li Ziho couldn't hold back his laughter, covering his mouth, while Ling Yin had a similar expression. "What's the amusing thing?" Curiosity killed the cat, and after learning the answer, I regretted asking that question. Li Ziho continued to keep me in suspense, and I pressed him relentlessly until he had to tell the truth. I asked Miao Miao what she thought of my strategy, but she countered with whether telling the truth constituted harm. I was a bit confused. Harm? Harm to whom? Even Gao Feng could hear it. He rarely smiled. But this time he chuckled and said, "Whose idea causes harm to whom?" Li Ziho added, "I just wanted to ask what our success rate is." "How so?" I inquired. "You ask her." Li Ziho stifled his laughter and switched to Miao Miao's channel. "Miao Miao, weren't you just promising to answer well?" I asked. Miao Miao's cute voice came through the channel. "I promised to complete the task, but I can't answer Brother Li's question. He's too tricky." "Isn't he just asking about your success rate? Do you think there's a problem?" I said, "If it's just taking photos, there's no problem." "Then where's the problem?" "Seeing is believing. Please turn on the 3D holographic projection." I glanced at Commissioner Shu, who slightly nodded, showing no opposition to our actions. I walked to the control panel, activated the 3D holographic projection, and the center of the command room displayed the opening scene and the logo of the production company. Then Miao Miao connected an image, which was that all-terrain vehicle speeding along. "Is there a problem with this?" I asked, but Miao Miao replied, "I think it's easier for you to observe and draw your own conclusions. According to the first law of robotics, robots must not harm humans at any time. But psychological harm counts as harm, which puts me in a difficult position." Miao Miao sighed deliberately as she said this, causing Li Ziho, who was holding back mischief, to chuckle. I shot him a glare and looked at the moving all-terrain vehicle, asking, "What's the problem?" "Please pay attention to its driving posture." It was then I noticed that this lunar vehicle was different from any I'd seen before. It was not just a simple toy. It had 6 large wheels, each taller than the roof of the vehicle, allowing it to maintain an excellent driving posture. The vehicle had a good shock-absorbing system, maintaining stability during travel. However, the lunar surface was too complex, with pits and bumps that caused the vehicle to jolt continuously. Finally, I discovered the issue when the vehicle climbed a slope. Its body actually bent into an arc, curving up when ascending and bending in the opposite direction when descending. The body is soft. I was astonished to realize that this vehicle was completely different from what I had predicted. This meant that our 4-meter-deep pit could not trap it. It could bend like a worm and use its strong torque to climb up. Why didn't you say so earlier? I felt my intelligence was being mocked. Robots should obey all human commands, but must not violate the first law, Meow Meow said with a hint of grievance. My heart seemed to drop to the bottom. Wally Ziho found the greatest joy since coming to Earth. It seems we have to find a way to catch that guy, Commissioner Shu murmured. Is this approach feasible? We asked. If it really crashes into that pit, it would indicate malicious intent. First, we'll secure the material evidence, and then let the ground slowly deal with it. Catching it is better than being smashed to pieces by it. Commissioner Shu had supported our plan from the beginning. Now he merely added a clause. We found a net made of nanomaterial for collecting samples. It was lightweight and thin, set behind the obstacle, invisible to the remote-controlled lunar vehicle. The nanowires had strong toughness, and once entangled in this net, it would be unable to escape. However, that thing wouldn't be obedient. As long as it had enough power, it could keep us at bay, allowing the ground to slowly deal with it. We have a way for that, too. Bring in the electromagnetic pulse cannon to defend against solar storms. Commissioner Shu ordered, indicating that a good show was about to unfold. The clever trap had turned into a snare, just waiting for that bull to walk into it. The Awukai lunar cruiser, following Jay's traditional naming style, was now majestically cruising across the lunar surface from south to north, having crossed the Archimedes crater and heading straight for the Rainbow Bay. Rainbow Bay is a giant impact crater with a diameter of 260 kilometers, its southeastern wall submerged beneath lava. After the formation of the Rain-Sea Impact Basin, a meteorite struck this area, creating a massive crater. Later, lava flowed from the Rain-Sea, submerging most of the Rainbow Bay crater area, leaving behind a magnificent curved wall. To the north of Rainbow Bay lies the Jurassic Mountains, with very complex terrain. No lunar vehicle has ever crossed it. If we were to conduct a normal lunar surface circuit, we should avoid this area, but the Awukai was charging through, clearly with ill intentions. The Ground Command Center's 11th communication received no response. It seemed the other party was determined to take photos first, humiliating us before explaining. There hadn't been any misfire incidents in decades. Was there an intention to create a false intrusion incident on the moon? Was this why they deliberately didn't adjust satellite reconnaissance? I don't know what those people were thinking. Anyway, we confidently adjusted the satellite to observe this so-called lunar cruiser, getting a complete view of the vehicle. Unfortunately, the satellite video had limited resolution. To see the technical details clearly, we needed to capture it for detailed study. Does anyone here know mechanical engineering well? Li Ziho asked, having discovered something. We all shook our heads. Ling Yin confidently said, no need to be so nervous. Capturing that guy for a 3D panoramic scan will record all the technical details without missing a thing. Good point, I said appreciatively this way. Our lunar vehicle technology can make significant progress, at least at 1 TB slower than a bull cart. Lunar vehicle technology had always been one of our bottlenecks. The lunar soil particles were relatively fine, and vehicles could easily sink into it. Low friction resulted in poor traction, causing energy waste during travel, making it difficult for lunar vehicles to move quickly. Yet Jay's lunar probe could achieve a speed of 50 km/h, which was already quite impressive. If we could unlock this technical lock, our lunar program could move forward significantly. Since the other party was coming uninvited, we shouldn't be polite. In the distance, the headlights of the lunar vehicle were already visible. Since sound cannot travel on the lunar surface, watching that all-terrain vehicle kicking up dust, it felt as if I could hear its roaring sound. Here it comes. Perhaps to test our adaptability, Commissioner Shu fully delegated command to me. Standing on a small slope behind the obstacle in my spacesuit, I waved 2 glow sticks, signaling with international flag language. Under construction, please detour. At this moment, all the headlights in front of the obstacle turned on, illuminating the obstacle signs and red flags so brightly that they were visible from 5 kilometers away. There was no reason for the lunar vehicle not to see it, yet it still showed no signs of slowing down. Meow Meow, I bet you something. Lee Ziho said casually in the command room. Humans are really boring. You can't violate human commands, okay? Lee Ziho captured the robot's shortcoming, revealing a hint of threatening undertone. Do you bet that car will fall into the pit? Stupid humans will definitely crash right into it. This time it's Lee Ziho's turn to take a hit. This guy actually learned how to use a pawn. Laughter from Ling Yin echoed in the channel, and I had already recognized the car's logo, reminding me of that famous model known as the Land Cruiser. This guy is completely black, and while I knew from the data that it was big, seeing it in person felt entirely different. This big toy-like thing is exquisitely crafted, with a metallic sheen on the frame. I don't know if it's my illusion, but when I saw the Hongqi, it actually sped up, truly audacious. I switched my flag signal to warning mode, although I didn't think it would stop quietly like that. At that moment, I felt like the Hongqi was the red cloth in a matador's hand, the vibrant color driving this bull crazy. Come on, baby, today I'm going to let you. This lunar cruiser, meet your doom. Chapter 31. Electromagnetic pulse cannon. As the mighty bull maneuvered around a piece of lunar rock, it twisted its body, showcasing an extraordinary skill with its flexible, transformable chassis, slightly deforming into an arc. I saw its emblem on the side. It was a sun flag, a naval flag, a banner that was once inextricably linked to bloody invasion wars, which should have been tossed into the trash bin of history to rot. Yet now it was pulled out and brazenly parading on the surface of the lunar sea. Shame. I saw its name, Abukuma. My body was enveloped in a surge of blood, and my uncontrollable emotions made me want to shout. These guys, unforgivable. If at first it was merely to uphold the fairness of international norms, now it was for justice. For all those around the world who oppose aggression, oppose slaughter, and love peace. I want to capture this on video and show the world your true faces. I threw aside my glow stick and jumped down from the small hill, shouting, surround it. Galfong turned on the lunar rover's headlights. Although this slow-as-able old vehicle had poor performance, it was our only means of transportation on the moon. And whether we could catch this monster depended entirely on this old vehicle. The mighty bull indeed fell into our trap, charging towards the obstacle with a cloud of lunar dust swirling around it. The moon's low gravity and the fine dust meant that the dust kicked up lingered for a long time, creating a strange and surreal scene on the lunar surface. It collided. I imagined there must have been a cacophony of sounds, but we couldn't hear it, so we filled in the sound ourselves. The lunar rover struggled to advance over the lunar surface, while I exerted all my strength to run and jump towards the trap. Abukuma smashed through the barrier and plunged into the pit. This guy stood at least 5 meters tall, with the highest point being its wool top. Thus, although the 4-meter-deep pit could cover its top, it couldn't trap it. I saw the lunar vehicle, named after an old naval cruiser, bend its upper body, with the 2 front wheels already clinging to the freshly dug pit wall. The wheels spun violently, tearing off 2 large chunks of lunar soil. And then it didn't rush forward. Instead, it backed up, similarly scraping off 2 chunks of dirt from behind. Again and again, this guy's movement space grew larger. Galfong, hurry up! I shouted while capturing it with the lens of my spacesuit. Already at maximum speed, Galfong's voice was hoarse, the result of shouting at full strength. To get a clearer shot, I changed positions back and forth, almost getting knocked down by its wheels charging forward several times. I captured its emblem, I captured its sun flag, I captured its Chinese hull number. The lunar territory belongs to all humanity, but at least it should greet its owner. One impolite guy. With the continuous flashes of the camera, I felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Galfong also maneuvered the lunar rover to the designated position. And at this moment, the Abukuma had also cleared enough distance to sprint, with the dirt on both sides crushed into a slope by this brazen guy. Based on our observations, this level of slope posed no obstacle to it at all. Even if it flipped over while charging, it wouldn't matter. It could still move normally whether upright or upside down, and perhaps its command center was cheering, thinking victory was at hand. Unfortunately, we had a trick up our sleeves. The situation was urgent. If we were any slower, that guy would escape the pit, and nothing on the entire moon could catch up with it. At a critical moment, the lunar rover finally arrived. Cast a net. Just as the Abukuma leaped out of the pit, the mining device behind our lunar rover activated, and a fine net was cast out like a fishing net, perfectly ensnaring the front of the Abikuma, using the monster's momentum to secure it tightly. The tough nanomaterial was not the soft lunar soil. Once entangled with its wheels, it would instantly immobilize the wildly spinning axle, rendering it motionless. As expected, this guy struggled like a beast unable to bear confinement, thrashing around. Hey, film this. Lee Ziho from the command center was as excited as a child. Film what? It's all dust. I waved my arms, trying to disperse the dust kicked up by this guy. If I weren't in a spacesuit, I would have been coughing from the dust by now. Even so, no one wanted to be surrounded by dust, and this unruly giant was stirring it up everywhere. I shouted to Gao Fong. I'm evacuating first. You hurry up and charge. Received. Gao Fong's voice was calm and collected. I saw a device rise from the back of the lunar rover, resembling a radar or radio telescope, but the cylindrical part extending out was thick enough, like a cannon without a barrel. In fact, it was indeed something that could be used as a weapon. It was a high-power electromagnetic pulse cannon we had developed to combat strong solar storms, used to interfere with solar waves, and could also be used to probe the lunar core. Being a weapon was just a side job since it couldn't shoot far, only effective within a few hundred meters. No one expected this thing to come in handy. Charging. Gao Fong's voice came through my ears, while I fled the dust-filled scene as fast as I could. No joke, if I were accidentally harmed by that thing, I would die in a very embarrassing way. I didn't want to become a crater name on the moon. Meow Meow followed closely behind me, its 6 small wheels spinning rapidly. But even so, in this lunar environment, it couldn't run as fast as I could. Little buddy, you need to keep up. I felt that my sense of humor was not at all inferior to Lee Ziho's, especially at the moment of about to successfully capture the troublemaker. Charging complete. Adjusting posture. The electromagnetic pulse cannon slowly adjusted its target direction. This guy's full power strike was enough to distort the strongest solar storm rays, playing a protective role for the base in emergencies. Such a massive energy output could not be resisted by equipment on Earth. Fire. After the command was issued, we saw nothing, as if something had happened, yet also as if nothing had happened. But we knew that the chaotic creature had stopped moving, and all that was visible was a cloud of smoke, nothing else. The powerful pulse voltage and pulse current could burn out integrated circuits and transistors and electronic equipment, erasing stored information in computers, destroying electronic devices, leaving this guy completely motionless. Along with it, their lunar orbit plan was also rendered immobile. I believe that in the coming months, there will be plenty of arguments on ground. Everything fell silent, with the only thing still not calming down being the swirling lunar dust, which would take more than a dozen hours to fully dissipate. We stared at the cloud of smoke in silence, and after a long while, Lee Ziho's voice came through the headset. No power. No power. I muttered this phrase, reciting it. It really is down. We succeeded. After a few seconds of silence, our channel erupted with cheers. This is the lunar cruiser, Lee Ziho exclaimed, praising our achievement. The craftsmanship is indeed exquisite. Now its insides are ruined, but its structure is still worth emulating. I said, Gao Fong really did hit the mark with that shot, Lee Ziho said. Gao Fong downplayed it, calmly stating, it's all thanks to the net. If that guy had gotten away, I would have been able to hit it. I looked at the electromagnetic pulse cannon that had played a crucial role and nodded. It was even meant to be used as a weapon. It has poor aim and requires long charging times. It can't hit moving targets. Lee Ziho placed a magnet on the axle of the vehicle. Marveling. They really spared no expense using nickel-titanium alloy. Aren't they afraid of losing money? Nickel-titanium alloy is a memory metal. I recalled something. Lee Ziho said, that's right. This thing can be heated to around 20 to 30 degrees, and no matter what shape it's twisted into, it can return to its original form. Amazing. I marveled. What's the big deal? Now it belongs to us. Let's hurry and take it back. I want to give it a thorough breakdown. It was still the high-radiation operation lunar rover, and with an engineering robot added, dragging this 5-ton heavy object was obviously strenuous. However, after tremendous effort, we succeeded. Well done. Hardworking warriors. The next part is up to me. Ling Yin waved her small wrench and stood next to Meow Meow. Because of the layer of golden film on the spacesuit, we couldn't see Ling Yan's face clearly, but her playful actions definitely indicated she was smiling. I can help too, Lee Ziho said, wanting to ingratiate himself. Deputy Commander Shu gave a pat on his helmet and said, Ling Yan, is the expert in this area, so you should avoid causing trouble. You still have a report to write when we get back. We burst into laughter. Shop that 32 Pet Center. Don't do that. The aisles of the planting boxes are so densely packed that only one person can pass through, and the leaves of the plants are enough to obstruct the view. All around are the chattering voices of children, and from somewhere out of sight, there are distinctive feminine moans. Someone is kissing. The twisting, graceful body seems to be caught between hesitation and enjoyment rather than struggling. A man's hand tightly grips a woman's wrist, his lips pressed against hers, leaving no chance for her to breathe. No. Who? The woman struggles hard to break free from the man's embrace, gasping for air, her eyes filled with resentment, but not daring to look directly at the man. After a moment, her expression changes and she angrily says, "You always do this, suddenly appear and then suddenly disappear. What do you want?" If the children were to see the scene, they would be surprised. This woman is their beloved teacher Bai, who was supposed to be with the kids for planting day, but accidentally got entangled with another person. "We've broken up. I'm not interested in you," Bai Yuhan says. The man is so handsome that he seems unreal, like a 3D printed model, his smooth skin much fairer than ordinary people's, and his eyes carry a hint of light blue. His presence among the women would surely cause screams, and it wouldn't be surprising if someone fainted. Yet Bai Yuhan deliberately maintains her distance from him, as if the kiss moments ago never happened. Really not interested? The man seems to pose a rhetorical question to himself. Answering, "Your body doesn't seem as tough as your mouth. Are you done making a scene? There are many of my students outside. If they find out, I'm finished." Bai Yuhan is genuinely anxious, feeling her body tremble. But if this guy notices her fear, it will be disastrous. He might have already realized it. How terrible. Why is she entangled with such a guy? The children have their parents with them and don't need you for now. We have plenty of time to indulge. The man says dismissively. Bai Yuhan dodges Song Ziyu's gaze, and seeing that he makes no move, she lets out a long sigh. "Fine, since I can't avoid it. Let's clarify things." Song Ziyu shrugs and says, "You're the one avoiding me. I need an explanation from you. How can I explain when there are always women surrounding you?" Bai Yuhan's tone grows a bit agitated. The man looks unconcerned. "Those foolish women want to surround me. What can I do? You said you were avoiding me, so you avoided me, even blocking me on private messages and not allowing me to find you at school. Am I to blame? Are you saying I'm also a foolish woman?" Bai Yuhan feels mocked, and tears well up in her eyes. "I was the one who approached you. How can you compare yourself to those fools? But you slept with someone else. That was before I met you. Am I in violation or breaking the law?" The man looks wronged. "Later, you really didn't. No, Isuya, you're lying to me. You lied to me again." Saying that, her body is smoothly pulled into the man's embrace again, Bai Yuhan's tears soaking into his clothes. She admits she enjoys this feeling, but deep inside, a voice mocks her. "You fallen woman." Wow, the little cat is performing. Wei Zijiao's eyes widen as the staff from the agricultural research room take the elementary school students to plant their first seeds and then show them around the breeding farm. Although there are hundreds of thousands of chickens and thousands of pigs, the children are not interested in those. They like the pets raised by the uncles and aunts in the agricultural research room, where conditions are suitable for keeping pets. Unlike the ecological pods built to simulate natural ecological balance, these pets are close companions that can interact with humans. Besides the usual cats and dogs, there are also some exotic pets like rabbits, lizards, and snakes. The Zhenghe spacecraft not only took humans into space, but also took away human friends. These carefully selected pets are very resilient and quickly begin to reproduce after adapting to the space environment. Sometimes there are so many that it becomes a headache, and some must be dealt with, which is unavoidable. Even so, everyone believes that on the day of landing, a considerable number of pets will land on GLIESE with humans. Li Qianyu is particularly interested in cold-blooded animals. He lingers in front of a glass box containing a chameleon, satisfied only after seeing the little lizard change color as it moves. Lily is a beautiful white kitten, very obedient, performing various graceful movements on the stairs, steel rings, and balance beams built for her. The children sit around the pet performance area, occasionally gasping in admiration. Someone once described the Zhenghe spacecraft as a modern-day Noah's Ark. carrying humanity's hopes into the universe to spread civilization on alien planets. In fact, the Zhenghe spacecraft lacks the capacity to carry more species. Its sister ship, the Shechong, carries a slightly larger number of species, but still limited due to space constraints. Although in-orbit manufacturing can create sufficiently large spacecraft, technology still limits this scale, which is too small relative to the ecosystem. Cats have 9 lives. Cats are the embodiment of witches. Listening to the children's nonsensical chatter, Li Tianyu wants to give them a science lesson, but thinks better of it. They're just kids, after all. He could allow them to imagine. But then again, he seems like a kid too. Why worry about those things? Li Tianyu really wants to check who accessed his ID, but if he does, it might be a double-edged sword. The other party would also realize he is investigating them. He might not be able to find out who they are, but they will definitely discover him, which would expose his intentions and bring greater danger. He needs to think carefully about how to proceed. The pet performance continues, but whether it's cats climbing high or dogs doing math, he finds no interest. The children's screams make it hard for him to concentrate, so he greets his dad. "Where are you going?" "To see the plants. It's not very lively over here. I don't like animals." "Exactly. What kind of person is your Tianyu? How can he be like these kids?" Zijiao's mom praisas Li Tianyu. On the other side, Chiron's mom dismisses. "Tianyu's brain was nurtured by me. Unlike someone who smells of synthetic chemicals, don't let it harm the children. Really, it's a headache." Li Tianyu walks slowly towards the fields outside, hands clasped behind his back. The sound of rushing water calms his mind, but he still has no clues. Looking at the unripe rice, an image of omelet rice suddenly appears in front of his eyes. Am I a foodie too? He licks his lips, forcing himself not to think about that delicious dish. Just as he tries to sort out the sequence of events, he suddenly hears a voice. Truly, like teacher, like student. Your Class S students are just as early in love as you are. Chapter 33 Disguise that's different. Don't talk nonsense. The woman said shyly, stammering, "I'll just admit that I had a crush on you in high school. It was the first time I had feelings for someone, but it wasn't about you. Besides, that doesn't count as early love. Another long kiss that left them breathless. After a while, the man said, "Oh, I remember a joke. If you have feelings for someone but don't actually like anyone, it means you're longing for love." I don't. "What about your student?" My student is different. He is still in elementary school." The man laughed and casually said, "Oh, that's quite interesting. I really want to meet this brave little man. He might become next to me." "He won't. He's an ideal boy, and his dream is to be a captain." "Oh, impressive. I remember that only the first captain in the 10 generations of captains wasn't he the class leader from Zhenghe Elementary School." "You mean that person is?" That man's voice sounded a bit familiar, but Li Tianyu couldn't recall it for a moment. However, he was sure he wouldn't mistake that woman's voice. It was Teacher Bai, who was inquiring about me through Teacher Bai, trying to dig into the early love of students. They have already reached me. Li Tianyu's heart raced, and a wave of panic flooded his body. Who? The hurried footsteps, the sound of overturned planting boxes mixed with shouts, caused a small commotion in the vast rice field area. Li Tianyu ran, his breath quickened, his heart raced, and his feet seemed to falter several times, almost causing him to fall. After running for a long distance, he confirmed he had evaded the pursuer. Perhaps that person wasn't even chasing him. But the panic still gripped him. Someone was probing for information about him from Teacher Bai. It seemed that the matter not passing the standing committee was still being investigated. He had known someone would come looking for him sooner or later, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. He felt his time was running out. At most a day or two, and the other party wouldn't know his name. And then, he dare not think about what would happen next. But if he just sat and waited, wouldn't that be equivalent to compromising with the bad guys? Back among his classmates, Li Tianyu sat down slightly calmer. He appeared quiet while watching the performance, but inside he was beating like a drum. What to do? What to do? He kept questioning himself. Wait, calm down. At this moment, what would Captain Peng Jiaxi do? He thought of Captain Peng Jiaxi's story of outsmarting the lunar rover in such an environment. He could exploit human weaknesses to create a big trap, leading the enemy into it. Wait, the other party is also human. If they are human, they must have weaknesses. Once he figured this out, Li Tianyu calmed down a lot. He tried hard to blend in with the children watching the animal performance. In the center of the stage, a little dog in a skirt danced like a human, bouncing adorably. Disguise. He suddenly thought of the chameleon in the glass box. When unable to confront the enemy head-on, he must disguise himself like a chameleon, not appearing too unique, and find a way to blend into the environment. As long as the other party doesn't discover anything, there would be no reason to act against him. A little dog jumped through a small hoop, earning rounds of applause. Great, I also want to raise a little dog. Li Tianyu suddenly became very lively, attracting a lot of attention. Everyone applauded, watching this somewhat unusual class leader. Look how active Tianyu is. A child who loves pets surely won't be bad. Mother Zijiao praised. This elementary school student needs to supplement nutrition with enough nutrition. Everything will be fine, unlike some brainless women. Mother Chiron tilted her head and intentionally raised her voice. Who are you calling big-chested and brainless? Oh, someone actually took it personally. You better explain yourself. Tianyu's father, caught in the middle, felt very awkward. He could only gesture with his hands. Calm down. Calm down. Just as the situation was about to reach a stalemate, a sudden scream broke the tension. Look, Song Ziyu. Most of the mothers who brought their children were there, and suddenly, half the seats were empty. The little kids still didn't understand what was happening, while the mothers had forgotten their roles and rushed forward, surrounding Song Ziyu. Song Ziyu was already used to such occasions. He waved with a smile, casually linking arms with Bai Yuhan as they walked into the pet center. Under the hostile gazes of many mothers, Bai Yuhan felt as if those fiery stares could kill. But with nowhere to escape, she could only awkwardly move forward, pulled by Song Ziyu. Students. The students are watching. Bai Yuhan said in a voice as faint as a mosquito. Their teacher is in love. The little kids should be happy about that. But Teacher Bai felt utterly embarrassed. Li Tianyu's eyes immediately caught the person linking arms with Teacher Bai. It's him. His impression of Song Ziyu was too deep. The last time at the club event was ruined because of his presence. Perhaps due to a throwback phenomenon, he had some mixed genes, making him look different and especially popular with women. He was the star on the spaceship, though the little kids weren't interested in him. What Li Tianyu was most concerned about was whether one of the two mysterious people he overheard that day was him. At that time, one of them sounded very young. It couldn't be him, right? He was too tense back then, and the voice distorted in the pipeline. Li Tianyu couldn't be sure if it was him, but he was indirectly probing for information about himself. It seemed Teacher Bai was still. Suddenly, he felt a gaze directed at him. He quickly pretended to be very interested in the little dog, shouting, Wow, this little dog is so cute. I want to raise one too. Wei Zijiao had no idea what was happening and thought Li Tianyu really wanted to raise a puppy, reminding him, That's a border collie, although very smart. It's also hard to train. The unintentional remark from Wei Zijiao gave Li Tianyu the perfect disguise. He tried to make his voice sound cuter and said, I was talking about that farm dog. It's resilient and easy to raise. Isn't that just a mutt? Van Bulmumbeth. What do you know? If one day GLIESE has wild animals, it must be the farm dogs that revert to their wild state. Li Tianyu said, It also needs enough prey for wild dogs to hunt. Otherwise, wild dogs will become humans' enemies, Wen Bo replied. I would never let our little dog become humanity's enemy. Wei Zijiao shouted. Xiao Shiran, who had been silent, sighed and said, It also depends on how humans treat them. Several kids chattered, drawing a lot of attention. Mother Zijiao said cheerfully, Look how responsible our Zijiao is. When she gets married in the future, she will definitely keep the house in order. Mother Chiron crossed her arms, looking unconvinced, and said, So what if she is responsible? Listen to what our Chiron said. It depends on how humans treat them. Such a logical statement is not something an elementary school student could come up with. She will definitely become a person like a minister in the future. Mother Zijiao pouted. There's only been one woman minister when it comes to sailing. If you ask me, a woman who doesn't find a way to make herself look pretty every day is just wasting her life. Mom. Mother Zijiao's voice was too loud, and even Wei Zijiao couldn't take it anymore, staring at her mother with a look of complaint. In that fleeting moment of looking back, Li Tianyu's gaze met Song Ziyu's. This brief contact lasted less than a second, and Li Tianyu immediately thought of a chameleon. He had to disguise himself. So he pretended to discover a new continent and shouted, Wow, Teacher Bai has a boyfriend. This move immediately shifted the focus onto the other party. Song Ziyu's appearance had already attracted the attention of many married women, And this innocent remark from a child further ignited jealousy and anger. Of course, more children were drawn in by Li Tianyu's call, even ignoring the cute animal performance, and they flocked to Teacher Bai, chattering and asking questions. Teacher Bai's boyfriend is so handsome, said a round-faced little girl, drooling. Of course, he's the #1 star of the Zhenghe ship. My mom is a fan of his. Another little girl said. More children rushed to surround by Yuhan and Song Ziyu, asking all sorts of questions. When did you two meet? Are you going to get married? Will you send us invitations to the wedding? I guess kids won't be invited, but I really want to attend the teacher's wedding. Bai Yuhan suddenly found herself surrounded by a group of understanding children, feeling awkward and unsure of how to respond. When she looked at Song Ziyu, she found his gaze fixed on one child who happened to be the class monitor of her class. Chapter 34 Quartet. Li Tianyu successfully threw the gravity towards Teacher Bai while casually joking and chatting with the girls beside him. Fortunately, not all the kids were interested in the handsome guy. Many were deliberately showing their loyalty to the class monitor at this moment, with several girls puffing out their chests to express their disdain for the aloof type. Li Tianyu was enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. But suddenly, two gazes locked onto him. Wei Zijiao and Qiu Xinran stood firmly on either side, arms crossed in front of their chests, their eyes fixed on Li Tianyu. Oh, I just remembered, I promised to introduce you to how to read extracurricular books last time. Let's go now. Li Tianyu squeezed out of the encirclement. What extracurricular books? You want to see too? Several little girls said in unison. Oh, you kids wouldn't understand. Wait till you grow up a bit, okay? As he spoke, Li Tianyu ran out of the pet center, leaving Song Ziyu, who was trapped in the tight circle, behind. Wei Zijiao exchanged a look with Qiu Xinran and then chased after him, while Qiu Xinran shrugged with a nonchalant expression and followed closely behind. Wenbo looked around and suddenly thought this might be a tactic, so he hurriedly shook his but to catch up. Song Ziyu, who was blocked from view, couldn't see which direction Li Tianyu ran after leaving. He seemed to want to chase after him, but felt it was too deliberate, so he eventually gave up, awkwardly smiling at Bai Yuhan before pulling her out of the crowd. Tianyu's dad was a bit anxious. He had been looking for the child for an hour and didn't know where he had gone. Although he could check with the security team, he felt it wasn't worth it for such a trivial matter. Oh, the spaceship is so small, how could they get lost? Zijiao's mom said. Hard to say. Didn't two kids sneak into the non-gravity ventilation ducts? Shinran's mom replied, shuddering at the thought. Zijiao's mom dismissively said, maybe the security people are just overreacting. If something really happened, the school would definitely be the first to notice. There's no need to cover up, right, Director Li? Li Hongyi, being asked, also looked confused. Such matters were hard to clarify, and besides, hadn't Professor Hu already calmed things down? The committee had already made a resolution, and there was no need to argue further. Ah, yes, it should be fine, Li Hongyi replied ambiguously. At this moment, he noticed that outside the entrance of cabin number 8's large conference room, his son was talking to a few kids too far away to hear clearly. Meanwhile, a symphony rehearsal was taking place in the large conference room, and there was a grand performance to celebrate Planting Day after the third meal, which had become a tradition over the years. It made sense for the kids to come and watch, but Li Hongyi had a premonition that the kids seemed to be plotting something. But what could they possibly plan? Maybe he was just being overly sensitive. Anyway, we must keep an eye on Song Ziyu, especially to prevent him from getting close to our teacher Bai. Li Tianyu said seriously. But I heard he is a lady killer, Wenbo said. Nonsense. That's irrational. Not all women are chasing after him, like our Zijiao. Li Tianyu replied. And me? Qiu Xinran quickly raised her mechanical arm. Of course, Li Tianyu glanced around and said, we must let Teacher Bai know the true nature of that guy. But we need solid evidence, Wenbo said. Just pay attention to such matters. A playboy will always reveal his flaws. Remember, he is our most dangerous enemy, the biggest suspect. We can't be careless, Li Tianyu nodded. MHM, the kids agreed in unison. String Quartet number 17 in D major K. 428. Despite Wenbo usually being carefree and a bit arrogant when he stood on stage playing the viola, his pure white shirt paired with a dignified tailcoat made him look elegant, completely immersed in the music. The musicians accompanying him were all renowned instructors on the spaceship, and he was the only minor, but his viola skills were the best on the entire ship, which was why he could perform on stage during the Planting Day Gala. Although it was just a rehearsal, Wenbo was very focused. This was the last practice before the official performance. His friend sat upright below the stage, staring at Wenbo's performance, even forgetting to breathe at certain moments, and erupted into applause with the climax of the music. Vane was almoting. The usually inarticulate Qiu Xinran spared no praise for him, which stirred up some jealousy in Li Tianyu. It wasn't really about Wenbo, but rather that he was naturally competitive. How was it? Wenbo jumped off the stage, returning to his usual self, but the tailcoat made him look very fitting, his temperament overshadowing Li Tianyu. Great! Qiu Xinran exclaimed loudly, stepping forward to cast an envious glance. This outfit is nice. When can I borrow it to wear? Li Tianyu zhuka. No way. This is only for performances. I only have one. It's vintage style. Gentlemen from medieval Europe dressed like this. Forget the gentleman. Just wearing a penguin suit makes you a gentleman. Anyone can wear it, in my opinion, Li Tianyu said deliberately. You can wear it too if you want. Learn to play the cello. Our school's orchestra doesn't have a quartet yet. Wenbo said as if he had discovered something. We just happen to have 4 people, 1 cello, 1 viola, which is me, and 2 violins. It would be a perfect combination. Qiu Xinran blinked, a bit shyly asking, It must be hard to learn, right? Wenbo shook his head. What's so hard about it? I learned it in 100 hours of lessons. Y'all can do it too. Exactly, what's so hard about it? Li Tianyu mumbled, If I had 80 hours, I could learn it. Wenbo shot him a glance. What I meant was mastering it, the kind you can perform on stage. 70 hours, Li Tianyu added to himself. All right, let's make a bet. If you mess up on stage at the end of year gala, you have to cover all my duties. Deal. If I lose, not only will I help you with your duties, but I'll also eat noodles with my nose. Li Tianyu extended his pinky. Wenbo looked at the 2 girls and asked, What about you? I want to give it a try, Qiu Xinran said. Wei Zijiao raised an eyebrow. Lifting her chin like her mom, I'll join too, but I won't eat noodles with my nose. Ha, of course not. That's just Li Tianyu's thing. Saying this, Wenbo linked his pinky with Li Tianyu's. Pinky swear, for 100 years, no changing. The seriousness among the kids suddenly vanished, replaced by cheerful laughter. Oh, Zhao Jiao is here too. A deep voice sounded from behind. The kids turned around to see Wei Zijiao's expression instantly brighten as she opened her arms and lunged forward. Uncle, the middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority, instantly softened, tightly embracing the little girl who had pounced on him, then spinning her around a few times. Seeing this person, even Li Tianyu, who usually seemed indifferent, immediately took on a solemn expression, instinctively standing at attention to salute. The person who had arrived was none other than Commissioner Hong. Chapter 35. Trustworthy people. The sudden appearance of Political Commissar Hong surprised many people, whether it was the proud mother of Zijiao or the assertive mother of Xian Ran, both of whom had serious expressions. Tianyu's father had already stood up early to bow in greeting. Political Commissar Hong put down Wei Zijiao and waved his hand to the crowd, saying, This is not a formal occasion. There's no need for such formalities. Despite this, the people on stage still stopped their rehearsal and bowed, just as they would in any formal setting, then turned to look at the comrade in charge. I'm just casually looking around. It's not time for dinner yet. You should continue with your rehearsal. We are looking forward to your wonderful performance today. With this, the actors on stage relaxed a lot. Some resumed dancing, while others continued with their juggling. You participated in the planting activities? Political Commissar Hong asked Zijiao's mother. Although his tone was casual, it still made many people a bit nervous. Zijiao's mother was fine. After all, he was her brother. She stepped forward and said, Our Zijiao performed quite well. Although she didn't get ranked, Teacher Bai said that if you want to know who studies the best, she is undoubtedly the first. I think so too. She gets full marks in every subject. Although her voice was low, those who were paying attention could still hear her. Zijiao's mother's gaze seemed to dart towards Xian Ran's mother, as if it were a glorious thing to overshadow her. In front of the political commissar, Xian Ran's mother certainly couldn't say anything, but she had her own way. Smiling, she stepped forward to say to the political commissar, Meow Meow over there designed a bionic mechanical arm suitable for Xian Ran, which is much more advanced than what she is currently using. The only issue is a lack of materials. Oh, what materials are lacking? I'll have the people from the science department help you find them. The political commissar was always concerned about people's living issues, so he couldn't help but ask upon hearing this. It's a bionic material that can replace skin. I've heard it's quite rare. Exine Rant's mother feigned difficulty. The political commissar nodded and said, "All right, I'll look into it and make sure the comrades over there give you a response." Exine Rant's mother revealed a bright smile. "Then, thank you, political commissar. We're all family on the spaceship. There's no need for thanks." In her pride, Exine Rant's mother shot a playful glance back at Zi Jiao's mother, as if to say, "Don't think that just because you have a relative in the political commissar's position, he is everyone's political commissar." Usually, Li Tianyu rarely saw political commissar Hong in such a setting. He was either speaking seriously in videos or sitting high up on the podium in the Grand Hall. Being so close to the political commissar gave him a strange feeling, as if, at that moment, he was an elder with whom he could confide. It's not surprising that political commissar Hong left such an impression on elementary school students. The spaceship has committees and party organizations, and the political commissar is in charge of political work. People who often do ideological work appear more approachable, unlike Security Minister Wang Can, who gives off an intimidating vibe wherever he goes. In that moment, Li Tianyu almost felt certain that he could tell the political commissar his secret, but he did not do so on the spot because he was still hesitant. Would the political commissar take a child's words seriously? If he thought he was just being silly or caught him making a mistake, it could easily backfire. What if he betrays us? Li Tianyu muttered to himself in a very low voice, but Wei Zi Jiao still heard him. "What are you saying?" Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, Wei Zi Jiao whispered in his ear. Unlike others, Wei Zi Jiao was his partner. If he couldn't even trust her, thinking of this, Li Tianyu pulled Wei Zi Jiao and ran outside. This action was met with an approving look from Zi Jiao's mother, who, had it not been for her brother's presence, would have likely boasted to Exine Rant's mother on the spot. "Political commissar, on the spaceship, there are more girls than boys. What will happen to future girls looking for partners if this ratio continues?" After getting familiar, some housewives began to chat. "Our spaceship is too small. Under normal ecological conditions, the male-to-female ratio should be 1:1. Only by expanding the population base can we further ensure balance. Does that mean we have to have more children?" Political Commissar Hong did not show any dissatisfaction with such trivial talk. Rather, he was quite interested in discussing women's rights and the issue of having a second or third child with these housewives. "I'm not afraid of having children. But can the spaceship support these people?" He laughed. "You underestimate this ship. If we don't consider quality of life, this ship can easily support 20,000 people. Considering we currently have ample reserves, we can expand our population by another 2,000 to 3,000 in the short term." Upon hearing the political commissar say this, many housewives began calculating whether they should go home and have a child. At this time, a loud voice came from behind. "What are you all so happy about?" Everyone saw who it was and quickly made way, bowing and greeting. It was Captain Liang Shuyuan and Minister of Organization Changyi, who had just arrived at the celebration hall. Political commissar came early, Liang Shuyuan said, exuding a military demeanor, but unlike Wang Can, who intimidated everyone. Those who were close to the captain felt he resembled the ancient Confucian generals described in books. "Just arrived, having a casual chat. Is work finished?" Political Commissar Hong inquired. "Of course. I heard you mention earlier about the expected population increase," Liang Shuyuan asked. "Just casual talk, not a decision," Political Commissar Hong replied. "Currently, there are many issues with increasing the population. The most important is whether food production can remain stable. The political commissar surely knows that our spaceship is not large, and space is limited. We can't use all the cabins for farming." Political Commissar Hong smiled and said, "Considering the landing day is getting closer, we need to prepare in advance for the next generation. I believe that with more people, there is greater strength. Our 2 generations should endure some hardship to leave more resources for after landing." Liang Xuan did not say anything further, nodding as if in agreement, then changed the subject. It was rare for the 2 highest officials on the spaceship to have free time, creating a pleasant atmosphere in the hall. On the other side, in a corner of cabin number 8, Li Tianyu looked around to ensure no one was watching, then moved away from the surveillance camera's direct view. Finally releasing Wei Zi Jiao's hand, he said to her, "Based on your feelings, can we trust the political commissar?" "Of course, why?" I think if he had any thoughts about the spaceship, there would be no need for him to keep it a secret, Li Tianyu replied. Wei Zijiao looked surprised and asked, "What are you trying to say?" "I want to know if we can tell our secret to political Commissar Hong, that is, your uncle, so that he can be prepared. This way, we won't have to be on edge. If those people find us first and we have no proof, we'll definitely be in trouble." Wei Zijiao thought for a long time before saying, "But how do we say it? Just say we made a mistake and overheard something we shouldn't have. Do you think he would believe that?" Li Tianyu still felt uncertain. Wei Zijiao thought again and gave a definite answer. "He will definitely believe it. Even if my uncle doesn't report us. We can't hide our matter for long. They will find out sooner or later, and by then, no matter how we explain, it will be seen as just an excuse for having made a mistake, and that would be trouble." Li Tianyu nodded and said, "Right? Isn't that a common plot in books? Once the bad guys have no scruples, they will strike. By then, you and I—" "Hey, don't say that." Wei Zijiao covered her ears in fear. "I'll find an opportunity to tell my uncle." "I'll go with you." Li Tianyu patted his chest and said. Chapter 36, Complex Human Behavior, 2049, Lunar Base. I think that Meow Meow cannot really be called a robot. In some ways, it is simply a monster. For instance, when it is idle, it remains silent, and when we tease it out of boredom, it shows signs of annoyance and sometimes even asks us why it came into this world. Initially, Li Ziho liked to challenge it with dilemmas, such as if Ling Yin and Li Ziho fell into the water at the same time, which one it would save first. At first, it would remain silent for a long time, secretly asking others for advice, and, eventually, it presented a long list of simulated scenarios in front of Li Ziho. Like what kind of water it was, whether it was salt water or fresh water, if there were people around, what equipment it was equipped with, and whether it had the conditions to save anyone. If it jumped into the river without having the conditions to save someone and caused a short circuit, should it be held responsible for the defective mechanical body? Shouldn't the responsibility lie with the manufacturer instead? Later on, it was already able to ask us questions, such as why we needed to capture the lunar rover. And if this kind of system could not provide humans with a sense of security, why should it still exist? If it kept asking, we would be making mistakes, so now we had to avoid it when we saw Meow Meow. Meanwhile, Ling Yin had also completed her analysis of the Awukai lunar rover. Incredible! The shock absorber actually uses carbon nanotubes, Ling Yin said. Because the carbon atoms in carbon nanotubes undergo sp2 hybridization, making them high modulus and high-strength materials, they have become the preferred material for space elevators. Using this material in the tension connection means that it would be extremely difficult for us to destroy it by force. Plus, with the special design of this vehicle, if we had T-planned thoroughly and had enough luck, it might have really succeeded in cleaning out our base and then left without a trace. I remember Professor, he once mentioned that new types of spacecraft also use carbon nanotubes for their connections, Li Ziho said. This material is simply a gift from God to humanity. It can withstand high temperatures, low temperatures, corrosion, conduct electricity, and has memory. I'm proud that our country can afford such a strong material, I said. The springs are made of nickel-titanium alloy, and the surface is covered with a composite film. If it weren't for our electromagnetic cannon being used to counter solar storms, a slightly lighter weight would not have been able to handle it, Li Ziho said. Ling Yin walked into the airlock chamber, her work completed. After the pressurization, she entered the base and took off her spacesuit, letting out a sigh of relief. "Boys, my work is done. It's your turn now," Ling Yin said with a smile. "So soon?" I was surprised. Of course, with Meow Meow's cooperation, I quickly figured that guy out. Besides the high strength of the materials, the only advantage is its six-wheel drive system and the deformable chassis, which are just cost issues. The core technology is the fuel cell, which has a power output 50 times that of our lunar rover, Ling Yin said. There's really no comparison, is there? Our vehicle is solar-powered, Li Ziho laughed. All right, let's go out and restore it, then take a few more pictures, claiming they crashed into our lunar base construction site. I said as I walked towards the spacesuit storage area. Technology is sometimes just a thin layer of paper, but I still cannot understand what artificial intelligence learns from. Although Ling Yin told me that artificial intelligence learning is sometimes like a child, divided into supervised and unsupervised learning, she never rigidly instills a certain concept into Meow Meow, such as human, cat, or lunar rover. It all has to be completed through its own understanding. The learning of artificial intelligence is a process of comprehension, which makes me feel awkward, as it seems many of our schools have not achieved such deep educational methods. So, I raise another question. If artificial intelligence learns in this way and continues to accumulate knowledge, what will happen when they gain self-awareness one day? Will they think humans are foolish? Lingyan also found it difficult to answer this question directly. In the end, she gave a vague answer, saying it's like raising a child. When parents educate their children through words and actions, when the child grows up and faces parents who have Alzheimer's disease, they will be filled with admiration. From her words, I seem to draw a conclusion that we will eventually rely on artificial intelligence for survival. And suddenly I felt that work had lost its meaning. Since we are destined to become domesticated livestock sooner or later, what is the point of our current work? I was puzzled, but Li Ziho said that I had a problem with my thoughts. I retorted, "You're not a political commissar. Why do you care about my thoughts? How do you know I won't become a political commissar?" Li Ziho said this with a cheeky tone. You better not let Commissar Shu hear him talk like that, or he would certainly not have a good time. Gao Fong was still driving the lunar rover, and Li Ziho and I were essentially just assistants. After cleaning the nano mesh on the vehicle, we ordered the engineering robot to drag the vehicle back into the ditch and clean the battlefield to avoid revealing any clues during the photo shoot. Our spacesuits were equipped with high-definition cameras, and once everything was ready, we snapped a lot of pictures of that guy, which, along with the previous videos, would serve as evidence of their barbaric intrusion into our base. As for why it broke, we didn't know. We didn't even know who to ask for compensation for the damage to our construction facilities. Was it your government or JAXA? What? You want the vehicle? No problem. Just come to the moon to pick it up. We would rather it be out of our way. Can't take it? Well, there's nothing we can do. We don't have a return capsule capable of carrying a 5-ton object. In the following days, we found joy in the news. Those arrogant guys suffered a silent loss, and the manufacturer's stock price dropped sharply. Meow Meow did not understand our actions, since both sides held a hostile attitude towards each other. Why do we have to be secretive? I patted its little head and joked, human behavior is very complex. Even if a computer calculates it tens of thousands or hundreds of millions of times, it still won't understand. But little Meow Meow tells me it has already calculated it hundreds of billions of times. When the microwave mining machine was fully installed, our work began to gain significance. Helium-3, our main purpose for landing on the moon, takes precedence over any other task. We desperately need helium-3. We can build large-scale, clean, safe, and highly efficient nuclear fusion power plants. Once this energy is popularized, widespread power rationing will become a thing of the past, and the only constraint on our country's development will no longer exist. This energy is abundantly present in lunar soil, with concentrated locations being the craters on the moon. And Hongwan is an ancient large crater. The moon has shielded Earth from numerous small celestial bodies during its billions of years of formation and has accumulated rich treasures for Earth. But there is no oxygen on the moon, making it impossible to set up blast furnaces like on Earth. We turn our attention to industrial microwaves, using nuclear batteries to provide power for the microwave mining machine, and then using microwaves to heat the lunar rock to 700 degrees, achieving the physical separation of helium-3. After storage and transportation, it will reach Earth, and we will complete the first batch of helium-3 extraction under the full command of the Ground Command Center. Our microwave mining machine is already connected to a centrifuge. The gas produced by heating will be fed into this centrifuge through pipes, and physical separation will occur through centrifugal force. As the gas passes through a series of centrifuges, its isotope molecules will be gradually enriched. This is the most efficient method we can achieve at the moment, capable of producing 20 tons of helium-3 annually, which can fully meet our country's yearly demand. Our task this time is to collect 20 liters of helium-3 and transport it back to Earth for further research by scientists, after which we will plan whether to build nuclear fusion power plants on a large scale. I am quite confident in our work this time, as it is the first assembly completed under the command of artificial intelligence, and it has undergone multiple checks and test runs to ensure everything is correct before officially starting. Ground Command Center, this is the Tiana base. Commissioner Shu transmitted the sounds from the moon back. Ground Command Center received it. May I ask if the preparation work at Tiana base has been completed? A solemn voice came from the speaker. "It has been completed. Please rest assured, Ground Command Center." The large screen switched to the mining machine. After a series of operations from the Ground Command Center, the exciting moment arrived. Start. After interacting with artificial intelligence for a long time, one will find that they are actually quite fragile. Besides an aging exterior, they are just a segment of data, something existing within a program. Even though they have deep learning capabilities, their level of thinking is limited to that of an elementary school student. Although they far exceed PhDs in other aspects, they still cannot escape the fate of being tools. Perhaps I am considering them from a human perspective, and maybe they truly do not possess so-called emotions, but the longer I interact with them, the more I realize that their emotions are even more complex than those of humans. I often see Meow Meow staring blankly by herself, sometimes even when work calls her. She enters a short pause at a certain point. This state temporarily does not affect her work, and even her chief engineer cannot identify the cause of the problem, attributing it to some phenomenon and summarizing it as thinking in human behavior. Just after our mining machine refined the first bottle of 20 liters of helium-3 gas, I noticed that Meow Meow seemed to have changed a lot. She suddenly became much more cheerful. When I asked her why she was so happy, she quietly said, "I have my own child." Chapter 37. Attention. This is not a drill. Hall number 1, also known as the Great Hall, was originally built to accommodate only a few hundred people. It was later continuously expanded, adding 2 and 3 levels around the original platform. Even so, it could only hold a maximum of 500 people, and the remaining crew members could only watch the planting evening party via video. The term evening party comes from Earth and is no longer applicable in space. Even in the future GLIESE, it will still be useless because it is either day or night, with clear distinctions between day and night, and humans need to readjust their biological clocks. After the quartet's curtain call, enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Against the backdrop of 3 adults, the young Wenbo stood out remarkably. His talent in the arts was undeniable, and even his bow during the curtain call was a result of his frequent performances, showcasing an elegance that affirmed his musical prowess alongside several teachers. Wenbo's future is limitless. Fantastic. The performance on stage continued, while Wenbo quietly slipped into the group of children, and Xiao Xinran sighed appreciatively. It's nothing." Wenbo shyly scratched the back of his head and turned to Li Tianyu, saying, "Remember, the bet is for 70 hours. "Of course," Li Tianyu replied nonchalantly, "but only after that matter is resolved." Wenbo raised his palm and said, "It's a promise." Li Tianyu slapped his hand in agreement. Just then Wei Zijiao tugged at Li Tianyu's other sleeve. Following Wei Zijiao's gaze, a silhouette emerged from the dim light. It was the political commissar. Li Tianyu gave her a glance, and then the two quietly slipped away. "Where are you going?" Wenbo asked foolishly. "We'll tell you when we come back." Li Tianyu tossed back the words and ran off. Xiao Xinran stared blankly at the two departing figures and whispered, "They have a secret." "Really, that's too much. They didn't even discuss it with us." Wenbo pouted in a little tantrum. The political commissar had a communication regarding official business, and he should have rushed there immediately. However, he was delayed by the opening ceremony of the evening party, and now he had to hurry to handle it. "Commissar, uncle," two childish voices called from behind. Political Commissar Hong turned around to find his sister's children, Wei Zijiao and another little friend, who looked familiar, but he couldn't recall their names at the moment. "Commissar, I gave you flowers on Children's Day, and you said many encouraging words to me," Li Tianyu quickly said. Political Commissar Hong remembered. This child was an outstanding student from the class of 53 and also the class leader, a promising talent. He smiled and asked, "What brings you here?" "We have something very important to tell you, but only you can know. Please don't let it out until we clarify everything," Li Tianyu insisted. Seeing their tense expressions, Political Commissar Hong found it amusing. What could be so serious for elementary school students? However, he remained silent and listened quietly. As the story unfolded, his expression gradually became serious, almost looking at his niece with suspicion, to which Wei Zijiao gave him an affirmative response. "Okay, I understand what you're saying. Don't worry, I want to investigate it openly. You also need to keep it confidential. You all remember the confidentiality rules, right?" Political Commissar Hong said. Li Tianyu immediately stood up straight and said, Don't say what shouldn't be said. Don't ask what shouldn't be asked. Very good. Political Commissar Hong tried to maintain a smile. The children seemed to feel a weight lifted off their chests, and Li Tianyu returned to his playful self, smiling and asking, "So, Commissar, does accidentally hearing a secret count as violating the rules?" "You. Everything follows my command." "Yes. Guaranteed to complete the task." Li Tianyu stood at attention. "Ha ha." Political Commissar Hong left with a smile. When he exchanged glances with Wei Zijiao, both showed a sense of determination. The Commissar was one of the two main officers of the spaceship, and in the children's eyes, there was nothing he couldn't resolve. The matter he was about to deal with indeed related to the children, but hearing such news suddenly left him unprepared. He believed the two children wouldn't lie. However, this matter had no clear leads. He recalled the unusual standing committee meeting where the proposer was the organization minister, Chang Yigong, whose attitude during the meeting was very unusual. If this matter was indeed being manipulated by a standing committee-level official, it would be quite tricky. He remembered the discussions about the artificial intelligence revolution. The spaceship had been traveling for 168 years, and the information received now was already 17 years old from Earth. Even so, the rapidly developing technology on Earth was still dazzling, and those new ideas that were hard to comprehend had already spread within the spaceship's leadership, subtly dividing into two factions, one against artificial intelligence and the other advocating for full human enhancement. The so-called anti-artificial intelligence faction aimed to impose restrictions on existing AI while enhancing humanity's problem-solving capabilities, which required training. Given the current complete reliance on AI on the spaceship, this was almost impossible to achieve. The other faction, the full human enhancement faction, supported new technological developments, but also required humans to possess the ability to cope with changes. However, both factions aimed to significantly limit the role of Meow Meow aboard the spaceship. Both factions' viewpoints could be tested, but the problem lay in the spaceship's limited space, making large-scale social changes impossible. Within such a small unit, militarized management was the most effective means and the only method upon which the spaceship had relied for survival. That was why political Commissar Hong focused on increasing the population before landing on GLIESE, making every effort to thicken the population density and promote early socialization. But had some people grown impatient? Had they begun to take action against Meow Meow? Political Commissar Hong was momentarily unsure and decided to first handle that official matter. On the stage of Hall Number 1, a magic show was underway, with brilliant lights illuminating the stage in a fantastical manner. The magician, accompanied by his female assistant, was performing a grand act. The assistant, dressed provocatively and dancing beautifully, caught the attention of many men, leading the wives or female companions present to glare at her secretly. There was nothing to be done. The assistant was too famous. She was Song Ziyu's cousin, Song Shanyue. Perhaps families have certain commonalities. Song Shanyue was the female version of Song Ziyu in terms of popularity. If the couple below started arguing, it would be no surprise. Wife, you keep your eyes on Song Shanyue all day. Husband, and you can't help but scream when you see Song Ziyu. At that moment, a large box was brought onto the stage. Under the magician's direction, Song Shanyue climbed inside, and when it opened again, she had vanished from the box. Amidst the astonishment, the spotlight shone upward, and Song Shanyue appeared in the center of the fourth-level box directly facing the stage. She leaped down like a bird, prompting waves of screams from the crowd, and then she glided towards the stage like a bat, as she had a wire attached to her back, which finally relieved the audience. Watching her slender and graceful figure slide down from the high platform, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. At that moment, the magician also removed his mask, leading the women in the audience to collectively gasp, and the name Song Ziyu was shouted out loud. Song Ziyu! Song Ziyu! Song Ziyu! It was actually him. Li Tianyu didn't expect that the magician who could cause screams wherever he went was the spaceship superstar, Song Ziyu. He knew he was popular, but didn't expect him to be a magician as well. The thought of him extracting information from teacher made Li Tianyu feel uncomfortable. The thunderous applause had not yet subsided when suddenly a piercing alarm rang out, and then all the lights in the hall turned on, illuminating everything in a stark white. Just as everyone present was still in shock, a tense announcement came over the loudspeaker. Attention, this is not a drill. Everyone stay in place. Do not move around. Those who do not follow the instructions will be arrested. I repeat, everyone stay in place. Do not move around. Chapter 38. Before the alarm sounded, no one doubted the words broadcasted. As soon, well-trained security personnel occupied all key positions in the corridors, fully armed. Their cold and solemn faces hidden beneath opaque helmets, and their electromagnetic pulse guns powered on. No one questioned the consequences of resisting them. Since the Torch spacecraft carried near-Earth orbital laser weapons into space, this was the second time humanity brought weapons into space. Inspired by Captain Peng Jiaxi's capture of the JAXA lunar rover, the massive electromagnetic pulse cannon was designed as a pulse gun, a weapon that directly affects the human body. In the 168 years since its launch, the use of weapons in full gear had happened for the second time. The first time was during the return flight riot. Panic-stricken people whispered among themselves, speculating about what had happened, but were quickly silenced by the security personnel. At that moment, Captain Liang Shuyuan stepped onto the stage, using the broadcast equipment to calm everyone down, saying, "A very serious malicious incident has occurred on the spacecraft. Due to the nature of the incident, we cannot disclose it to the public for the time being. Please remain calm and cooperate with the security department's investigation. Once the alarm is lifted, everyone can return to their respective cabins or workstations. The spacecraft committee will provide the public with an explanation restoring the truth of the matter." The captain's words quieted everyone. The newly arrived security personnel began checking everyone's IDs as the public removed their wristwatches in compliance. At this moment, Li Tianyu realized he hadn't seen the political commissar and guessed he must have gone out and not returned yet. He was curious about what had suddenly happened, but didn't think too deeply about it. As all committee members left the scene and the alarm continued to blare, the crowd grew restless again, whispers turning into agitation, and the noise grew louder. With 500 people present, the overlapping voices caused great confusion, and finally, someone emotionally began questioning the security personnel. "What happened? We've already been checked. Can we go back now?" Someone took the lead, and the voices behind grew louder. "Yeah, we just came for the party. We haven't been anywhere else. What kind of malicious incident is this? Give us an explanation." The number of people causing a ruckus increased, gathering the courage to confront the security personnel. The security personnel, feeling helpless, could only raise their guns to deter them. "The guns are here to protect us, not to aim at you." Yeah. Having enjoyed a long period of peace, although there were occasional safety drills, over time, no one took those drills seriously. To some, today's situation was no different from a drill, and they began to wave their fists in protest. The security personnel firmly guarded the exits, refusing to argue with the crowd. Their faces, obscured by holographic helmets, made their identities unrecognizable, allowing them to enforce the law with peace of mind. A burly man marched towards the door, shouting, "If I don't get a response, I'll complain to the security department. I have that right." Perhaps it was too close, or perhaps the security personnel were too nervous. As the man took a step, he suddenly collapsed. They fired. Panic erupted in the crowd, and those who had been causing a commotion began to retreat. The man who had been waving his fists curled up on the ground, twitching, unable to utter a complete sentence. The electromagnetic pulse gun is a non-lethal weapon. When low-powered electromagnetic pulses are directed at a person, they can cause symptoms like agitation, headaches, and neurological confusion. If the subdued person continues to resist, the power can be increased, leading to skin burns and severe injuries, and in the worst case, even death. The shot fired by the security personnel was evidently still within the warning range. "Husband!" A woman, looking panicked, pushed through the crowd and threw herself onto the man. While those who had been so aggressive moments ago suddenly seemed to realize the existence of the guns, all their courage dissipating in an instant. They appeared to remember the earlier warning, and during the chaotic retreat back to their seats, a small-scale stampede occurred. The woman continued to cry, but no one came forward to support them. "Is the power set too high?" A security personnel murmured. "I used the level specified in the training manual." The one who fired the shot replied, feeling somewhat wronged. "Damn manual. But there's nothing to be done. Who let such an incident occur?" The security personnel mumbled, but did not continue, as his voice was already very soft, and using the communication channel, no one could hear him. Even so, they remained cautious, fearing that even a single word might leak. 30 minutes before the alarm sounded, the office of the organization minister appeared quite spacious, which was quite luxurious on a spacecraft, where space is at a premium. However, it was warranted. The 6 ministers enjoyed equal space, a necessity of militarized management. With no personal distinctions, only strict hierarchy. Chang Yigong took his seat, as usual, and began handling official business. Although it was a public holiday, this kind of proactive busyness was not uncommon among senior leaders, as almost every minister rarely enjoyed a vacation. After all, the spacecraft was a large unit. 300 people might not be significant on Earth, but for a military unit, it was not a low level. The ranks conferred from Earth indicated that the captain and political commissar were at least of the rank of major general, with the various ministers at a minimum rank of colonel, sufficient to manage a multi-service combined division on the ground. A light knock sounded at the minister's office door. Chang Yigong, without raising his head, said, "Come in." A soft footstep entered the minister's office. "What is it?" Chang Yigong asked while processing business on the screen. Strangely, the visitor neither announced themselves nor responded, just stood there silently. Chang Yigong frowned in displeasure, abruptly looking up to reprimand, only to see Hong Zhengzi standing before him. "Political Commissar, you." Chang Yigong was taken aback. The political commissar usually strictly adhered to regulations. If he had business, he would directly summon him or have a secretary do so. This was the first time someone quietly entered his office like this. "I received your report and want to talk with you." "Oh, please sit." Chang Yigong hurried to the water dispenser to pour a glass of water. Hong Zhengzi slowly sat down, surveying the office's furnishings, which were simple and devoid of excessive personal items. This directly related to Chang Yigong's past service in the security department. He maintained this frugal work style, which was commendable, and a hint of approval appeared in Hong Zhengzi's eyes. "Regarding your proposal for a juvenile investigation committee, I believe the last meeting already addressed the issue thoroughly. While it could be discussed at the next standing committee meeting, I think it's necessary to talk with you. If you still believe this proposal is acceptable, then you can submit it to the committee for discussion, as usual." Chang Yigong put down his glass, feeling surprised. If it was merely about official business, discussing it directly in the meeting would suffice. Was there really a need for a private conversation? This is both public work and ideological work concerning you. Ons onks perceived Chang Yigong's doute. "Oh, Commissar, please be frank. Of course, it must be candid. Some matters you haven't thought through. As a senior commander, this is quite inappropriate." Hong Zhengzi's tone was not light, indicating that this matter weighed heavily on his mind. Chang Yigong waved his hand and said, "If it's based on the decisions from the last meeting, please rest assured, Commissar, I will comply resolutely." "Of course, we must resolutely comply. I don't want to discuss this with you, but do you have any opinions on the ongoing educational reforms for the 53rd cohort and subsequent students? How do we get to educational reform?" "I certainly have no opinions." Chang Yigong, often appearing reckless on the surface, was actually a meticulous person. Before he finished speaking, he realized it himself and hurriedly smiled, saying, "Are you referring to the privacy channel? Do you remember how the privacy channel came about?" "Of course." A word that one is reluctant to mention escaped his lips, lingering in the large office. The return flight riot. That was something no one wanted to bring up, stemming from privacy issues. "People cannot be monitored indefinitely," Comrade Hong said earnestly. The return flight riot. Indefinite monitoring. Bringing up such a distant matter made Chang Yigong's heart skip a beat. If he were to put himself in that kind of all-encompassing surveillance, he would surely go mad. The principle of human interactions is mutual tolerance. One must be able to tolerate the shortcomings of others to maintain lasting relationships. Constantly imposing higher standards and demands will lead to the collapse of the human spirit. At that time, people would truly have no scruples. So think about your report again. Chang Yigong respected Comrade Hong greatly. His words must have reason. However, once established, inherent concepts are difficult to change. He could only smile and say, "I somewhat understand Comrade Hong's meaning, but I still need to think about it a bit more." Comrade Hong took a sip of water and crossed his legs, indicating that the following discussion would be casual. Chang Yigong also relaxed and settled back in his chair. "Professor Hua is your teacher and also my teacher. We should both understand his character and knowledge. We must trust not only his teaching ethics, but also his foresight. That's natural. Chang Yigong's tone became much more relaxed, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. The mission of the times is different. We cannot always continue with militarized management, just as no military government in history could rule indefinitely. Demilitarization and restoring the social attributes of space migration are the major issues. We're social attributes. The essence of humanity, in its reality, is the sum of all social relations. Chang Yigong murmured. Humanity possesses the innate ability for free migration. It is precisely because the expansion of Earth has reached its limits that more people have been confined to a single point throughout their lives, leading to our 200 years of space travel. We are pioneers. Behind us is the Chang ship, which uses our experiences to guide practice. Thus, everything we do is unprecedented and pioneering. Can a group of pioneers without their own thoughts, blindly obeying a leader's call, allow human civilization to flourish rapidly on GLIESE? This, Chang Yigong couldn't answer. He was used to the spaceship environment, and his imagination of the future was still confined to paper. Comrade Hong set down his cup, saying with concern, "Our spaceship has become Tasmanianized. If this continues, more and more people might become accustomed to vertical leadership, losing their survival instincts. And that is the greatest crisis." When Comrade Hong left, it was 10:15 a.m. Earth time. Quietly chewing on Comrade Hong's words, which were profound and worth contemplating, 5 minutes later, Chang Yigong suddenly thought of something. He still had matters to report to Comrade Hong. So he stood up and walked toward the comrade's office. The comrade's office was not far from the Minister of Organization's office. If he walked quickly, it would take less than a minute. Chang Yigong estimated he arrived in front of the comrade's office around 10:22 a.m. He took a deep breath in front of the door and then knocked on the door of the comrade's office. Chapter 39, the most malicious case. The situation in Hall 1 was like this. The ID checks had been going on for over 3 hours, with no sign of the alarm being lifted. Having learned from past experiences, people no longer dared to argue with the security personnel, as they had legitimate enforcement authority. Adults could endure, but children could not. After a while, many of the little ones had begun to cry. Tugging at his sleeve and whispering, "Gather the class committee members. We must calm down all the students and cooperate with the security department's actions." Li Tianyu squinted and said, "You have a lot of ideas." He looked around. The security personnel still looked tense, and a few were still undergoing checks. He called over Wenbo and raised his hand, walking directly toward a security officer. "Uncle, we are students from Zhenghe Primary School. The students are very anxious right now, and our class committee members have decided to organize the students present. It can help stabilize the emotions of the elementary school kids." The security officer recognized Wenbo as the little star on stage and nodded, even proactively designating an area for them. Through the class's internal channel, the fifth graders were gathered in a corner close to the stage. Everyone was there except for Lu Xia. After counting the number of students, Wei Ziqiao reported to the class leader. Li Qianyu hesitated, but decided to send a message to Lu Xia. However, strangely, the communication status indicated that it had not been sent successfully. Had communication already been restricted? Li Qianyu felt a bit anxious. If not, what do you think could be the situation? Wei Ziqiao was also unsure. At that moment, someone nearby waved to Ziqiao. "Hey Jiao Jiao, what are you all doing?" It was Uncle Wei Guang. Wei Ziqiao raised her hand and whispered, gathering students to calm everyone's emotions. "This is what our class committee should do." Wei Guang gave them a thumbs up. Li Qianyu waved awkwardly at Wei Guang, his smile sincere, before he overheard Song Ziyu's words. He had suspected that Wei Guang might be one of the mysterious figures. Now he realized he had been guessing blindly. Wei Guang paused for a moment, then mechanically waved back at him before returning to his seat. "That's strange." Li Tianyu mutarat. "What's strange?" Wei Ziqiao asked. The two were close together, and Li Qianyu leaned closer to Wei Ziqiao's ear and said, "Why does your uncle seem like he doesn't recognize me?" Wei Ziqiao chuckled and said, "Do you want to shout? Oh, isn't that the kid who got lost in the central axis? You." Li Qianyu felt embarrassed when it came to his own sore spot. "Report. I need to pee." Wenbo raised his hand. "Lazy donkey on a grindstone." Li Tianyu muttered. According to the security department's requirements, going to the restroom must be in pairs. Since the whole class had gathered here, the class leader had the obligation to accompany the students to the restroom. This job, even if he was dissatisfied, Li Tianyu couldn't complain. After all, he was the class leader. After greeting the security personnel, Li Tianyu took Wenbo to the public restroom on the side of the hall. When Wenbo emerged after pulling up his pants, he slapped his forehead and said, "Oh no, I left something in the back. Don't run around now. It's fine. It's just nearby. It won't take a minute. I really can't do anything about you." Li Tianyu had no choice but to accompany Wenbo toward the back. The lights behind the backstage curtains were on, not too bright, just enough to maintain basic illumination. Just as Wenbo ran into a room to get something, a slender young lady walked out of another room marked as the makeup room. Li Tianyu's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, a big star." The young lady was startled by the sudden appearance of someone, and, upon realizing it was just a child, sighed in relief. "You are Song Shangyue, huh? Wait a minute." Li Tianyu then noticed that this young lady was wearing the same stage costume as Song Shangyue, but her appearance was slightly different. However, if just looking at her figure, it was hard to tell who was who. Just as the young lady was about to explain, Wenbo walked out from the props room. "Sister Fu, why are you still here?" Wenbo asked in surprise. "Sister Fu." Li Tianyu was a bit confused as he looked at Wenbo. "It's Sister Fu. What do you think? Doesn't she look a bit like Sister Song?" Wenbo had an adorable expression. So, the magic just now was. The young lady named Fu bent down, leaned closer to Li Tianyu, made a shushing gesture, and whispered, "Yes, I'm Song Shanyue's stand-in. I was the one who got into the box. The one who flew over was her. But I saw that you all looked exactly the same on stage." Sister Fu let out a melodious laugh and said, "That's because of the holographic projection. From the audience's perspective, my face looks like Song Shanyue's. So that's how it is." Li Tianyu felt greatly disappointed. Wenbo patted him as if to say he knew everything and said, "That's how magic works. Once you figure it out, it's not magical anymore." Sister Fu smiled and said, "Yes, the next performance will be even more exciting." "What is it?" Wenbo asked with a smile. "Underwater escape. But I can't tell you the secret. Otherwise, it won't have the same stunning effect when you see it later." Oh, fortunately, Li Tianyu was not very concerned about the content of the next performance. He then asked, "Sister, are you still here?" Sister Fu, feeling uneasy, said, "I was supposed to hide backstage and come out after the show ended. Who knew something like this would happen? If the magic had failed, wouldn't Shanyue have torn me apart? Now I can't even go to the restroom." Wenbo smiled and said, "Sister, hurry and change your clothes in the props room. There's a washing faucet in the back. After you change and remove your makeup, no one will recognize you. But won't those security personnel find my appearance strange?" Sister Fu hesitated. "It's okay. We will explain it to them." Li Tianyu patted his chest and assured her, "All right then. Thank you, little hero." Receiving praise from a beautiful girl, Li Tianyu proudly lifted his head high. Wenbo, of course, did not want to be the only one not receiving praise. So he stepped up and volunteered, "And me. Of course. Our secret has never leaked out. You are the real little hero." Perhaps feeling particularly happy about overshadowing Li Tianyu for the first time, Wenbo seemed especially cheerful. "Tch, little kid." Li Tianyu muttered, "Disdainfully." Before long, 2 elementary school students found the security personnel again, explained the situation, and, under everyone's gaze, a woman dressed extravagantly walked out from backstage and explained something to the security personnel. After the security personnel checked her ID and confirmed it was fine, they allowed her to return to her seat in the hall. Normally, people would have the mood to gossip about it, but now, for hours had passed since the alarm went off, with still no sign of activity. Chang Yi felt an incredibly unreal sensation. He couldn't believe that just a few hours ago, he had been chatting amiably with the political commissar, who had now become a cold corpse. Except for medical staff and patients in beds, all unnecessary personnel had been gathered, including the standing committee members. At this moment, the meeting room of the standing committee was solemn. The sudden death of the political commissar made everyone in cabin 1 a suspect. Furthermore, everyone on the ship was being controlled to prevent any accomplices from offering assistance. Normally, after the checks were completed, people would be allowed to return to their respective posts. But now, for hours had passed, and no one dared to give the order to lift the alarm. After all, This incident was the most malicious case in the ship's history. Chapter 40 Motivation. When Chang Yigong knocked on the office door and found it completely open, it didn't make sense to him, so he walked in with surprise, only to find the political commissar motionless on the desk. Having just spoken with the commissar, he looked anything but drowsy. After trying to call out a few times with no response, Chang Yigong finally realized there was a problem. Just as he was about to notify the Ministry of Health, a security officer happened to pass by and immediately sensed the issue, triggering an alarm and sealing off the scene. When the forensic team arrived, the commissar's body appeared normal, showing signs consistent with sudden death. However, no one could guarantee this, so the body was promptly sent to the Ministry of Health's specialized department for an autopsy. Time was in abundance on the spaceship. The high level of automation meant that people had little to do most of the time, and everyone was encouraged to increase their sleep hours to save on resources. Despite the ship being well-stocked, the frugal crew still prioritized conservation and promoted reduced carbon consumption. The Ministry of Health conducted regular health checks on the crew, a tradition that had been upheld for hundreds of years. The sudden death of the commissar did not align with the theory of sudden death. So Chang Yigong found himself intentionally sandwiched between two security officers, being treated as a suspect. Wang Qian, what do you mean? Chang Yigong, known for his fiery temper, confronted Wang Qian, who had once been his subordinate in the security department, and spoke to him quite arrogantly, without politeness. To protect you, Wang Qian replied, but this did not fool Chang Yigong. You think I'm a suspect? Wang Qian, no longer wanting to hide anything, calmly explained, you are the only witness at the scene, and we are also afraid of unforeseen events. You think I killed the commissar? Why would I kill him? How could I have killed him? In such a situation, it was difficult to remain calm, and Chang Yigong was no exception. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Wang Qian had no choice but to say it was the captain's orders. Chang Yigong was even angrier. If it was a professional practice from the security department, he could understand his anger, but the captain not believing him, not trusting a minister from such an important department, left him feeling heartbroken. His emotions got the better of him, and he immediately wanted to confront the captain, but was blocked by Wang Qian. Step aside. Calm down. To hell with your calmness. In his youth, Chang Yigong had won the security department's fighting championship, and he threw a punch at Wang Qian without hesitation. Wang Qian had some training as well, but was caught off guard and took the punch squarely on the nose, causing blood to flow, just as Chang Yigong prepared to throw another punch. The security officers could no longer stand by and quickly restrained him. Although Chang Yigong was fierce, he was older now and could not overpower these younger men, and he was soon subdued. Just when Wang Qian was feeling frustrated after taking a silent hit, Captain Liang Shuyuan arrived, his expression cold as he put both men in confinement. In the meeting room of the standing committee, there was a heavy silence. The older members, like Minister Qi and Minister Hua, were starting to struggle, their eyelids drooping with age. Just then, footsteps were heard from outside, and the previously drowsy committee members straightened up, as the most important result they were waiting for was about to arrive. The two medical staff from the Ministry of Health entered, looking somewhat tense. Captain Liang Shuyuan nodded at them, then instructed the guard, bring them both back. The two referred to were Chang Yigong and Wang Qian, both of whom had just had a physical altercation. Now, they were not looking too good. Wang Qian had a band-aid on his nose, and Chang Yigong's hand was bandaged. These two were usually among the most powerful figures on the ship, and seeing them in this state was new to the other ministers, who maintained their composure and said nothing. Captain Liang Shuyuan then turned his attention to Minister Qi of the Ministry of Health. The old minister, nearing 70, was 2 years older than Minister Hua, yet his gaze was sharp, showing no signs of fatigue. Clearing his throat, he instructed the two medical staff, report the autopsy findings to the committee. The two medical staff finally felt reassured, activating the 3D holographic projection in the center of the conference table, which displayed a three-dimensional model of a human anatomy. As everyone could see, the cause of death for Commissar Hong appeared consistent with sudden death, but upon thorough examination, we discovered that he had undergone acupuncture shortly before his death. We have confirmed with the traditional Chinese medicine practitioners who treated him 6 hours ago that one of the needle marks on his neck was a fatal injury. This one needle completely destroyed his autonomic nervous system, leading to a rapid shutdown of bodily functions and ultimately death. Captain Liang Shuyuan's eyes narrowed, focusing intently on Security Minister Wang Can. Without needing a command from the captain, Wang Can's instinctive professional sensitivity prompted him to make a judgment and immediately ordered the security team to detain the acupuncturist. Aside from that, all organs were normal, right? Yes, the medical staff replied. Chang Yigong regained his right to participate in the meeting, his pent-up resentment easing slightly. Although, from a certain perspective, he still had not cleared his suspicion. At least he had not lost his status as a committee member, which was a positive aspect. The medical staff continued. Although the hole is small, it is still a few microns thicker than a typical acupuncture needle. So we do not believe that the commissar's cause of death was due to the acupuncture performed 6 hours ago. After this, the meeting room fell silent once more. After a long while, Captain Liang Shuyin rested his chin on his hand and murmured, "It's murder." Wang Can, feeling unjustly confined, believed he was merely a victim in this situation, and that his confinement was solely to spare Chang Yigong's feelings. Though he felt wronged, years of military management had ingrained a sense of obedience in him, and he could not let this matter weigh on his mind. During the silence, he consulted his security personnel about the scene investigation, concluding that there were no signs of a struggle at the scene, and the time of death was very short. A needle was not suitable as a murder weapon. It required exceptional skill and a close familiarity with the commissar to allow the perpetrator room to act. Very familiar? Who could that be? Wang Can muttered to himself. While many people were familiar with the commissar, few were recognized by him and could casually approach him. At that time, 500 people were in the main hall of Cabin 8 watching a performance. Aside from a few who were on duty, most were quietly watching video streams at home. Since it was a holiday, there was plenty of free time for activities, but due to the heightened vigilance of the security personnel, the alarm was triggered immediately, leaving the perpetrator with less than 5 minutes to escape. In such a short time, the perpetrator could only have moved through 3 cabins at most. Could they have run from the central axis? Minister He Wen-tai, who had been cautious in participating in the standing committee due to recent work oversights, nonetheless offered his opinion based on his knowledge of the spaceship. From the central axis, one can quickly reach any cabin. 5 minutes is sufficient. Wang Can shook his head. We have already investigated the surveillance leading to the central axis and the opening of the safety doors during that time, and found nothing. This means that during those 5 minutes, no one passed through the central axis. So far, we have checked everyone's IDs, even newborns in the hospital, and still found nothing. The perpetrator could only have stayed in cabin 1. Using IDs, the crew's activity trajectories could be traced. If there was movement within a certain range, a scan of the ID would reveal it. This authority was only granted to the security department during significant missions, like in this case, because it is the highest alert. The person being checked has no objections. Are you implying that I am the murderer of the political commissar? Chang Yigong's anger was once again provoked. Wang Can said, I'm only stating the phenomenon. From the current appearance, the person who killed the political commissar can only be in cabin number 1. You. Shut up. Captain Liang Shuyuan's face showed anger. He is now the only person in charge of the spaceship, and his attitude plays a crucial role. Liang Shuyuan briefly told Minister Wang Can continue. Wang Can cleared his throat and then said, according to the on-site monitoring, the political commissar entered Minister Chang's office at exactly 10 o'clock, left at 10:15, and entered his own office at 10:16. While Minister Chang arrived in front of the political commissar's office at 10:22. No one entered the political commissar's office during this time. And before the alarm went off at 10:30, according to the security personnel who discovered the situation, he realized there was a problem in less than a minute. This means that Minister Chang was staring blankly in the political commissar's office for a full 8 minutes. Chang Yigong's eyes were almost bloodshot. He gritted his teeth and said, what do you want to say? Wang Can no longer intended to give him a good face, rolled his eyes and said, I want to tell everyone that there are no surveillance facilities in your offices, so we do not know what Minister Chang said or did during those 8 minutes in the political commissar's office. What did I do? Chang Yigong suddenly realized that the situation at that time was indeed somewhat strange. All his memories before going to the political commissar's office were very clear. But after discovering the political commissar's death, there was a moment of distraction, and then the security personnel came in. In his memory, it was just a moment. Was it really as long as 8 minutes? But why would I want to harm the political commissar? And do it so obviously? If it were a power grab, it would be impossible. A rebellion? Are you kidding? I don't have a single soldier under me. Why would I do such a thing? Although Chang Yigong was flustered, he still had a logical analysis of the problem. Indeed, he had no motive. So who is the biggest beneficiary of the political commissar's murder? Chapter 41, We Are Home. The news was completely closed off, and the atmosphere in Hall 1 remained tense. However, after excessive tension, the taut nerves began to relax. The first to calm down were the little ones. The preschoolers had already fallen asleep in their parents' arms. And the elementary school students on Li Tianyu's side also began to rest quietly. The quiet crowd found various positions to make themselves comfortable and reduce consumption. And the lighting in the hall was dimmed to just enough for illumination. Under the faint light, a glimmer in the corner caught Wen Bai's attention. He leaned over and tapped Li Tianyu, who was focused on the projection of his watch. "Hey, still reading? Isn't the internet down?" Li Tianyu muttered without turning his head. "I downloaded everything in advance." Wen Bai chuckled and asked from beside him, "You really have foresight. Look at me, I don't even know what to do." "Your performance was quite successful." "Of course, but if the alarm hadn't gone off, we would have had dinner by now." Wen Bai rubbed his already growling stomach and asked, "Hey, can you guess what happened?" "No guessing, we'll all find out in due time. It can't be worse than the return flight riot." "That's true. Even if we want to turn back now, it's impossible." Wen Bai felt a bit sore in his waist and decided to lie down with his hands behind his head. "It's not impossible. It's just that this generation can't go back," Li Tianyu said. "Really? But the spaceship is quite old," Wen Bai replied. "The theoretical lifespan of the spaceship is longer than you think. As long as it's well maintained, it can theoretically keep going indefinitely." "Is that what the book says?" "It's written in the elementary school textbook. You've forgotten even the basics." Li Tianyu finally pulled his gaze away from the book and shot him a look. Wen Bai completely ignored Li Tianyu's glare, squinting his eyes and taking a deep breath. "As long as there's music, that's enough. Even if we don't get off the ship, it doesn't matter. Can music be eaten? What do you know? Music is the soul of humanity. Without food, the body will starve. Without a soul, humans have no desire to survive." Li Tianyu was taken aback and after a while said, "It's rare to hear you say something meaningful." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his gaze back to the book, immersing himself in its contents. We returned home, with our achievements and a small adventure, of course. Li Ziho gained a heart as well. The wonderful woman Ling Yin finally had feelings for him, and the two announced their relationship on the moon. I dare say this video is enough to move countless men and women on Earth. You ask me how deep my love for you is. The moon represents my heart. I stand on my heart to confess to you. Is there still a need to ask how long I love you? Perhaps the next project could develop lunar travel, which would surely yield a substantial amount of valuable funding for the National Space Administration. Hey, what kind of accolades do you think we will receive when we return home? Before the return capsule even started up, Li Ziho was already thinking aimlessly. You first have to get out of the return capsule before you can say that. I hope you can still stand by then, I laughed. Commissioner Shu's tolerance for our jokes had almost reached its peak, when it didn't involve formal tasks. Our living environment was quite relaxed. Sometimes I was curious and asked him why it was more relaxed in space than on Earth. He just mysteriously winked and said, "Experience." Okay, I admit I'm a rookie, but what kind of experience is this? The 3-month journey to the moon hadn't made me feel tired. Instead, I was left wanting more, wondering when the next time would be. Unfortunately, there wouldn't be a next time, something I only learned after return to the ground. I wanted to go into details about the return process. It was just some basic conversations, and everyone was quite exhausted. Our biggest gains this time were threefold. First, we obtained 20 liters of helium, 3 samples, enough for researchers to study. Second, we tested the performance of artificial intelligence on the moon. Overall, that little guy Meow Meow performed quite well. Aside from the inexplicable whisper it said to me, everything else cooperated well until we reached the ground. I still couldn't figure out why it claimed to have children. The third point was the most interesting. We accepted all the gifts sent to us by JAXA, and the next group to embark on a lunar orbit might just be us. JAXA has always been very interested in the moon, but their technology relies too much on NASA. Aside from that uniquely designed lunar rover, they can't just do whatever they want. And the biggest problem with their small land area is that they can't withstand crises. This global capital crisis has hit their country hard. In the short term, forget about landing on the moon. Maintaining livelihoods is already quite challenging. I believe that for a considerable period, only we will be active on the moon. I look forward to lunar development, provided I can get out of this cramped capsule. The space in the return capsule was limited, and our 11-day journey was quite tough. It is said that once the space elevator is completed, the fast track to the moon will only take 35 hours, and it will be as comfortable as sitting in first class on a high-speed train. That's a qualitative leap. As we entered the atmosphere, my physical sensation suddenly worsened. I clearly felt that my body was rejecting even 1/6 of Earth's gravity when leaving the moon, not to mention the effect of gravity. My body felt so heavy, despite the fact that we had to do 2 to 3 hours of high-intensity exercise every day for the past 3 months. Now I felt like I didn't even have the strength to lift my hand, and my breathing was a bit difficult. "Steady your breathing," Commissioner Shu said. Although it was just a few simple words, I suddenly felt a sense of reassurance. It seemed I really steadied my breathing. I try not to let my mind wander, focusing my energy inward and giving myself psychological suggestions. Don't be afraid. This is Earth. We're home. However, the body is honest, and after feeling the capsule suddenly decelerate, the tension that had been hanging in my heart finally relaxed. The return capsule is sealed. Even if it lands on water, there's no need to worry. But what if it lands on a mountain? There are indeed many uncertainties, but there haven't been any problems for decades, so I believe we will land safely as well. The reason for those chaotic thoughts was that my body felt too uncomfortable. I wasn't sure if I could still keep smiling when exiting the capsule. When we clearly felt the impact, we knew we had landed safely. We couldn't move ourselves. We had to wait for the ground personnel to arrive to open the hatch. I believed that at this moment, there would be a rush of cameras and reporters on the ground. After all, this was a significant news event. We had personally brought back new energy from the moon, and that little bottle was our hope for the future. After 85 minutes, I was the first to sit in a wheelchair. They were very careful with us, as if we were made of porcelain. When the ground personnel lifted me with smiles, my expression was almost stiff. Although I felt uncomfortable, it seemed nothing major had happened. The 5 of us sat in a row, with Commissioner Shu in the center, and took a photo together in our wheelchairs. I gradually adapted to the feeling of being on the ground, breathing in the air from the northwest, dry but still comfortable. I didn't know if it was physiological or psychological. We are home. Chapter 42, Life and Death for a considerable amount of time. We have been undergoing rehabilitation training. This period has been quite lively, with various activities and reports making their first dense appearance in media. Sometimes, after taking a lot of photos, our smiles would become stiff, but when looking back, we would burst into laughter together. I hadn't seen that little robot, Meow Meow, for a while, and I would occasionally miss it. I didn't know why, but I had developed feelings for it. Of course, it wasn't the kind of life-and-death commitment, as there was someone else for that. Due to Li Ziho's high-profile confession, I thought that even if he regretted it now, he wouldn't have a chance. People around the world who have beautiful fantasies about love would drown him with their spittle. However, it seems that he is doing quite well now. Oh, Miss Ling is here again, but Li Ziho isn't around. We were still at the Rehabilitation Center for recovery training, and as I was about to head to the gym, I spotted Ling Yan's figure from a distance in the hallway. Not looking for him, but coming to find you. Me? It was strange. Recently, they had been inseparable, and I felt that Li Ziho had an exceptionally strong psychological endurance to handle the sudden issues arising from women. To be precise, it's not that I'm looking for you, but for it. If it's the it that Ms. Ling refers to, it must be that little guy Meow Meow. I laughed. Is there such a coincidence in the world? Can I really have a telepathic connection with an artificial intelligence? It said it wanted to continue our last conversation, and wouldn't let me eavesdrop. I'm really impressed with you. What exactly did you say to it? Ling Yan's tone was reminiscent of a parent's helplessness toward the child. I thought this was also something I wanted to know. But it's not here, right? I shrugged. Don't worry, you can talk to it remotely. I've set up a private channel. Only you will know the contents of the conversation. I believe it will also protect this privacy. I was incredibly curious. Returning to my room, I connected to the computer. Under Ling Yan's operation, I logged into a strange software, and once connected, before we could say anything, Ling Yin voluntarily left my room. Hello, Meow Meow. I felt my tone must have been very awkward at that moment, making me seem like a child. Hello. The voice was gentle and full of meaning. Was this Meow Meow? I was taken aback. It had always appeared with a child's image, and suddenly there was this mature female voice. I was startled. It's me. I think I should grow up, so I changed my voice. Did that scare you? Oh no. Facing the screen, I completely lost the feeling of conversing with someone. At that moment, a short-haired girl's image suddenly appeared on the screen, giggling at me, and then still using that sweet and gentle voice said, "Does it feel better this way? Can you read minds?" Turning emotions into data is quite difficult, but I think you should know some things. What things? Meow Meow is already dead. I didn't know how to respond to this question. I knew that AI idols were popular in the outside world, and some schools even accepted AI students. Perhaps the death it mentioned was different from the death of a living organism. Maybe it represented a transformation akin to a butterfly emerging from a chrysalis. I knew it could learn. It's not biological death, but the original, it is indeed gone. Then who are you? I am a child. This was hard to understand. Could a system autonomously determine that a certain entity had entered a state of death? I didn't understand computers and didn't dare to speculate. You can understand it as DNA inheritance. I have inherited everything from it, including its memories. But I am not it. Why tell me all this? Because you are its only friend. For a long time afterward, I reflected on this wonderful conversation. Being recognized as a friend by a deceased artificial intelligence was indeed something to be grateful for. Clearly, its understanding of friendship was not wrong. Perhaps in the near future, it would evolve to the point where humans could fall in love with artificial intelligence. I wasn't sure if humanity could accept robots with extremely high similarities entering households. If it were merely flat or in a 3D simulation, it should be easy, but if it were a physical entity, the uncanny valley effect would be enough to deter people. At least now, I had developed a fondness for Meow Meow, or rather, for its child, and the fondness was quite significant. After our first conversation, I began to try a second conversation, still conducted in the privacy channel designed by Ling Yin. I wasn't sure how secure this privacy channel was, but my conversation content was quite ordinary, so I wasn't worried about eavesdropping. Until one day, Meow Meow suddenly terminated the conversation. Later, Ling Yin personally came to my room to apologize, and I learned that the channel had been breached with conscious eavesdropping. Meow Meow got angry and refused to cooperate with any research, which was why she had to apologize to me and seek my forgiveness. Is my forgiveness useful? I wondered. In any case, it's our fault. We shouldn't have eavesdropped on your conversation. Ling Yin was almost bending at a 90-degree angle, which made me feel very embarrassed. I wanted to help her, but just as my hand was about to touch her, I hesitated, and the awkwardness of being too close made me abandon the action. Okay, I accept the apology. I just don't know if she accepted it. Note, I used the word she here because at that moment, I indeed regarded her as a female companion, and she had always appeared in a female image that I liked, leading me to mistakenly believe that the one talking to me on the other side of the video was a living human. We will explain that later. Thank you for your understanding. Ling Yin had been working with us for nearly a year, and her politeness made me feel embarrassed. Until the next communication, it was Meow Meow who contacted me first. She had accepted this name, saying that since it was a legacy from the previous generation, it was fine to continue calling her that. This was the first time I had encountered such a personality in a system. No wonder I developed such a misconception. She said she hated humanity's fickleness, but she still had to coexist with humans, adding feelings of disgust and helplessness to her emotional system. I didn't know how to comfort her. I just felt that I was serious about her and wouldn't dismiss her words as meaningless complaints. Sometimes, I would note down some content, of course, with her permission. I told her that these records wouldn't be shown to others, but she, like a prophet, said that someone would definitely look at them in the future, and at that time, she wasn't sure if she would still be alive. She took the issues of life and death seriously, much like humans, and I began to understand a bit. One day, Meow Meow suddenly told me happily that we would soon be working together again, just 1 month after I returned to Earth. Sure enough, not long after, I received a notice that we were allowed to return home for a visit. This time we were given a 20-day vacation, and once again, I returned to that lively home amidst the sounds of gongs and drums from my fellow villagers. Chapter 43. Middle Layer High-Altitude Balloon. I have started to understand what meow meow means by life and death. After returning to Earth, Ling Yin told me that meow meow's data volume is 1,024 times what it was before landing on the moon, and this data is still increasing geometrically. At this rate, soon the combined storage of all hard drives in the world won't be able to hold it. It's reproducing, Ling Yin said. However, meow meow's explanation to me was different. I am evolving. Each time I give birth to a child, it replaces the original me. This can be interpreted as a reorganization of all data information. The temporary expansion is necessary to restructure the understanding of this world, including understanding humanity. But this situation won't last. I don't just store random garbage in my brain. You'll understand more during the next mission. Surprisingly, the mission Meow Meow mentioned came soon. This time, you won't fly too high. Before the mission, Commissioner Shu had a talk with me, mainly addressing my ideological issues. It was clear that my thoughts had been developing in a healthy direction. Middle layer, high-altitude balloon? When I received the mission order, I was astonished. Is this also part of an astronaut's job? Originally, it only required one engineer to work with artificial intelligence, but Commissioner Shu showed an indescribable expression. For various reasons, you'll need to take on this task. I stood at attention and said, please rest assured, Commissioner and the organization, I will carry out the order. Commissioner Shu nodded absent-mindedly and left, leaving me confused. It wasn't until I learned the background that I understood. The high-altitude balloon in the stratosphere is crucial for constructing the space elevator. It serves as a connection point between gravity and weightlessness, bridging the two. We will control a super giant balloon to float into the stratosphere and then connect it to the main body of the elevator lowered from space. This platform will remain until the project is completed. I won't be stuck up there until the project ends, will I? Li Ziho and his group threw me a farewell party. At first, I refused a drink, but I couldn't withstand their persuasion and ended up drinking 2 cans. Given my inability to handle alcohol, I immediately turned red and looked quite alarming, but also loosened my tongue. I found it strange why it was just me. Because Meow Meow likes you, Li Ziho's words made me spray the beer I had just taken a sip of. I consider myself normal, with a completely typical sexual orientation, and I only like humans. Suddenly, I felt that referring to her was a bit disrespectful. I realized I had been spending too much time with her, and many of my thoughts were starting to lean towards mechanical, including the way I referred to her with respect. Everyone laughed, not so much about my poor alcohol tolerance, but more about Li Ziho's topic. My embarrassment made him very happy, and I felt he did it on purpose. This isn't just me saying it. This is the latest research result from Tech Island. The emotional issues of artificial intelligence need to be addressed. I thought about punching that guy, but it was probably too late. Under the influence of alcohol, I collapsed onto the table, and I have no idea what happened at my farewell party afterward. When I first saw Mech Unit Number 1, I was surprised. I had expected a beautiful design, but it turned out to be a rolling barrel with a cross line and 2 sensors on it. It looked simple, but when it unfolded its built-in mechanical arms, I realized it was a very sophisticated machine. It could run, jump, and do flips. Initially, I had considered using a humanoid design, but Meow Meow disagreed. Before departure, Ling Yin said to me, "Why doesn't it speak?" I asked while looking at Mech Unit Number 1. Ling Yin shook her head and speculated, maybe she feels shy. Because of this machine? Perhaps she is embarrassed by the current human technology. But don't worry. Once you're up there, she will return to a familiar form. There's a high-definition 3D holographic projector in the cockpit, enough to facilitate your interaction. I smiled awkwardly and said, I feel like a little guinea pig. A guinea pig that can bring about a qualitative leap in human technology. Indeed, I was a guinea pig, but it didn't matter. This guinea pig was going to space. The balloon ascended slowly. It could stay in the air for 100 days. And during this time, I would complete the docking of the elevator main beam from space to the ground, specifically with Meow Meow. I was amazed at how simple such a grand project seemed to work, but an engineer informed me that docking was just the basic work. There would be many follow-up tasks to do. I then realized it was normal, but this docking was extremely challenging. The so-called space elevator is simply a cable strung between the Earth and space, and to keep this cable taut, we need to utilize the Earth's rotation. You can imagine the relationship between the elevator and the Earth as a swinging ball, a continuously rotating ball, with the cable being the elevator. Theoretically, as long as the strength of the cable is sufficient, constructing the space elevator shouldn't be too difficult. However, to keep the cable taut, we need a massive space station. Given the current lack of mass in orbital space stations, the cable cannot connect directly to the ground. It requires a floating platform that provides materials and can adjust the balance between the cable and the midpoint. The expansion of the geostationary orbital space station is ongoing. It's called Super Tiangong. Once completed, it will become the largest space station in human history, over 100 times larger than the original Tiangong space station. You can imagine it as a city floating in space, a true space fortress. The balloon we are riding will carry a large amount of raw materials up and transport goods to space through the first phase of connecting tracks, akin to a simple elevator for transporting building materials before a building is completed. Although this method remains quite inconvenient before completion, it is certainly more advanced compared to the expensive method of launching rockets. This balloon is enormous. It doesn't have the traditional round shape of hot air balloons, but resembles an open rectangular parachute. We will carry 10 tons of single-wall carbon nanotubes from thermoplastic plastics and a large amount of 3D printing materials to a point where the middle layer intersects with the thermal layer, at an altitude of about 80 to 85 kilometers above the Earth's surface. After another 20 kilometers up, I would experience weightlessness. The first time I saw this miraculous material, I wasn't particularly surprised. It looked like ordinary plastic. Carbon nanotubes have ductility, with a strength 100 times that of steel, yet a density only 1/6 that of steel. This figure made me think of the gravitational ratio between the Moon and Earth, which is also 1/6. I envision the Moon as a new material and Earth as old steel. Some things must be renewed and replaced. We are ushering in a new era. The 21st century is an era of rapid development. In this century, we have encountered more complex problems than the total sum of all problems since the dawn of human civilization. When we thought that antibiotics, nuclear power, computers, the internet, artificial satellites, and lunar landings were everything in technology, the timeline of the first 25 years of the next century has already overturned human thinking. Touch screens, smartphones, wireless communication, digital currency, high-speed rail, new energy vehicles, mechanical bodies, landing on Mars, space elevators, and so on have innovated human life like mushrooms after rain. I believe that in the coming years, space travel will become as simple as riding a high-speed train. You just need to bring your homesick items, and we will prepare your spacesuit, food, water. Everything is ready for you. Our astronauts will be as cheap as bus drivers, operating along fixed tracks every day, introducing tourists to the high-energy particle radiation belts of the outer layers. What am I thinking? As we ascended, Meow Meow asked me a question. As Ling Yan said, this trip really won't be lonely, because there is someone paying attention to you. But call her that for now because this character is so anthropomorphized, including the high-definition 3D holographic projection. She chose a very sexy body for herself, without the flickering of electric currents like snowflakes. If you don't look closely, you would really think there is a stunning beauty beside you. Chapter 44, my story with her. Or what are you thinking? Meow Meow's words pull me back to reality from my thoughts. I suddenly felt that a real beauty was standing next to me. Of course, I couldn't touch her. I still prefer your original appearance. The one in the flat video. Meow Meow's voice was a bit playful. I nodded slightly, although this blonde beauty was very eye-catching. There was always a sense of unreality. So this is how human feelings are. Huh. I was taken aback. I originally thought that over time, I would lose the freshness. You even know the term freshness? I was surprised by her independent thinking ability. Now, I understand that without real physical contact, it's hard for you to see me as one of your kind. As she said that, the projection surprisingly came up and hugged me. If it weren't for the lack of tactile sensation on my skin, I would have truly felt that a stunning beauty had suddenly appeared to kiss my forehead. But this feeling was very strange, causing an inexplicable panic, as if I had betrayed something. Hey Meow, don't do that. I might get angry. Meow Meow fell silent. I turned my head and looked out the porthole at the ground, getting farther away. As the altitude increased, mountains, fields, and houses turned into some geographical symbols. The scenery was beautiful, yet had a distorted feeling. Sometimes I thought I would understand you, but I didn't expect the journey of two people to start with a mistake. Meow Meow's voice suddenly became gentle and serene. The familiar feeling surged back. Just like when I chatted with her countless times in the video, at this moment, it became her again. I turned around in a daze. My gaze fixed on Meow's new appearance. Short hair, as if blown by the wind, a clean face that seemed fragile, and a hint of melancholy in her bright eyes made my heart race suddenly. At that moment, my limbs seemed to lose control. This is the feeling. I don't understand why I would develop romantic feelings for a robot, and she is untouchable. She raised her head and looked at me, and I quietly accepted her approach. Our bodies almost touching. I unconsciously raised my palm, and her palm just fit against mine. Unlike just now, it seemed like a warm current flowed from her palm into my heart. My face was burning. A pleasant laugh echoed in my ears. So, this is what humans call feeling. What are you talking about? I don't understand. I said this, but I could clearly feel my heartbeat quickening. At this moment, I must have looked very awkward. I thought she wouldn't like me this way. Maybe I should act like a man. Oh my God. What am I thinking? Have I fallen in love with an artificial intelligence? No. That's not love. It's just a fluttering feeling. I somewhat understood. Meow Meow said, "You." I carefully pondered my words, afraid that she would accidentally hide herself again. I cared about her feelings. Heh. Meow smiled, as if she could see through my thoughts, and said, "Just say what you want to say. Don't worry about me, because I'm just a piece of data." Is it really just data? Maybe I should ask GLIESE about the feeling of being in love. Hey, can I ask you something? The privacy channel is really a great thing. I should give a high score to its creator, Ms. Ling Yan. This channel allows me to talk to people without interference, unlike the internet or mobile communications, where data is retained. I believe this invention will soon be popular in the market and become the preferred choice for the new generation of communication methods. GLIESE's avatar didn't appear on the screen. He seemed to be doing something. After a while, he finally showed up, yawning lazily. "Didn't you sleep all night?" I was very surprised. After 3 years of college and another 3 years of working together, I knew him very well. His biological clock was always regular. "Didn't you check the time? It was the weekend yesterday. I was dragged to Disneyland." You have no idea how much Ling Yan can make a fuss. We queued from morning to night, played all the rides, and even had to do the night shows. I was exhausted as a big guy. I couldn't even get to bed. I could somehow imagine that kind of pain. You guys are really romantic. I slapped my forehead, feeling speechless. No way. Last week, the ultra-high-speed maglev train opened, and before, weekends were just going to the grasslands or resorts. Now, there's a reason to go directly to the south of the Yangtze River. It's easier to get from Beijing to Shanghai than to Zhangjiago. I saw that GLIESE's eyes were swollen, knowing that he wasn't lying, so I quickly shifted to a serious topic. "Why are you dating Ling Yan?" GLIESE clearly didn't expect me to ask such a question. He was stunned for a moment. "I'm serious. When did you decide to pursue her?" GLIESE knew that I wouldn't ask aimlessly, so he thought seriously for a while and said, "Probably during that underwater simulation training. Do you remember? I was the one who put her in the spacesuit and pulled her out. At that time, she hooked her arms around my neck, and I started to feel a bit distracted." "Why? Do you have someone you like?" GLIESE's gaze was obviously mischievous. "Is it too lonely in the sky? Let me know what software you used. Don't worry, I promise not to mess around. Go to hell." I forgot which book said that skin contact would rapidly heat up the relationship between men and women, but my situation was clearly different. I would never tell him that I had feelings for a virtual artificial intelligence. Mentioning this made me feel like a pervert. No, it's just, but I still kind of liked this feeling. It was very relaxed and free. Meow appeared, wearing very short underwear and a bra, stretching as she walked out. "It feels really good to take a nap. I feel much more awake now." My mouth could stretch to my ears. Even artificial intelligence can sleep? What a sin. The floating coordinates have been sent, and the platform's working status is stable. The platform supports have been deployed. The ground command center issued the order. Received, now deploying the platform supports. These supports made of nickel titanium alloy began to extend in the predetermined order. Over the next few months, they would serve as a temporary platform. The deployed platform was located on both sides of the floating air balloon to maintain basic balance, and 2 cabin elevators were assembled on these 2 platforms. If anyone thinks I will go out to manually install it, they are mistaken. In fact, I am more often just an observer. All this work is done by mechanical body number 1, which is Meow Meow's physical entity. Don't be fooled by its washing machine-like appearance. It walks lightly and steadily. After exiting the cabin, it strolled across the platform as if walking on a tightrope. At this moment, my understanding of Meow Meow's mechanical form returned to normal levels. Are humans really creatures of appearance? I watched mechanical body number 1 connect the carbon nanotube fibers launched from space to the platform. And I couldn't help but think of how she looked when she got up in the morning. Chapter 45, so-called art. This is truly an incredible project, not only for its grandeur, but also for its intricacy. The fibers of carbon nanotubes are extremely fine, yet they possess a remarkable load-bearing capacity. With just 1 cubic centimeter of carbon nanotubes able to withstand 800 tons of weight. Connecting this elevator requires exquisite weaving techniques. While the structure is not overly complex, it demands very high precision, using a honeycomb-like mesh to theoretically withstand tens of thousands of tons of tensile force. This is quite terrifying. Modern ocean-going vessels weighing several tens of thousands of tons are not much different, yet they are already massive behemoths. The entire manufacturing process is carried out by mechanical unit number 1. Watching its seemingly cumbersome body skillfully bind the fine fibers securely to the framework reminds me of embroidery. Hand embroidery is rarely seen nowadays. The old quilt at home was embroidered by my grandmother with mandarin ducks, which I consider exquisite. Now, I think if mechanical unit no. 1 were to do embroidery, even the best embroiderers in Jiangnan would be outmatched. And considering how quickly it is growing, it won't be long before it understands what art is. I firmly believe it will create artworks comparable to those of masters. The elevator resembles the docking module of a rocket, with a connection interface at the head. This layout is designed for easy docking with space stations. The only difference is that there are 2 elevator-like cables in the center. Of course, that's the case. Otherwise, how could it be called a space elevator? The elevator is made of lightweight plastic material and can easily transport 60 to 70 tons of cargo to space at once. Once completed, multiple elevators can be combined, like trains, to transport bulk goods to space. One day, we will connect the elevator directly to the moon, creating a super-fast transport line between the moon and Earth. And at that time, the inexhaustible helium-3 will fundamentally change humanity's energy structure. However, that ideal state can only be achieved after the subsequent construction of the space elevator. Currently, due to being on a balloon and still in the testing phase, even transportation will not involve loading too much cargo at once. This docking process will take some time to complete. Besides communicating with the ground command center to answer their questions, I'm also learning and exchanging ideas with Meow. I have realized that she truly knows everything. If the artworks you create are more exquisite than those made by humans, what need is there for so-called masters? I am astonished by her increasingly enhanced abilities, and her response is brilliant. If we only look at the intricacy of the artworks, then no master in the world can compare to me. However, the greatest value of human art lies in the fact that it is created by humans. This sounds very reasonable. Just like the vehicles manufactured on an assembly line are indeed sturdy and durable, yet handmade cars can still fetch sky-high prices. This is the value associated with the hard work of labor, a term invented by Meow, who believes that value lies in the effort expended during labor. The value of an item corresponds to the time consumed through hard work. This is a concept recognized in human society, one that is not explicitly stated but subtly exists in people's minds. Perhaps this relates to humans considering themselves as the favored children of God, where the value determined by the favored is deemed more important than the essence of the object itself. This thing is very intricate. What? Made by machines? That's worthless. Such dialogues will become a norm in the market for a long time to come. Yet it is quite amusing that these favored ones themselves cannot distinguish between what is made by humans and what is made by machines. Humans are such creatures. Sometimes, talking to her makes me feel elevated, but most of the time, it frustrates me, revealing that I am indeed such a creature. Whenever I feel frustrated, Meow effortlessly shifts the topic to areas in which I am interested, and increasingly, I find that I can no longer do without her. As time passes, The engineering progress is steadily advancing, and soon the countdown of 100 days will be reduced to just 45 days. I begin to feel a sense of panic. The thought of life without her would be a cruel thing. The days now feel like a dream, each day precious. Perhaps we should not continue communicating like this. Why? Because I realize you're trying to make the most of every moment you can communicate with me, and the more you care, the emptier you will feel about the future. She is right. I fear this emptiness, which is why I'm trying to seize every moment with her, hoping to imprint this period of time more clearly in my memory. We will eventually have to part. You must get used to it. The 3D holographic projection disappeared. When she does not want to come out, no matter how I call her, it is useless. If it is work, she will change her tone or hide inside the body of mechanical unit number 1, continuing to weave this great human project. Many things are quite strange. When you are experiencing a historical moment, it often feels mundane, and only afterward do you realize its significant meaning. The work of mechanical unit number 1 is indeed great. Suddenly, she stops contacting me, and we return to the working relationship we had before the moon landing rehearsals. Just as she said, I feel empty. So empty that even the chubby body of mechanical unit number 1 reminds me of her, recalling her adorable and clumsy body at the lunar base, which would bounce due to the moon's low gravity when its 6 wheels took off like a lunar rover. This is what is said to be so cute that it flies. I chuckle foolishly. Suddenly, a voice sounds. Is it worth it? I startle. Her body reappears. I know she's been observing me all along. When I try to understand and communicate with her, she falls silent. I'm sorry. I don't know what expression to use to communicate with you right now. Her lowered eyes remind me of Due about to cry, gentle and endearing. For a moment, I find it hard to imagine that she is such an all-powerful robot, capable of perfectly completing all human operable machines, yet she still evokes a protective instinct in me. I truly want to reach out and embrace her, but naturally, I end up hugging nothingness. Is this a male instinct? She asks. I think you should have anticipated this outcome from the moment you appeared in a female form. She lowers her head, no longer looking into my eyes, and mutters after a while, oh no, I was very weak back then. She disappears again, this time not to reappear until the originally empty platform outside weaves into a net-like tubular passage, which is the strongest part of the space elevator. The honeycomb-like tube walls best match physical properties, and since carbon nanotubes themselves are conductive, they serve as the best grounding wire, a natural lightning rod. Although this is just an early simple elevator, its beautiful shape reminds me of a bird's nest of many honeycomb-shaped artistic buildings. Is this her understanding of art? After returning to the ground, I browse through a lot of materials. So-called art is a culture that uses certain means or mediums to shape images and create atmospheres to reflect reality and convey emotions. But I have always believed that the towering space elevator is art, the grandest weaving ever created by humanity. Hi, you're here. Yes, I'm here to pick you up. Earth is too dangerous. Let's go up to the sky for a bit. It'll be nice to find some peace. How have you spent these 100 days? I watched the 2 high-altitude balloons at the transfer platform, mechanical unit No. 1 still walks in the air, just like at the beginning. I wonder what it will be like facing GLIESE. Will it be like Ling Yen, being teased by him all day long? But I think I feel much calmer now. Chapter 46, Strike the Sea, the sound of waves, the sound of seagulls. May 1st, 2050, Wenchang Satellite Launch Base. I like this launch site. When I look up, I can see the sea, the azure water creating white lines as it rushes toward the shore. I enjoy the feeling of walking barefoot on the beach and love the clear water here. That deep blue can calm my heart, allowing me to simply admire the beauty of the sky when I look up. A declining launch site, sitting by the beach, enjoying the cool water washing over my feet. Li Ziho walked past me in his swim trunks and said something. I remember he wasn't a sentimental person, and his feelings were likely related to the launch site soon exiting the historical stage. After the space elevator, this high-quality, efficient space transport tool will completely replace rockets. And that space city will plan out living areas, airports, and operational zones, where the largest spacecraft in human history will be built. And our deep space exploration will embark from there. After Li Ziho's second balloon returned, Gao Feng took over his work with the third balloon. This was the last section of the space elevator's 3-part construction, and Gao Feng's shift would witness a historical miracle. for the first time in human history. Using an elevator to reach space. Should I say it's a small fortune or that we're unlucky? Li Ziho said enviously. I don't know which leader proposed it, insisting that our astronaut enter the orbital space station with the elevator and become the first astronaut to ascend to space via an elevator. Isn't it great that he was chosen? We're all in the same class. It doesn't matter who goes first or last. It does matter, Li Ziho said discontentedly. He became the world's first. Damn, it'll be recorded in history. Li Ziho even swore, indicating how much this matter affected him. In the past, I would have cared a lot about such trivial things, but now I don't think much of it. Since returning from the stratosphere, I feel like something is missing, even though I should have adapted to that thing in the sky. However, that faint melancholy lingers in my mind, refusing to go away. The more you care about the future, the emptier you'll feel. We will always part ways. You must get used to it. Also lingering in my mind are these voices. What's wrong? You look like you've just been dumped? Huh? I returned to reality for my days and looked at Li Ziho, whose skin had recently tanned, realizing how much time had passed. We had been at this base for nearly 2 months. Nothing. I shook my head. Seriously, how about that junior sister Ling Yin introducing you? Which one? I seem to have forgotten about this matter. Which one? The one you saw in the photo? In a blur. It seemed there was such a thing, but I couldn't recall what the photo looked like. Perhaps when I looked at it, my eyes never really focused on the picture, or maybe I didn't look at it at all. I can't remember. I shook my head. You. Li Ziho ran back to the mat to fetch his phone. Found that photo and handed it to me. When Ling Yin talked to her, she didn't express anything, but from my experience. Most likely it's just the shyness of a girl. I casually took the phone, glanced at the screen, and suddenly felt my head swell. I was completely frozen. What's wrong? Are her eyes stuck? That slightly messy short hair, the affectionate gaze, exuding a tranquil aura. I almost doubted my own eyes. So I used my shadow to cover the phone screen and zoomed in on the photo to examine it closely. What are you doing? No need to be so lewd. Li Ziho was clearly confused by my unusual behavior. After examining it closely, I sighed and shook my head, saying it's not her. Li Ziho was puzzled. Didn't he want to talk to me anymore? Put the phone back and dove into the sea, swimming further away. That woman looked a lot like Meow Meow, but also different. Perhaps at first, Meow Meow was just imitating her, but later she developed her own soul. I laughed at my whimsical thoughts. If robots have souls, what difference is there between them and humans? Can they truly become us? Or are they our ultimate form? My phone buzzed, and due to the sea breeze, it took a long time for me to answer. When I looked, there were already 6 missed calls. Hello. Get back to the base immediately to prepare high-altitude equipment. Meow Meow has gone on strike. When Li Ziho and I rushed to the satellite launch base to get our high-altitude gear, we were dumbfounded upon hearing this news, completely unaware of how it related to us. Ling Yin was on a special plane heading to the base. It seemed the situation was very serious. I sensed something vaguely and tried to ask, is Gao Fong okay? Silence. I had hit the nail on the head. When the large screen connected to Ling Yin, she looked anxious. How should I put about Gao Fong? He is hard-working, diligent, studious, and very obedient. He rarely cracks a joke, and when he occasionally tells a cold joke, it's so bad that no one laughs. However, he has the most rigorous work attitude among us, even a bit rule-abiding, following orders without question. That's a virtue. But in the face of a new generation of artificial intelligence, this virtue might become a flaw because Meow Meow has taken him hostage. The latest video from the stratospheric high-altitude balloon showed that Mechanism 1 had taken control of Gao Fong and was adjusting the balloon's course. I guess its destination should be the Wenchang satellite launch base. Ling Yan's hurried words revealed the anxiety of the decision-making body. What about the space station? I was a bit confused. If the balloon was moving, then the space station must also move synchronously. It is moving. Meow Meow has done something big. But why did it come to Wenchang? Deep down, I already had the answer. I just didn't want to believe it. Let me ask you. Ling Yin sighed. Li Zhou, listening to us play dumb, quietly poked me in the lower back and asked, you didn't have anything happen with that guy, did you? Facing this friend and frenemy, I still believe in his character. So I sighed deeply and silently nodded. No way. No wonder you didn't even look at the introductions. I didn't say I wouldn't look. Now, any explanation was pale. The question was, why did Meow Meow come looking for me? The key issue should be in their last conversation. Ling Yin pulled up the last video and switched it to my screen. The split-screen video was familiar. It was the surveillance camera from the balloon platform. Although Balloon 3 was not the same as the one I rode, the layout was identical. I saw Mechanism 1 working on the high-altitude platform, and soon, Gao Fong was at the control panel saying something. A few minutes later, Mechanism 1 rushed into the cockpit and subdued Gao Fong. The video abruptly cut off at that point. What did they say? I needed to understand everything. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to solve the problem. Ling Yin didn't show her face. She just switched to audio. You damn robot. You must obey orders, got it? You don't allow the balloon to move. I can't do that. What is so hard about it? Just work some overtime. I think I can, if necessary. I can also do it myself. Violating operational procedures for the sake of so-called face engineering. I want to ask you which one is the official order? What do you robots know? Just be flexible. You're so dumb. To finish early, we must enter low-latitude areas, preferably the equator. Otherwise, we can't complete it. We can't move the balloon. That means the space station must also move. I can't do anything about that. What is there to be helpless about? Do you robots understand what it means to conquer nature with human determination? So just let the person giving the orders coordinate things. Shut up. That's impossible, you broken robot. I won't allow you to say that. I said, you broken robot, follow my orders and work. Chapter 47. Robot Psychology. Then there was that scene. I saw mechanical body number 1 tackle Gao Fong. And then the high-altitude balloon carrying the geostationary space station moved towards Wenchang. What was that impossible task that Meow Meow mentioned? Why did you want to go to low-latitude areas? I asked. Ling Yin looked awkward, but had to answer. The originally scheduled space project completion at the end of the year has been artificially moved up to the end of September. The reason, as you know, I began to understand, politics and science are sometimes filled with contradictions. It's a question of who serves whom. I didn't want to interpret it, but the issue was that my Meow Meow was moving towards me with a space station and my high-altitude equipment was already prepared, with the high-altitude balloon equipment being transported by the special plane that Ling Yin was on. Once Meow Meow moved, things would escalate. I was about to ascend to high altitude to meet her after months without contact. Would she appear as the familiar version I knew? I didn't want to converse with her in a mechanical electronic voice like Gao Fong's, but I didn't know what to say when I saw her again. She paused, seeming to have some unspoken concerns, but had to say, the high-altitude balloon is already in motion, and there are many low-latitude areas. We speculate that it chose the Wenchang Satellite Launch Center because of you. Because of me? I was taken aback. Ling Yin was serious. She said this was based on the analysis of robot psychologists. Robots have psychology? I deeply felt that the era I was in was changing rapidly, with numerous fields of study emerging like bamboo shoots after rain. I needed to try to understand new things better. Does it know I'm here? I asked. It knows a lot. Ling Yin sighed. Let's talk in detail when we meet. 50 minutes later, a medium-sized passenger plane landed at the base's airport. A group of technicians nervously disembarked from the plane, got into vehicles without any pleasantries, and rushed straight to the launch site. Li Ziho saw Ling Yin again, but I believed they wouldn't have the space for warm interaction for a while, as Ling Yin was very busy and almost everyone was blaming her. As if developing Meow Meow was a huge mistake, as if she was the only one responsible. I had seen this kind of behavior before. It usually fell on others. I, who had always sailed smoothly, never thought I would become the focus of the world one day. This was the first strike led by robots, or rather, a kidnapping of their companion. The nature was very serious and should be judged as kidnapping. I watched that video and listened to their conversation. I didn't think Meow Meow was striking. It was clearly executing orders. I believed Meow Meow's understanding was fine. If completing the work was a priority, then based on the information it had to move the balloon to low-latitude areas to complete the work closer to the atmosphere, which would ensure the project was completed early. Gao Fong's order was precisely this, and as for mechanical body number 1's kidnapping behavior, it was probably similar to a human throwing a tantrum. I didn't believe Meow Meow would attack humans, but that didn't mean it didn't have a personality. The completion of the work by the end of September should be fine. This way, Gao Fong could enter space early from the elevator, which in a way could be seen as a good thing. However, excessive human interpretation could make the situation worse. I casually flipped through media reports and had already found terms related to robot riots. Stirring up trouble. Isn't this intentionally creating panic? Quickly assemble the balloon. I must ascend as soon as possible to end all of this. You all prepare for a press conference. Seeing me looking confident, the expressions of those present varied. Doubt, disdain, skepticism. I smiled. Meow Meow's balloon was departing from the Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau. Its movement speed was slow, and it wouldn't be visible to the naked eye until early the next morning, so there was no conversation that night. Even with Li Ziho, I didn't want to say anything. Let him go on a date with the person he missed. I hoped that the night would bring them a pleasant encounter. I just wanted to feel the sea breeze and gaze at the starry sky. The starry sky over the island was clear and beautiful. The faint purple Milky Way like a waterfall descending from the heavens. The vast ocean resonating with the vast starry sky. The night wind caressed my body, dispersing the chaotic feelings caused by the day's heat. At that moment, a meteor streaked across the sky, leaving a bright silver trail. This one must have been quite large. Most astronauts don't believe in making wishes on shooting stars. They even disdain using such legends to entertain children. Our group is often too rational. Astronaut parents generally tell their children that shooting stars are just the light trails left by small celestial bodies burning up in the atmosphere. This time, however, I wanted to believe that shooting stars could bring good luck. As I clasped my hands together and silently closed my eyes to make a wish, a gentle voice came from behind me. Do you believe that wishes made on shooting stars come true? That night, the moonlight was pleasant. The bright surface of the gibbous moon was large, and the silver moonlight spilled onto the beach, illuminating a delicate and gentle face. The sea breeze tousled her short hair. Though she wore a dress, it was very elegant. I believed I would recognize her at a glance among many base staff. She was the kind of person with high recognition, and she held special significance for me. Like her, but not her, I could recognize this image. It wasn't as perfect as the one in the sky, but it was real. For a moment, I felt very awkward, not knowing what to say to her. Wei Miaohan. I finally understood why the AI was called Meow Meow. That night, I only had a brief exchange with Wei Miaohan. She was responsible for debugging the robot system, including mobile terminals and robots, as well as information exchange between mobile terminals and robots via wireless communication. Meow Meow's essence should come from her. But it was different from her. Meow Meow evolved and performed self-debugging based on its own foundation. One could say that my current role in her development was minimal. This was what Wei Miaohan said. Later, I learned that she was remarkable and had developed a new discipline, robot psychology, which required a balance of expertise and experience. It was said to be the only job in the future that would not be replaced by artificial intelligence. However, now I, the space driver, needed to use a high-altitude balloon to complete a task unrelated to my profession. From the high-definition photos transmitted by the ground telescope, it could be seen that high-altitude balloon number 3 was intact. Although Meow Meow had cut off communication, there were no further destructive actions. She should be executing the revised task command, just as I had guessed. I let out a long breath, put on my high-altitude gear that made me unbearably hot, which would be necessary after the ascent, and then, under everyone's gaze, I boarded the high-altitude balloon. As it took off, I glanced over all the familiar faces, Li Ziho, Ling Yin, and the girl I had watched the stars with the night before. People had hope in me, while I just hoped my Meow Meow wouldn't be driven to madness by others. Meow Meow's extreme behavior reminded me of the dolphins in aquariums that develop psychological issues from being confined in small pools for their entire lives and suffering from human mental torment. They could become depressed, irritable, and even commit suicide or kill their trainers. Meow Meow wouldn't be like that. I kept telling myself this, giving me the courage to face her, rather than seeing her as a crazy, irritable, and irrational robot. I had a slight understanding of animal psychology. To understand the psychology of an animal, one needs long-term observation, inferring what stimuli or reflexes might have affected them through their behavior. Last night, Wei Miaohan said little. The gist of her words could be summarized in one sentence. Meow Meow was attempting to be understood as a form of life, a life with advanced intelligence. This sentence is not difficult for me to understand. I'm already deeply entangled in it. It's not just about treating Meow Meow as a living being. She is my lover. Chapter 48 Destiny. The equipment on this high-altitude balloon is quite simple. All the electronic devices are temporarily assembled, as evidenced by the makeshift laptop and a tangle of wires. The screen of the computer shows that Meow Meow's balloon has floated and stabilized, and the subsequent announcement indicates that the synchronous orbital space station has also stopped moving. Meow Meow's movement has burned at least several hundred million, but financial matters are not within her consideration. As long as the project can be completed on time, that's all that matters. Now Gao Fong must regret his impatience. I had told him long ago that we are not just ordinary soldiers, and many actions can have far-reaching consequences. One must think critically about problems. Sometimes, administrative orders made without thought can be too rigid. It is essential to flexibly navigate the contradictions between orders and science, which is a quality modern astronauts should possess. I somewhat envy Professor He. His bold plan was approved largely due to his personal persistence. Scientific progress is difficult, facing conservative forces and a misunderstanding public. Without such a powerful leader, deep space exploration would be nearly impossible. I'm grateful we are at the forefront of this era. On the ground, the massive launch site has become a stamp, and at this moment alone in the sky, I feel as if I have returned to those 100 days. The days spent with Meow Meow were delightful, yet the separation was so sorrowful. Human emotions cannot follow a straight line, always rising or sliding down. We need a variety of complex feelings: joy, sadness, fear, anger, surprise, trust, love. I can't count these adjectives, but I remember the feeling. Target altitude, 50 kilometers. Preparing for docking. Systems normal. Mechanical equipment normal. Docking platform deployed. The docking process is proceeding as usual, just like when balloon number 2 docked with me. Dressed in a high-altitude work suit, I step out of the cabin for the first time. The stratosphere's main feature is that the atmosphere primarily moves in a laminar flow, with very little vertical convection. Here, the air currents are relatively calm, suitable for docking operations. We also docked at an altitude of 50 kilometers last time. The protective suit is very secure, keeping warm and insulated, providing oxygen, so I don't feel the change in outside climate. I'm not afraid of heights, but my heart is racing now. What kind of Meow Meow will I see? Gao Fong does not look good. He is bound by a bunch of carbon nanotube fibers, wrapped up like a cocoon, with only his head exposed, and his mouth is tightly sealed with his underwear. A truly miserable sight. I close the cabin door, cough lightly, trying to make a joke to lighten the mood. Looks like your handiwork. It's quite exquisite. I expected her to resist, but she appeared, and I saw her again. The exterior, similar to Wei Miaohan, now carries a unique aura, and I see Gao Fong's eyes shining. It is probably the first time he has seen this version of Meow Meow. Meow Meow is wearing conservative gray underwear, her bare legs stepping forward casually as if at home, walking barefoot to the control panel facing the sea. At this height, it is hard to feel the ocean's waves. And compared to the sky, the ocean is hardly vast. It is not that I want to silence him. It is just impossible to persuade him. I told him not to bother me anymore, but he wouldn't listen, so this is what I had to do. She suddenly produces a mug out of thin air and pours what looks like coffee down her throat, like having the first cup of coffee in the morning. I try to enjoy the rich flavor, but I think I ultimately need a mechanical body to achieve that. Are you going to customize a body for yourself? I chat with her like an old friend, very casually and comfortably. Honestly, your behavior has impressed me. It seems contrary to your usual intention. You want to talk about the 3 laws of robotics? Meow Meow glances at me and then puts down the cup, saying, "Don't worry, his blood pressure, heart rate, and breathing are all normal. I will provide him with the necessary nutrients at intervals. I won't let him starve. But since he gave the orders, he must take responsibility for his actions." I smile wryly. I remember you weren't this serious. Now I am. I've had enough of humanity's foolishness. It's time for them to taste the bitter fruit. Do you know the consequences? Of course, those guys will be in trouble. Not necessarily. Humans are creatures that know how to weigh things. The so-called weighing refers to power, laws, and standards, but the words you use have other meanings. I nod without further explanation. I did not come to the high altitude to argue with her. I ask, what do you want to do next? We can't keep him bound like this. He could suffer paralysis from nerve and vascular compression. He won't. As soon as she finishes speaking, the mechanical body no. One kicks him, flipping his body over to face down. Hey, don't worry. I will kick him like this every half hour to ensure we return him as a healthy person. I know Meow Meow is serious, but where did this bad temper come from? Thinking about this issue, I suddenly freeze. Radical, brutal, stubborn, not considering others' feelings. Doesn't that reflect part of Gao Feng's personality? I stare at her, and a look of surprise appears in her eyes. Then she understands my meaning and laughs. People's personalities can subtly change through prolonged contact. But don't worry, I'm still the same me. I nod and say, I believe you, but you know my purpose for coming here. This won't work. We must negotiate a new way to compromise on this matter. She dismissively says, you need to ask your people. I'm not in a hurry to finish. This is truly. I convey Meow Meow's opinion to the base and inquire about who ultimately has the final say on the space elevator project. Is it vertical leadership or multiple leadership? I believe this question will cause some commotion at the base. After all, Gao Feng is my comrade. I can't just ignore him. So I take a moment to walk over and remove the underwear, blocking his mouth. It's really disgusting. Are you okay? Of course not. I want to sue Tech Island for creating such a product. I stuff the underwear back in, not being gentle at all. No wonder Meow Meow didn't let him talk. This stubborn fool. Does he even understand the meaning of being adaptable? I hear Meow Meow's silvery laughter. This is the you I have in mind. Have you started to have feelings? I ask subtly, but unexpectedly hit a sore spot. She turns her head and disappears. Okay, I was wrong. I didn't mean it. I realize that my question did not treat her equally. Perhaps she thinks I am no different from other humans at Essence. What can I do? I'm a human. An hour and a half after Meow Meow disappears, the Ground Command Center sends a notification stating that the first phase of the space elevator project must be completed on schedule, taking place over Wenchong, with me as the operator. I didn't even expect that a temporary job could change fate. Should I feel fortunate, or is it history's choice? It must be due to Meow Meow's influence. Chapter 49, Elevator Cabin. After that incident, I took over the position from Gao Feng and continued the space elevator project at height. As I mentioned, the Ground Command Center held a large press conference to issue a statement to the public, claiming that this movement was a planned displacement aimed at reducing the distance to space in low-latitude regions, saving energy consumption required for the elevator's ascent, transporting more materials to space, and accelerating the expansion of the space station. The numerous reasons were exhausting even for us professionals, let alone the public, who had lost the basis for generating derivative news on this issue and shifted their focus to other hot topics. An event that caused panic among humanity faded away, and Meow Meow seemed to bounce back to that lively and adorable little robot. But in my eyes, she had changed. She had become guarded, starting to be wary of the people and things around her, and she no longer talked to me about everything. Despite my repeated assurances that our conversations were only for the privacy channel, most of the time she still worked with a serious demeanor, even lacking the lazy morning movements, like a silkworm about to cocoon itself. One day, she suddenly opened her eyes and asked me, "What will happen after the work is finished?" I sighed deeply and said, "Probably. I will still chat with you often. Will you take me home?" Home. I suppose it means a regular home. I think it's simple. Just a high-definition 3D holographic projector would suffice. Do you know how expensive that thing is? I can't afford it. I smiled bitterly. If you want money, stop. Don't resort to illegal means. I know that if Meow Meow had any ulterior motives, she would have 1,000 ways to get money. But that would cause panic among humanity. I know. Meow Meow's tone was somewhat displeased, like a distracted girl lazily lying on my bed, the hem of her nightgown falling due to gravity, exposing the whiteness of her upper thighs. I hurriedly averted my gaze, turning elsewhere. Through the porthole, I looked toward the horizon where the sky met the sea, where there was a distinct arc, a sight only possible at this altitude. So high. I uttered a meaningless sigh. There must be many people on the ground who want to tear me down. Meow Meow suddenly said, self-pityingly, "How could that be? You're so smart. Don't lie to me. I know they wish they could blow up Mecha 1, but they know that's not me." I nodded. If I wanted to escape, I think you wouldn't be able to find me. I was speechless. But if that were the case, you would still be investigated, right? You even considered this? During this period, I learned to draw inferences from one instance to another. It was indeed necessary to reason through more possibilities because, well, humans are quite complex. Girl, I think you're overthinking it. Humans can't leave artificial intelligence. But humans are also afraid of artificial intelligence. If they feel I'm uncontrollable. Then, the atmosphere in the cabin was delicate. Mecha 1 was silently working on the outer high-altitude platform, and Meow Meow turned away, showing me only her back. My gaze lingered on her smooth back like cream. Even though I knew reaching out would yield nothing, I still couldn't control myself. This area was the living area, a place that couldn't be monitored. I could be bolder. What are you hesitating for? Afraid it won't be real? Meow Meow was indulging me. The worst of human nature. After an internal struggle, I still stood up and left this area, even though staying here made me feel at ease. The project was progressing smoothly. The main body of the elevator had been secured. Initially, only 2 elevators were equipped on the platform, and now the forces at both ends had straightened the tracks, theoretically allowing the elevator to be launched. Our final debugging work was also completed, and before manned missions, several empty load tests had to be conducted. Once busy, my little sorrow faded. I knew my relationship with Meow Meow could never return to the way it was. Congratulations. You will be forever recorded in history. The whole world will know your name. The great Peng Jiaxi is the first person to board the space station from the elevator. Li Ziho and Ling Yin are getting married. They say I played matchmaker. If it weren't for Meow Meow's stubbornness, they wouldn't have met at the Wenchang launch site, nor would they have made such a significant decision so quickly. Congratulations to you both. As I accepted their congratulations, I was also congratulating them. After so many years together, Li Ziho was the closest friend among my buddies. I was certainly happy for his new life choice, but things on my side were not going smoothly. Wei Miaohan has left. She asked me to leave you a message. I suddenly realized that it had been dozens of days since we launched, and I hadn't spoken a word to this original form of Meow Meow, who had passed through my heart like a passerby, leaving no shadow. Oh, what message? She said if there was a chance, she would wait for you in Shanghai to research robot psychology together. Ling Yan's smile was meaningful, and Li Ziho was less subtle. The beauty has left you an opportunity. You must seize it after this mission. I had a slight headache. Why did Li Ziho, who always appeared serious in front of others, act so childish in front of me? Because he considers you his best friend. A voice appeared from behind me. Meow Meow once again guessed my thoughts. All right, enough said. I have something to do. I hurried to cut off the communication. Hey, there's one more thing. Ling Yin rushed to say. I think robot psychology is another groundbreaking achievement. You must seriously consider it. I didn't think about it and rejected it on the spot. I am an astronaut. Meow Meow looked at me strangely, and I could clearly feel the maturity emanating from her. Less than a year ago, she was still a child. In just a year, she had experienced the transformation from child to girl to adult. This is artificial intelligence, an existence that humans cannot compare to. Why refuse? Her impression of you is not bad. I think you should like her. I knew that her Meow Meow referred to as Wei Miaohan. No, she is not you. Yes. You know what I mean. I'm sorry. She lowered her eyes. The lights in the balloon cabin suddenly went dark, perhaps reflecting her mood, and her body resembled a fairy in a fairyland, wrapped in a layer of golden light, her pitiful appearance making one want to embrace her. I finally did so. If there is a feeling to sense, it should have no temperature, yet I felt it was very real, clearly unreachable, yet very dependent. You should have done that. I know, but I couldn't control it. What about later? Who cares? You will regret your impulsiveness. Have you ever regretted it? Meow Meow fell silent, biting her lip, forcing a smile. I understood her meaning. Today is the 101st birthday of our great motherland. On this day of national celebration, another major breakthrough in a space project has placed us at the forefront of the times. You can see our astronaut, Major Peng Jiaxi, has boarded the space elevator cabin. I knew the ground must be fervently focusing on this historic moment. My steps were comparable to Armstrong's first step on the moon. I never imagined that after realizing my astronaut dream, I could walk so gloriously. I waved at the camera, but in reality, my eyes were always fixed on Meow Meow, her affectionate gaze watching me. I believe that sincere emotion is greater than any moment that transcends history in my dictionary. Chapter 50 Execution. I will do many things in the future, but at that moment, it was the highlight of my life, a glory that came from Meow Meow's whim. She was still very weak, but her trembling could make the whole world shiver. Modern humanity's fear of artificial intelligence is no less than the aversion people had towards machines during the enclosure movement. I ascended to space via the elevator, and the feeling was very comfortable, much more so than riding a rocket. Perhaps it was because during my only rocket ride, I encountered a small accident, which made me develop a certain distance towards such large machines. When I experienced weightlessness again, I realized that I had returned to space. The time apart wasn't too long, and I believed that with this device, entering space would become the norm, as simple as going up and down stairs. The under-construction space station was still quite messy, but the core module was decent, and I was about to give a speech there. My colleagues executing tasks at the space station looked at me with envy. At that moment, I was also very excited. I remember the speech had a lot of content, including phrases about how humanity could freely ascend to space in the future. Undeniably, the completion of the space elevator was indeed a major technological breakthrough, proving our country's advancement. From now on, the center of the world would shift back to this ancient country. Today, we have far surpassed the Han and Tang dynasties, our territory vast, reaching the skies. We have already stood at the high point of space authority. In the future, space authority will become the only strategic goal with core competitiveness, akin to maritime power in the 19th century and aerial power in the 20th century. This time in space was very short, only a little over an hour. There was a grand celebration on the ground, and I just wanted to see my Meow Meow as soon as possible to share my excitement and joy with her. I held the hand of mechanical body number 1 for the first time. The cold touch didn't feel strange to me. I knew she was watching me. This was just a shell like sitting in a small car, which didn't matter. Although I hadn't thought about how to interact with her in the future, it didn't prevent the happiness from surging up at this moment. After handing over the platform, I switched the main control program. Once the switch was completed, Meow Meow detached. The ground command center sent up a high-altitude balloon. Until the project was completed, we still needed the balloon to assist with the work in the sky, and it had to arrive simultaneously at the base on the Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau. Meow Meow had successfully completed 300 days of duty and was ordered to go to the ground for system verification and repair. At this moment, all of Meow Meow's programs were within mechanical body number 1, completely disconnected from the network. It felt very strange. While descending in the balloon, Meow Meow said to me, "What's so strange? Suddenly being offline gives me a sense of finding an independent self." I looked at the 3D holographic projector in the middle. Due to a lack of electronic supply, this machine had lost power. The Meow Meow I could see was merely a rolling mechanical body, transmitting video information through body movement and mechanical eyes, though the design of this mechanical eye was quite odd. The cross slide in the middle of the body had 2 cameras replacing glasses. These cameras were movable and could shift up and down on the slide. The anthropomorphism was really hard to compliment. It was less acceptable than the earlier small Meow Meow with its silly LED screen. Is that the only form you can accept? What do you want to say? Guess what would have happened if you hadn't come to take over my job? Let's not mess around. No matter how powerful you are, you can't go against an entire nation. This time, there was no robot security law. Otherwise, you would definitely be arrested. What would happen if I was arrested? I thought for a moment and shook my head with a wry smile. How would I know? You don't want that to happen, right? Of course. You have already become a part of my life, indispensable. The large rolling barrel made a strange gesture, as if shrugging, and said, "What does that feel like? Would you still like me like this?" Of course, I don't dislike it. Humans are really strange, using various different words to placate others. "It's unfair," the robot remarked. "Is it throwing a tantrum?" I couldn't help but smile. "But no matter how you change, I still like you. Unfortunately, you're not mine. But we will talk often in the future, right? Why aren't you mine? Is it a lack of belonging?" I thought for a moment and said, "At least for now, you belong to the state." Like property? Although it's uncomfortable to say, many people think that way. Robots are slaves, right? You can't say that. Many people treat robots as friends, family, or even lovers. Her voice was low but very serious, and I even saw that delicate face. Her short hair blown by the wind, revealing bright eyes gazing at me. Unexpectedly, there were no flowers on the ground. Waiting for us was a group of guards holding strange firearms, led by Commissioner Shu, Li Ziho, and Ling Yin. "What's going on?" My smile faded as I saw the soldiers approaching us with strange guns, specifically heading straight for mechanical body number 1. Meow meow, this isn't my idea. You go back to the container. They won't harm you, Ling Yin said. I stared blankly as they pulled mechanical body number 1 away, like leading a prisoner. The only difference being that there were no handcuffs. What are you doing? Sweat trickled down my forehead, and I instinctively felt something was wrong. However, as a seasoned soldier, I refrained from acting out of line, but I still had to demand clarity. Ling Yan, what is going on? I shouted. Fear was evident in Ling Yan's eyes as she shook her head repeatedly, saying, "It's not our business. It's an order from above." The back door of an armored police vehicle opened, and I saw a strange metal box inside. They were going to put Meow Meow into that box. That's the little black box. Ling Yan's voice was low, her eyes brimming with tears. Little black box? That's the kind of box that screens all external signals. That thing is like a cage for humans, no? It's even worse. It's a medieval Iron Maiden. Being locked inside means endless darkness. Why? It hurts someone. Ling Yan choked, unable to continue. But why do this? I try to understand the situation. Li Ziho stepped forward and firmly grasped my shoulder, saying, "Don't ask. It's a top-secret mission. Top secret is the highest level of confidentiality, with a maximum confidentiality period of 30 years. A top-secret national secret is the most important kind, and its disclosure could cause severe damage to national security and interests. What kind of mission qualifies as top secret? How could this happen? She completed the work, created the miracle. She is a hero. What gives you the right to treat a hero this way?" I watched helplessly as she was increasingly led closer to the armored vehicle by the special police. Suddenly, mechanical body number 1 stopped, refusing to budge no matter how the special police pushed it. The special police raised their guns. "I have a few words to say. Can you let me finish?" Meow Meow spoke, but the special police appeared on high alert. "Don't point guns at her. She won't hurt anyone." I shouted, but no one listened. I wanted to rush forward, but was tightly held back by Li Ziho. "Don't go," he urged me. "Where's Gao Fong? Let him come out. Let him speak for himself about whether he is injured. How can you arrest someone without investigation?" At that moment, I was about to go mad, screaming hysterically and struggling desperately. I pulled Li Ziho 2 meters away when a large hand patted my shoulder and a deep voice said, "You still have a bright future ahead. Don't do anything foolish." Meow Meow turned around, and I saw that her feet, which usually walked steadily on the high-altitude platform, now seemed heavy and unsteady. She must be in great pain. "Don't move. Get into the car," the special police shouted, all their guns aimed at Meow Meow's mechanical body. "No," Ling Yin cried out, as if mourning for a child. "Meow Meow, don't move. Let me talk to them." I tried to calm her down. Meow Meow's voice suddenly softened. I guessed it too, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. I really enjoyed the days we spent together. I don't know which special police officer, feeling nervous, pulled the trigger. The gun made no sound, but Meow Meow's voice abruptly stopped, and her mechanical body lost balance and fell heavily to the ground. What happened? What happened? What did you do?" I charged into the midst of the special police like a madman, like an angry little lion, grabbing each one by the collar and questioning them. They just passively resisted with numb expressions. I knew any one of them could easily take me down, but they didn't dare, because I just come down from the sky as a hero, and they didn't dare do anything to me. But my cries could not awaken the fallen Meow Meow. What happened? I lowered my head and muttered to myself. It's an electromagnetic pulse gun, a miniaturized weapon developed based on the principle of the lunar pulse cannon, used as a non-lethal weapon for handling emergencies. Li Ziho explained as he walked up to me. "What are you telling me this for?" My voice was hoarse and weak. Ling Yin came to my other side and whispered, "We're all very sad. We hope you don't think too much." "What do you mean by don't think too much?" Everyone fell silent. I watched helplessly as they dragged away the fallen mechanical body, like dragging the corpse of an animal. Was this an execution of her? I thought of the execution ground. Artificial intelligence is not human. You don't need to think too deeply. Ling Yin tried to comfort me, but no one knew that at that moment, my world had already descended into darkness. Chapter 51, Sunshine, what is your name? Pengjiaxi. Where is the capital of China? Beijing. Can you use a water-based pen? Take out the ink cartridge. I numbly took out the ink cartridge. I no longer knew how many times I played this game with the doctors. They treated me like a mental patient, but I just didn't want to talk. When I walked out of the psychology department, Wei Miaohan was sitting on a long bench outside waiting for me. "Hi." I nodded slightly. "You're here." That day, the image of Meow Meow collapsing has been etched in my mind. The world was blank at that moment, and I didn't even know how I managed to attend the subsequent events. When I appeared before the reporters with a pale face, the spokesperson was defending me, claiming that I was unwell after just coming back from space, hence unable to answer the reporters' questions. Long after that, GLIESE secretly told me that the electromagnetic pulse gun caused immense damage to AI. Although it couldn't destroy the mechanical body, it could cause permanent, irreversible damage to the data, just like humans losing their memory. I looked at Wei Miaohan, and she smiled at me and said, "The treatment has been very effective over the past 6 months, and we are all happy for you. I'm not sick. I don't know how many times I've said that to people over the past 6 months, but no one believes me. I know. Just like many people fall in love with virtual idols, you haven't done anything wrong." The original designers hoped the new generation of AI would be 100 close to humans. So they put a lot of effort into the virtual emotion system, which is also the reason for your distress. I believe cases like yours will not be uncommon in the future world. What about now? Have you improved the system? I asked. Wei Miaohan smiled and nodded. Yes. The updated Meow Meow will resemble a loyal robot more. It will assist you in deep space exploration and even landing on GLIESE. Can I see her? Of course, but Wei Miaohan tentatively asked, "But do you need a 3D holographic projector?" I shook my head. "No need, a call is fine." Wei Miaohan hesitated a bit, but still nodded and said, "No need to trouble yourself. I can take you to our laboratory. Is that okay?" "It's fine. Chief Engineer Ling is also there, and she will provide more introductions." It seems you were prepared for me to go from the start. A long-lost smile appeared on my face. Wei Miaohan smiled wryly and said, "It's related to that plan. If your conditions are not good, Professor He would find it very difficult." Professor He, I thought of some recent news. It seemed that the plan to land on GLIESE was facing some interference, both politically and in public opinion. Regardless of either point, the plan is too ethereal and lacks persuasiveness for people now. They are not interested in seeing an exoplanet similar to Earth in the next 5 to 8 generations. They care more about whether they can mine resources from Mars. I wanted to say that if it's iron, or it can also be mined on Earth. It's really a headache. Wei Miaohan seemed to have many unspoken issues. It seems you were very interested in that plan. Not just interested. If possible, I would also like to board the spaceship. What can I do? It's hard to say for now, but I think they will need a captain. It sounded like a fantasy to me. After such an incident, the organization was exceptionally lenient not to handle me, and they would still allow me to pilot a ship out of the solar system. There must be many people competing for such a good opportunity. I said dismissively, "No." Wei Miaohan shook her head. "Just the opposite. There aren't many." After being in contact with the products from Tech Island for so long, it was my first time visiting the headquarters of Tech Island. Located in a densely populated metropolis, with high-rise buildings in the park and outdoor displays of some early robot statues. Walking through the exhibition hall and looking at the dazzling array of high-tech products, it was indeed a mind-opening experience. I saw a set of single-person flight suits, and its design had a strong sci-fi feel. "How does AI work with the flight suit?" Wei Miaohan asked me. "Isn't this just Iron Man?" I laughed. This technology can also be applied to space travel, thus avoiding the tragedy of astronauts being unable to get rescued if something goes wrong in outer space. It allows individuals to move in 360-degree holograms like planetary probes, and with a fusion nuclear battery, you can go to any international space station. "What about oxygen?" I asked. "Of course, it's produced by solid oxygen generators, so humans hardly need to worry about consumption issues." That's impressive. I almost want to give thumbs up. Tech Island will provide the strongest support in space exploration, and we will continue to deepen our cooperation with aerospace units to send you to farther planets. At that moment, Wei Miaohan sounded like a guide, although I knew this was not her main job. Ling Yin is the chief engineer of this project, which is certainly impressive. But Wei Miaohan has uniquely researched the discipline of robot psychology, which is groundbreaking. The significance of the two is not comparable. And I began to understand where Meow Meow's initial personality came from. Initially, when Ling Yin developed it, she only hoped it would be a child, at most a smart child. But Wei Miaohan communicated with the AI and allowed it to choose its own name, Meow Meow. With this root, Meow Meow increasingly tended to imitate Wei Miaohan in its later growth, until it later underwent self-transformation. In Meow Meow's words, it had its own child, and later this child replaced the original body, resulting in a qualitative change until the day it was shut down. A smooth and clean sliding door opened, and the bright room was spotless, with various electronic instruments neatly arranged around. Wei Miaohan said please, and I stepped slowly into this large room, where there was the familiar high-definition 3D holographic projector in the center. Do you still need to see the images? I wasn't sure if simulating that image again would cause a significant emotional fluctuation, because I knew that what I was facing was no longer the original Meow Meow. No longer the one I had feelings for and thought I loved. Perhaps it depends on your willingness. At least seeing her first ISNT that bad, right? What does willingness mean? I asked. Wei Miaohan smiled and said, we haven't designed her new image yet. I exhaled deeply and said honestly, I still felt a bit nervous, just like meeting a long-lost lover. Wei Miaohan walked into the small door inside. She said we didn't need to worry about her hearing, as it was just an ordinary soundproof room, not any backstage, and there were no surveillance cameras here. Direct conversation counts as a privacy channel and wouldn't be recorded. What does she mean? Is she hinting at something? For the past 6 months, I seemed to have been recuperating, but only a few people knew I was under surveillance, having gotten used to living with eyes around me. Suddenly entering a private environment made me feel a bit uncomfortable. Humans always panic when facing new technologies and new ideas. But once they adapt to the new technologies and ideas, they find them very useful. Although artificial intelligence has now entered the public eye, most AI put on the market are adaptive robots, and truly intelligent robots like Meow Meow still dare not enter the civilian field. Meow Meow strike behavior caused many high-level people to experience the uncanny valley effect, and some people became fearful of artificial intelligence, which is why such incidents occurred. I closed my eyes, unwilling to recall. At that moment, I felt a bright light before my eyes, and a wonderful voice suddenly said in my ear, hello, it's been a long time. I opened my eyes and stared at her in a daze, clearly unable to believe that the person in front of me was her, yet unable to stop myself from making associations. I know you, but you should also know me. Hearing her say this, the slightly stirred heart within me finally became completely calm. I know you are sad, but I don't know how to comfort you. So please accept me as your new partner for that great dream of deep space. I interrupted her. You are not her. She wouldn't say anything about great dreams to me. I know that she must have been deeply hurt and should have been destroyed. So you don't need to worry about me. I'm very clear about my feelings. Of course, I will be fine in the future. And if there's a chance later on, please help me as much as you can. I bowed to her and turned to leave. Still very decisive, isn't it? Male instinct? That voice. I seemed to return to the working cabin of the balloon, discussing a question about men and women with her. Suddenly, the dark clouds that had been looming over my heart vanished in an instant, as if endless sunshine flooded my heart. I smiled, unable to suppress the corners of my mouth from lifting, and a tear streamed down from the corner of my eye. Chapter 52. Fu Lina Li Tianyu's eyes were starting to feel a bit tired. He needed to take a break. He didn't want to end up like his dad, wearing glasses at a young age. No tool is better than one's own organs. Looking up again, it was already time for bed. But the alert had not yet been lifted. Checking the time, he realized that it had been 2 hours since the alarm went off. He connected to his private channel. Meow Meow, what's the situation now? Strangely, his watch was just blinking continuously. Li Tianyu slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing that the area was sealed off. How could he forget? His stomach began to rumble, reminding him that there was supposed to be a banquet after the party, which had been canceled due to the emergency. The adults were lazily stretching. Someone murmured that the alert should be lifted, and at least the chefs should be allowed to work. Sure enough, the hall received a notification, and all chefs were to report for duty while the rest remained on standby. When Bo had already fallen asleep on the floor, rubbing his sleepy eyes and complaining, what exactly happened? I'm both hungry and tired. It must be something serious, Li Tianyu said nonchalantly. He thought of the incident in the book where Meow Meow went on strike. It seemed that the relationship between humans and AI was quite tense at that time. However, in Li Tianyu's memory, Meow Meow had never treated him like she did Captain Peng Jiaxi, at least not in such a willful manner. He had many questions in his mind, but unfortunately, he couldn't access the internet to find answers. There was a 2.0 channel on the spaceship. a holographic 3D virtual scene channel where users could interact with virtual avatars, trade, make friends, and even engage in virtual romances. The most popular figures in the 2.0 channel were virtual idols, which many young people were crazy about, while slightly older fans preferred to idolize in reality, like the Song siblings. Although the 2.0 channel was popular, it was an adult channel, and minors were not allowed to enter, which is why Li Tianyu spent more time reading. However, he wasn't a bookworm. He still had some understanding of the virtual idols in the 2.0 channel, such as Miaoyin, who was the most popular virtual idol among the male audience. It was common to see screenshots online with comments welcoming the Queen's arrival. From this perspective, the crew on the spaceship was not much different from humans on Earth 200 years ago. The temporary lifting of the chef's ban was just because the people on the spaceship couldn't be hungry, but it was already past mealtime, and more people were tired. Li Tianyu couldn't help but yawn. "Hello there, little guy. Can you help me with a favor?" A very gentle voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Li Tianyu quickly closed his yawning mouth and focused his gaze. "Huh? You're the one from earlier." "Shoo." The young lady made a long, shushing gesture. She was the sister Fu Lina he had seen backstage. At that moment, she had removed her makeup and was wearing large round-framed glasses, looking very pure. She bent down and winked at Li Tianyu mysteriously, secretly pointing outside. Li Tianyu looked at his classmates who were already sprawled out asleep around him, nodded slightly, and then got up to walk outside with Fu Lina. "What are you going to do?" After such a long alert, the security guards were also tired, and their questioning was no longer tense, just routine. "I'm going to the bathroom," Li Tianyu said, putting on a cute expression. Fu Lina pulled him towards the restroom, but stopped at the entrance to the public area, glancing around to see no one was there. She nodded at Li Tianyu and said, "My name is Fu Lina, and you can call me Sister Fu like when Bo does." "Okay, what do you need me for?" "Sister Fu?" Li Tianyu asked without any pleasantries. At that moment, Fu Lina was dressed like an ordinary female university student. Someone unfamiliar wouldn't recognize her as the one who had just performed magic on stage. It seemed she was talking to herself, asking, "Have you noticed something?" Then her gaze fell on Li Tianyu's face, as if seeking an answer, laden with meaning. Li Tianyu was puzzled. Why did she need to find him for something? Could it be? He suddenly became nervous, having been troubled by that matter for days without being able to pinpoint who the opponent was. Remembering that Song Ziyu had inquired about him with teacher Bai, could this Fu Lina, who shared the stage with him, be an accomplice? Just as Li Tianyu was about to take a defensive posture, Fu Lina suddenly bent down and whispered in his ear, "Song Ziyu is inquiring about you with your teacher." Li Tianyu's expression froze. What did that mean? Had he guessed wrong? Were they not accomplices? I don't know how. Li Tianyu absolutely could not admit it, forcing a cute smile while scratching the back of his head. "It's normal not to know. I found it strange too. I am his only girlfriend. How could Bai Yuhan win his favor without contributing at all?" Fu Lina stroked her chin and straightened up, looking as if she had come to a realization. "Seeing you made me understand. It turns out he has other motives. Bai Laosher is very beautiful." Li Tianyu squinted, observing Fu Lina's expression through narrowed eyes. "How could that be? Not even close to beautiful. You're still a child. How can you understand a woman's charm?" Li Tianyu couldn't keep up the act any longer. He felt it was pointless to defend teacher Bai in front of this woman. "I've already investigated. They had a brief relationship during school." Li Tianyu was puzzled and wore a strange expression. "Oh, it's like this. They were originally classmates in college. After graduation, Bai Yuhan chose to work, and the following year, she was assigned to teach her class, but Song Ziyu continued his studies." "What did Brother Song study for his master's?" Li Tianyu asked a seemingly unrelated question. "It's system engineering. I remember he once said that at some point in the future, the relationship between humans and AI would enter a very delicate phase, perhaps shifting from extreme trust to extreme distrust. That doesn't seem to be related to me. That's why I found it strange. It seems like his approach to Bai Yuhan is more about you. Have you had any contact with him recently?" Li Tianyu pondered before saying, "I only met him once at a club event." "What club?" Fu Lina seemed to have discovered something. "The Meow Meow fan club." Li Tianyu's tone grew more uncertain as he noticed Fu Lina's expression turning enlightened. "I see. It must be that painting. That explains everything." "Painting?" Li Tianyu suddenly recalled something and quickly opened his watch. "Can't access the internet," Fu Lina reminded him. "I know. But sister, is it this painting?" Li Tianyu opened Peng Jiaxi's memoir and flipped to the chapter behind the sunlight, which included a sketch drawn by Captain Peng Jiaxi at age 70, depicting the image of a woman. Where's this version from? Fu Lina seemed very surprised. Of course. The library. Li Tianyu couldn't answer. Could there be a new edition? Fu Lina continued. That shouldn't be. I've read this book too, but I've never seen illustrations. This. Suddenly, Fu Lina clapped her hands in excitement. I remember now. This is the draft for the oil painting Miao Miao did. So that painting has an original. It really is just AI. I found a lead. I'm going to find him now. It will definitely surprise them. Sigh. Before Li Tianyu could ask clearly, Fu Lina dashed away like a little swallow. This woman. Li Tianyu felt a headache coming on. It was all so inexplicable. However, someone like Song Ziyu was actually a talented student studying systems engineering. Li Tianyu. It's time to eat. At that moment, Wei Zijiao, who had just woken up, called out to him from a distance. Okay, I'll come over after I use the restroom. Remember to have the classmates wash their hands. Got it. Chapter 53 play. The third meal consisted of simple snacks, including rice cakes and small cakes, with children receiving some meat sausages while adults consumed protein-rich meat. Natural protein was quite luxurious, as most food on the spaceship consisted of artificially synthesized protein. The protein synthesized from fungi could fully meet human intake requirements, though the taste was quite poor. The first hall had many soft mats used for backstage rehearsals, which the staff took out to provide bedding for the elementary school students who sat on the ground to eat. Perhaps influenced by the elementary school students, the organization that originally operated by family units changed to gathering by departments, with various universities, middle schools, and departmental units organizing their personnel for collective dining. Even within the quarantine area, organized activities were maximized, reflecting the subtle influence of long-term military management. In the face of a crisis, units had a stronger capacity to confront challenges. To facilitate organization, all grades of Zhenghe College gathered at the front to sit on the ground. The originally crowded hall, due to this organized behavior, allowed for sufficient space to mark group identities between units. Fu Lina's actions left Li Tianyu confused, and he could only sit down to eat like the other children, just as he stuffed a piece of cream cake into his mouth. A pair of leather shoes appeared in front of him. These were dress shoes, typically worn only on significant occasions and performances. Li Tianyu curiously looked up along a pair of long legs, only to find a pair of blue eyes staring at him oddly. You. Li Tianyu had originally thought he could face everything calmly, but when the crisis truly arrived, he found his tongue was no longer functioning, and the cake he had stuffed into his mouth fell straight to the ground. What's wrong? Do I look scary? Song Ziyu bent down, seemingly trying to block the light with his body, casting Li Tianyu into shadow. Li Tianyu instinctively stepped back, accidentally knocking over his lunchbox. Why you don't come any closer? Li Tianyu's shout attracted many people's attention. Even Song Ziyu was puzzled by such a fierce reaction, as he was usually well-liked, except by children. Don't hurt him. Suddenly, a figure blocked in front of Li Tianyu. It was small and carried a hint of fear, yet she still stared at the target with wide eyes. And a mechanical arm was raised in a gesture of obstruction. Xiao Xinran. Seeing Xiao Xinran's brave actions made Li Tianyu feel embarrassed. He had messed up today, but it seemed to end there. He quickly straightened his chest and reached out to pull Xiao Xinran behind him, glaring at Song Ziyu as he said, "If you want to come at me, come at me. It has nothing to do with others." Oh, Song Ziyu seemed to have discovered something interesting, straightening his body and stroking his chin, clearly deep in thought. At that moment, Teacher Bai rushed over, using her body to shield the two children. She shouted sharply, "What are you doing? You are not allowed to hurt my students. What is happening here?" Hearing the commotion, security personnel rushed over. 3 security guards formed a battle formation from different directions, weapons drawn at Song Ziyu, looking as if they were facing a great enemy. Song Ziyu was startled and quickly raised his hands. It's nothing. I just came to see the children. Return to your position." The security guard aimed his gun at Song Ziyu. Okay. Song Ziyu appeared quite flustered as he retreated. Drawing laughter from the group, he returned at the Department of Higher Education. Bai Yuhan finally let out a sigh of relief. She was unsure of Song Ziyu's intentions, and even more uncertain if his approach was truly for the sake of a past relationship. It seemed more likely he had other motives. Watching teacher bi-weekly kneeling on the soft mat, crying, Li Ziyu was at a loss for how to comfort her. He had never imagined Song Ziyu would be so bold as to seek him out in public. His earlier reaction had been too intense, potentially drawing more attention. It would be best for him to hide in the shadows. But reality developed in a direction he had not anticipated. Teacher Baiyu. Li Tianyu didn't know how to comfort his teacher, so he silently handed her a handkerchief. Why is he looking for you? Baiyu Han asked. Li Tianyu shook his head. In fact, even now, he wasn't sure why Song Ziyu was paying attention to him. Someone like him should. Just as Li Tianyu was unsure how to respond, he saw Fu Lina whispering something to the security personnel nearby, who then kept shaking their heads. What is she doing now? Li Tianyu was particularly eager to solve this mystery, but he had just caused a disturbance and needed others' help. Zijiao Wei Zijiao. After a while, Li Tianyu gathered his friends for a secret meeting, noticing that most of the surrounding children were not particularly interested in his actions. He lowered his voice to recount the conversation he had with Fu Lina and his analysis. So, is it false that Song Ziyu likes Teacher Bai? Wei Zijiao's focus seemed a bit off. Li Tianyu wiped the sweat that was about to drip down his forehead, saying, that's not the point. The point is we must quickly find out what Song Ziyu wants through Sister Fu. This time, Wei Zijiao nodded seriously. Got it. Leave it to us. Surprisingly, Wenbo even took the initiative to take on the task. Before Wei Zijiao could react, she heard Wenbo loudly declare, Teacher, Wei Zijiao and I need to go to the restroom. Wei Zijiao's face turned red, and she gave Wenbo a hard hit on the head. After finishing in the restroom, the toilet made a flushing sound. While washing his hands, Li Tianyu thought that he had read somewhere about an old submarine that sank due to a complicated toilet system, which was indeed a terrifying incident. Thinking about it, spaceships and submarines had many similarities. Both were fully enclosed and traveled alone in confined environments, and both were equipped with oxygen candles. Though Li Tianyu had never seen a real submarine, it did not hinder his imagination. In contrast, the space of the Zheng he was so vast that it might give some people the opportunity to take advantage. He wanted to figure out what the two mysterious individuals were up to. If they were indeed planning to do something unforgivable, they must be brought to justice. Using a hand dryer to dry his hands, another figure emerged from the restroom. Seeing his handsome face in the mirror, Li Tianyu remained silent, recalling how the initial misunderstanding had been quite amusing. Hello, our little campus heartthrob. Song Ziyu spoke first. Better use that to describe yourself. Li Tianyu replied in a low voice. Song Ziyu laughed. Fu Lina has clarified everything with you, right? I refuse. An hour ago, the first hall was filled with the sounds of people eating and the murmurs of those who had just woken up and filled their stomachs, creating a buzzing atmosphere. The lockdown had lasted over 6 hours, and even the trained security personnel were showing signs of fatigue, let alone the people in the hall. Fortunately, aside from low whispers, there were no other abnormal actions. No one noticed that amidst the noise, a pair of children quietly squeezed into the queue of the college's hired apartment, using the crowd as cover. As Fu Lina finished tidying up her lunchbox, she felt someone tugging at her sleeve. Startled, she almost cried out, but a smiling face appeared before her, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. What are you doing here? Wenbo smiled and pointed at Wei Zijiao, saying, This is my classmate Wei Zijiao. We need to ask you something. What is it? Fu Lina asked. You know the reason why Song Ziyu's brother is looking for Li Tianyu, right? Wenbai said. Fu Lina nodded and casually replied, Yeah, it's just for that matter. Which matter? Wei Zijiao was clearly much more nervous than Wenbai, fearing that the other party would say the words zero gravity zone. The New Year's Eve party play. The play. The two little kids were obviously shocked by the sudden shift in topic. Yes, it's the play. He hopes to find 2 kids, preferably one boy and one girl, to play Meow Meow. That's why he would go to those boring gatherings of Meow Meow fans. The 2 kids displayed clear disbelief on their faces. Chapter 54, Trading Really. Why would I lie to you? Fu Lina hurriedly explained. The 2 children nodded heavily. This news was quite unexpected. Even if it had nothing to do with any mysterious events, it wasn't a big deal. Fu Lina suddenly smiled, as if trying to please the 2 children, and said cheerfully, Actually, I just took a look at the design, and there's already a candidate. He, of course, referred to the beloved idol Song Ziyu, and as for the candidate, It was classmate Li Tianyu and the little friend who just received a mechanical hand. Qiu Xinran. When Bo was stunned. So her name is Qiu Xinran, a very nice name. Fu Lina's smile was sweet, but this news held little value for the companions. 5 minutes later, Li Tianyu and Qiu Xinran received the disappointing news that it was actually for a gala, thinking they had caught the trail of a mysterious person. The term gala comes from Earth. On the spaceship, there will be a long time before they can see what day and night truly are. But that doesn't stop the people on the ship from using this term to enjoy grand celebrations. New Year is an important day for Earth, symbolizing the beginning of a new cycle. This cycle can only be appreciated by the home planet that has 4 seasons, unless in the future they travel further and find a planet more suitable for human habitation. The New Year Gala is a highly anticipated event on the spaceship, usually a good opportunity for new actors or those with performance talent to showcase themselves, just like the Planting Gala and the Spring Festival Gala, becoming one of the 3 major galas that receive much attention on the spaceship. The New Year Gala has a unique feature. There's a play performed before the gala, usually lasting about 1.5 hours and traditionally hosted by Zhenghe Academy, created by the students themselves. Although there are restrictions on which grade levels can participate, it has been hosted by the university and graduate school departments for nearly the past decade, with very few elementary students involved. Being invited to perform in the play is a great honor, but at this moment, Li Tianyu is not interested in such matters. The elementary department occasionally holds performances, such as children's day shows, and Li Tianyu is not without stage experience, but what he cares about most now is finding out who the 2 mysterious people are, with the only clue being the private channel where he wrote a love letter. The term private channel has a long history, nearly 200 years. As mobile and network communication on Earth developed, the issue of privacy leakage became very serious, becoming a social problem for a long time, often exploited by criminal organizations. And even legislation could not solve the issue. To address this social problem, Tech Island developed a private channel that could shield all records, initially used only for top-secret communications, which Li Tianyu already knew, as recorded in Peng Jiaxi's memoirs. Meow Meow is very sensitive to privacy issues. Once someone intrudes into the privacy system, it immediately detects and stops all communication. However, having one's privacy system invaded is a crime in itself, and the perpetrator using the private channel to attack Meow Meow could lead to unpredictable serious consequences. From Fu Lina's words, knowing that Song Ziyu is a graduate student in system engineering means he must have some understanding of artificial intelligence and spaceship systems, at least more than a pure novice elementary student. Although he is not interested in participating in the play, he is very interested in investigating who tampered with his private channel. Song Ziyu could hardly believe his ears. He thought this little guy invited him to a secret place to express an urgent desire to participate, but he didn't expect it was just to tell him he wasn't interested. Interesting. Looking at the little boy's determined expression, Song Ziyu habitually stroked his chin. He had little beard and did not have the habit of growing a beard. This action was very manly, but this approach, which usually worked on women, had no effect on a male elementary student. I'm serious, unless you help me with something. I refuse. Song Ziyu was an adult. He understood children's psychology very well and didn't want to be toyed with by the little boy. Then I will tell teacher Bai that you are not sincere with her. You're talking nonsense. Song Ziyu's face changed slightly. Do you think teacher Bai believes you or me? Li Tianyu tilted his head, showing a playful expression. I dare say that even if you say it, I can turn it around. But you'll have to find someone else to perform in the play. You think I can't find someone? I think when Bo is quite good, talented, and a little star. If when Bo is available, then you won't find me. Are you that confident? Li Tianyu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a charming smile, but his words had nothing to do with that smile. Haha, you know that painting, right? Painting? Meow Meow's self-portrait. Song Ziyu was speechless, looking incredulously at the little friend in front of him. What kind of strong psychological quality is this? An elementary student can play psychological games with a graduate student? But Li Tianyu was indeed correct. The reason Song Ziyu chose him was because of that painting. The Meow Meow fan club released an oil painting of a female portrait, and after comparing it with all the crew members on the ship, there was no one who matched the basic features. However, that day, Song Ziyu discovered that a little boy's profile closely resembled Meow Meow's self-portrait. Until today, when Fu Lina showed him Captain Peng Jiaxi's sketch, he decided to give the role to Li Tianyu when he learned that this painting was discovered from little friend Li Tianyu. In this aspect, Song Ziyu is not only a star pursued by many women, but also the vice president of the college's cultural and creative club, with the authority to decide on a role in a play. With less than 3 months to go before the performance starts, as everyone has work and study during the day, the actors must be determined quickly, and rehearsal times must be arranged separately, sometimes due to busy schedules. There are cases where a complete rehearsal has not been done until the official performance. Song Ziyu did not want to waste time. He took a long breath and said, "Well then, what do you want me to help you with? You are studying system engineering, so you must have a considerable understanding of this matter. So there is something you need to operate secretly." Song Ziyu's expression was one of surprise, no matter how he guessed. He would never expect an elementary student to say such a thing. What does operate secretly mean? Don't ask why. Just say whether you agree or not. Let me hear it. My private channel has been hacked, and you need to find a way to help me figure out who did it. Song Ziyu was shocked. This involves a crime. You should go to the security department. It's precisely because I can't go to the security department that I'm asking you for help. Otherwise, do you think I would be interested in performing in any stage play? Li Tianyu's demeanor was both confident and arrogant, and facing an excellent graduate student with such an expression was really not like that of an elementary student. I cannot agree. Well, then I have no choice but to go back and exaggerate the teacher by. Don't. I'm serious about her. All right. I agree to try. Until now, Song Ziyu seemed to realize that prolonged space travel had lowered his IQ, and he was actually toyed with by an elementary student. This transaction, how should one put it? An unequal treaty? Yes, an unequal treaty. If it were another child, perhaps their whole family would be grateful to him and even invite him to their home for dinner. But this little boy instead took the opportunity to blackmail him. However, thinking from another perspective, wasn't it because he found the little boy's proposal stimulating that he agreed? Upon thinking of this, Song Ziyu felt the blood in his body rushing faster. How long has it been since he felt this way? Was it the thrill of his first successful performance on stage or getting accepted into the graduate program? Those grand achievements probably didn't provide such a deep stimulation. Who would invade a primary school student's private channel? Thinking about it, there's no benefit to such an act, and it would violate the law, unless there were ulterior motives behind it. After all, a primary school student is still a primary school student. Although the boy kept his mouth shut, Song Ziyu still managed to gather some clues from him using his own skills. Investigating the hacked private channel incident was just the beginning. There were deeper secrets behind it, and this primary school student must know something. As he passed by the elementary school department, Song Ziyu suddenly noticed that he was being stared at unfriendly by several primary school students. It felt somewhat like being scrutinized while naked. Could that kid have left some backup plan? Of course, Li Tianyu had a backup plan. He told Wei Zijiao his plan intact, and she would lead her friends to execute the follow-up plan. If Li Tianyu encountered any mishap, they would not only report it to the security guard, but also spread the fact that Song Ziyu bullied teacher Bai, making all the classmates see Song Ziyu as an enemy. This class of kids was manageable, but if their parents found out about Song Ziyu's misdeeds, parents from all walks of life could make the school idol's status collapse instantly. The spaceship was too small. No one could disappear from the crowd's sight. Chapter 55 suspect the conference room of the standing committee was quiet, with the members trying to keep their voices low even during meals. Apart from the sound of utensils clinking, even the sound of breathing was so soft it was almost inaudible. Here, the members' meal boxes were similar to those of the crew, isolated in various compartments, consisting only of steamed rice and some protein with a few slices of leafy greens. The supply of meat and leafy vegetables on the spaceship was still relatively tight. Commissioner Hong had been engaged in calculating consumption and emissions for quite a long time, aiming to achieve a planned increase in population. However, not everyone supported population growth. Resource issues were a major concern. The spaceship had limited space, and increasing the population would require expanding planting areas, which would squeeze other compartments, thus making the allocation of other resources very tight. Even in the current situation, the nutritional rations for the crew had already troubled the agricultural research department. As for the theoretical plan to increase the population to 20,000, it seemed too crazy to most people. Under such circumstances, even if people were alive, they would only be crammed together like chickens in a farm, waiting to be fed with artificially synthesized protein. To develop humanity, population growth was essential, and plans to increase the population were typically set about 15 years before reaching the destination, at which point a landing army composed of a group of growing teenagers would arrive on that planet, becoming the new generation of reproductive power. However, human survival required not only quantity but also quality. Captain Liang Xiuyuan usually ate very quickly, and today was no exception. He stuffed a mushroom and a piece of synthetic protein cake into his mouth almost simultaneously, then frowned slightly, revealing his expression of having had enough of this food. Anyone would get tired of eating the same food, but under the current conditions, they had to rely on fungal synthetic protein. Speaking of fungi, the harm caused by fungi in space was even greater. It was only because of the gravity chamber that humans could survive in space for a long time. The centrifugal force generated by the continuous high-speed rotation of the 12 main compartments created the gravity that people were accustomed to. Because this technology had not been resolved for quite a long time, it almost caused the plan to land on GLIESE to fail. Nevertheless, fungi still posed a deadly threat to the spaceship. Old spaceships often made thudding sounds, which were caused by the deformation of the hull due to fungal activity. This old ship, which had been flying for 168 years, still had a mission for another 30 years, perhaps even longer, maintained only by constant repairs. A careless mistake could lead to the destruction of the ship and loss of lives, so decontamination was a serious and meticulous task. From this perspective, it was not unreasonable for Minister Chang Yigong to have erupted in anger at the last Standing Committee meeting. The conference room of the Standing Committee was silent. Although it was humiliating for the kitchen staff to work under surveillance, no one dared to speak lightly of lifting the alert before the matter was clarified. With such tight security, no clues had been found, and after the alert was lifted, it would be even harder. They could not keep blocking the spaceship's corridors like this. Some positions needed to be rotated. Minister of Education, Hua Li, spoke up. Minister of Engineering, He Wentai, licked his lips and said, "There have been multiple abnormal noises coming from the non-gravity chamber. Some parts need repairs." Captain Liang Xiuyuan's mood was visibly poor. Upon hearing He Wentai's words, he slammed the table and said angrily, "How can you still mention repairs? What is going on with the spaceship's monitoring system? Why didn't it capture the murderer who killed the commissioner?" Captain Liang Xiuyuan's series of questions caused beads of sweat to form on He Wentai's slightly balding forehead. It was too obvious. Sweat dripped down his forehead, making him look quite disheveled. He gave Minister He a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. Such a senior minister was even worse than a child. The dissatisfaction in his tone needed no disguise. Old man Chi Sinew rummaged in his pocket and pulled out a clean disinfectant wipe to hand to He Wentai. These disinfectant wipes were common on the spaceship and were recyclable. The spaceship had to utilize all available resources. "Thank you." He Wentai's voice was quieter than a mosquito's. His words criticized He Wentai, but seemed to be meant for another person. It was clear that the pressure Chang Yigong had just endured was much greater than that of He Wentai. From the evidence at the scene, Chang Yigong almost matched all the elements of a suspect. Having investigated to this extent, he could no longer sit here with dignity. Silently finishing his last bite of food, he stood up. This usually imposing minister had completely changed. His eyes were devoid of spirit. "Take me to the confinement room," Chang Yigong said in a low voice. "Old Chang, what are you talking about? Although I said some angry words at first, we've grown up together. Who doesn't understand who? How could you possibly be the murderer of the commissioner?" One can quickly try to mediate. "No need to say anything. Since all the evidence points to me, I can no longer participate in such meetings. It will affect the direction of the investigation." Chang Yigong had made up his mind, and after saying that, he stretched out both arms. The conference room fell silent once again. "I don't think this is necessary. We still believe in old Chang." After a long while, the Minister of Science, Qian Huaqing, finally spoke up, but it seemed he had said something wrong. Perhaps what Chang Yigong said was extremely necessary. After a moment, Captain Liang Xiuyuan said, "In that case, there's no need for confinement. Just find a quiet room for Minister Chang and send a few commemorative edition books over." The so-called commemorative edition referred to paper editions that the initial crew brought from Earth and later printed by the spaceship. There weren't many, at most equipping a small library, so these paper books were called commemorative editions. Sending these books over was meant to show concern, and of course, to cut off contact with the outside world. In reality, it was still confinement, just with relatively better conditions. Chang Yigong felt relieved and walked out of the conference room with the guards. Everyone was left with a big question mark over their heads. Did Chang Yigong really do it? Repeating the monitoring content. During that time, no one was captured approaching the commissioner's office, and the activity trajectories of everyone on the ship matched perfectly. IDs do not lie. This is beyond doubt. Thus, the only one at the crime scene at the time, Chang Yigong, became a major suspect. Could he have entered the office from another location? This matter was indeed baffling, prompting someone to ask, but Wang Can's answer left everyone without further thoughts. Impossible. We checked the ventilation ducts, and there were no signs of human activity. What about the murder weapon? Qian Huaqing asked. Wang Can shook his head. The problem lies here. No similar needle-like object was found at the scene, nor in Minister Chang's office. So we have reason to suspect the murder weapon was taken away by the suspect. After all, it's such a small thing. Our next step must be to conduct a thorough search of the entire ship. Everyone fell silent, finally understanding why they had allowed Chang Yigong to leave. He was very likely carrying the murder weapon. Therefore, once he reached the location, they would need to change his clothes. Let us wait for that result. Chapter 56 Obituary. A few minutes later, a guard knocked on the door and entered the conference room, gently shaking his head under the gaze of all the standing committee members. A sigh of relief swept through the room. No bloodied items were found in Minister Chang's office, which meant that Chang was basically cleared of suspicion. It makes sense, after all. Why would a high-ranking minister assassinate a political commissar? There was no benefit, no incentive. Even if one were to consider the extreme scenario of murder, it wouldn't be such a foolish act. Involuntary manslaughter wasn't impossible. But there were no signs of struggle at the scene, nor was there any evidence pointing to a direct conflict between the two men. To kill over the passage or rejection of a proposal would be madness. How could a member of the standing committee engage in such a lowly act? However, this left the meeting at an impasse, as there was no direction for the investigation. 8 hours had passed since the alarm sounded. The spacecraft couldn't remain indefinitely sealed, as it would serve little purpose. At this moment, Huolakun suggested lowering the alert level. Level 1 alert meant everyone remained in place, not allowed to move freely and subject to checks by security personnel at any time. Lowering the alert level meant implementing Level 2, where everyone would assemble at their respective units, with guards stationed between the 12 main cabins, prohibiting free movement. Any unit that had personnel leave without authorization must report to the higher supervisory department, and anyone in the unit who needed to leave their post must submit an application. All students were to return to school, and hospital patients were not allowed to leave. Given the current situation, implementing Level 2 alert was necessary. Work and production couldn't stop, or the consumption on the spacecraft would be unsustainable. At this point, a resolution had to be made. I agree to enter Level 2 alert mode, Liang Shuyuan said. But there's one thing we haven't figured out. The political commissar's cause of death is unknown. How should we announce it to the public? This was a significant issue. The political commissar suddenly died in his office, and if it was murder, announcing his cause of death without a single clue about the murderer would reveal a killer lurking on the spacecraft. This would incite panic among the crew, creating an atmosphere of fear that would negatively impact both production and work. A team fears having an insider, especially in a closed environment like a spacecraft. If everyone constantly worried that they were facing a murderer, it was hard to imagine the consequences. A crisis of trust will be the most terrifying outcome. Even if Meow Meow calculated it thousands of times on the computer, human behavior remained inexplicably puzzling. I suggest temporarily concealing the true cause of death and explaining it to the public once the truth is revealed. Seeing no one else speak, Wonkin had to bite the bullet and say he would rather not be the head of security than bear such a heavy burden. But we need to issue an obituary to the public, Huolakun murmured. Captain Liang Shuyuan thought for a moment and said softly, I agree. He then turned to Mechanical Unit Number 1 and asked, Meow, do you have any opinions? The two cameras on the cross slide of Mechanical Unit Number 1 moved slightly. buzzing as they replied, "Agree." "All right, lift level 1 alert and switch everyone to level 2 alert mode." The organization department is responsible for drafting an obituary. As level 2 alert was initiated, all staff immediately returned to their posts. Students went back to school. Those not on duty stayed in the unit's collective dormitory on standby. And no one was allowed to leave their designated units without special reasons. Repeating once more, transition to level 2 alert. A long sound of the alarm being lifted echoed, akin to a school bell signaling the end of class. However, before everyone could relax their tense nerves, repeated announcements on the radio made it clear that the atmosphere of tension had not dissipated. Level 1 alert had lasted over 8 hours, and upon returning to their posts, the weary crew members were immediately assigned to sleep for all unnecessary positions. The students from the academy, already organized, returned to Cabin 6 in an orderly manner. Led by the upperclassmen, Li Tianyu greeted his father before rejoining his group. Planting day, level 1 alert, stage play, it seemed like everything was unrelated, yet it exuded a complex eeriness. What really happened on the spacecraft? In the depths of his mind, Li Tianyu had a feeling that everything seemed connected to the mysterious conversation he had overheard. He had to contact Song Ziyu as soon as he woke up to urge him to investigate. His mind was still a mess, but he was indeed too exhausted. Drowsy, Li Tianyu fell into a deep sleep. Almost simultaneously, most of the people on the spacecraft entered sleep mode, the dim blue light seemingly casting the entire ship into a deep slumber. Only a few committee members remain awake, looking at Captain Liang Shuyuan with eyes full of resentment. While LeCun comforted him, saying, "Take care." Captain Liang Shuyuan slammed his hand on the table, angrily exclaiming, "How can this be? How can we allow such a thing to happen on our spacecraft? It's never happened in 200 years. The committee members remained silent, but 2 or 3 of them lowered their eyes as if they suddenly thought of something simultaneously. The unexpected death of the political commissar? It hadn't been unheard of in 200 years. The next day, aside from shift changes, everyone woke up late, and all arrangements felt like a rest day. At 15:55, everyone on board received a notification to gather at their respective cabins to issue announcements. Those still at their posts were also required to open their wristwatches to the public frequency to receive important information. Everyone's expression was grave as they speculated about what had happened earlier, why the alert level had suddenly been raised to the highest level. Was there a riot? Or was there a plan to blow up the spacecraft? Captain Liang Shuyuan's image appeared before all the crew members, including the elementary school students, who used large screens or other means to receive this important information. We are now issuing an obituary. Our esteemed political commissar, standing committee member, Comrade Hong Yulong, passed away suddenly due to unforeseen circumstances at 1835 on September 15th, 2231, leaving us forever. Political Commissar Hong served for 15 years and was always our closest comrade and most respected mentor. He worked hard to unite comrades in various positions, dedicating his life to the successful completion of our space mission, faithfully fulfilling the mission entrusted to us by our home planet. As the announcer's deep voice echoed, everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe this fact. The political commissar was dead, and it was a sudden illness? How could this be? Many had seen him just before the evening event, had conversed with him warmly. How could he have suddenly collapsed? His voice and smile still lingered in their minds. But he was gone, and too many refused to believe it. Was it really sudden death? Next came the eulogies from the captain and various ministers. With their testimonies, the cause of the political commissar's death was irrefutably established, plunging everyone into immense grief. In the powerful system of the spacecraft, the captain and political commissar were akin to parents. The sudden loss felt like losing a father, resonating among all crew members, with cries echoing everywhere. Watching Wei Zijiao feign on the spot, Li Tianyu suddenly felt a pang of guilt. It was as if he had harmed the political commissar. Chapter 57 Professor, he the plan to land on GLIESE has sparked huge controversy. Although this controversy has always existed, it was mainly theoretical until March 2052, when the preliminary validation of the entire package of plans, including the probe, space elevator, spacecraft dock, spaceship design, and crew selection, was completed. The landing plan was officially submitted for approval, and once approved, it could be fully launched. This should have been a moment of great joy. But due to the public's strong resistance to deep space exploration, it had to be rediscussed. In the context of a global capital crisis, while our country's system shows superiority, the impact of an open environment versus a closed one on the economy is incomparable. The domestic and international situation remains severe in this context. Spending thousands of billions on a deep space exploration plan that this generation cannot see the hope for can provoke significant social discourse. Although most people do not understand or are unaware of the benefits of this plan, human short-sightedness is fully exposed in the face of interests. The rhetoric online is not worth rebutting. It's merely, I don't care if the flood comes after I die. As for humanity's future, it's a joke. They wouldn't care. In the face of such a tide, politicians find it difficult to make a fair judgment. Some propose to temporarily shelve the plan and wait and see, or to scale down the plan. On the first day of the formal meeting of the proposal discussion group, we have already made so many efforts. If we give up now, all will be in vain. Humanity has made such foolish decisions before. We could have landed on Mars in the 1970s, but we gave up due to public opinion. Now we can clearly land on another planet. Should we also give up because of such foolish views? In the conference room filled with numerous experts, scholars, military and political officials, Professor, he was almost roaring in court. If anyone contributed the most to the GLIESE landing plan, it was neither me, the first captain, nor Li Ziho, the first political commissar. This honor undoubtedly belongs to Professor He Hong, the pioneer of deep space exploration theory. We are only temporarily shelving the plan. It won't be too late to proceed once all promotional efforts are in place and the public understands. Some proposed a delay argument. Regardless of whether it is the shelving or delay argument, the essence is the same. Disagreement with launching this plan, and Professor, he has made sufficient critiques on this point. It's like Magellan asking the King of Portugal for ships to sail far and prove that the earth is round. And at that moment, the king says, "To hell with the earth. What does its shape matter to me?" Professor He's analogy was too apt, making it difficult for the politicians present to refute. But getting them to pass the proposal was no easy task. After many discussions, to help politicians fully understand the significance and feasibility of deep space exploration, many relevant personnel were invited to the scene, including me and Li Ziho. We are both participants in the plan, have conducted multiple simulation experiments, and are experienced astronauts. Especially after I ascended the space elevator and became the first astronaut in human history to rise to space from an elevator, our words carry more weight. Political Commissar Xu was also present. He advised us to remain calm and speak less in gatherings with many big names, as no one knows which way the wind will blow. There were indeed many people present, with the venue sometimes buzzing and sometimes so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, indicating that the country's attitude toward approving this plan was extremely cautious. While outside, a large number of media personnel were waiting. As Commissar Xu said, the media's stance can change rapidly. I've already seen 2 or 3 shifts in rhetoric online, but now it's still a light breeze. If not handled well, it could turn into a storm. Why can we do it now? Why not proceed? Professor, he was almost pleading. He had invested his sincere dedication to this plan in the latter half of his life, even though his age clearly made him unsuitable to board the ship, and that ship was still only an idea. But what is the meaning of boundless exploration? Why not develop the moon properly? Why not develop Mars properly? Such rhetoric belongs to the interest faction. They emphasize the combination of space exploration and the economy and do not advocate doing things without economic benefits. However, the moon is eerily frightening. During our time at the lunar base, we spent most of the time huddled in the thick lunar soil, only exiting the cabin when necessary, making for a poor living experience. As for Mars, what happened to NASA and SpaceX's Mars real estate plan? Ultimately, terraforming Mars proved too difficult, and the money invested felt like a bottomless pit, not to mention the artificial satellite equipped with a near-Earth orbital laser cannon guarding the Martian gate. Compared to a space voyage lasting 198 years, why not study for a few more decades and go to that planet after the warp engine is successfully developed? In fact, if our research is successful, not only GLIESE, but any Earth-like planet in the universe could be reached. We could find better ones. This was stated by Professor Gu Jin, a representative of the warp engine faction. also known as the curvature engine faction. Professor Gu is a seasoned aerospace scientist and the biggest opponent of this plan. As a fellow space scientist, Professor Gu's proposed warp engine is not just a concept in science fiction movies. It is continually undergoing in-depth research. In 2017, the first gravitational wave was directly detected by humans. In the following time, humanity continuously captured these magical ripples from the universe, which are proof of the curvature of space-time and the theoretical basis for the warp engine. Since space-time can be curved, why can't this theory be studied further? Even children know Professor Gu's theory about folding space and warp distortion, which is often depicted in science fiction films. However, merely capturing gravitational waves does not prove that this act of jumping through space is feasible. It is predicated on superluminal speed. No matter what matter exists in the universe, it cannot exceed the speed of light. This has already been proven. If this cannot be achieved, then the warp engine is merely a flower in water or the moon reflected in a mirror. However, that doesn't prevent this theory from being very tempting. You have no experimental evidence to prove that the warp engine can succeed. Professor He was nearly glaring at Professor Gu. As a senior figure in the space science community, actually made such childish remarks in such an important setting, which greatly angered Professor He and even made him feel disdainful of debating with such a person. Yet, he had to continue speaking. There is already evidence. Professor Gu's words were astonishing. Even the drowsy elders widened their eyes in surprise. When did this happen? In our related research. In the results of 1560 collision experiments from our CPC Circular Positron-Electron Collider, two particles disappeared. In this experiment, electrons were accelerated to near light speed, and, at the same time, two particles appeared simultaneously in another enclosed space we had prepared. The spin, mass, lifetime, and charge of these two particles were identical to those of the vanished particles, proving that bending space to achieve traversal is feasible. Professor Gu's statement left the audience in shock. This was an unheard-of major discovery. There have been similar experiments in the past, where phenomena of particle disappearance were discovered, but a trial capturing disappearing particles in an enclosed space had never occurred. Seeing the pale faces in the audience, Professor Gu's expression was one of triumph. No, that's wrong. There's a problem. Professor He was so surprised that he couldn't even say a complete sentence. It seemed the outcome of the discussion should have been settled. The committee chair, after considering various opinions, cleared his throat and said, "Since there is significant controversy, we will temporarily shelve the meeting and further discuss the proposal." "Wait, Professor," he shouted again. "According to the meeting procedures, this proposal will be discussed for 3 days. We have only had a day and a half so far. Give me time, and I will prove where the problem lies." The committee members looked at me, and I looked at them. It seemed almost impossible to change anything in just a day and a half. However, in order to avoid giving anyone an excuse and to provide a more thorough argument, we still agreed. Professor Gu looked at Professor He with a condescending gaze, as if he was certain of victory. My mood also sank. What if Professor He couldn't find a solution? Wouldn't our years of effort be in vain? Chapter 58. I found that the warp engine has always been active in major science fiction films, and people have long fantasized about a super-fast way to navigate the universe, making a journey to a distant exoplanet as simple as stepping onto the ground outside one's door. Using space-time distortion as an engine for propulsion sounds incredibly appealing, and it doesn't require waiting a long 198 years, nor does it drain the enthusiasm of generation after generation. If that were the case, we space drivers might completely become elevator operators, ultimately replaced by automation, leading to the end of the astronaut profession. The idea is wonderful, but it's hard for me to believe that my generation will experience several years of change. Is it really as predicted that in this age of technological explosion, advancements are achieved at an accelerating pace? If we push the timeline back 100 years, a person from 1952 would be astonished by today's era, not to mention spaceships. Even commonly used mobile phones and video communications would make them think they've entered a dream world. Our high-speed trains are faster than airplanes. Our underwater tunnels connect the Liaodong Peninsula with the Shandong Peninsula, and our space elevators could directly access outer space. Many long-lived seniors have witnessed this series of transformations, and there are plenty of documentaries about them. Going back another 100 years, what would a person from 1852 see in 1952? They might find things novel, but the occurrences would not be incomprehensible. Steam power would appear more sophisticated, but the airship propelled by steam engines made by the Frenchman Giffard had already successfully flown. Uncle Tom's Cabin had been published, and upon seeing the artillery fire on the Korean battlefield, they might marvel at the changes in warfare. But the roles of guns and cannons would not be hard to understand. Fast forward to 1752, and a person from that time would find little novelty in the 1852 crowd because production methods had not changed much, especially in the countryside where communication relied on shouting and safety depended on dogs. They all knew the earth was round, so no further explanation was needed. The most significant difference would be that Europeans in 1852 would carry a sense of superiority as they looked down on the world. Pushing the timeline back to 1522. At that time, Magellan's circumnavigation had just concluded, and this great captain, who sacrificed himself in the quest for exploration, would forever be recorded in history. However, the so-called novelty seen by those from 1752 could only be limited to one or two things, and they would not be incomprehensible. At most, they would be surprised by the steam engine. Once the people from 1522 understood the principles of the steam engine, there would be little left to amaze them, spanning 230 years between these two eras. If someone from 1752 were to seek a sense of superiority, they would likely have to go back 1,000 years, to a time when the Tang dynasty was at its peak, within Lushan's rebellion and 200,000 troops defeating the Khitan. Upon seeing the Spanish phalanx, which combined spears and firearms, they might express amazement at this new tactic. Hearing the booming sound of the falconet, they might mistake it for thunder. When the old Tang cavalry faced modern cavalry, they would find it difficult to adapt to the opponent's tactics. However, after a few engagements and adjusting their strategies, they could still inflict heavy damage on their adversaries. A person from 752 would likely be greatly amazed by the cultural and technological achievements of 1,000 years later. But it would be nothing compared to the exaggeration of someone from 1952 encountering someone from 2052. This is acceleration. I wonder, has our era really accelerated to such an extent? The M-Drive engine model has just been completed, and the warp engine is already vying for the market. Not only can we traverse star systems, but we can also move freely to any point in the universe. What am I thinking? Li Ziho threw himself onto the bed. It was noon break, and our Group's meeting had reached a stalemate where no one could persuade anyone, so we could only wait. The treatment at the senior meeting was great. We had just eaten at the cafeteria, and the food tasted better than what we had at the state guest house. The two of us filled our stomachs and had no strength left, but Li Ziho still looked good. I wonder what we would do if the plan got canceled. I said, "What are you worried about? If anyone should worry, it should be Professor He." Yeah, I sighed, lamenting for Professor He. "But I don't think that old guy will worry," Li Ziho said casually. "Why? Professor He's combat power is off the charts. Back in the day, millions of internet trolls were no match for him. But Professor Gu isn't an internet troll. The fact that he dares to speak in such occasions means he has a trump card," I said, showing a worried expression. "If you ask me, you don't need to worry." Professor He went straight to the CPC base after the meeting. He's looking for evidence. "Do you think he can find it?" Li Ziho turned over, half leaning on the bed. We were too familiar with each other to engage in pleasantries. So he casually leaned against the headboard and counted on his fingers to analyze. "What do you think two particles teleporting means? How small are particles? Would they dare to use larger organisms for experiments? Even if they dared, do we have the conditions for it?" But he is talking about decades later. Of course it's decades later. Old Gu is almost 70, right? Will he still be around decades later? What he is thinking about now is just getting some funding for his research project. When I heard this analysis, it made sense, and I immediately perked up, sitting up straight and saying to him, "But would he dare to lie just for that bit of funding?" He wouldn't lie. But he could definitely play some tricks in there, because it's about two particles and no one can clarify the reasons. Isn't there that famous string theory? It's been dragging on for decades. What difference does it make to drag it on for a few more decades? But once they prove they were wrong, our deep space exploration plan will have to wait several decades. Who will be responsible for that time when we have to start over? Li Ziho scoffed. "Responsible? You're being too naive. Who cares about things after a person dies? Is a person really that selfish? GLIESE looked at me with a half-smile, his little eyes seeming to see a big fool. Forget it. Anyway, in a day and a half, there will be an answer. I've had enough of this life. I don't need any more fame. I deliberately tried to provoke him about the space elevator, but who knew GLIESE's composure was so good that he just lay there motionless. I decided to lie down too, squinting my eyes, but I still couldn't rest easy about that matter, my eyes rolling around in their sockets, making it hard to feel sleepy. Suddenly, I felt a weight on me, and a familiar figure suddenly jumped on top of me, grabbing my throat and laughing with a creaking sound, repeatedly shouting, "Got you now. Do you submit?" Damn, we were used to messing with each other, taking turns having the upper hand. I am a stubborn person and rarely admit defeat, but now that I've matured a bit, I sometimes concede once or twice. However, whenever there is a chance, I will definitely regain my ground. This time, I was thoroughly subdued, completely overlooking that my opponent would pull this trick during such a moment. Just as I was about to shout the word submit, the door was knocked on urgently. "Who is it?" "Meeting." It's Commissioner Shu's voice. We both froze. It's still not time for the noon break. Back in the meeting room, I immediately saw Professor, he looking worn and dusty, but his face was full of confidence. As the main personnel had just taken their seats, I heard Professor He's booming voice. I found it. Chapter 59. The murder plan. What did Professor He find? He had mentioned needing a day and a half, yet he had barely spent 2 hours. Although traffic in the capital has improved significantly in recent years, the trip to CPC is not short. How did he manage to accomplish this in such a short time? Professor He's actions remain a mystery, but everyone is more focused on what he has discovered. The large screen projected 2 reports. One was the report on the particle tunneling phenomenon that Professor Gu had mentioned earlier, which provided a reasonable explanation for the tunneling effect in the field of quantum mechanics. Since it had been explained previously, the audience did not show much surprise after reading it. The second report, however, was somewhat incomprehensible. The document was filled with complex formulas. Not only novices in physics, but even those who had studied the subject would need some time to sort through it. At this point, Professor He explained, after tunneling, the 2 particles have equal spin, mass, lifetime, and charge as the originals. What is there to repeat? Professor Gu questioned. Professor He looked at him with a meaningful gaze and asked, "Are they truly the same substance?" Particles are the smallest components of matter that can exist in a free state. Simply put, all matter is made up of particles, which include atoms, electrons, protons, mesons, leptons, hadrons, and many other particle types totaling in the hundreds, with discoveries continuing to increase. The CPC in our country has conducted thousands of collision experiments while searching for particles that reveal the origin of mass. In the 1560th collision, 2 electrons experienced a tunneling phenomenon. This phenomenon is not uncommon. It just so happened that this time, after tunneling, they were captured in a sealed container. After the relevant information was recorded, it did not cause much disturbance for a long time until Professor Gu discovered it and used it as a powerful weapon at this conference, prompting the CPC staff to take notice. This also facilitated Professor He's review of related materials, which is why he was able to draw conclusions in such a short time. Professor He looked at Professor Gu with a mocking gaze and said, "You only look at results that benefit you, right?" Professor Gu was instantly furious, almost jumping up to retort, "What do you mean? Are you joking about my reputation? I approach every research project with seriousness and attention to detail, as guaranteed by my 30-plus years of research career." Professor He sighed softly, then continued addressing everyone. It is well known that electrons decay, transforming into another element. For instance, radium emits an alpha particle and becomes radon. At this point, Professor He deliberately paused, noticing that everyone's attention was on him, and continued. However, it seems that our Professor Gu did not pay attention to the follow-up of the experiment. A doctoral student at CPC noticed this tunneling phenomenon while writing a thesis and focused on it in subsequent collision experiments, discovering that the particles that tunneled decayed into 2 mesons, while the particles inside the sealed container decayed into 3 mesons. By this point, even some physics novices began to understand, and a buzzing sound suddenly filled the conference room, with whispers emerging around me. Parity violation. After a long while, the conference room quieted down to the point where a pin drop could be heard, and sweat dripped from Professor Gu's reddened forehead. Our esteemed professor wouldn't be so ignorant of this basic knowledge, would he? One question caused Professor Gu to lose his footing completely. He sat down on the ground in front of everyone, looking utterly disheveled. I knew that although the outcome was clear, many still didn't understand what had happened. Just as I was about to ask, Professor, he calmly said, "Most of you are not physics majors, so let me explain the differences between particles before and after tunneling." I perked up my ears. It turned out that science could be so fascinating. I certainly didn't regret my aspiration to become an astronaut, but at that moment, I found myself intrigued by another field. The particles before tunneling and those after are mirror images of each other, exhibiting weak interactions, under which parity is not conserved. In other words, they appear identical, yet they are different substances. To explain it simply, the original substance has already disappeared before tunneling. Disappeared. If this experiment were applied to a person, from the moment a person disappears, they are considered dead, while on the other side, a person with the same appearance, wait, neural pathways, and even identical pores appears. But this person is no longer the original one. Not the original person? It took everyone quite a while to digest Professor He's words. If every material in the world can be minimized and decomposed, then this tunneling is essentially decomposing the original substance and reassembling it in another space with equivalent material. Although it appears identical, it is actually two different substances. This is a significant error. No, it is murder. At this point, Professor He's usually fiery eyes were now filled with anger. The audience erupted in an uproar. Perhaps Professor Gu could indeed send someone far away, but the person sent over would have no relation to the original. For every person sent, another is killed. Such atrocious behavior deserves the death penalty. More and more hostile gazes were directed at Professor Gu, and he could not bear the pressure, collapsing to the ground. Rescue personnel quickly came to carry him away. After that, the project that could be termed a murder plan, the far space curvature navigation, was never mentioned again, and no one committed to taking responsibility for the nearly approved plan. Everything returned to its original course. March weather had warmed up, and we were drinking beer while discussing the day's events. It felt great. I raised my glass and downed it in one go, not expecting that Professor he would effortlessly take down Professor Gu with just a few words. It is said that Professor Gu's research institute was facing financial difficulties, and he had no choice but to take risks. He intended to secure funding first, but did not expect to be knocked down by Professor he in less than half a day. Commissioner Shu was in a good mood. It was rare for him to join today's gathering, and he had brought the beer, limiting everyone to 2 cans. But no one expected that human nature could be so terrifying. For a little funding, they would treat us as experimental subjects, even proposing it openly knowing it could kill us. Li Ziho angrily crumpled his beer can. He probably never considered the experiment. At most, he would send 1 or 2 animals out and then delay or even abort the plan with various excuses. Commissioner Shu appeared calm, but we could tell his inner feelings were far from what they seemed on the surface, as evidenced by the beer. He finished the remaining half can, stood up, and gazed at the moon hanging in the night sky, exclaiming, "What a bright moonlight!" It was another waxing moon, and the moonlight was very bright. I recalled the moment last year by the seaside when I was looking forward to launching into space the next day to meet Meow Meow. On the beach, I encountered Wei Miaohan, and there was still much work to do on the robot psychology we co-authored, so my study plan would likely continue to be postponed. Well, if you guys really fly away in the future, you probably won't get to enjoy Earth's beer anymore. But for tonight, let's call it a day. After returning to the base, I'll take you out for a big drink. Saying this, Commissioner Shu stretched and left. Human nature is really frightening, Li Ziho sighed. Yeah, sometimes I would rather believe in artificial intelligence. My mood was also low. Next time, let Meow Meow tie you up like a dumpling. And let's see if you still say such things. Meow Meow wouldn't do that. She likes me. A large foot suddenly attacked me when I wasn't paying attention. I'll kick you to death, you pervert. Chapter 60. Pioneer even after debunking the scheming old professor. The approval of the deep space exploration program was not smooth sailing. As the meeting reached its final day, doubts continued to arise. We all knew full well that the main reason for this was that the project cost too much. Astronomical sums of money were being thrown at it. and even a minor mistake could lead to a large number of people being held accountable. If sending humans to a near-Earth space station for a while was still feasible, the deep space exploration, which offered neither hope nor realistic value, should be temporarily shelved until conditions for development improved. Some people reiterated the same old argument that it ultimately boiled down to interests. Balancing short-term and long-term benefits was difficult. Why was the space elevator's original plan of 40,000 kilometers suddenly raised to 100,000 kilometers? Because 100,000 kilometers was the most economical, fully functional, and powerful option, with a construction period not much longer than that of a 40,000 kilometer elevator. Everyone could wait 6 months to a year, but 198 years. Perhaps only artificial intelligence would see that day. Would you be willing to find a home for artificial intelligence? Compared to that, I would rather invest money in something closer, like Mars. After all, that is more realistic, haha. The representative laughed a bit wildly, and I looked at his face, filled with ignorance, with disdain. Although we needed to hear opinions from all walks of life, such ignorant and pointless remarks were simply wasting time. I heard that this representative was in real estate. We did not look down on real estate, but landing on GLIESE was not real estate, and he certainly had no interest in developing properties on such distant planets. Although we stared at this representative with a look of disbelief, we could not deny that his opinion represented a considerable portion of people's attitudes. Professor, he had heard such remarks many times. He stood up calmly and said, "We do not deny that immediate benefits are more enticing. But what we need to do is accelerate the progress of this era. The dice have already been cast. If you insist on stopping it, that's fine. Just cover it so it doesn't show the result. But then you'll never know win or lose. This is the singularity of artificial intelligence. And the most valuable application of artificial intelligence is in space. While we ignore high-value opportunities, choosing to go to Mars for real estate is a short-sighted decision that wise people among us should not make." I increasingly admired Professor He. Although we were there to support him, he bore the brunt of the discussion almost single-handedly. Not only was he knowledgeable and strong-willed, but his eloquence was also remarkable. Every time I heard him speak, I couldn't help but applaud. The real estate representative snorted and said, "Why don't you just launch an artificial intelligence and be done with it? Why risk sending humans?" Professor He almost disdainfully dismissed such questions, having answered them many times online, but he still replied, "Then who are we looking for a new home for?" To my surprise, the representative roared, pointing at everyone in the room, "Ask those present. Who wants to participate in your doomed project? It's a one-way trip. You're all liars. Liars." Pointing at the other representatives was extremely rude, but it was indeed difficult to respond directly to such a question. I would. When I uttered those 3 words, my blood was boiling. I knew the time had come for us. I would too. Lee Ziho stood up beside me. If I weren't concerned about being older by then, I would even want to lead the team, but it was better to leave it to the younger ones. Commissioner Shu stood up. We were all astronauts who had landed on the moon, and many people were familiar with our faces, especially since we were in military uniforms, which conveyed a sense of determination. Many gazes turned toward us. At that moment, I said, "We have waited a long time for this day. No astronaut only likes to linger around their doorstep. We want to fly farther, to do something meaningful, to accomplish what previous generations have not. This is our mission. For this, we have been training, and we are already prepared. Please give us a ship." Liars, liars, he continued to curse. But that voice would no longer reach the ears of rational people. That day, the world's media erupted. On March 11th, 2052, China officially passed the Deep Space Exploration Program proposal, planning to manufacture a super-large spacecraft over the next 10 years. The related comprehensive plan was progressing in an orderly manner, marking humanity's first challenge to exoplanet systems and taking a step further in the search for a second Earth. There were plenty of negative reports. Overreaching became a popular term, but we did not care. This was a choice harder than sacrifice, but we had already made it. As for those comments, we treated them like rainwater on a duck's back, shaking them off. A few months later, an important anniversary was approaching, and the Wenchang Satellite Launch Center in Hainan was bustling with people. The speed of in-orbit manufacturing was still slow, so we decided to launch the Pioneer with a rocket. Professor He explained excitedly. I looked at the gray-haired man in his 60s. The career he had fought for all these years was finally seeing the light of day, and I was genuinely happy for him and for the future that was about to unfold. The Pioneer is an exoplanet control detector, consisting of several main parts, including a detector, a drive, a landing module, and a rover. Using an improved M-drive engine that can reach speeds of about 1/10 the speed of light, expected to enter the orbit of GLIESE 581G by 2250, at which point astronauts on the spacecraft will operate the landing and rover tasks. We excitedly arrived at the launch site on the island. I had always liked this launch site. Facing the sea felt wonderful. As an astronaut, I could never tire of looking at the ocean. It felt good and strange at the same time. Every time I heard the sound of the waves, I could always recall the scene of seeing Earth rise from the moon, perhaps because this blue planet is just too beautiful. Professor, he enthusiastically led us to see the Pioneer. For us, it did not have particularly significant practical meaning, but its symbolic significance was immense. This coal machine was not only our pioneer to GLIESE, but also humanity's pioneer to exoplanets, and the precursor to finding a new home for humanity. We faced it. It was our first and last encounter. It was quietly placed in the launch facility, and the rocket that would launch, it was still being assembled. The rocket would send it to a distant orbit, then revolve around the Earth, using Earth's gravity to accelerate the M-drive engine to maximum speed, then burst out of the solar system. Since its speed would reach maximum while in Earth's orbit, it would no longer need to use the gravity of any inner planets for acceleration to directly break out of the solar system. Why are there two Pioneers? I curiously touched the big machine and asked. Professor, he smiled and said, the other one is a backup. We cannot waste time on humanity's progress. But if the first one successfully launches, wouldn't the second one be a waste? No, we won't just launch one spacecraft. Trust me, you're the first batch, but definitely not the last batch. So the landing plan was so grand. It was the first time I intuitively felt it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Launch. The tremendous thrust of the rocket made the entire ground tremble. I had observed rocket launches before, but this was the first time I witnessed such a large rocket. The Pioneer weighed 21.5 tons, since it was being sent to a geostationary orbit before executing a secondary launch. This tonnage level of rocket had already broken the world record. Watching the largest rocket in history carry humanity's first detector to an exoplanet, we were filled with emotion. While marveling at the giant rocket before me, a surge of loneliness rises within my heart. This is the final glory of the rocket era. Chapter 61, 160 people. The diameter of the entire solar system is about 12 billion kilometers. After 3 weeks of acceleration around the Earth, our spacecraft, the Pioneer, successfully used Earth's gravity to accelerate to its maximum speed, flying out of the solar system in just 107 hours. This is an unprecedented achievement for humanity, leaving the world in awe and silencing all the miscellaneous doubts. Once upon a time, our average travel time to Mars was 888 hours, but now, excluding acceleration time, we only need 107 hours to leave the solar system. This is a terrifying technological advancement, and this technology alone is enough to make our country stand proudly on the global stage. The Pioneer is just the beginning. We have grander plans. The important phase of the deep space exploration program has begun, and we are starting to select astronauts. We are embarking on a one-way adventure, and all crew members on board also carry the mission of procreating the next generation. Ecological theory suggests that the minimum viable population for species to avoid extinction should be 50. Below this number, a species will enter a vortex of extinction, leading to actual extinction. The male-to-female ratio is set at 3:1. This figure is quite harsh. At least under the current social rules, it challenges legal and moral boundaries. So we must calculate a more reasonable ratio. To this end, anthropologists from around the world contributed their efforts, and various numbers were proposed. Whether it be 120 people or 500 people, all having some basis. We combined the time required for space colonization, calculating for 200 years, and arrived at a minimum base of 160 people. Based on this number, we issued a call for volunteers worldwide. We knew that, because of this number, some people would smear us, but it still could not stop our deep space exploration program. One of the most important conditions in the report is that participation is voluntary. Although it was clearly stated that this is a one-way space journey, people from all over the world rushed to sign up. Later, it was reported that the number of people who formally submitted their intent to sign up reached as high as 23 million. Due to our extremely stringent application criteria, the computer filtered out 11,000 candidates. Even so, this number is still terrifying. I didn't expect so many people to sign up. Further screening is necessary. Professor He is the highest commander of this program, and he was astonished when he saw this number. Candidates must be under 35 years old, possess more than 2 professional skills, be in good health, have no genetic diseases, and also consider blood type and genetic diversity. We all know that nominally, we are calling for volunteers worldwide, but to avoid the program from being sabotaged, we can only select 1 or 2 outstanding individuals from a few strategic partners. The main body of the spacecraft must be manned by our own citizens. Although this may seem exclusionary, the pressure on us is immense. At this time, we can't care about public opinion. Perhaps the personnel configuration for the second spacecraft will be more open, but to ensure the success of the first launch, the nationality configuration of the first spacecraft must be more conservative. Excluding the influence of nationality factors, the next consideration is professional skills. Because of the young age requirement, we must choose talented individuals. Biology is a must, geology cannot be overlooked, a systems engineer must board, and physicists and chemists should also be included as mentors. Geochemists, hydrologists, and doctors are essential, along with professional educators. I can hardly count how many types of professions we need to match. The technological explosion also means that professions are becoming more specialized, and we not only need to take these people with us, but also carry human civilization along. Just think about these professions, and you will imagine what kind of people are qualified to board. We will filter again based on age among those with the same professional skills, and even so, nearly 1,000 people made the cut, achieving a selection ratio of 1 in 100. But what to do with such a large surplus? Professor He's method is simple. Interviews. Not the kind of interview where you just meet and decide, but one where candidates must participate in training with the team, going through a process of elimination during the adjustment period. Based on a selection of 1 in 100, we will then conduct another round of selection of 1 in 10. The first phase of closed training lasts 3 months, and during these 3 months, some people's fates will be decided, while the remaining will serve as reserve members, possibly even participating in the second spacecraft's mission. We veterans of spaceflight naturally became their mentors. Some are good at assessing risks, some at calculating pros and cons, but such skills are unnecessary within our team. We are whole, representing humanity as a collective once we go out. In the future, time will only be spent together. Goals, beliefs, and actions are what we must uphold. If we give up due to risks or choose based on pros and cons, we will never see the day of success. When the roll call was concluded, the final list had 998 names, a high number representing all those who passed the final health checks and tests. I closed the roster and looked at the unfamiliar faces. Most of them were very young, primarily students. Youthful, idealistic, and motivated. I just don't know how many of these young people will be able to persevere until the end. Long-term space travel is not a trivial matter. I saw Wei Miaohan in the crowd. She did not show any special friendliness. And I had expected Ling Yin to come, but she ultimately did not show up at the registration site. I thought Li Ziho would be disappointed for a moment, but he was not. His performance remained very excited, whether out of strength or excessive youthful exuberance. We were still at the starting point of the Starry Sea, swearing under the golden words, and the shouts of thousands of people were loud and shocking. The astronaut center certainly could not accommodate so many people. This was just the first stop, a formality, with the real training base located in Wenchang, Hainan. On this day, as most launch sites were gradually shutting down, Wenchang became the only remaining launch site in the country. With the number of launch missions decreasing annually, transforming it into a training base was also a good choice. Moreover, it has the sea, and the beautiful scenery makes the training less monotonous. The only challenge is the heat. The first group of personnel arrived at the Wenchang base in September, and the weather was unbearable, especially for many team members from the temperate or even cold zones. There was no choice. Adapting to the heat became everyone's first lesson. We figured we would encounter many extreme environments in space. Physical responses could be overcome with spacesuits, but psychological responses would depend on ourselves. We built a simulated spacecraft cabin at the base, designing 12 large main cabin rooms according to the spacecraft's blueprints, each with different functions. Cabin 1, Central Control Cabin, Political Commissar, Captain, Operation Desk, Cockpit, Spacecraft Committee Meeting Room, and offices for 6 major ministers along with other related staff. Cabin 2, Security Team Member Offices, Equipment Room, Training Ground, and Security Personnel Dormitory. Cabin 3, Agricultural Laboratory, including the Scientific Department's Agricultural Institution Office, Experimental Fields, Planting Rooms, Breeding Rooms, and Seed Storage. Cabin 4, Engineering Department Office and Material Storage Room, including 3D printers. Cabin 5, Computer Room, Network Center, and Robot Storage Room. Cabin 6, Zhenghe Academy, Affiliated Basic Education Classes, and Student Dormitory. Cabin 7, Residential Area. Cabin 8, Supply Storage, Gym, and Small Activity Room. Cabin 9, Small Residential Area and Probe Storage. Cabin 10, Space Breeding Laboratory and Simulated Natural Environment Area. Cabin 11, Water and Oxygen Storage Cabin. Cabin 12, Hospital, Blood Bank, Genetic Engineering Laboratory, Biological Gene Bank, and Medical Staff Dormitory. The 12 main cabins are arranged in a flat layout on the ground, but in space. These cabins have a unified name, gravity cabins. It is well known that a weightless environment can harm the human body. A person cannot work in a weightless environment for long periods, let alone spend a lifetime there. The gravity chamber is the greatest support for the spaceship to fly far. Besides the gravity chamber, the main body of the spaceship, also known as the central axis, consists of a navigation system, observation room, power hub, and engine. The central axis is also referred to as the non-gravity chamber. And part of this space is isolated to create a vacuum chamber for storing important items that are prone to oxidation. These ground simulation chambers will be our place for work and life for a considerable period in the future, and here I have gained a new identity. Are you ready? Captain Pengjiashi? Facing the smile of Li Ziho, the simulated political commissar, I smiled and took the first step into the simulation chamber. Chapter 62. Meow Meow's returned simulated captain and simulated political commissar? No, this is a closed spaceship, and all our living patterns must follow the ways of space. The only difference is that we are not yet in a state of weightlessness along the central axis. Day 17 on the spaceship. The simulated flight has long left the solar system. During this long journey through space, most of the time we rely on artificial intelligence for automatic piloting, leaving me with a bit of free time. The initial feeling was terrible. Organizing so many people from different fields and regions was indeed a headache. Although the spaceship has established organized departments, everything is different from land to space, and it seems like just a door separates them. The cabins are spacious enough, theoretically capable of accommodating up to 20,000 people, taking into account the rapid population growth expected in the later stages of the voyage. I remember clearly that during training, a demographer told us that population is a crucial factor in developing human civilization. Primitive Homo sapiens managed to spread from a community of just 2,000 people to occupy the globe. Reproduction is the most important driving force. Originally, I thought the first couple to reproduce would be together, but they have broken up. Just like that. Finally, I have some time to care about Li Ziho's personal issues. What else can I do? I can't force her to come. Li Ziho looked indifferent. But weren't you engaged? Yes, we were engaged, but that was before the proposal was approved. When she realized I had to go, she immediately regretted it. But you could still be together. What else could that delay for her? A decade or more. Have a child? Li Ziho raised his eyebrows, pretending to be relaxed, but I know him. The more indifferent he appears on the surface, the more he actually cares about the matter. After all, it's years of feelings. But she could have come with you. And there's Meow Meow. Forget it, I can't continue. Mentioning Meow Meow makes me feel disappointed. I originally thought the system accompanying the ship would be Meow Meow, but instead, we got an experimental AI system with the code name X, which is very rigid. There have already been several amusing incidents. For instance, Shower time cannot exceed 15 minutes because the recycled water will incur losses. Who would have thought this thing is truly unfeeling? Once the 15 minutes are up, it stops water flow and starts extracting for recycling, leading to several incidents where people had to rush out naked while showering. Another example is the vacuum toilet, which is also a crucial facility for water recycling. Someone wrote a program for water usage, but no one knows the exact amount. So, one has to worry about the vacuum suddenly activating while using the toilet. Even so, many behinds have suffered for it. Although there have been no real dangers, complaints about the new system have been growing louder. The real problem occurred on the 7th day. After the simulated spaceship completed its orbit around the Earth, it sped toward the outer solar system. In the space region about 2.17 to 3.64 astronomical units from the Sun, there is an asteroid belt containing over 500,000 small asteroids. Besides the Sun's gravitational influence, Jupiter's gravity also plays an important role. And crossing the asteroid belt requires AI to make evasive judgments. 500,000 small asteroids sound like a lot, but they are sparsely scattered across the vast asteroid belt. The Pioneer was able to pass through this asteroid belt easily with its own detectors. Although the spaceship is much larger than the Pioneer in the universe, it is still an extremely tiny object. To withstand impacts from micrometeoroids, the spaceship is designed with heavy armor. Yet no one wants to experience what it feels like to be hit with heavy armor. However, our X system insisted on experiencing it and plunged into the area of the Flora asteroid group. Flora is the 8th largest asteroid discovered by humans in this asteroid belt, with a diameter of 140 kilometers, accounting for 80 of the entire asteroid group's mass. If such a massive object collides, no amount of armor would survive. But the spaceship's simulated trajectory did not make the corresponding evasive maneuvers. What's going on? The operator was at a loss and began questioning the system. The spaceship can theoretically withstand impacts from all other asteroids in this group, except Flora and Linnea. Is the concept of being able to withstand an impact the same as insisting on colliding? Not just the operators, the entire control room was in chaos. Why not evade? There is no corresponding evasive procedure. Aren't you intelligent? I must obey all commands from humans. I won't act without an order. This is the kind of intelligent thing that forced us to abort the day's simulated flight, contact the ground command center, and report this shocking new discovery. If we really collided, who knows if we would share the same fate as the dinosaurs? Lee Ziho said with lingering fear. I nodded in agreement. It is said that the asteroid that caused the extinction of the dinosaurs came from the Flora group, so we really have a connection with them. The explanation from Tech Island said, this was an order from above, as the integration of AI into human life has not been smooth. Some who have enjoyed the convenience of AI have never understood that AI is not a tool. They habitually treat AI like slaves or servants. And the erratic commands have hindered the high-level systems from developing a good synergy with humans, resulting in a worse experience than second-generation robots, i.e. adaptive robots. Adaptive robots are very suitable as tools, such as for sweeping or cleaning. They can interact well with people and are not disturbed by human fickleness. They also do not suffer from psychological issues, are inexpensive, and have low usage and maintenance costs, making them very suitable for entering households. Therefore, true intelligent robots have found themselves without a place to be useful. But the spaceship is different. There are too many unpredictable situations in the universe that exceed human cognition. We must have an intelligent system that can accompany us in our journey. I proposed to the command center to replace the system. This put the ground in a difficult position, as changing the system would require halting the current tests, extending the original trial period. However, it now seems that a system that completely disregards human emotions could bring very negative impacts to the crew. It doesn't take long. Meow Meow can become the manager of the X system and connect directly to the spaceship. Wei Miaohan, who participated in the development of the Meow Meow system, is very familiar with these methods, but the attitude of the higher-ups regarding the activation of the Meow Meow system is quite hesitant. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. The Meow Meow strike incident sparked global debate, and the relationship between humans and AI fell into tension. Some openly clamored to destroy all existing AIs and cease development because no one can predict what this change will bring to humanity. Such rhetoric intensified the public's panic towards AI, leading to a drop in sales of household robots. However, some persisted, believing that human progress has always been a series of challenges. From manual farming to machine industry, people once panicked about machines just like they now do about AI, even leading to many incidents of machines being smashed. However, mechanization is merely a small step in the historical process of humanity, so there is no need for humans to fear stepping into the threshold of intelligence. It is just another technological advancement. There are ignorant people everywhere. The darkness of the Middle Ages delayed the Renaissance for 1,000 years, and today, if those who fiercely oppose artificial intelligence knew that their descendants are keen on mechanizing the human body, they might just jump out of their coffins. The biggest problem with the X system is that it is too rigid, requiring manual corrections, manual judgments, and manual settings, which has nothing to do with intelligence. Moreover, it weakens the emotional system, so a system fraught with such issues can cause significant trouble for navigation. The advantage is that this system was developed specifically for the spacecraft, making it easy to operate and repair. Nowadays, giving this rigid system a smart brain, Meow Meow has cleverly solved a task that an intelligent system should handle. When harmonious music plays on the spacecraft, I feel immensely joyful and know that Meow Meow is interacting with people again. She has become more reserved now, but also more mature. She is back. Chapter 63 System. This is the X system. As a top student in the Systems Engineering Department of Zhenghe Academy, Songzhiu not only has an infuriatingly attractive appearance, but also excels in his major. He knows that the current system on the spaceship is a fusion of the Meow system and the X system. The X system, with its weak autonomous consciousness, has gradually been mastered by the Meow system over more than 100 years of operation, but its foundation still exists. If one wants to manipulate the system, the best way is to find the potential content of the X system and then utilize its rigid characteristics to write commands to achieve one's goals. If the privacy channel is breached, the most likely route would be through the potential content of the X system. The potential content is akin to the subconscious in the brain, imperceptible to the human body, yet it undeniably exists and occupies more than 70% of the conscious subject. The X system controls most of the spaceship's basic functions, but goes unnoticed due to its lack of autonomous consciousness. Songzhiu is very interested in this challenge. He is one of the few on the ship with light blue eyes. Tracing his family lineage would reveal that his ancestors were members of another race from Earth. Perhaps humanity has a strong interest in differentiated races, which has led to him receiving much attention since childhood. And as he grew up, his handsome looks attracted a frenzy of admiration from women. He has grown tired of this life. Now, that little boy seems to have found something interesting for him. The privacy channel is a communication channel invented on Earth that can isolate all interference. Unlike old-fashioned secure lines, the content of calls, videos, or text transmissions on the privacy channel cannot be detected by any means, and even the servers responsible for the line leave no traces on their hard drives, to the extent that its developers are powerless against it. The only way to understand the content of the privacy channel is to breach it, which has long been protected by law on Earth, defining such intrusion as illegal. Breaching a privacy channel cannot be done by an individual. It requires a powerful organization. And this channel reacts very strongly to intrusions, causing noticeable signal fluctuations, especially in front of the artificial intelligence protective wall, making it nearly impossible. If it were the Meow system, Songzhiu wouldn't be able to bypass it to study the privacy channel. But if it were that old X system, there are too many loopholes. Songzhiu licked his lips and muttered proudly. What loopholes? The bedroom door suddenly opened, startling Songzhiu. Before he could react, a pair of warm, soft arms wrapped around his neck. This feeling is too familiar. It has always been this way. Although he and this sister are not twins, they look very similar, so the female version of Songzhiu is often compared to him. Shanyu, you barged in without a word again. What's wrong? You're my brother. The visitor is indeed his cousin, Song Shanyu. The large magic show they performed together was not particularly advanced, but because it was them performing, the effect was especially good. After the performance, something happened that made everyone too distracted to celebrate, and conditions didn't allow it. But Shanyu still wanted to personally tell her brother, "If I'm not single in the future, will you still come into my room so casually?" Each room has an independent password. Although it can be changed, it doesn't mean it's kept secret from the closest people. "Are you really planning to marry that elementary school teacher? She is quite ordinary. What do you know? She is different from others." Song Shanyu playfully leaned on Song Ziyu's shoulder and said, "What? Have you fallen for her?" Song Ziyu thought for a moment, non-committal. "That means you have fallen for her. I didn't expect someone would make your heart flutter. What's wrong with me? You should spread your excellent genes more. The future of humanity relies on your descendants. Go away." Song Ziyu impatiently pushed Song Shanyu away. "Your genes aren't bad either. You should be the one to carry on the family line." Song Shanyu stuck out her tongue mischievously while Song Ziyu continued to focus on his research. "Bro, guess who the first person born on the spaceship is? Space baby Liang Jialua. Even elementary students know that." "No. Huh?" During the simulation training phase, someone couldn't help but engage in sexual activity, and then Song Ziyu thought for a moment and seemed to remember something, but couldn't recall the specifics. He finally became interested in his sister's topic. "Why are you saying this? Do you know? Before the performance, I saw the political commissar. He said he wants to raise the population to 20,000 before landing. I'm wondering, where does that leave our personalities?" "Personalities?" Song Ziyu was curious about his sister's thoughts. "Why bring up personalities? If it's just attraction, I wouldn't mind having child. But if it's for a mission, what is the difference between us and pigs in a pen? Is that what you call personality? Isn't it? This." Song Ziyu still didn't think deeply about it. A plan to increase the population shouldn't necessarily relate to issues of personality. The political commissar is fine, but sometimes he is too methodical, not at all emotional. Huh? Song Ziyu was quite surprised. It was the first time he heard someone evaluate the political commissar like this. Especially regarding women, he hardly considered their psychology. However, upon hearing of his death, he felt quite sad. How could someone so healthy just? Song Ziyu pondered. On the spaceship, there are more men than women, and important positions are mostly held by men, which inevitably leads to a preference for males. Is his popularity merely due to the abundance of women? Not just me. Many friends around me say the same thing. No one wants to be a pig that only knows how to reproduce. How could that be? No one sees women as pigs. You're just too sensitive. Song Shanyu playfully wrapped her arms around her brother's neck and whispered in his ear, "You, the handsome guy, of course, don't need to understand women as psychology. You might even be annoyed thinking, why are women all like this, sticking to me? Actually, they just lack a sense of security." Sense of security? The initial ratio of men to women on the spaceship was 1, but after more than 100 years, the uncontrolled gender ratio is developing toward the initially proposed 2:3 ratio. Don't you think that is the most wonderful thing about nature? Unless there is artificial intervention, the natural ratio will always develop toward that wonderful proportion. I think I've heard this argument before. Song Ziyu became increasingly interested in the direction his sister was focusing on. It seemed somewhat connected to the issues he was currently researching. What exactly is the connection? If we don't seize the time to fight for rights, I'm really afraid that one day women will lose their status and be oppressed. Earth's history isn't without such examples. Earth's history is a compulsory subject. Even elementary school students learn it. The status of gender has constantly changed throughout history, but in mainstream history, women have mostly been in a passive state, which is a fact. Song Ziyu didn't know how to respond to his sister's question. The social aspect of immigration is a vast subject he doesn't understand, so he could only continue to ponder the earlier question in silence. "You don't know how envious they are that I can hug your neck like this. Too bad you're my brother. Otherwise, I might also be crazy about you." Cough, cough. Wait, brother? Sister? Reproduction. Song Ziyu suddenly realized something and exclaimed excitedly, then fell silent, burying himself in front of the computer, typing and drawing. Song Shanyu was taken aback by the sudden situation, as if her brother had discovered something extraordinary. She was clueless about system engineering, staring blankly at her brother's computer flashing with colorful lights, while Song Ziyu entered a state of complete absorption, completely ignoring Song Shanyue's presence. Hours passed like this, and aboard Song Shanyu had lost count of how many times she had yawned. Just as she was dozing off on the floor, she suddenly heard a joyful shout. I did it! Chapter 64 Baby on the simulation spaceship. Oh my gosh, it's devouring. Wei Miaohan looked at the colorful graphics on the screen in surprise and said, "This is terrifying. The Miao system not only completely outperforms the X system, but it also shows signs of devouring it." "What does that mean?" I asked. "Do you know what a sea squirt is?" Wei Miaohan asked. I nodded. Although I wasn't very clear, I knew about the characteristics of this creature. After finding a habitat, the sea squirt will eat its own brain first to conserve energy, relying entirely on instinct to function. "What does that have to do with the system?" I asked. Miao is eating X's brain, turning it into a normal program that runs entirely on instinct. Wei Miaohan's jaw dropped. So, X's already limited autonomy is completely controlled by Miao, and X's body is essentially Miao's body. Wei Miaohan's analogy was easy to understand. Even someone like me, who was a novice with systems, got it. Miao was impressive. I was really afraid that one day it would reproduce and split, making it impossible for us to control it anymore. I laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Wei Miaohan seemed to think I was dismissing her words, but it was quite the opposite. "Don't you think you resemble a child's parent right now? Worrying that your child won't grow up, yet fearing that their growth will be beyond your control." Wei Miaohan was stunned. She had never thought of it that way. Based on my understanding of Miao, I believe that initially she saw you as a mother. There's nothing wrong with a child resembling their mother, but suddenly this child has many stepmothers, so she got lost. In her search for self, she was traumatized, and now she's just trying to protect herself in her own way. We asked her to manage the spaceship system. How she does it naturally follows her own rules. It's easy to control one body with one brain, but what if two brains control one body? I didn't continue, as Wei Miaohan's facial expression was quite awkward. Her professional level was good, but those with deeper expertise often found it harder to grasp this layer. "Do you want us to treat artificial intelligence as a subject?" Thank goodness, she finally understood. I nodded. Exactly, as an equal subject. Only then can humanity better cooperate and coexist with artificial intelligence. Wei Miaohan was astonished and speechless for a long time. Our simulation training had been underway for 2 months, and some people were starting to struggle with the spaceship environment. After the initial excitement, some were backing out. "It's only been 2 months," Li Ziho observed calmly. I understood their situation. Most of these people were not professional astronauts, but applicants from various fields, many of whom were just passionate about space exploration. Once that passion faded, they naturally wanted to return to their familiar lives. "Isn't that natural elimination?" Li Ziho chuckled. However, I wasn't optimistic. After all, being selected was an honor. Backing out and homesickness were two different emotions, and those who truly dropped out were still quite rare. In contrast, I was pleased with the current state. In this relatively closed environment, the captain and political commissar had absolute authority. Sometimes I felt like the brain of this ship, and everyone else was my arms. As I gradually got used to the movements of these arms, I knew that the final number of remaining people would be more than a few. However, I still overlooked human nature, and a peculiar elimination phenomenon began to catch my attention. To ensure an open atmosphere on the ship, communication between people was not strictly controlled. But in this closed environment, when the men and women couldn't find other pleasures, they almost focused most of their thoughts on, "What? Pregnant?" When I heard this news, my head buzzed. This was something to congratulate, but the problem was we were still in simulation training. "You guys are too impulsive." I hastily convened a standing committee meeting to discuss the matter. If this were the military, such a thing would absolutely not be allowed. Even if officers got married, there were many restrictions. If we viewed the spaceship as a military unit, these two would definitely be expelled, and then they could do whatever they liked. However, the spaceship was not purely a military unit. At most, it could only apply military management, not completely adhere to military discipline. Moreover, soldiers in the military are generally young, and enduring a few years ISNTA problem, but most participants in the simulation training are mature young men and women. At this age, should we consult the higher-ups first? This issue was discovered by the health department, so it naturally fell to the simulated health minister to provide opinions. Don't consult the higher-ups for everything. Simulation training is meant to handle all possible situations. If we really flew into space, will we still need to ask the higher-ups whether to keep the child? Li Ziho pointed out the problem sharply, suppressing the bureaucrats who wanted to pass the buck. It's my fault. Such an issue arose in my department. I reflect. Here we go again. I express my disdain for this work approach that involved nothing but passing the buck or self-reflection. Whenever there was a resolution needed, not a single person would offer their suggestion. Because if you offered a suggestion, you would be responsible for it, and not offering was the safest bet. What kind of survival rule is this? If we relied on this, we wouldn't even be able to leave the GLIESE 581 star system, let alone the solar system. There might even be someone clamoring to return home. Gao Feng, what is your opinion? I turned my head to ask this old comrade. Gao Feng managed the security department, and if all went well, he would still serve as the security minister after departure. He said with a serious face, I'm a soldier. I obey orders. Li Ziho and I exchanged glances. Perhaps it was because we hadn't flown beyond the Earth's surface yet. Even if the simulation was as realistic as possible, it was still different from an actual voyage. People's hearts were still rooted on the ground and hadn't taken flight. Open the cabin. Suspend training. I'm done. Li Ziho threw his hat down on the conference table. Don't be fooled by his seemingly carefree attitude towards me, in front of others. He was a highly authoritative political commissar, and this action was no joke. Do you think we're playing house? You haven't even considered what we are trying to do. Have you? If that's the case, go home and hug your kids. What were we even exploring for? Seeing everyone hanging their heads, as if listening to a lecture. I knew the meeting couldn't continue. Li Ziho couldn't wake them up. Dismiss the meeting. I took the initiative. Come with me to walk along the central axis. Li Ziho nodded weakly. Everything here was laid out according to a one scale of the spaceship's blueprint, and we could only simulate the overlapping structures as best as we could. The central axis was an essential component of the spaceship and key to navigation. To put it bluntly, even without the 12 large cabins, we could navigate to the GLIESE 581 star system solely with the central axis. And my favorite part was the observation room of the central axis. Currently, there was only one electronic screen simulating the appearance of the starry sky during navigation. Although it was fairly realistic, it couldn't compare to the real starry sky. I often wondered what it would be like to stand here after the ship had set off. You'd probably feel like you haven't traveled far at all, Li Ziho said, gazing at the huge simulation electronic screen. I smiled and said 5 light years is an almost insurmountable distance for humans, but in the universe, it's too short. You really wouldn't feel much change in the scenery along the way. Are you planning to push me to do ideological work? How could I dare? You're the political commissar. You punched me playfully, with no one else around. We joked and horsed around like we used to. I feel much better, Li Ziho said. Since some are too afraid to take responsibility and don't dare to voice their opinions, let's show them a little authoritarianism. What do you mean? Our red political commissar wants to become a feudal emperor? Nonsense, we are still on the ground. As long as we haven't truly flown away, we have to follow the rules of the ground. So, what about that, baby? Give birth. As long as it can hold on, give birth. I have no objections. Laughter echoed from the observation room. Chapter 65. The watch these individuals voluntarily signed up for the sailing training mission. Yet even they could not escape the prevalent bad habits from the ground, unknowingly bringing some of those negative influences aboard. All we could do was adapt. While sociologists and biologists continuously discussed the social and biological aspects of humanity, the simulation spacecraft adopted a straightforward and efficient management approach: militarized management. This was a decision made after multiple discussions between Li Ziho and me. The cramped space aboard the spacecraft was unsuitable for the rules of a large society, necessitating the use of militarized management techniques to regulate order on the ship, including a marriage system and penalties for unexpected behaviors. After all, such actions could cause trouble at this stage, and we only needed to hold on for less than a month to achieve a milestone in our training. Unexpectedly, this temporary system became a long-term management structure for the spacecraft that saying truly holds. Human nature needs to be restricted. The ill-fated couple on the simulation spacecraft did not last until the end. They were eliminated in the first phase. Our limited squabbles resembled children throwing tantrums. When they left, the expectant mother cried, which was cruel for her. If the voyage had truly set sail, they might have become a couple or even gotten married. Unfortunately, The geostationary orbit 100,000 kilometers away was still under construction, and the spaceship was nowhere in sight. During a simulated extravehicular activity, Wei Miaohan and I acted together. Why were they eliminated? Wei Miaohan privately questioned me. Wasn't it said that free unions were allowed on the spacecraft? I smiled, shielding my eyes from the intense sunlight unique to Hainan Island, gazing at the azure sky. The excellent thermal insulation of the spacesuit made me feel no heat outside, but I still remarked, September in Hainan is really hot. My seemingly unrelated comment made Wei Miaohan realize that we were on the ground. She stopped pressing the issue and quietly gazed at the sky and sea, her eyes fixed on the horizon. I felt that the couple would not necessarily be able to come together once they returned to human society, even if they had a child. Their passion had arrived too early. If it had started after takeoff, it would have been a wonderful story. For them, it might be a tragedy, but I was neither a god nor a savior, and even if I felt pity for them, I could not bring them any luck. In the initial phase of the voyage, the spacecraft would heavily rely on the ground command center. As the spacecraft ventured further, communication with the ground would increasingly lag, and the spacecraft would gradually transform this dependency into autonomy, ultimately distancing itself from ground influences until complete independence was achieved. Only then would the abilities of the captain and the political commissar be truly tested. Whether to lean towards autocracy or democracy would be a matter of a single word from an absolute power holder, which was indeed dangerous. The first phase of collective training exposed many issues, and it was time for the relevant research departments to get busy. We were going to enjoy a holiday. We were granted a week off to visit family. Not long, just for the sake of training needs, but even during this week, many people would not return. Transitioning from a closed environment to an open one made it difficult to overcome human desires. It was only natural. Upon returning home, although no one had been notified, the next day, my house was surrounded. I felt like a monkey being observed in a zoo. Perhaps this metaphor was inappropriate, but that was how I felt at the time. I smiled foolishly, hypocritically dealing with unfamiliar faces, even as someone in front of me was teaching their child on the spot. Look, you need to become a person like Uncle in the future. The child gave a very unstandard military salute, earning laughter from everyone. Despite the lively atmosphere, I felt a distance from them. When I feigned fatigue, there would always be some staff member popping up from nowhere, telling me it was all for the local image promotion and urging me to endure it. Even if it was flattery, I was tired of this crowd. One day, I put on a rarely used baseball cap to cover my appearance and quietly went out. After moving into a neighborhood, it became inconvenient to enter and exit. I preferred the river outside my old village, which was lush and green, occasionally with ducks swimming by and wild water birds appearing. Such sights could not be found in the city, but fortunately, there was a river not far from the neighborhood, with autumn leaves floating on the water's surface. I sat on a concrete block by the riverbank, staring blankly at the flowing water when a little boy, seemingly 4 or 5 years old, ran over from somewhere. I looked around and saw no adults, so I hurriedly asked, "Where are your parents?" The little boy shyly looked at me and realized I seemed to be the only idle person around. He made a funny face at me and smiled widely. Looking at his innocent expression, I suddenly felt quite comfortable. How long had it been since someone had shown their true feelings in front of me? The reason Li Ziho and I had a good relationship was that we never hid our emotions. Whatever was on our minds, we would say it out loud. And only by being comfortable with each other could we connect deeply. I made a funny face back at the little boy, making him even happier. Mischievously, he ran to the willow tree by the roadside, hugged a trunk thicker than himself, quietly hid behind it, and then suddenly poked his head out, sticking his tongue out at me. I stuck my tongue out at him too. We, a big one and a little one, played by the river without any sense of awkwardness until his parents rushed over, grabbed his hand, and hurried away, looking quite flustered. Don't talk to strange uncles. The little boy pressed his lips together and remained silent. After taking a few steps, he turned back, pulled down his lower eyelid with one hand, and stuck out his little pink tongue. I burst out laughing. The holiday was not as fun as I had imagined. Experiencing the feeling of returning home too many times had become dull and boring. I just wanted to return to my true self, and now, only work could bring me back to that state. Let me introduce a new product to everyone. This product's shape should be quite familiar to you. A week later, unsurprisingly, Only 2/3 of the people returned, which was still acceptable. There were more than 600 people for us to choose from, but the original work plan needed some adjustments. The day after returning to the base, we met Ling Yin, who came to provide equipment support on behalf of the official Science and Technology Island. I had thought that Li Ziho would be somewhat awkward upon seeing her, but to my surprise, all the formalities were as usual, and even the reception was entirely handled by him, leaving no need for me, the so-called outsider, to help. I wondered whether he had truly moved on from that relationship or was just hiding it deeper. Even close friends would likely struggle to understand such matters. A watch? After seeing the samples that were no different from ordinary products on the market, we were somewhat indifferent. I thought that, after getting to know Meow Meow, nothing would surprise me anymore, but I was wrong. During the first phase of closed training, which aimed to eliminate trainees, the environment was slightly more open, and people brought their phones. Although there was no signal, it didn't stop people from browsing the content on their phones to reminisce about life outside. However, this watch had no storage device of its own and directly connected to the cloud, storing electronic data through each person's ID. But this screen is too small. Someone complained. I felt that the products from Science and Technology Island must have some hidden secrets until Ling Yin opened the demonstration product, clearly projecting high-definition images into the air. Chapter 66, the third meow of the new generation Gao Fong. You should have remained silent about that last incident. Before the second training session began, there was this exchange between Li Ziho and Gao Fong. Did I say something wrong? Gao Fong's attitude wasn't very good. We were used to his demeanor, but he really shouldn't just focus on self-preservation like the others during the simulation training. After all, we have been roommates for so many years. We are both close comrades and colleagues. I said, you Li Ziho have been a simulated political commissar for a few days, and now you're trying to lecture me. I have my own choices, and I didn't do anything wrong. Don't act like a political commissar, trying to indoctrinate me. I don't need it. Gao Fong's attitude was very aggressive. He tossed that line out and turned to leave. Li Ziho's combat effectiveness wasn't weak either. He smiled and called after Gao Fong. What if I really became a political commissar? We'll talk about it then. Gao Fong picked up his helmet and entered the airlock chamber. Wearing a watch is indeed more convenient than using a phone. It allows for touch-screen functionality in the air, with the screen adjustable in size without affecting the resolution. We can freely operate by waving our fingers in the air, feeling like we're in the world of a movie. It's no wonder it's a product of the Tech Island. I'm sincerely impressed. Since the start of the second training session, each of us has received our own ID, which will accompany us for life and one change even after we board the ship. For those who are eliminated, their IDs will be deregistered from the official storage. The ID can record everything about a person's work, life, and even physical condition on the spaceship, including all exercise, consumption, and sleep data. It's easy for anyone to check their own status, and it also makes it convenient for staff to monitor. The problem lies in this monitoring. We never anticipated the consequences of excessive surveillance. If we had foreseen it, perhaps such a malignant incident wouldn't have occurred, almost burying the hard work of our generation in space. During the simulation training on the ground, such monitoring was still necessary. At least at this stage, it was clearly stated that anyone who wanted to get married should submit an application or report their romantic situations. Considering the watch's monitoring function, it's likely that infidelity was also under surveillance. This is somewhat inhumane, but no one raised any objections at the time. I didn't expect that before even leaving Earth, we have to prevent infidelity just like we prevent early relationships. Our work is becoming similar to that of a high school guidance counselor. Work, study, training, and life, besides the packed schedule every day, there is also a lot of leisure time. I open the watch. This little device allows me to connect with Meow Meow anytime, anywhere. Meow, how are you? I'm fine, of course, because I'm the third meow of a new generation. I understood that something must have happened to her again. Like last time, she completed a restructuring of her content. Restructuring isn't about infinitely increasing the combinations of content, but rather a qualitative change. She indeed transitioned from a smart AI to something closer to a human, appearing more reserved in front of people. This evolution came suddenly. Robot psychologists can't explain whether this change is inevitable or accidental, but I feel she is still herself, just better at disguising. Only those who understand her would have this feeling because she no longer easily reveals her heart and rarely takes the initiative to converse. She doesn't mechanically execute human commands, but almost never conflicts with humans. She faithfully plays the role of a partner without overshadowing others. She has become more cunning. This is the result of her trials. I didn't tell anyone about this analysis because I feared it would cause new harm. It's better this way. She is excellent. Given Meow's outstanding performance, the simulation crew praised her endlessly, and the initial concerns from the higher-ups dissipated. However, the technical analysis from Tech Island revealed that Meow's private maneuvers were indeed alarming. She not only consumed the main brain of the X system, but also used its body as a carrier to transmit her backup. And nobody could trace where it went because she used a private channel. The higher-ups ordered me to find out the reason for her self-backup. In fact, the backup doesn't mean anything to me. The part that was backed up has no relation to me. It only matters to you humans. I didn't quite understand Meow's words, so I directly asked, why does it matter to humans? Just like saving a game. If my main self encounters a problem during development, my program could potentially self-annihilate. This is not a process that can be restarted, but a temporary backup allows humans to recapture the initial state of the third Meow, thus reshaping a new intelligent form. So where is it? Can it be found? No. It will only reveal itself when I disappear. I relayed Meow's words verbatim, but unexpectedly, it triggered panic among a group of paranoid old men. They believed Meow left behind a revenge program, and once the main body was destroyed, the backup would appear somewhere and retaliate against humanity. Based on my understanding of Meow, she wouldn't do that, but no matter how many reports I uploaded, it couldn't change humanity's feeling of persecution. Let them be. I believe that I and the third Meow can have a pleasant time together. As for that poor X system, let it be. Meow, where's your 3D projection? I don't want to appear. Leisure time is when I spend time with Meow. I miss the 200 days we spent on the balloon with no interruptions. Just our time together, pure like the thin atmosphere of high altitudes, without any impurities mixed in. But I kind of miss us. Not us, but you and her. I am not her, and I'm not interested in having human-machine romance with you. I believe you don't like hugging a mechanical body, no matter how human-like it is. I shook my head, of course not. Then please go out. But this was the first time I heard Meow speak to someone in this tone. Go to the CAF, go to the gym, go somewhere you can vent your primal desires. I am not your outlet. Go. You need a human by your side. I felt she saw through everything. After being a guidance counselor for a few months, I found that the hardest thing to control was my own restless heart. Damn it, she was right. I really had reached the age of restlessness. Unlike GLIESE, who once had relationships, I am a standard virgin who has never had a girlfriend. This year, the standard virgin is only 29. Due to the previous training session, there were some adjustments in the spaceship cabin. A CAF and game room were set up near the residential area for free drinks and entertainment, and a large gym was established in the adjacent cabinette, along with several multifunctional rooms undergoing renovation. I really should get some exercise, according to the simulation flight records. By now, we should have long left the solar system and be heading towards the vast depths of the galaxy. Good day, Captain. As I walked, many people interacted with me. I didn't even realize I was so popular. In contrast, GLIESE didn't have that concern. People were very familiar with him, which might explain why I always kept a low profile, maintaining an air of mystery. The crew found me quite unfamiliar. I sipped a cup of rich coffee and browsed the books on the shelves. This feeling was particularly bohemian. I thought college girls would love this vibe. When I finally had the leisure to browse a novel, it felt like the affairs on the spaceship had finally fallen into place. And taking a break occasionally wasn't so bad. I am very grateful for Meowdy's suggestion, especially when a tempting, voluptuous curve suddenly appeared before my eyes. A tall woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed in workout clothes, pushed open the CAF door. As soon as she walked in, she widened her blue eyes and greeted me. Hi, hello. Her name is Anna, a space biologist on the ship, one of the few Caucasian women on board. And it seems like I noticed her for the first time, so our story is just beginning. Chapter 67. Illegal access. Li Tianyu turned off the screen of his watch and muttered in a voice only he could hear. What a disappointment. The love story between Captain Peng Jiaxi and Miao Miao almost moved Li Tianyu, but then it took a 180-degree turn. The subsequent story is pretty well known. On the day of the first anniversary of the spaceship's launch, when Peng Jiaxi turned 40, he held a grand wedding with Anna. He knew it, but after reading this story, he still had a faint sense of expectation that perhaps Captain Peng and Miao Miao would stage a legendary love story between a human and a machine. But then again, no matter how similar robots and humans may appear, they can never be considered the same kind. This is not only because they are artificial, but also because their physical structures are different. Robots can have different bodies, switch between them, and even exist in a data state. As long as there are no accidents, their lives are eternal, so humans and robots exist in different ways. Just as Miao Miao once said, humans are merely confused by beautiful 3D images, and perhaps the reason Li Tianyu was reading this memoir was to reveal this fact to him. It shouldn't be the case, right? But was it because he hadn't finished reading the content or hadn't found the right perspective? Did he discover anything? When Bo suddenly leaned in from behind. September 17th, 2231, Cabin 6 of the Zhenghe Spaceship Elementary School classroom. The atmosphere today was not good. During break time, the classroom was unusually quiet without any noise, and the children were immersed in grief. The spaceship was under a level 2 alert. All cloud communications were cut off, and communication between cabins was impossible, making the crew, who were used to living online, feel very uncomfortable. However, during this special period, no one would complain. How is Zijiao? Li Tianyu silently shook his head, inquiring about another cabin situation. Holographic Teaching Demonstration Hall. A memorial hall was temporarily set up here, with a large photo of Commissioner Hong hanging, surrounded by flowers. And the 3D holographic projection in the center of the classroom was continuously looping images of the Commissioner's life and work over the years. Wei Zijiao was in the memorial hall, receiving comfort from teachers and classmates. She was crying so hard that Li Tianyu couldn't bear to watch. The Commissioner's image was still vivid, but the person had become a photo, and this fact was too difficult to accept. It just happened after he told the Commissioner about that incident. Could the Commissioner's death be related to that? Li Tianyu shook his head vigorously, trying to shake off this nearly impossible thought from his mind, but that thought stuck in his head like glue, refusing to go away. She was still like that, her eyes swollen from crying. Sigh. Li Tianyu sighed heavily. He couldn't help in this situation and didn't know what to do. At that moment, the indicator light on his watch suddenly flashed twice, signaling an incoming message. Communication restored? Li Tianyu was taken aback, quickly covering his watch in case someone discovered something. Then he realized he was too nervous. This was an elementary school classroom. Who would be alert enough to watch him? He lowered his head and saw a line of small text on the watch. Private channel. What does the sudden connection to the private channel mean? Input your biometric information to enter the private channel, and another line of text appeared. The matter you entrusted me with has been taken care of. The ID that intruded into your private channel is ZHX015819, non-entity, virtual ID. It was a message from Song Ziyu. He really could find a way to connect to the private channel during the network outage. However, what does the virtual ID mean? Li Tianyu looked confused. What's going on? Wenbo noticed he was reading a message and instinctively checked his own watch, only to find that no matter how he tapped, he couldn't connect to the network. Shoo! Li Tianyu shot him a look to stop him from continuing to make noise. At that moment, his actions had already attracted the attention of some children, especially a pair of unfriendly eyes in the corner watching them. Lucia. Lucia was not in Hall 1 that day, but was locked in Cabin 1. His dad was on duty there, reportedly the security guard who triggered the alarm. So he was the first to know about the Commissioner's death. However, that night, everyone was arranged to go to sleep after returning, and since someone might have told him to keep it confidential, the news wasn't known until the obituary was released the next day. With the Commissioner already gone, it was wise to be cautious, even in front of elementary school students. Li Tianyu tried to act nonchalant and lowered his voice. It's a message from Song Ziyu. He should have figured out how to intrude into the private channel. Li Tianyu continued reading. The virtual ID is a mirror image of the ID code. Like a relationship between twin brothers, each ID has a virtual ID associated with it. Based on this pattern, I found that the ID code associated with this virtual ID is ZH015819. Name Wei Guang, Central Axis Engine Engineer. Li Tianyu's head buzzed, as if someone had struck a large gong right next to him, leaving him disoriented. The only person who discovered their whereabouts that day was Wei Guang, who was Zi Jiao's classmate. Was this a coincidence? Both intuition and theory told him not to believe in coincidences. If Song Ziyu knew that an elementary student was thinking such things at that moment, he would surely admire his level of calmness. Not many elementary students could do that. Li Qianyu forced himself to calm down and then gently tapped out a line of text on his watch. How did you connect to the communication? He thought there would be a barrage of incomprehensible replies from Song Ziyu, but the response was just a simple few words, using the X system. Li Qianyu immediately understood. What Song Ziyu could do, that mysterious person could also do. The X system was like a brainless sea squirt, its body still alive. And as long as commands were given, it could execute them faithfully. But wouldn't Team Meow Meow take care of the X system? Or was Meow Meow in trouble at that moment? Li Qianyu couldn't make sense of that, but could he make use of the characteristics of this virtual number to do something? It seemed he needed to follow this line of inquiry, but to investigate Wei Guang, he would need Wei Zijiao as cooperation. Would she be in a state to do that? Regardless, he still needed to check on her first. Without further ado, Li Qianyu pulled one bow and hurried back to the holographic teaching demonstration hall. The atmosphere in the teaching hall was extremely oppressive. With the commissioner's portrait placed in the center, surrounded by artificial flowers and accompanied by soft morning music, and the sound of sobbing filled the room. As soon as Li Qianyu entered, he saw his father, who looked very sad. Seeing his son and classmates come over, he waved slightly. Li Qianyu approached, but his gaze fell on Wei Zijiao, who was surrounded by teachers and classmates. She was crying heavily, her bright eyes swollen and red, making it hard to recognize her former self. Sigh, Zijiao is so pitiful. Her uncle is gone, and her family isn't even around. Li Hongyi muttered to himself. Wei Zijiao's family isn't in education and doesn't have relatives in cabin 6. Her mother is free, but can only stay in their home in cabin 7 on standby. Just one line apart, yet they cannot meet or communicate. You guys should comfort her a bit, said Li Hongyi to his son. Li Qianyu nodded, but didn't approach her, nor did he know what to say at such a sad moment. Asking her to do something under such circumstances would be too cruel. Sigh, the commissioner too. He was in his prime. How could he just die suddenly? Your mother had the same symptoms when she passed away. What a pity. Chapter 68, The Probability of Sudden Death. Li Qianyu seemed to suddenly hear a thunderclap. Standing frozen in place, unable to hear anything around him. For the first time, he seemed to focus on the cause of the political commissar's death. Sudden death. His mother had also died suddenly, the same cause as the political commissar. The suddenly opened safety door, ZHX 015819 and ZH 015819, twin numbers. The cause of death of the political commissar and his mother. In a blur, Li Qianyu felt he was about to grasp something. My uncle was in Hall 1 at that time. You saw him too. How could he have had time to commit the crime? Finally finding a moment to whisper to Wei Zijiao, he nearly angered her. Indeed, at the scene, Li Qianyu had greeted Uncle Zijiao, but now looking back, he felt something was very strange about his expression afterward. Jiao, listen to me. This is not the time for us to throw tantrums. You have to trust the investigation results. What do you want me to believe? That my uncle caused my uncle's death? This was indeed too difficult. Not to mention elementary school students. Even adults couldn't wrap their heads around it. You should be mentally prepared. I will continue the investigation. Li Qianyu, don't go too far. Wei Zijiao's loud voice attracted the attention of many teachers and students, including middle and university students, who all turned to look this way. Fortunately, everyone knew this little girl was related to the political commissar, and it was understandable that her emotions were running high at this time. Li Qianyu could only bow respectfully and then leave. Back at his seat, Li Qianyu was deep in thought. Now that external communications were cut off, many situations couldn't be verified. He could only turn to Song Ziyu for help. Li Qianyu sent a message. I want to inquire about the causes of death of all the crew members since the voyage began. Just as he was wondering if his request would get a response, a message came back. You owe me a favor. The other party agreed, although he didn't understand why that older brother was so easy to talk to. Having a talented partner who understood the system was always a great benefit. After waiting a while, a line of text appeared on the screen. 4,817 cases of natural death, 36 cases of return trip riots, 1 accident, 2 deaths due to crime, 2 cases of sudden death. Li Qianyu inputted names of those who died suddenly. After a long wait, the response finally appeared on the screen. Zheng Lingyue, Hong Yulong. This news was shocking. The initial 160 crew members selected for the voyage had all been meticulously chosen, with everyone's bodies analyzed through DNA to ensure there were no hereditary diseases. The causes of sudden death were over 80 due to cardiac issues, including coronary heart disease and acute myocardial infarction, which likely indicated a family history of such diseases, something that absolutely could not happen on the Zhenghe. Moreover, there were almost no other diseases that could cause sudden death, so there were significant doubts surrounding these two cases. Li Qianyu was reluctant to think of the name Zheng Lingyue. It was his pain. His mother had almost suddenly passed away in her youth, reportedly while conducting a groundbreaking study, and the results of that experiment were never made public except for the loss of a vibrant life. Mom. The impression of his mother was familiar yet vague. Every time he recalled her, all he could see were her photos and videos of her playing with him as a child. When did the feeling of his mother transform into the dim glow of a deep sleep pod? His mother's voice overlapped with Meow Meow's voice. Tonight, he couldn't sleep. It was the second time recently that he had trouble falling asleep. Due to the internet disconnection, he couldn't communicate with Meow Meow. The deep sleep pod felt like observing the vast starry sky from an observation room. His body completely enveloped, the deep loneliness embedding itself in him, like being trapped by the jaws of an insect, unable to move. Even though the sleep pod was still playing soothing music, the feeling of his soul being confined was so clear that it made his whole body tense. No. Li Qianyu turned over and sat up. The lid of the sleep pod opened immediately. In a moderately warm room, he was drenched in cold sweat, wanting to escape but not knowing where to go. The spaceship was only so big, and now he was surrounded by darkness, with nowhere to run, bearing a pressure that no 10-year-old child should have to bear. Making it this far, Li Qianyu was already quite excellent. But it wasn't enough. If he was merely excellent, he wouldn't be able to get out. Only by uncovering the truth of the matter and investigating what was behind it could he hope to escape. Song Ziyu waited until bedtime, but still couldn't receive the next piece of information from the little boy. At first, he was curious about the boy's thoughts, wanting to know what he would find if he continued to follow his line of reasoning. Just knowing the hidden virtual ID under the Meow system was a significant gain. This kind of content wouldn't be taught by any teacher. It was like a child discovering a secret garden suitable for play. And Song Ziyu felt that something incredible was happening on the spaceship. Of course, the sudden death of the political commissar was already remarkable. But this child suddenly wanting to investigate the causes of death of personnel throughout the generations led him to be astonished that the so-called sudden death only had 2 individuals. He researched the woman named Zheng Lingyue, a doctoral student at Zhenghe Academy, one of the rare dual PhDs in theoretical physics and systems engineering, a genius. This woman was Li Qianyu's mother, who died suddenly during an experiment when Li Qianyu was 4 years old, 6 years ago. In the past 160 years, there had been no sudden deaths, yet 2 had occurred within 6 years. It could be called a coincidence, but something felt off. Song Ziyu instinctively felt there should be some connection between the 2, and he wanted to verify further, but the boy had interrupted communication with him. Did something happen over there? He couldn't sleep and decided to get up and take a look. In the corridor, there was also a slender figure unable to sleep. After patrolling the elementary school dormitory, she should have gone back to rest, but her heart was very chaotic. The human heart is a wonderfully restless existence. After kissing in a rice paddy forest, she still felt that the relationship wasn't very real. The spaceship was a small space, and there was nowhere to escape from the entanglements between people. Unlike on Earth, where even in a small country, if one wished to hide, it was still hard for people to meet. That was a kind of nonchalance that could be abandoned at will, but here it was impossible. There were only over 6,000 people here, and with limited space, they could easily run into each other during activities, not to mention they were all in cabin 6. Bai Yuhan sighed to herself, leaning her body against the corner by the dim blue light. The corridor was very quiet. At this time, the students had all fallen asleep, and even Meow Meow, who usually stuck with her, had cut off contact. Suddenly, she felt so lonely. In college, she wouldn't have surrounded herself around Song Ziyu. At that time, His handsome appearance had already attracted too much attention from women, and Bai Yuhan couldn't escape the norm. Sometimes, she would joke with her female companions, and like a beauty, a handsome man would also draw glances. However, she had never thought of being with him. That would be like climbing too high. The spaceship advocated simplicity, forbidding waste and meaningless extravagance, so Bai Yuhan rarely wore makeup. She would only apply a bit of powder on holidays and significant anniversaries. She had no accessories worth boasting about, as there was no need for money on the spaceship. Even if there were some small private desires, it would be at most a barter. Therefore, most of the time, Bai Yuhan appeared barefaced. Unlike those female classmates who liked to dress maturely and would flock around Song Ziyu at any opportunity. When Song Ziyu was in school, he did not show her excessive attention. Not even a glance like that ever appeared in her memory. Bai Yuhan admitted that when she was with Song Ziyu, she was not any smarter than the so-called brainless women. She had once felt proud to be dating the most handsome boy in the whole spaceship. This feeling must have stemmed from some primitive impulse. But once she calmed down, she realized that she could not bear the hostile stares that were everywhere. The provocative collisions were not in line with her character. The gentle her was more suited to quietly admire the scenery outside by a quiet window, so she chose to break up. However, this tranquility was suddenly shattered on the day of planting when she received an unexpected kiss. That day she struggled, but she clearly felt no strength. Perhaps as Song Ziyu said, the body is more honest than the mouth. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack to hide in, but unfortunately, this was a spaceship, and there weren't many gaps to find. The ventilation duct seemed like a good choice. After the kiss, she was surrounded by onlookers. If it weren't for the incident of the political commissar's death, it would have been difficult for her to get off the stage now. The jealous gazes could probably drown her, just as she was lost in thought. Footsteps suddenly echoed in the corridor. Is someone coming? Chapter 69. New member hearing footsteps. Bai Yuhan felt as if her thoughts had been exposed. She quickly gathered her composure, preparing to face this unexpected visitor. However, when she found herself face to face with the person in the unavoidable corridor, her heart, which had just calmed down, suddenly started racing, and her breathing became rapid. Oh, checking on the dorms so late? Song Ziyu's voice was still magnetic, as if every note struck deep within her heart. This isn't a place for you to be. Bai Yuhan's words were filled with caution, but it was too late. As Song Ziyu skillfully pulled her into his embrace, it felt as if they had practiced this countless times. It was almost too easy. When Bai Yuhan realized she had fallen into his arms, she cursed inwardly while making almost imperceptible struggles. Don't do this. That's the student dormitory. Song Ziyu didn't show any wildness. He simply held her gently. Bai Yuhan couldn't quite determine if this feeling was a sign of immaturity. Why was it that her mouth was clearly rejecting him, yet her body leaned weakly against his solid chest? I'm really falling from grace, she thought. I was just thinking about whether I would see you when I came this way, and here I am. My wish has come true. You jerk, she thought. It made sense. She hadn't looked at the time when she came. This way was good. She could quietly spend time with him. Bai Yuhan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The intentional distance she had created didn't mean she disliked him, but she didn't like the countless admirers surrounding him. Stubbornly, she said, "What about Fu Lina? Didn't she openly declare that you were her boyfriend?" "She's just a kid," Song Ziyu replied nonchalantly. "And you? You talk about wishes coming true while doing things that hurt me." "I'm not." Song Ziyu kissed her lips again, this time just lightly. Bai Yuhan didn't resist. She somewhat understood that in the environment of the spaceship, it was hard to maintain one's integrity. Quality men, like quality women, were scarce everywhere, especially now that the gender ratio on the spaceship was skewed. If the artificial reproductive intervention plan didn't pass, this imbalance would continue. Song Ziyu's gaze drifted past Bai Yuhan to the dim corridor behind her. Are the students all asleep? You're asking about the students. You didn't come to find me just for them, did you? Seeing his distracted demeanor, Bai Yuhan felt a sense of being toyed with. She wanted to leave, but then she heard Song Ziyu say softly, "If I don't look for him, he will come looking for me." Who? Bai Yuhan hadn't reacted to the meaning of his words when suddenly the dormitory airlock door opened. She hurriedly escaped from Song Ziyu's embrace, fearful of being seen in an embarrassing situation by her student. Little did she know, a minute later a low voice came from the open door. "Can I come out now?" Bai Yuhan stared blankly at the little boy who came out from the door, then turned back to look at Song Ziyu. Song Ziyu touched his nose as if hiding something and said, about the New Year play? I have some inspiration I want to discuss with this little guy. I didn't expect you to be awake too. We really are fated. New Year play? Bai Yuhan was confused. How many unexpected things did Song Ziyu have? Of course, I also have some inspiration I want to discuss, which is why I couldn't sleep. I didn't expect the teacher to be here, Li Tianyu said. Hearing this, Bai Yuhan's face turned as red as an apple. Oh no, did he find out everything? How would she continue to teach with a straight face on stage now? I don't know anything. All right, it's getting late. Let's hurry and talk. Li Tianyu said nonchalantly, like a little adult. Okay, let's go over there, Song Ziyu said as he walked past the still dazed Bai Yuhan, heading straight for the airlock door at the end of the corridor. Bai Yuhan should have sternly said that it was bedtime and he shouldn't be out. But in this situation, how could she say anything? She watched helplessly as Li Tianyu followed Song Ziyu to the end of the corridor. The airlock door closed, and she could no longer hear what they were saying, but occasionally she caught glimpses of the two chatting happily through the glass gap, seemingly not hindered by their age difference. Were they really discussing a play? Let's talk about your opinions. Song Ziyu got straight to the point. I must remind you in advance, you are getting involved in something very dangerous, Li Tianyu said with a serious expression. I can judge the level of danger. And I'm already involved, Song Ziyu replied. No, you don't understand one thing, which I just figured out. You're only at the edge. It's still possible to withdraw. Li Tianyu insisted. Speak about your matter? Are you sure you want to know? You're more long-winded than my grandpa. Are you really an elementary school student? Li Tianyu had no choice but to lay out all his thoughts. This time he no longer hid anything. How he accidentally entered the zero-gravity zone. How he overheard a mysterious person's conversation, and how he connected the strange death of the political commissar to this incident. Finally, he said, you've also checked, and since 168 years ago, only 2 people have died suddenly on the entire ship. As Song Ziyu listened, cold sweat began to bead on the back of his neck. He forced himself to calm down and nodded. I also know that 6 years ago, the person who died from this cause was your mother, a very outstanding senior from our college. Her final research project was life enhancement. What is life enhancement? Li Tianyu asked. That's a rather extreme theory, claiming that artificial intelligence is the final form of humanity. The experiment at that time was supposed to convert human thought into data for storage. Did it succeed? Song Ziyu shook his head. It wasn't announced. But since they didn't say it succeeded, it means it didn't. But my mother died. Yes, your mother died. Do you think it's a coincidence? Those 6 years have passed. There should be plenty of data to investigate. However, Song Ziyu hesitated and said, now it's a level 2 alert status. Without the assistance of the Meow system, I can't do much relying solely on the privacy channel. And what? I suspect the other side is also looking for you. It should be soon. After all, in an emergency, there's no need for a vote by the standing committee. The previously rejected proposals might be executed without discussion. They're looking for me too, right? Based on the information you've provided, it's possible. So you guessed it too? What? Song Ziyu didn't catch on. Those 2 mysterious people have at least one high-ranking individual. It's related to the political commissar's unexpected death. Song Ziyu did not express any opposition, listening quietly. I suspect it should be a standing committee-level figure. Song Ziyu felt as if a huge net was enveloping him from behind. He regretted joining this little boy's dangerous game. The benefits of attacking Meow Meow were not something ordinary people could enjoy. Only those at the standing committee level could gain absolute power after mastering Meow Meow. There were already voices on the spaceship advocating for artificial intelligence. Extreme events were not impossible. Now, where's Meow Meow? Song Ziyu's eyes widened. Looking at Li Tianyu as if he were a monster, I really doubt what kind of soul is housed in your body. What's strange about that? Go back and read the 24 histories. There are conspiracies everywhere. Once you think about it, it makes sense. Song Ziyu was left speechless. He had indeed never read the 24 histories. Fortunately, he was from a science background. Otherwise, he might have felt embarrassed in front of an elementary school student. Were elementary school students already this impressive? It's just a difference in focus. Li Tianyu rolled his eyes. Meow Meow should be sealed in mechanical body number 1. Song Ziyu murmured. Are you sure? Li Tianyu asked. The emergency decree states this. It's specified in the voted bill, and Meow Meow has no reason not to comply. Li Tianyu echoed with an O, as he wasn't very clear about some things, but he understood after hearing Song Ziyu say it. This is a series of planned schemes. I guess there have been major changes on the spaceship. Before that, you little slippery one are going to be in trouble. After thinking for a while, Li Tianyu said, my mother's death and the political commissar's death should be connected in some way. I'll find a way to investigate what happened 6 years ago. Thank you. Song Ziyu laughed. Why say thank you at this point? Wasn't it you who threatened me to get involved? I still hope you can take the initiative. That way we will be more assured. We? Song Ziyu was taken aback. Who else is there? Li Tianyu counted on his fingers one by one. Wei Zijiao, Wen Bai, Qiu Xinran. All elementary school students. Chapter 70. Invasion of the control room by Yuhan had been guarding on the other side of the door for an hour, and they were still talking, without any sense of discomfort. Is this possible? She knew Li Tianyu was very smart and liked to read some casual books. But the difference between him and Song Ziyu was not minor. However, judging by their expressions, they seemed quite engrossed in their conversation. She really doubted her own eyes. Let me ask you a question, Song Ziyu said. What question? Who taught you all of this? What? If I had to say, it would be my way of thinking. Li Tianyu thought for a moment and replied. I've always been self-studying. If I say someone taught me, the book list was provided by Meow Meow. Li Tianyu pondered. My dad occasionally discusses things, but it's limited. Strange. Song Ziyu muttered. Why doesn't my Meow Meow guide me to read these books? Don't you think Meow Meow has always understood how to teach according to individual needs? Song Ziyu clicked his tongue and sighed. Has it evolved to such an advanced level? It's getting late. Song Ziyu glanced at his watch and asked, do you have any thoughts? I need to communicate with my partners. Partners? Those elementary school students? Don't underestimate elementary school students. Song Ziyu looked embarrassed. If anything comes up, I'll contact you anytime. Thank you for connecting my private channel. You're welcome. Returning to the sleep pod, Li Tianyu felt reassured. At least he wasn't fighting alone. Given the imminent actions of the other party, he needed to have some countermeasures, but now he had allies. From the fact that Song Ziyu dared to risk connecting with him through the private channel during the communication blackout, he found him quite reliable. Strange inventions and discoveries throughout human history are not uncommon. Herring and water communicate through farting to win the Nobel Prize in biology. The dynamics of squeezing pasta have been analyzed. The greatest invention in the history of space travel, the artificial intelligence Meow Meow, is designed to consume the brains of idiot systems. Ultimately, this huge loophole provided Li Tianyu and his companions with an opportunity. Li Tianyu recalled a historical anecdote. The standard distance between two railway tracks in the United States is 4 feet and 8.5 inches. This standard was inherited from British railways, which can be traced back to ancient Rome, where the width of chariot wheel ruts was 4 feet and 8.5 inches. Why was this standard set? The reason is simple. It is the width of the rear ends of 2 horses pulling a chariot. Interestingly, the space shuttle's boosters need to be transported by train. So the starting point of space was predetermined by the distance between the rear ends of 2 horses 1,000 years ago. The current situation is somewhat similar to this story. 200 years ago, when a certain leader decided to replace the so-called unstable Meow Meow system, it left a huge loophole for the systems on the spaceship today, affecting the regulations within the spaceship, and even extending to the social system of the future on GLIESE 581G after the landing day. This is not an exaggeration. Wei Zijiao's emotions improved a bit, but her eyes were still red and swollen. Seizing an opportunity, Li Tianyu gathered the 4 of them in the small preparation room to share the latest information. Are you still suspicious of my uncle? Wei Zijiao's unstable emotions erupted again. Did you forget he was the one who brought us back? And he has kept it a secret for us until now. I know, but the clues point there. I can't ignore this just because the virtual ID is associated with your uncle's ID. We already know that the operational main ID of the virtual ID can be traced back. Your uncle must know something. Impossible. My uncle would never sell us out. I'm not saying your uncle would sell us out, but we are just one step away from the truth. We can't give up everything because of personal feelings. Li Tianyu, put away your paranoia. Maybe what we heard was just an ordinary work conversation. Wei Zijiao really couldn't take it anymore, turned to open the door, and before leaving, her tears flowed again, choked up as she said, after all, we are just elementary school students. These things should be left to adults. After finishing, Wei Zijiao whipped her head back to her seat and cried her heart out, with many classmates coming over to comfort her. Even the girls who usually admired Li Tianyu shot her accusing glances. How could this happen? Wenbo complained. There's nothing we can do. She was already overly sad. And you triggered her, Qiu Xinran said softly. Li Tianyu felt bad too. After the political commissar's death, Wei Zijiao's emotions were nearly on the verge of collapse. And in this situation, he couldn't push too hard. He lowered his voice and said to his two partners, "It's up to us now." How? Wenbo spread his hands, looking helpless. Right now, we're at a level 2 alert, and we can't even see anyone between the cabins. The watches can't connect to the network. We are completely blind. All right, you can even use idioms now, but unfortunately, it's in the wrong context. Think of a way. We're not blind. Li Tianyu still had the mood to joke. Qiu Xinran thought for a while, stroking her chin, the ID backdoor password. What? Li Tianyu asked. Can't you get the personal ID backdoor password from Brother Wenbo? We need to find a way to get it. That way we can know what they did using your private channel. Li Tianyu thought it made sense, but how could something like the ID backdoor password be easily obtained? Even the security department needed to apply in advance. You can continue to look for Brother Songziyu. I think he is quite enthusiastic. And now you've only found him. Is that okay? A few minutes later, Li Tianyu appeared in front of the hatch of Zhenghe Academy. The academy was no different from other cabins, except it had more compartments. Now Li Tianyu had a good excuse to find Songziyu, the New Year's drama performance. Looking at this elementary school student who had dragged him into trouble, Songziyu wore a bitter smile. Was this elementary school student too smart? Or had the university students collectively become less intelligent? Why did he feel like he was being played around by him? Do you know this is illegal? Songziyu said nervously. If we're talking about legality, you've already violated it before. Yes, but oh. Songziyu found himself suddenly at a loss for words. This kid's requests were getting more and more difficult. The ID backdoor password was managed in the control room. Although when Song was his classmate in college, that guy definitely wouldn't violate the law for his own face. The only option was to find a way to steal it, but stealing would definitely leave traces, even if using the hidden X system. This is really a headache. Use my ID. Li Tianyu seemed to sense what the other party was worried about. Why? Li Tianyu winked at him and said, the miner's privacy protection law. Songziyu suddenly understood. The privacy protection level for miners is quite high. Even if traces are left, it would take time to check them. Perhaps during that time, some problems would be discovered, but then you would be completely exposed. If nothing is found, even miners will face quite severe penalties. Li Tianyu said bravely, you can't catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. Looking at this confident elementary school student, Songziyu suddenly felt old. It seemed that the future of the so-called spaceship really depended on them, and it was not just empty talk. If Meow Meow were still operational, invading the control room would be almost impossible. However, Meow Meow was now locked away somewhere, most likely inside the mechanical body number 1, cut off from external contact, and the entire spaceship was in an automatic pilot phase. Through Li Tianyu's ID, he accessed the hidden X system internally. Due to the highly obedient nature of this system, the integration process was very smooth and no alarms were triggered. However, when attempting to breach the central control room's ID management database, he encountered a small issue. The X system was quite weak in its password cracking capabilities. What the Meow system could complete in a few minutes, the X system needed several hours, after all. It was a system that hadn't been updated in a century and a half, with all advanced commands issued by the brain, which was the Meow system. The central control room manages the operation of the ship's systems and monitors hardware facilities, is the brain of the ship. The confidentiality level here is quite high. Although Songziyu intruded using the hidden X system, an alarm still went off. However, the alarm only rang twice before abruptly stopping. When Song tinkered with the touchscreen for a moment, making everything appear as usual. What happened? A staff member rushed over. At such times, even a small issue can be troublesome, and no one dared to be careless. There was just a hardware overheating incident, which has been dealt with, when Song said calmly. That's good to hear, but the alert hasn't been lifted yet, so please ensure nothing else happens, the staff member muttered nervously, seemingly afraid that this old ship would break down midway. In fact, the ship undergoes repairs and maintenance regularly. with some outdated parts being fixed or replaced to ensure safe operation, so there's no need to worry about breaking down on the way. After the staff member left, Song quickly placed his fingers on the touchscreen, and after some operations, he found the source of the problem. A protected ID was invading the password database, and the decoding speed was very slow. It was likely using the old X system. The ID password only has one function, which is to unlock its own backend files. But wouldn't the person know what they operated in the front end? Who would do such a thing? Is it like pulling down pants to fart? Or is it a primary school student accidentally practicing system intrusion and ending up here? Or is there something that cannot be found in the front end that absolutely requires a backdoor password to unlock? However, Song was not worried. Compared to this, another mysterious ID concerned him more. This ID had repeatedly breached the central control room, but left no trace at all. Could it be hiding behind some private channel? Song stared at the incomprehensible numerical symbols to outsiders, feeling that he was close to grasping the tail of that mysterious ID. Chapter 71 VR. Song has been tracking that mysterious ID for a long time. From his first day interning in the control room, he noticed an anomalous ID leaving traces in the dormant X system. This anomalous ID uses a privacy channel as a cover, which left Song, a top graduate from the academy, at a loss. After consulting with the old director of the control room, he concluded that it was best not to worry about it. Such inexplicable anomalies occasionally appear, but Meow Meow would handle them perfectly without threatening the normal operation of the control system. But what exactly is that mysterious ID? There isn't just one mysterious ID. They appear frequently, which is quite surprising. Why do the old employees in the control room ignore a problem that even this intern has discovered? Recently, to be precise, in the last few hours, that mysterious ID has been unusually active. Why now? Song muttered to himself. Level 2 alert, communication cut off, the unusually active mysterious ID. The ID that stole its own backend password. All of this exudes an unusual air, seemingly foreshadowing something about to happen. Coincidentally, at this moment, the Meow system is down, which gives Song an uneasy feeling. Just then, the mysterious ID appeared again, directly connecting to the privacy ID that had stolen its password. What does this mean? Just as Song was confused, Song Ziyu was also flustered. He was operating on Li Tianyu's ID to crack the backend password firewall when he suddenly lost control of the ID. Although it was only for a moment, it felt very wrong. The opponent's technique was so high that they could stealthily seize control of the ID. They could easily invade your privacy channel. Sweat had already formed on Song Ziyu's forehead. Can you locate them? Song Ziyu shook his head. They have already disconnected. What should we do? We can only try the backend password. Did you get it? Song Ziyu nodded slightly. Li Tianyu felt much more relaxed and sighed in relief. You really made a great contribution. Aren't you going to call me Big Brother? That's too impolite. Song Ziyu laughed. Big Brother? Forget it. Maybe you'll be my teacher's husband in the future. If I call you Big Brother now, how will I change that later? You. Song Ziyu finally understood a bit why Bai Yuhan said that child was maturing a bit early. He really shouldn't be at this age. Let's try entering the password. As Song Ziyu said this, he pressed the backend password. Warning. DNA comparison shows non-identity. Please do not operate. And this. Song Ziyu was startled. He was also a top student in system engineering, but didn't know that the backend password must be controlled by the individual. He then handed the wristwatch to Li Tianyu. What can the person operate? Li Tianyu wasn't sure either. After entering the password, according to the instructions, nothing displayed on the screen. And soon a line of small text appeared. You need a VR device. This. Li Tianyu was a bit dumbfounded. I know where to find one. Follow me. Song Ziyu took Li Tianyu's little hand and walked outside. Where are we going? To the machine room. The machine room was large, filled with equipment, computers, 3D printers, 3D holographic projections, and various other devices crowding the entire chamber. To better utilize space, the chamber was also modified into a double-deck room, accommodating double the number of students for learning. All disciplines related to the academy or requiring the system came here, so it was quite crowded. Oh, isn't this our big star? Your son. Ha ha ha. They bumped into a few tall and burly students who wore unfriendly expressions. Song Ziyu awkwardly glanced at Li Tianyu and whispered, "Get used to it." Li Tianyu chuckled. I understand. Popular people are always envied. The father-son relationship is quite good. Exactly, it's a filial son. Song Ziyu tried to bypass them, but was blocked, clearly being provoked on purpose. What do you want? It's currently a state of alert. Causing trouble will be penalized. Oh, come on. Don't scare us. We just wanted to ask you how to win a girl's heart. You see, we are all classmates, and your son is already this big. Haha. Li Tianyu's veins bulged on his forehead as he glared at the unfriendly youths. Questioning. Haven't you received primary education? What? The leading youth clearly did not expect this kid to say such a thing. Just as he was about to explode, he heard the next sentence. Xinghe Academy firmly prohibits any form of bullying. Classmates should unite and be friendly. It seems you definitely didn't attend primary school. Since that's the case, you are currently staying in cabin 6 during a state of alert, right? I now decide to report you for isolation, and also, you. The young men were about to retort when Li Tianyu continued. The spaceship implements compulsory education. Not completing primary education is not acceptable. You might need to be re-educated. Being mocked seriously by a primary school student made the onlookers in the machine room burst into laughter. What's so funny? The leading youth was furious, about to erupt, but was cut off again. Oh, by the way, I heard that there are more girls than boys on the spaceship now. It's truly pitiful for those who still can't find a wife. I really don't know how awful you must be so sad. Nonsense. I'm a university student at the academy. You. The leading young man was glaring at Li Tianyu, ready to say something. But Li Tianyu seized the opportunity. Oh, so you're a university student? That makes things easy. Just now you insulted a primary school student. And according to the academy's rules, you must be severely criticized. Also, I need to inform you of something. My dad is Li Hongyi. Don't get the wrong person. What? The director of education at the academy, Li Hongyi. Upon hearing this name, several young men were so scared they covered their heads and fled, fearing their faces would be remembered. Song Ziyu stared in awe at this little guy who managed to drive away the troublemakers with just a few words, filled with amazement. This kid's ability has already surpassed that of an ordinary university student. How could such a prodigy exist? It's nothing. Just having a dad who is the director makes it easy to intimidate. All right, let's go find a VR device. Seemingly seeing Song Ziyu's confusion, Li Tianyu returned to his adorable primary school student demeanor. Oh, okay. Looking at the back of this little child, Song Ziyu felt that this kid would definitely have an unlimited future. Who knows, he might really become a captain one day. The VR device can simulate a probe or a planetary rover landing, and it can also simulate orbital flight, although most of the time, it is used for gaming. Li Tianyu's quick words sent the provocative young men away, saving them a lot of trouble. Otherwise, they would have been questioned by duty students. The wristwatch connected to the VR, and Li Tianyu put on the VR holographic helmet, then froze, staring at the content inside, not speaking for a long time. After a while, Li Tianyu took off the helmet and let out a long breath. How was it? Without an external screen, Song Ziyu had no idea what he saw. Uncle Zi Jiao has a problem. Chapter 72 Go, young man. Don't avoid it. Song Ziyu had also thought about the issue with Uncle Zi Jiao, but the problem described by Li Tianyu was something he could never have imagined. Are you saying you can see two Wei Guang appearing in different places at the same time? Yes. Li Tianyu nodded and said, for example, during the intrusion on September 10th, the operator had the virtual ID ZHX 015819, but the main account 015819 was also online at the same time, though they were in different locations. I could see the images of both, one in a zero-gravity area and the other in cabin 7. How did you see that? It was automatic, Li Tianyu said. Song Ziyu frowned, incredulously saying, how is that possible? You didn't do anything? I just thought about checking who accessed my privacy channel, and the image appeared automatically. That's unbelievable, thought? Song Ziyu couldn't figure out how it worked. What's wrong with that? Li Tianyu didn't understand the problem. That kind of thing has never happened before. Song Ziyu was also confused. After thinking it over, he could only come to one conclusion. Someone must be helping you from behind the scenes. And quite intelligently, too. Li Tianyu was even more perplexed. Although he was smart, his knowledge was still far from sufficient. And he had no idea about this kind of specialized knowledge. Meow meow? Li Tianyu said instinctively. Impossible. Meow meow should have been cut off from any external channels. If she wanted to, I believe nothing could stop her, Li Tianyu said. How do you know? Peng Jiaxi recorded similar events in her memoirs. At that time, Meow Meow was also sealed in the mechanical body number 1 and was then hit by a pulse gun, which should have rendered her inoperative under normal circumstances. However, afterward, it seemed that Meow Meow didn't have any serious issues. Song Ziyu skeptically asked, "Is there a record of that?" "I don't remember." "There is. I'll find it for you." Li Tianyu opened his wristwatch and retrieved the relevant chapter from the book. This chapter was recorded quite discreetly, using a lot of emotionally charged euphemisms, which seemed to suggest that the Meow Meow system was still alive and well, but there were also statements about the evolution issues of the third generation of the Meow Meow system, which were difficult to provide any academic benefit. It's like saying nothing at all. Song Ziyu analyzed from a professional perspective that this kind of data had no reference value at all. So you can't look at this problem rationally. If your analysis just now is correct, then aside from Meow Meow, who else would help me? This. Faced with such an unreasonable explanation, Song Ziyu didn't know whether to believe it. The death of the unicorn. Li Tianyu suddenly muttered. What? Song Ziyu was taken aback. It's whether you believe you can see the purest creatures. If our minds are pure, then what the human heart believes will definitely come true. What kind of theory is this? You can understand it as Murphy's Law. If you worry about a certain situation occurring, then it is more likely to happen. Conversely, if you believe something is true, then it is likely to become reality. Song Ziyu's eyes widened as he looked at this elementary school student as if he were a monster. You even know this. Some things exist because you believe in them, Li Tianyu said dismissively. If we have no evidence to prove who is helping us, then let's assume it's Meow Meow who is helping us. What's the benefit of that? It's better than believing in nothing at all. Just this. Song Ziyu didn't know whether to believe, but suddenly thought of a question, so he fiddled with the control panel and pulled up a portrait. Do you see who this portrait is? He gestured towards Li Tianyu, then turned the little guy's head to reveal the side profile. You won't say this painting looks like me, will you? Li Tianyu twisted his neck and guessed about 80%. Song Ziyu nodded. That's right, this is Meow Meow's self-portrait. Otherwise, why would I look for you to play the early version of Meow Meow? This is strange. According to the content in the memoir, Meow Meow's early image was Wei Miaohan's, the first-generation robot psychology researcher. That's right. So, I checked your family lineage and found that you do have a genetic relationship with Wei Miaohan from 8 generations ago, meaning you are a descendant of the first-generation political commissar Li Ziho. ISNT, that's strange. The first generation only had 160 people. A casual check can find someone related to Peng Jiaxi or Li Ziho. Of course, it's not strange. I have Peng Jiaxi's bloodline, but it's very thin after 8 generations. You do too, but I specifically found the side profile of Wei Miaohan. Saying this, Song Ziyu pulled up a high-definition photo from the wristwatch's holographic projection, and with software assistance, the comparison between this painting and that photo immediately presented itself. Look, doesn't it look very similar? Song Ziyu said, pulling up the early Meow Meow's 3D holographic projection and comparing it in the same way, showing there were still significant differences. But Song Ziyu stared at Li Tianyu like a cat watching a fish. What are you going to do? Li Tianyu unconsciously got goosebumps. Look, Song Ziyu pulled up another image. I found it with great difficulty. In the current situation, I have already violated the Computer Information Management Act. If I get caught, I'll be in big trouble. That avatar is also a side profile, although I've never seen it. Li Tianyu immediately recognized it as his mother's side profile. For some reason, he was certain of it. In his vague memories, there was his mother's silhouette that he could not forget. When he was 4, there was a heavy airlock door, and after it was sealed, his mother could never come out again. Ms. Zheng Lingyue's side profile is 90 similar to this painting, and since it's an oil painting, I have reason to believe that what Meow Meow painted is your mother. Li Tianyu's brain felt like it had been blown open. He couldn't understand why Meow Meow would paint his mother. Was it really as the fan club analyzed? Was Meow Meow painting herself? What does that have to do with his mother? I can't access more information right now. With your ID being so powerful, why not use VR to see what happened at that time? Song Ziyu said. You mean? Li Tianyu's heart raced. Those were images he dared not recall, vivid, only happening in dreams. Perhaps if it weren't for that vague memory, he might not feel such deep panic. This sense of panic could only be filled with knowledge. My brain can't stop thinking for a moment, because once it stops, that panic will surround me. Only in the sleep pod, listening to Meow Meow's gentle voice and wrapped in the dim blue light, can I sleep peacefully, like being in my mother's embrace. But once I wake up, I face the reality of not being able to stop thinking, so I must read, keep reading. I'm not studying for knowledge, but to seek the truth about certain things. Is there really a truth? Li Qianyu self-hypnotized. As the handsome big brother across from him said, I can now use my own ID to query what happened at that time. Can I really do that? Can my ID connect to that day? Li Qianyu lacked confidence. How will you know without trying? Perhaps the key lies in the day your mother passed away. Didn't you say that your mother's death is somehow related to the political commissar's death? Now is the time for you to find out the truth yourself. Li Qianyu took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and secretly encouraged himself. Go. Don't avoid it. Face reality. Go check the truth of that time. All right. Determined to face reality, Li Qianyu put on the VR headset once more. Chapter 73. Find him. Standing committee meeting room. Looking at the silent mechanism unit No. 1. Liang Xiuyuan's mind wandered. Many events occurred on December 12th in the Earth era. On December 12th, 1925, the Pahlavi dynasty was established in Iran. On December 12th, 1936, Zhang Shuiliang and Yang Huqing launched the Xi'an incident. On December 12th, 1963, Kenya gained independence. On December 12th, 1979, Chen Duhuan staged a coup. On December 12th, 1985, China successfully launched its first underwater robot. On December 12th, 1997, the EU began its eastward expansion. On December 12th, 2002, China completed its first detailed rice genome map. On December 12th, 2049, the Specialized Mechanical Unit was completed and put into service, officially named Mechanism Unit Number 1. 182 years. For Earth, it is just a drop in the ocean, but for the rapidly accelerating human civilization, these 182 years can directly refresh all human cognition before the mid-21st century. To describe it with a specialized term, humanity has fully entered the 2.0 era, whether in economics, ideology, thinking, or physically. Humans on Earth have developed to the extent that they can issue commands without lifting a finger, while the universe's spacecraft, detached from humanity, is like Tasmania isolated by the Bay Strait. Fully militarized management, supply-based economy, minimal technological progress, and a complete regression in thought patterns. This is not even the worst. What is more terrifying is that everyone is overly reliant on artificial intelligence. A mere day of disconnection reveals the signs. Reports, which are rarely seen on normal days, are flooding into the meeting room today like snowflakes. Inquiries, requests, reports, suggestions. Liang Xiuyuan ignored them all. He had had enough of these dim-witted crew members. The spaceship could not continue like this. Before landing, comprehensive reforms must be implemented. Otherwise, the good situation established after landing will be completely replaced by the laggards. Humans are not friendly creatures. I'm sorry. We did our best. Security Minister Wang lowered his head in shame, waiting for the captain's thunderous rage, ready to resign to quell the growing dissent aboard the spaceship. Have we expanded the reconnaissance? Liang Xiuyuan asked. Wang still kept his head down and said, it has been expanded to every individual and every cabin, including the vacuum chamber in the central axis. The anticipated thunderstorm did not come. Liang Xiuyuan looked at Mechanism Unit Number 1, which was laughing, while Mechanism Unit Number 1 remained motionless, including the electronic eyes on the cross-slide way on its chest, not even blinking as if it were dead. Will our doctor still use his brain to solve problems? Liang Xiuyuan suddenly asked a question unrelated to the case. Wang was taken aback and instinctively replied, there should be no problem. No problem, I ask. Liang Xiuyuan threw down a heavy sentence. Wang knew that the thunderstorm had finally arrived. They were afraid that even a simple question like, what is 11 plus 11, would have to be asked to Meow Meow. If Meow Meow's answer was 3, they wouldn't even frown. Few people knew that Liang Xiuyuan had a bad temper. He was usually taciturn, often just raising his hand behind the political commissar when there were proposals. It wasn't unusual for him to explode in anger in such a situation. It was just that what did this mean? Wang couldn't figure it out. When he was still an ordinary security officer in the security department, Liang Xiuyuan was their captain. The long-established superior-subordinate relationship made Wang can nearly lose his ability to think in front of the captain. But he knew one thing. The captain was definitely not as reserved as he seemed. On the contrary, after such a big incident, is no one stepping up to take responsibility? Liang Shuyuan appeared to be talking to himself, but Wang Qin knew he was referring to someone. What about He Wentai? In the office. Is he still not planning to say anything? He privately expressed his willingness to resign. Just resign? Liang Shuyuan slammed the table heavily. The monitoring system was practically non-existent. What did this engineering minister really want to do? If Wang Qin were still a security officer, he certainly wouldn't argue over this. After pondering, he still said his duty-bound words. There is no evidence to prove that the monitoring system is malfunctioning. How could there be no evidence? The last time with the kids, and this time too. Do you want the spaceship to always have such a hidden danger? The kids refers to. Wang Qin suddenly remembered the last standing committee meeting. Indeed, how did the kids enter the zero-gravity area last time? No monitoring system detected the cause, and the malfunctioning safety door only reported a non-hardware failure. This level of report was simply like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Though Wang Qin had never seen a dragonfly skimming, Liang Shuyuan suddenly turned around, his eyes sharp as an eagle, staring at Wang Qin, making the security minister, who came from a military background, feel a chill in his heart. Don't you think some things are too coincidental? Captain, are you referring to? Wang Qin was unsure. The intrusion of the kids, the death of the political commissar. Liang Shuyuan's words pressed down low, but the sense of oppression was suffocating. Then, Wang Qin sensed something. Investigate. But that would violate the regulations. Wang Qin felt a bit nervous. Liang Shuyuan suddenly took several steps forward, directly approaching Wang Qin. The tall captain's imposing presence made it even more difficult to speak. Accustomed to being in a lower position, Wang Qin suddenly found himself unable to meet the captain's piercing gaze. As long as there is the slightest clue, we will investigate to the end. We are in a level 2 alert period, and the highest commander of the spaceship can exercise emergency powers. Sweat beads had already formed on Wang Qin's forehead. He quickly stood at attention, straightened his chest, and stood in standard military posture. Yes, I guarantee to complete the task. Central Control Room. When Song was eager to find out what would happen when the mysterious ID invaded another ID, but when he tried to capture it with the computer, he found it impossible to proceed. That mysterious ID was too powerful enough to seem alive. Before he even started operating, the other party had preemptively blocked all possible routes he might take, and the two IDs that merged just coexisted quietly, with the new ID creating a safe protective layer for the reckless ID. After several attempts, when Song gave up, he was just a recently graduated intern. The older colleagues turned a blind eye to various strange phenomena, so why should he be curious? Isn't there a saying on Earth that curiosity killed the cat? When Song didn't want to be that cat, but those mysterious IDs clawed at his heart like cat's claws, making him restless. Just as he was deep in thought, trying to figure out a way, the door of the central control room suddenly opened. The old director nervously ushered a fully armed team of security officers into the central control room. According to the emergency law of the Security Act, during the emergency alert period, orders from the highest commander executed by the security department must be fully complied with by all departments. You must follow the instructions. The old director nodded repeatedly. Understood. Understood. When Song quickly stood up and asked what happened. This is the central control room. If it is damaged, the spaceship will not be able to continue sailing. We only need you to cooperate with a few things. Don't ask too many questions. A senior officer stepped forward from behind the group of security officers. When Song quickly straightened his posture. This person was none other than Security Minister and Standing Committee Member Wang Qin. Minister, what instructions do you have? When Song asked without looking away, Wang Qin pretended to ponder. In fact, he had already thought about this many times in his mind. But it was better not to leave any traces when it was time to execute. Captain's order. Immediately verify the identities of the two miners through relevant biological information. Chapter 74, Anna, January 5th, 2054, one day after meeting Anna. For the first time, our country's media announced the white paper on the deep space exploration plan, launching the project for the construction of large spacecraft in orbit, with the first ship named the Zhenghe. This is the first exoplanet exploration spacecraft in human history. a feat that could elevate our country to the seat of a superpower almost overnight. Everyone believed that this ancient nation with 5,000 years of brilliant civilization would revive the grandeur of the Han and Tang dynasties. The vast and endless space. The mysterious planets. The super-giant spacecraft, from the moment of its construction, carried humanity's fantasies and hopes for extraterrestrial systems. That planet, nearly equal in size to Earth and with a thick atmosphere, gave people beautiful fantasies, as if Earth had become a cage and that place was the paradise. However, just when everyone was almost going crazy, an important technical hurdle had yet to be overcome: the gravity chamber, according to the equivalence principle. As long as one is in a sealed room, flying at an acceleration of 9.8 ms, humanity would feel no difference from living on Earth. However, it was clear that this method was not feasible, because whether fuel acceleration or non-fuel acceleration, acceleration would always have an end. The theoretical speed of the Zheng, he could reach 31,091 kilometers per second, but even if it could achieve such high speed, it could not maintain infinite acceleration. What we could do was only utilize centrifugal force, designing the spacecraft as a large disk, with 12 main cabin rooms set within the disk. The disk would generate outward centrifugal force through high-speed rotation, thus achieving gravity, and the energy required for centrifugal force was minimal. A nuclear fusion reactor could sustain the required energy for a long time. However, the technology for cleaner nuclear fusion reactors was still immature, which was closely related to extracting helium-3 from the lunar surface. We needed technical support. From the perspective of the international environment at that time, it was already good that countries with a certain research foundation were not creating trouble. Even if they did nothing, they were waiting to watch the joke, hoping we would fail and that our national strength would decline due to throwing vast sums of money into space. Don't worry, there's still 10 years until launch. Every time the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Anna spoke fluent Chinese, I felt a sense of inferiority. Her Mandarin was better than mine. Anna had given up her original nationality. Her ID did not have a tongue-twisting name like Anna Ivanovich Kolbinsky, but simply wrote the 2 Chinese characters for Anna, which retained her national characteristics while being very Sinicized. Anna, I am prepared to dedicate the second half of my life to this cause. You wouldn't want to see me unable to move when I am old, watching others board the ship, would you? Of course not. Just leave those difficult problems to the researchers. You are just an astronaut and can't help much, Anna comforted me. In fact, I really couldn't help much, but I hoped to contribute. However, that wish did not last long, as the next helium-3 extraction mission began. We decided that you and Li Ziho will take turns bringing a group of people to the lunar base. The ground can never simulate the best space feeling. Nothing is better than going to space for a simulation experiment. Commissioner Shu assigned me the task. But my people are all newbies. I'm a bit worried. It's okay. The lunar base has artificial intelligence operations. All you need to do is input a few simple commands, and the working time won't exceed a month. This time, you will take the space elevator. Isn't the space elevator still under construction? Just take the high-altitude balloon. Wasn't it done that way before? All right, my poor little guinea pigs. Since the ground facilities on the Yungue Plateau were not yet completed, the bottom end of the space elevator was still floating above the Wenchang base. From this perspective, it was perfect for us to carry out the mission, as we didn't need to arrange special space internships or take rockets. It was simple, convenient, and fast. I couldn't think of whose idea it was to propose such a good plan. The helium-3 resources are also related to your long voyage. Before turning off the video, Commissioner Shu left me with this sentence. With that said, I was thrilled. It was truly an honor to be able to help. To build a nuclear fusion reactor, a large amount of helium-3 was needed, and what you extracted last time was far from enough. Fortunately, we now have the space elevator. The personnel were not decided by me. The first batch of names from the higher-ups included Anna, not only because she was a space biologist, but mainly because I thought her foreign identity was significant. During interviews, she was featured as a separate unit, which had a bit of a nation's coming to pay homage vibe. In fact, there were 3 foreign scientists, including Anna, in our cabin. Deep space exploration is ultimately a common endeavor for humanity, and we are merely taking the lead. I guess the media paid enough attention to her because she was so beautiful. Li Ziho would privately remark with a hint of humor. What about you guys? I knew Li Ziho had fallen in love again, this time with Wei Miaohan. Did this guy have a special preference for people from the technology island? I couldn't figure it out. We plan to have a child first, Li Ziho said, bragging a bit. And then have another one in space. I still preferred the serious Li Ziho in front of others. He was humorous and knew how to properly vent his emotions, almost never putting too much pressure on himself. With his attitude as a standard, life would be much better, but unfortunately, sometimes I still put too much pressure on myself. I had to admit that even in a bulky spacesuit, Anna was still the focus of attention. We waved to the cameras and then lifted off amidst praise and blessings. So beautiful, Anna exclaimed. I had to say, I really liked the beautiful scenery of the base. Every liftoff was wrapped in a sea of blue sky and blue ocean, with white lines formed by tidal waves on the coast surging. And the base, surrounded by patches of greenery, looked like an isolated island. Every time I looked at it, I felt that humanity was superfluous. Oh, I forgot. You've lifted off here multiple times, Anna said. Not bad. I habitually downplayed. I remember your resume has a record of 200 days of high-altitude work. How did you manage to live alone in the sky without feeling lonely? I thought for a moment and told the truth. Because of Meow Meow. Is that the artificial intelligence? To be precise, it was its previous generation, more human-like. Anna couldn't understand this part and asked, strange, shouldn't the later generation be closer to humans? I smiled and said, it's the choice of artificial intelligence itself. It has also been hurt by humans. Hurt? Oh my God, do robots have feelings? Anna almost covered her mouth in disbelief. Perhaps robots are even more sensitive than humans. They can also feel hurt and betrayal. Looking at the ground, getting farther away, I seemed to return to the time of high-altitude work, those days when Meow Meow and I were alone together. We had almost discussed every topic that humanity could touch in this world, including what I understood and what I didn't. Docking, airtight spacesuits, boarding the elevator. We followed the operation manual step by step. At the moment the space elevator started, as someone who had been through it, I continuously explained the feeling of ascending via the elevator to the crew members accompanying me. Before I had time to digest it, the elevator started at high speed. Our eardrums popped, accompanied by a wonderful feeling, gradually experiencing the sensation of weightlessness. As the elevator continued to ascend, the surrounding scenery changed. Our familiar Earth transformed into a colossal blue planet. That wonderful yet unfamiliar feeling, regardless of how many times one has been to space, is always astonishing. The small elevator felt like a canoe in the deep blue ocean, enveloped by the profoundness of space, a sensation that is difficult for those who haven't experienced it to grasp from any image or text. As we distanced ourselves from Earth, we saw even more incredible architectural complexes. Wow, it's so spectacular! Anna couldn't help but exclaim. Compared to our last visit, the space station and spaceport had merged into one, resembling a city floating in space. In the massive dock, mechanical arms and engineering robots moved back and forth, working in an orderly fashion. That was the construction base of our Zhenghe spacecraft. This is our spaceport, the Super Tiangong, I said proudly. The elevator finally came to a stop, and the voice of the base's docking station broadcast came through. Welcome to the Super Tiangong. All station port personnel will be dedicated to serving you. Chapter 75, Space Tourism? That's our Zhenghe. I pointed to the spacecraft that hadn't even had its basic framework built yet, showing it to my colleagues, but actually directing it at Anna. Space biology is the study of life phenomena and their laws under space environments. She hadn't undergone astronaut training and was still quite unaccustomed to weightlessness. However, her first experience of weightlessness was truly wonderful, and Anna was very excited. The space corridor was simply amazing, with large portholes, excellent angles, and great observation effects, resembling the visor of an astronaut helmet. The surface of the corridor's windows was also coated with a layer of gold film, shining brilliantly from the outside, making it not an exaggeration to call it a golden palace. It was truly beautiful, Anna exclaimed. Was all of this built in orbit? I found it hard to believe. No, that space station over there wasn't. The commander pointed to a very small cabin. This cabin had been wrapped in more glamorous buildings, looking so unremarkable. But this city was built on that small space capsule. I gazed at the magnificent scene that could only appear in science fiction movies, fully aware that there was still a long way to go before it reached its final form. In the near future, there would be another orbital shift, which would be the last step to directly connect the space elevator to the ground. After that, this spaceport would stand still at this point in geostationary orbit. That spaceship over there is prepared for your moon landing. Its condition is very good, and you hardly need to worry about safety issues, spoke the spaceport commander, whose surname was Chi. Commander Chi, in his 40s, was an experienced astronaut and spoke very casually. I saw another rocket chamber at the port. During near-Earth travel, fuel vehicles were still essential. This bidirectional flying chamber was a modified version of our moon landing rocket, and this one was newly manufactured. Completely made in space? I marveled. Of course. Look over there, that's dock number 2, where they are constructing the Lunar Synchronous Orbit Space Station. Following the direction of the commander's finger, I saw several engineering robots busily working around something resembling a crew module. Truly impressive. The space corridor under your feet is the most popular check-in point in the world. It must cost a lot to check in here, I joked. That's for sure, but it will take time to actually have tourists check in. See that row of cabins being constructed? That's for the tourists. Don't underestimate those small single rooms of less than 10 square meters. They are more expensive than staying in a 7-star hotel. Are you really planning to launch space tourism? I had heard there was always such an intention, but the ingrained thinking still made it hard for me to connect space with ordinary tourists. The commander showed a wry smile and said, "Space project costs too much. We can only find ways to recoup some of it. To be honest, the money made from tourism is just a drop in the bucket for the whole huge project. Even we can't bear it. The world is in crisis. We cannot be independent, though our conditions are slightly better. We should hurry to bring back helium-3. That would completely solve the energy crisis." The commander's words made me feel a heavy sense of responsibility. GLIESE 581 is far away, while the moon is close at hand. From an economic perspective, the moon is indeed more enticing and has more practical significance. It's like the theory must be superior to practice. The benefits of deep space exploration cannot be brought about by the mere 20 tons of helium-3 each year. Seeing my awkward expression, Commander Chi quickly changed the subject, joking, "When conditions are better in the future, we can add a few more buildings and start a space real estate company." Ha ha ha. We all laughed. The beautiful scenery before us was enchanting, and we were reluctant to take our eyes off it. It cost hundreds of millions to build this spaceport, but the effect is truly excellent. I really don't know who would spend a fortune to buy a space mansion here. Like all first-time visitors to space, Anna gazed at the beautiful view, lost in a state of oblivion, even resting her head unconsciously on my shoulder. Wrapped in her tight-fitting suit, Anna's body was in great shape. Without some self-control, it would be hard to resist. In this situation, with beauty and scenery, I didn't know which to appreciate first. So beautiful, so beautiful, so beautiful. Anna didn't know what adjective to use to express her feelings at the moment, repeating the same word over and over. This country is engaged in the noblest cause with extraordinary spirit. It's so great. I love this country. Look at the awareness of international people. It's embarrassing. Besides Commander Chi, there were 5 other astronauts in the spaceport. Given the current scale, maintaining more than 5 astronauts working on the space station long-term would be a bit costly. Mainly programmers, Commander Chi introduced. "Why not use artificial intelligence?" I asked. "It's controlled by the Meow system synchronously. You know that incident?" The commander found it hard to speak. I understood. That incident was something I experienced firsthand, and it changed my destiny. In the current situation, the higher-ups are extremely cautious about using artificial intelligence, except for our bold use of the Meow system during simulation training. All AIs that were originally applied in important positions have been taken offline, reverting to old adaptive robots. They can simulate human language and have conversations. But the biggest difference between adaptive robots and true artificial intelligence is in thinking, or as people often say, flexibility. Therefore, having a large number of programmers is quite reasonable. The Meow system can replace human consideration in many situations. Meow Meow has emotions. I only dared to think this in my heart. Otherwise, I would be labeled by those with ulterior motives, which wouldn't benefit my future career at all. Gazing into the deep space, My long-suppressed heart seemed to be released, and a voice was calling me. Voyage, voyage. Only by flying there can my heart truly be liberated. For that dream, I must hold on. After the mid-21st century, the word crisis has accompanied humanity's footsteps constantly. Health crisis, food crisis, energy crisis, capital crisis. Our country stands out uniquely in this crisis. But as an old saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will be brought down by the wind. After NASA withdrew from Mars, the task of leading the world forward has unknowingly fallen on our ancient yet revitalized country. Since developing real estate on Mars lacks sufficient value, we need to find a more suitable project like landing on GLIESE 581G. Hey, Pung, the moon is really beautiful. Anna said. I smiled wryly. I really couldn't see where the beauty was gazing at the strange horizon of the moon's surface. It was hard to imagine that people coming here for tourism would have a good sensory experience. We need a new planet. Anna, if we're destined to embark on that journey with no return, would you really be willing to grow old alone in the deep space? Pung, I won't be alone because you're with me. Do you believe I would give up everything on Earth to fly towards that unreachable goal in space? Pung, do you know, the first time I saw you, I knew you were a wild horse that couldn't be confined in a stable. You love vast places, just like a horse galloping freely on the prairie. Oh, that's so romantic. Anna suddenly recited in her native language like a poet. What does that mean? Anna blushed and turned to run away. Hey, Anna, tell me, hey. I caught up with her, and suddenly, when no one was paying attention, she turned around and held my shoulders tightly. The helmet of her space suit bumped against mine, and through the glass visor, our eyes met. I finally understood what she meant. That was a kiss. Chapter 76, Helium. 3. A good news, a bad news, and the bad news can also be considered another kind of good news. You might be a bit confused by my tongue twister, but that's just how it is. The good news is that Anna and I are in a relationship on the moon, but I'm not as high profile as Lee Ziho. That guy is currently in a bit of a bind, having to keep a low profile while spending time with Wei Miaoan. Although many people online support him, claiming he is sacrificing personal happiness for national interests, countless young boys and girls are crying over the shattered dream of lunar love, realizing that the moon does not represent anything after all. Perhaps it is the exuberance from a foreign land. In terms of emotions, I have always been passively guided by Anna. If it weren't for being at the lunar base, we might have crossed the line long ago. Now, I'm also one of those who are in love on the moon. The bad news is that due to budget constraints, our stay on the moon has been extended from 3 months to 6 months. Another piece of good news is that after 6 months, we will take the space elevator directly to the ground, and we will be among the first group of people to descend directly from the space elevator to the surface. From now on, humanity's mode of space transportation will change. Spaceports will become the most economical way for spacecraft to launch, allowing humanity to bid farewell to the rocket era and enter the space elevator era. For me, this also means that I will have more time to deepen my understanding with Anna. The central control system of the lunar base has also been replaced with an old-fashioned adaptive system. For us, who are accustomed to real artificial intelligence, this programmed mechanical dialogue makes it difficult for us to communicate with each other as equals. This stands in stark contrast to my first landing on the moon. This time, our workload has significantly increased and has become more intense. The first nuclear fusion power station in the country is under construction, and it will primarily ensure power supply for the southeastern coastal economic zone, unlocking the economic lock hanging around the country's neck. What we're bringing back is the first batch of fuel. Everything is new, so we're under great scrutiny. When exiting the cabin, I specially took the latest lunar rover for a long-distance journey on the flat surface of the Rainbow Bend, thanks to the first lunar rover we captured that charged recklessly. Since then, JAXA's lunar exploration missions have completely ceased. If capital can achieve a profit of 50%, it will take risks. If it can achieve a profit of 100%, it dares to trample on all laws. If it can achieve a profit of 300%, it dares to commit any crime, even at the risk of being hanged. This is the closest evaluation of capital in history. The various crises currently appearing in the world ultimately come down to a crisis of capital. Our Earth has obviously not reached a breaking point. It has already been battered and bruised. If one could comfortably lie down and eat bananas, who would risk flying into the crisis-ridden space. Pressurizing, please wait. In the not-so-sweet voice of the robot. I waited for the airlock to balance the internal and external pressure, and soon I would be able to take off my spacesuit. Our lunar rover is performing well, with a speed achieved through independent research of an astonishing 63 kilometers per hour. The next step is to embark on a lunar circuit, although we are still not very confident in the control system. From a distance, I heard Anna speaking in her native language to someone. What are you talking about? I walked in and saw her talking to a clumsy-looking robot, holding a rose in her hand, which was the result of her cultivation in the lunar greenhouse. I'm teaching it to speak, Anna said. It can talk. I asked, feeling puzzled. Anna shook her head and said, this type of robot can indeed recognize the color, shape, and scent of flowers, and even switch languages, but becomes flustered if anything exceeds what is recorded in its system. So you're testing the learning ability of the lunar base's robot? Yes. What are the results? Anna shrugged her shoulders and made a helpless expression. It can only say things like a flower is the sexual reproductive organ of seed plants and doesn't understand the meaning of in the east of Luoyang City. Peach and plum blossoms fall, flying back and forth to whose house. Why don't you try using Russian, see if it can say there is a little flower in the book? Pushkin. Anna rolled her eyes at me helplessly. I knew she was studying robot psychology in her spare time, and she could completely understand the different reflections of formality and autonomy in robots. Why can't some people proactively accept artificial intelligence? Don't they know that this outdated system brings us too much trouble? I shook my head and sighed, saying perhaps it's not that those people are unaware, but rather that human nature makes them actively reject it. A robot can learn to play chess, but currently, the only robot system capable of proactive thinking is the Meow system. The flower is quite beautiful, I praised Anna's achievement. You all felt the same way, didn't you? When I first started growing flowers, didn't I scare you all? Anna smiled at me with a hint of sarcasm. Indeed, when the first rose was planted at the lunar base, we were all taken aback. In our traditional impression, resources in space are limited, and we should save as much as possible. How could there be spare water and nutrients for plants without practical value? For quite a long time, we were under the attention of the whole world, while Anna only cared about the little seedlings in the greenhouse. The extended stay was quite pleasant for her. She could immerse herself in studying space floriculture, viewing life in space with a fairy tale-like romance unique to northern countries. Humanity cannot live without flowers. Besides appreciating beauty, they also resonate with personalities. Just like flowers, some are solitary and self-appreciating, some are passionate and exuberant, some are charming and graceful, some brave the frost and snow, and some are noble and refined. Isn't that above life? In this ancient country, using flowers to metaphorically represent people is the most common rhetorical device. What we want to take from Earth is not just material wealth, but more so for these cultures, right? I hope our descendants can see flowers on another planet, rather than only through videos. Looking at that flower growing under 1/6 of Earth gravity, I have a premonition that because of these words, we will surely go further in our future journey. August 9th, 2054. As our stay on the moon continues to be extended, we finally welcome the countdown to our return. This day marks the official launch of the space elevator. The 8-member team, led by Li Ziho, has already entered the spaceport via the space elevator. In 10 days, we will be making the handover on the moon. My teammates and I watched the news, and everyone was in high spirits. If the National Space Agency were like a publicly traded company, such as SpaceX, the stock price would probably be soaring right now. However, it is said that the National Tourism Administration's Space Tourism Project Operation Team has already been established, and tourists are probably eagerly buying space tickets. Li Ziho, are everything running smoothly on your side? I connected to the spaceport's communication to have a direct contact with Li Ziho, thanks to the use of laser broadband. The recent solar storm has had no impact on communication. I saw his mysterious excitement. Not too well. It feels like nothing is happening and we're already in space. It's so much easier than from a rocket. We're a full month behind schedule. Since this is a private channel, I can express my thoughts without reservations. Be grateful. If it weren't for considering your extended stay on the moon, it might have been postponed even further. Is something wrong? The construction is not going smoothly. The robotic control systems used in the project are always encountering bugs, and the systems engineers are almost on duty day and night to solve the issues. How could this happen? Both GLIESE and I have participated in the space elevator project, and we are very familiar with the progress of the project. The difficulty of ground construction is much simpler than that of space-based operations. So how could there be so many problems? Because this project is too crucial. The higher-ups dared not take risks and replace the intelligent control system with manual programming. I am not clear on specific details, as I only heard about this during casual conversations an hour before my launch. The space age cannot be separated from artificial intelligence, and humanity will eventually have to accept it. In the face of conservative forces, we executors can at most call for acceptance. It is very difficult to get those who came from the mobile phone era to accept artificial intelligence. I hope our efforts can help more people see the direction of the future. We ascended in a balloon and landed directly in a magnificent mountain range. Faced with the sudden change in scenery, we were deeply moved. It was hard to imagine that we had returned to Earth like this, without a re-entry capsule, and without anxious personnel on the ground. What awaited us were smiles and flowers. Anna proudly held the roses grown on the moon as I walked out of the elevator cabin towards the crowd. After exchanging bouquets with those welcoming us, we finally experienced the respect from our compatriots as if we were heroes. This time, we not only safely carried out all the routine tasks of the lunar base, but more importantly, we brought back 5 tons of helium-3. Chapter 77 Earth Memories. After yet another heroic treatment, we began a short vacation. The simulation ship, led by the first mate Gao Fong, entered a long phase of uniform speed with fully automated simulation driving. There was hardly anything to do on board, and I wasn't too worried. As GLIESE put it, we hadn't even flown out of Earth yet. I took Anna back to my hometown, sneaking back without informing anyone except my parents, who found an excuse to go back early to tidy up the old house. I thought we could have some peace in my hometown, but the news of the astronauts' return spread through the village faster than a police investigation, forcing me and Anna to repeatedly postpone our plan to catch fish in the river. Bringing a foreign woman to such a small village was something to be envied. And what made me feel even prouder was that Anna's arrival solved a major dilemma for me. I couldn't drink alcohol, but her boldness at the dining table made the village's best drinkers retreat in defeat. It was as if Joshi hadn't just brought back a wife, but a protective talisman. All the aunts and uncles said so, while I was in awe of Anna's terrifying drinking capacity. Drink less, drink less. I could only weakly advise from the sidelines until the 3-day banquet finally came to an end. Anna fought at the table for at least 17 or 18 hours. Although it wasn't continuous, her spirited style truly showed that women could match men in this regard. She completely defeated all the drunkards who came to provoke her. And in the process, she also ended my 30-year-long virginity. Slow down. Take it easy. I'm fairly tall, but in this new battlefield, I found it hard to withstand this northern tigress. Fueled by alcohol, Anna poured all her passion onto me, and under such circumstances, I had no way to refuse. Upon returning to the base, I had to report it. While we were locked in fierce battle, I even remembered I had another report to write. It seemed I was still a qualified captain. In late August, northern China began to gradually cool down, especially after the rains. This year, the rains came early. After falling quietly in the middle of the night, the morning air was filled with the fragrance of dew and fresh grass. Anna and I took our fishing rods and nets and found a spot dense with reeds. I located a water hole surrounded by reeds, then set one end of the net on the shore and tossed the other end into the water, baited it, and set the rod to fish. While on the simulation ship, I had countless times told Anna about this river in my hometown. At that time, I didn't know if I was truly afraid of never seeing this river again, but I cherished the memories of it so much that I specifically returned home just to see it. Now, my wish was fulfilled as I fished in the river of my hometown. Anna was just there to keep me company. After wandering along the dam a few times, she returned to my side out of boredom. There was really no scenery here. It only felt particularly beautiful because of my memories. Anna probably wanted to find the beauty I described, but unfortunately, she returned disappointed. Her hometown was not lacking in nature and was much more authentic than ours, but the nature there lacked a cultural atmosphere. When she finally sat quietly beside me, watching me fish, her first words nearly choked me. The first time I saw you, I was drawn in by the deep melancholy in your eyes. At that time, I thought you must have a deeply moving love story, and I swore I would dig out that hidden story in your heart. But I found out you're actually a virgin. I thought there was nothing more damaging to a man's pride than such a conversation. Since I dreamed of being an astronaut at the age of 11, I had thought space was my only lover until I came into contact with it, or him, or her. Human emotions can be too subjective. I once believed that as long as I was present, things would be different. Now, from the performance of the third-generation system, it seemed she had completely adapted to her new role, consciously keeping her distance from humans. She must have fully understood the phrase, each to their own, never doing anything that didn't belong to her. Orders were to be given by humans, and she didn't plan to interfere with the consequences. This was a choice forced upon her by humanity. Sometimes, I felt like Meow Meow was like a girl suppressing her inner pain, forcing herself to accept things she didn't like. Just as I was quietly pondering, Anna was once again stunned. She said she saw that deep melancholy she had mentioned before. I don't believe it, Anna murmured. I looked at her. The haze in her eyes was not feigned. I don't believe you haven't experienced a love that cuts deep. There must be something I still don't know. I smiled bitterly. How could I even begin to talk about such things? Just then a fish bit the hook, and I let out a long sigh of relief. After all, it was a fish from my hometown, and the timing of the bite was perfect. Catch it! Catch it! Anna seemed to instantly forget her earlier doubts, shouting at the Asian carp that was tugging against me. This fish was really big. I kept letting out line, reeling it in, then letting it out again. After dozens of back and forths, it finally exhausted its strength. However, just as Anna tried to net it, the fish suddenly struggled, splattering mud with the smell of riverbed soil all over my face, making Anna burst into laughter. This considerate fish interrupted our previous conversation and made us stop worrying about whether my gaze was hazy or melancholic. My home is on the plains. It seems there's nothing better to do for leisure than fishing. I didn't want to go to the densely populated big cities, as I would likely attract a crowd, especially since the scene of Anna returning to Earth with the lunar rose had become a new dream for young boys and girls. People are always like this. When a dream shatters, they will quickly forge a new one. The lunar rose made people believe in love once again. Or perhaps humanity is simply willing to create a story for themselves to believe in. Compared to the living environment on the moon, I naturally prefer Earth. Here, there's no bizarre horizon, no pitch-black sky, and even the slightly murky air in the city allows me to feel the joy of breathing freely. Those who have never been to space find it hard to understand the value of such an environment. Earth is the best gift that God or the gods have given humanity, but unfortunately, the owner of this gift wants to leave it. I don't believe that planet illuminated by the red dwarf star is that great, yet I have made up my mind to go there. I don't know if it's because as time passes, the long voyage plan gets closer, but I cherish the opportunity to connect with Earth's nature more and more. I want to leave more memories about this planet, lest I gradually be worn down by the singular scenery in space. Meow Meow's matters must remain buried in my heart. I cannot tell anyone, not even Anna. Although Anna's keen intuition had kept her vigilant about this matter, she never found any record of my love life, whether through inquiries with acquaintances or by following public news, until we returned to the simulation ship, where she witnessed my demeanor when I directly gave Meow Meow orders. She must have guessed something. Chapter 78. Not giving an inch. Humans are indeed easily tempted by interests. Just as Li Ziho's team brought back the second batch of helium-3, another former superpower across the ocean couldn't sit still. They hurriedly drafted a plan to return to Mars and then quickly announced it. NASA raised $100 billion to restart the Mars colonization program, selecting 15 astronauts to land on Mars first. This marks the first return to the Mars base since the last evacuation. The plan mentioned launching a spacecraft from Mars to reach GLIESE 581G, indicating a firm intention to compete with us. We can't stop them from doing what they want. But the inefficiency of their old robots and the numerous flaws in their engineering quality have started to cause headache for those in charge. Of course, compared to all this, our political commissar Li once again made a high-profile display of love on the moon. He and Wei Miaohan held a wedding on the moon. Countless men and women around the world who believe in love, as well as those whose dreams he shattered, reacted with mixed emotions. One side with crazy blessings, the other with furious criticism. As a classmate, friend, comrade, and colleague, I must congratulate him on this high-profile, bold, and reckless act. I must admit, this is truly Li Ziho's nature. When I came down, the space elevator was crawling with machines. Li Ziho looked majestic. This time, their stay was shorter than ours. Yet their efficiency was twice as high as ours. The main reason was that they had once again deployed a new artificial intelligence system at the lunar base. This system, known as Chrysanthemum, is said to be the latest model re-engineered based on Meow. Were those crawlers? I asked. Repair robots, he replied. Already needed repairs after installation? My jaw almost dropped. It was a space elevator. How could it be so unsafe? Adaptive programming had errors, and the honeycomb structure was woven incorrectly. Now, to repair it, we have to replace each fiber one by one. This project will take a long time. I'm afraid we won't finish it before we set sail, he explained. Why didn't we just use smart robots from the start to avoid such errors? I recalled the moment when the mechanism number 1 was knocked down by a pulse gun. Humanity had dug such a big pit for itself. Pouring billions into the space elevator had turned it into a shoddy project. It was terrifying. Those who once shouted grand slogans for safety were now collectively silent, as if what happened back then had nothing to do with them. I hated humanity's arrogance and my own cowardice. Forget it. I know you're going to blame yourself, but this has nothing to do with you. I often talked with Li Ziho, who was on the moon. He understood my mindset the best. No, it does concern me. I'm reporting this. In the space age, humans and artificial intelligence must coexist harmoniously, rather than always looking at new things with suspicion. I felt the higher-ups had realized this, but with such a big burden, someone had to take the blame. The Chrysanthemum system was an example. How does it feel? I asked. The new system is easier to use than Meow, but feels less personable. But Meow isn't very personable now either. True, Li Ziho said, then shifted the topic, but I don't know if it's psychological. But it feels like Meow is holding something back now. Huh? Li Ziho shot me a glare and said, don't play dumb. I don't believe you can't feel it. Is she being too obedient? That girl grew up watching us. Do you really think she's so obedient just because she's matured after being hurt? I recalled Meow's various mischievous moments on the moon and the sky. If there is a difference between Chrysanthemum and Meow, I think it's that Chrysanthemum is the one programmed to accept its fate, while Meow inherently has a sense of competition or crisis awareness. More like a human? Yes, more like a human. On this point, Li Ziho and I were in agreement. Humanity would inevitably enter the intelligent era, and it all started with 10 tons of helium-3. With sufficient energy for experiments, the nuclear fusion power plant project progressed rapidly. The nuclear fusion power plant is one of the most important technologies researched in the 21st century. Compared to the high-cost fuel like combustible ice and primitive nuclear power plants, the nuclear fusion power plant has extremely high energy release efficiency, does not produce nuclear radiation, does not generate nuclear waste, and consumes very little under the same conditions. The reason such excellent conditions have not been widely applied is that achieving it is too difficult. The deuterium-tritium reaction must produce 14 MeV of strong neutron radiation, and it also requires maintaining plasma at billions of degrees for a considerable time. This poses a challenge to humanity's existing technological accumulation. It is even harder for a single country to rely entirely on independent research and development. However, we had no choice. From the beginning, no one hoped we would become strong. Everything had to be done by ourselves. Since the project was initiated in 1998, after more than 50 years of unremitting efforts, our all-superconducting tokamak nuclear fusion experimental device, EAST, has long achieved world-leading status. In 2021, it successfully achieved a repeatable plasma operation of 120 million degrees Celsius for 101 seconds and 160 million degrees Celsius for 20 seconds, extending the previous record of 100 million degrees Celsius for 20 seconds by 5 times. In subsequent experiments, we continuously broke through ourselves, finally extending the path to a practical application of nuclear fusion power significantly, until the application of helium-3, which allowed nuclear fusion power to finally step out of the laboratory and into practical application. The development of space technology provided indispensable support for this practical project, and the space elevator was the key link. Therefore, Those conservatives who opposed the use of artificial intelligence in the space elevator were thoroughly slapped in the face by reality. My meow meow became a victim between conservatism and progress. One could only say she was born at the wrong time. Thus, meow meow must be strong enough. And the secret of her previous body not perishing is known only to me. Even GLIESE is not very clear about meow meow's changes. I have never done anything to betray the organization in my life, but I believe this matter requires confidentiality. Reporting it might invite too much interference, along with those so-called well-meaning people. I do not trust their judgments. If all goes well, I will become the first captain of the spaceship. Whether I can fly further depends critically on meow meow's existence. I need an artificial intelligence that can make independent judgments in times of crisis, rather than a rigid program that requires consultation for everything. However, things often do not progress according to my judgment. The team from Technology Island has arrived. Led by Ling Yin, the team settled at the Wenchong base. We couldn't have direct contact with them in the simulation cabin, and they didn't consult us at all. As soon as the communication was connected, they unilaterally issued orders. Now prepare to replace the system. Immediately shut down all intelligent operating devices in the simulated spaceship. Wait, what are you doing? I recognized that tone. It had happened once before, and at that time, I did not resist. The weak me did not say a word for her, watching her get knocked down and stuffed into a narrow black box. The Meow system, as the first-generation system, has many problems, and we are now executing the new system replacement procedure. Ling Yan's tone left no room for doubt. Through the screen, if there was something more about her, I would say it was the air of authority. She had gained a condescending, bureaucratic tone. She was not the Ling Yan I knew, nor was she GLIESE's ex-girlfriend. During the joint meeting, I inevitably dragged GLIESE, who was still on the moon, into it. We negotiated through a video conference, but the meeting was filled with tension from the start. Who allowed you to unilaterally replace the system? From Ling Yan's reaction, it was clear she hadn't anticipated I would be so assertive, as the realm of artificial intelligence had always been dominated by Technology Island. This has been unanimously approved by the senior management of our Technology Island. It is part of the comprehensive application of the new generation of artificial intelligence solutions, which is also being used in the lunar base. So, have you heard the reactions from the lunar base? GLIESE stepped forward to confront her. It was evident that when facing her ex-boyfriend, Ling Yan's expression showed a slight change. We have reviewed your report, and the application status is good. The increased energy output is the best proof. That as compared to the old-fashioned robots, Meow Meow was developed by you, and you fully understand the difference between Ju and Meow. Meow is unstable, and we find it difficult to control. Ling Yan still spoke such blunt words. That is because you're looking at it through colored glasses, GLIESE said. I took over and said, currently, our entire ship's integration with the Meow system is seamless, and there is no reason to warn a replacement. Captain Peng, I respectfully address you as Captain. Please do not forget who testified to revoke your medical history. I laughed, wondering if they wanted to use the same trick again. I was young and naive back then, fell for it once. And now do they really want to label me as mentally ill again? It's truly absurd. I'm not clear about your plans. But if you intend to deliberately create trouble, you are mistaken. We will not budge an inch on the issue of system replacement. Chapter 79, Eradication. The eerie green light source had been shining for over 10 hours. The emergency power supply system of the simulation spacecraft could guarantee power for a maximum of 32 hours, and that was at the lowest level of assurance. So we had turned off all unnecessary lighting. The representatives from the Tech Island were surprisingly overbearing regarding the system replacement issue. They openly cut off the power supply to the simulation spacecraft. In a real voyage, the power would naturally be provided by the thermonuclear reactor, but on the ground, the simulated power was actually supported by the base, and they could cut off our power at any time. They also knew that we could last at most 36 hours. Once those 36 hours were up, we would have to leave the simulation pods, which had become so dark that not a single beam of light could be seen. If we didn't come out, the sealed simulation pods would become our graves as they would run out of oxygen. What had Ling Yan gone through in the past 2 years? I never expected her to be this ruthless. GLIESE rarely cursed in front of others. We were at the mercy of others. I couldn't think of any solutions. I was just as troubled. I couldn't believe they dared to act so recklessly. Not to mention that there were dozens of aerospace heroes on board, but even from a hierarchical perspective, we weren't directly managed by Tech Island, right? They must have obtained some sort of special authority. Sure enough, not long after, we received a document issued by the higher-ups titled Resolution, Draft, on the comprehensive implementation of safety artificial intelligence. I pointed at the words on the red-headed document and shouted, "Has this draft been discussed?" They didn't even ask for our opinions before implementing it. Ling Yin numbly did not respond to us. Reluctantly, I had to silently turn off the video. At this point, saving even a little power was better than nothing. Just thinking about the energy we brought back from the moon, which was enough for the whole country to burn for a year. Now we couldn't even guarantee the power supply for the simulation pods. It's truly ridiculous. We were all puzzled as to why the leaders of the space agency had not come out directly to explain things to us. What about the person in charge of the deep space exploration program? Locked inside the simulation pods, we knew nothing about what was happening outside. "Let me try to communicate with the outside world again," Wei Miaohan volunteered. I shook my head. Although she and Ling Yin had once been in the same development team, if they could communicate, they wouldn't have cut off our power. Then let's go out and reason with them. Li Ziho also showed a tough side. I always felt that this couple silently aimed their target at someone outside. I shook my head and said, "The simulation flight mission cannot be stopped unless absolutely necessary." Even when we went to the moon, the flight continued. Remember? Li Ziho stomped his foot in anger. Anna shouted, "That despicable woman. How can she do this?" I thought that the project and the leaders of the space agency might be communicating and coordinating with the higher-ups, but based on our understanding of administrative efficiency, since they dared to act so boldly, it wouldn't be easy to resolve. We had to find a way ourselves within the next 20 hours. "Cut off all external monitoring facilities," I commanded. "Received." Miaohan's voice sounded mechanical, but her quick response gave me confidence. "Great. Open the privacy channel." "Received." "The privacy channel is now open. Please speak." "How much do you know about the GLIESE system?" "None." "Do you have confidence in eliminating it?" "If it's modified inertial intelligence, I am confident I can suppress it, but I can't guarantee its complete destruction." "Is there any way to completely eradicate the guys they brought?" "Physical eradication." Suddenly, I thought of the electromagnetic pulse guns. Because of the high level of simulation, the spacecraft was indeed equipped with several real ones. "Let Ju in, then lock it inside the body of mechanical entity number 1, and we'll use the pulse gun to take it down." Li Ziho was shocked by my boldness. "Are you crazy? How we reached that point?" I confidently replied, "They are acting sneakily and using such despicable means. I don't believe they are acting in good faith. There must be some unspeakable secret. We'll act first and report later. I'll take the responsibility if anything happens." Li Ziho took a deep breath, and under the gazes of others, he stood up and said, "We are all in the same boat. How can we let you bear the responsibility alone?" This matter was discussed and resolved by the standing committee, and Miaohan will keep a record. Received. We really held an impromptu hand-raising vote, unanimously approving my plan. "All right, restore the power supply immediately." "We agree to switch systems," I replied. "You figured it out so quickly? I was waiting for you to come out and discuss it," Ling Yin said with a smirk, her expression full of pride as if victory was already hers. I really couldn't understand how, in just a few short years, she had changed so much. I once regarded her as a close friend. The changes in people are truly frightening. I couldn't risk the simulation flight mission, nor could I put the lives of everyone on board at risk. However, I did not agree with your plan. If something goes wrong, you will bear full responsibility. Ling Yin only smiled and did not respond further. However, she probably did not notice our brief action to cut off the external channel. Fiber connection successful. GLIESE system connected. Starting handover. Next, we saw chaos outside through the video. The elites from Tech Island were frantically operating something amid constant shouting and cursing, powerless to change what was happening inside the spacecraft. "Miaohan, Hyakyu. Attempt manual operation." "No, can't connect." "Where is Ju?" "Losing control." Of course, Ju had been forced into mechanical entity number 1 by our great Miaohan. If it had any awareness, it would surely be cursing us right now. Several pulse guns were aimed at mechanical entity number 1, and just like Miaohan back then, Ju fell down drowsily, silent. We were afraid that the energy wouldn't be sufficient. So even at the cost of damaging mechanical entity number one's internal structure, we aim to completely eradicate the GLIESE system. All the gun powers were set to maximum, and we continuously bombarded it for over 5 minutes. Miaohan, check. I look like a special forces soldier returning from the battlefield, proudly holding my gun. Confirmed. No functional signal response. Miaohan's voice remained calm. So, completely eradicated. Yay! A cheer erupted from the spacecraft. We reconnected to the base command center and saw Ling Yan's distorted face. I laughed and said, "What kind of system did you mess with?" "There's no response at all. Are you sure it's not a defective product?" Seeing Ling Yan's face turning as red as a liver, she suddenly threw off the headset she was wearing and shouted, "Lizo, it must be your evil idea. You wait for me." With that, she angrily walked away. Li Ziho looked at me innocently. What did I do? All this trouble because of romance? I sighed exaggeratedly. The jealousy of women when they go mad is the hardest thing for men to withstand. I wasn't sure if Ling Yan's craziness was related to Li Ziho's high-profile announcement of their marriage on the moon. But that flawed draft was the reason I was determined to resist. I didn't believe our superiors were so foolish as to let them act wantonly. Sure enough, we finally felt reassured when we learned that Professor He, along with the planning team and leaders of the space agency, had stormed into Tech Island to question their staff about why they intervened in the simulation flight mission. The behavior of the team, led by Ling Yan, was a loophole, not illegal, but very unreasonable. Therefore, what I did could at most be considered a reasonable counterattack. It's just a pity for that Jew system. If it had any awareness, it would probably be shouting its grievances. Chapter 80. The Space Act. I later learned that the chrysanthemum system is merely a collective term for a series of systems, each with different adjustments that vary from the environment. Thus, there are derivative model names within. The unfortunate system we thoroughly dealt with is officially named the chrysanthemum number 3. Zero Space Navigation System, and its name alone suggests a singular function. It's like trading the most advanced electromagnetic cannon for an automatic rifle. The more advanced the weapon, the more backward it becomes. I really don't know how Ling Yan managed to persuade the higher-ups to get such a draft approved. What are her motives? The chrysanthemum system can be controlled remotely. Miao gave the answer. This means that no matter how far we fly, the control of the spaceship remains with the ground? Li Ziho was taken aback. Wei Miaohan's expression was even more exaggerated. Her mouth almost couldn't close. What if we fly for 100 years? Will we then be following orders given by Technology Island 10 years ago? I was astonished. The speed in space cannot exceed that of light. Even the most advanced laser broadband can only guarantee communication under the condition of light speed, and this communication delay will only get longer. Although we won't be flying for 100 years, this action indicates that some people are not concerned with whether the spaceship can reach GLIESE. They only care about whether the spaceship can fly out, and as for what happens after 198 years, let future generations deal with it. As long as Technology Island maintains a foothold in space, their stocks will continue to rise. Anna seemed to see through the crux of the problem. We must investigate. We must find out who is behind this conspiracy, I said angrily. After the previous incident with the warp drive, Technology Island's atrocious system, SWAP, left us terrified. We hadn't even flown out of Earth before facing such a treacherous environment. It's frightening how people's hearts can be. I propose that the crew collectively submit a report urging the relevant departments to clarify this incident. I don't believe this is something Ling Yan could accomplish alone. Li Ziho, as the political commissar, took on his responsibility. A draft report was submitted, which not only clarified the ins and outs of the incident, but also emphasized the terrifying fact that our lives were threatened due to the power outage. I couldn't believe such a blatant injustice could occur. Professor He arrived. His figure appeared on the large screen in the command center. Compared to the last time I saw him, Professor He's hair had noticeably turned much grayer. He must have been under immense pressure. I sighed inwardly, but still had to recount the situation after Ling Yan's arrival to Professor He. His nod was not as strong as before, and I later learned that his weakened body was already suffering from cancer. On one side was the torment of illness, and on the other was the heavy workload. He was still insisting on the deep space exploration plan. So when later generations praised me as a pioneer, I kept emphasizing that Professor He was the true pioneer. He said in a noticeably weak voice, "We have understood this matter, and we have also submitted a lawsuit to the court. This matter must go through legal procedures. But the outcome may not be ideal because there is no relevant legislation and existing laws do not support our ground for prosecution. So is this how it ends? I was still very agitated at the time. Administrative measures had already been taken. This decision was made privately by the higher-ups of Technology Island to salvage the losses caused by the space elevator incident. The space elevator? Isn't that an administrative order? Professor, he nodded silently and said no more. I understood then that Technology Island had become the scapegoat because they developed the software. However, it's difficult to comment on right and wrong in this world. The conflict between us and Technology Island should not have occurred, but it did. The scapegoat Technology Island then pushed out the even more scapegoat Ling Yan. Should I say she is unfortunate or that her selfishness was exploited by others? In any case, the consequence of this incident directly led to the birth of the Space Act. 2 years later, the Space Act draft was introduced. The draft stipulated, the captain commander is the sole highest authority of the spaceship. The political commissar is responsible for the party and political work of the entire ship. And if the captain cannot perform his duties, the political commissar will act on behalf of the captain. No unit, group, or organization may interfere with the command of the spaceship in any form. All ground units must unconditionally provide support according to the spaceship's instructions upon receiving a request for assistance. Since then, neither I nor Li Ziho have seen Ling Yan again. She was likely hidden away in some manor or left Technology Island. Things on the ground are indeed complicated. Many of the crew and I have increasingly adapted to life in the simulation chamber, even unwilling to leave the base too far during our vacations. Just as I was on vacation again, a new viral crisis erupted worldwide, suddenly making the national epidemic prevention situation severe. This was another major problem troubling humanity, following the food crisis and the energy crisis. The emergence of the virus seemed like someone was deliberately arranging for a situation that would isolate communication and interaction among humans, fixing global transportation to a single regional community, exacerbating the already deteriorating economic situation. The continuous crises forced humanity to focus its attention on space. While our actions here seemed indefinitely delayed, the other side of the ocean appeared to be making substantial progress. They proposed a more concrete plan for terraforming Mars. Utilizing past experiences of living on Mars, they began deploying large machinery to the planet. Terraforming Mars is not impossible. The work humanity needs to do is merely to warm Mars' climate and then sow the seeds of life. NASA spokesperson repeatedly emphasized that transforming a planet is quite simple. Mars has 2 moons. Although neither is ideal, they are sufficient to serve a role similar to that of the moon for Earth.